Chapter 1. The Last Night. A cup of wine amidst the spring breeze of peach and plum blossoms. 10 years of night reign in the rivers and lakes. 3 months later. In the height of summer, in Suzhou, around Taihu Lake, the fishing float bobbed in the water, only to swiftly regain its calm. Beside the road, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a pristine white Porsche came to a halt. I furrowed my brow, lifted my rod, and discovered that the bait had been nibbled to shreds, prompting me to glance over as the car door swung open. An enchanting young woman emerged, clad in a moon-white dress, clutching a notebook in her hand. She carefully navigated through the reeds in delicate high-heeled sandals. The moment she fully appeared before me, a sense of dazzle enveloped me. Her exquisitely sculpted face was a masterpiece, with elegantly arched brows and large, luminous eyes. Untouched by dust, her long, raven hair cascaded down her delicate shoulders like a waterfall, and her dress accentuated the slender curves of her waist, as if she had stepped out from a painting. The goddess driving the supercar had arrived. Was she lost? I felt a flicker of doubt, unsure if I should continue with my bait. She approached gracefully, each contour of her figure so perfectly formed that it seemed otherworldly. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on me, appearing somewhat perplexed. After glancing at her notebook, she seemed to muster her courage and stood beside me, poised and elegant, softly inquiring, "May I ask, are you Ding Mukin?" It felt as though a thunderbolt had struck overhead, rendering my mind momentarily blank. Could it be that heaven had finally taken pity on me, seeing me single for so long and, before my roots withered, had sent down an extraordinary beauty to offer assistance? "DDO, you need something?" I attempted to maintain my composure while fishing, yet my thoughts were entirely consumed by the float. I had caught quite a few fish today, but surely the most exquisite catch was this mermaid. She appeared slightly flustered and replied, "My name is Tang Yin. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise." I turned to face her, inquiring further, "Beautiful lady, do you seek me for something?" Tang Yun's grip on her notebook was so tight it seemed it might warp. A faint fragrance wafted from her long hair as her skirt fluttered gently in the breeze. "I recently learned of your retirement announcement, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. Would you be willing to join my club and compete in the domestic Golden League after the launch of Tianxing in 3 months?" I felt a wave of resignation wash over me. A hint of disappointment creeping in it. Was merely an invitation from a club. "I am sorry, but I currently have no plans to join any clubs." A flicker of disappointment crossed her beautiful eyes, and Tang Yin pressed her lips together, asking, "After your retirement, do you spend every day fishing here?" "Yes," I replied with a slight smile, then asked, "By the way, how did you find me? If I recall correctly, I haven't left my address anywhere." Tang Yun, with her charming dimples and a gentle smile, glanced at the 2 cups of milk tea resting on the stone railing beside her and remarked, "Actually, I discovered this from the delivery messages. You consistently order 2 cups of iced milk tea to be delivered here at the same time every day. The address is the 2nd stone railing at San Diego, where the most handsome angler resides, correct?" I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment. "You flatter me, haha, you flatter me." Seemingly unwilling to relent, Tang Yun bit her red lip, her expression adorably earnest. "Ding Mukin, I am aware of certain matters concerning you at Silver Fox. Indeed, you are the youngest among the 5 strategic cores of the national server, yet you are also the most promising as the last knight of the national server, and the strongest knight. If Silver Fox is hesitant to employ you, I am more than willing. Just a word from you, and I will strive to meet your salary demands." Thank you." I waved my hand and smiled. "I truly apologize, but I am not inclined to join any club at the moment, and I may not even register an account for Tianxing." She clenched her teeth in determination. "I am willing to offer you triple your salary at Silver Fox. Would you reconsider?" "I will not reconsider. Money cannot sway my heart." A fleeting glance revealed her flowing skirt and the elegant, delicate contours of her legs, along with the alluring silhouette concealed beneath her blouse. My heart raced, and I nearly succumbed to a foolish nod, as if struck by an electric current. After several deep breaths, I continued, "Tang Yun, I appreciate your invitation, but it is a matter of timing. Had this been 2 years ago, I would have accepted without hesitation." Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. "Then let's become friends. If you change your mind, you can always reach out to me. My studio and club will always welcome you." All right, I took out my phone and opened WeChat. After scanning her code, a charming cat avatar appeared in my friend list with the name Tiramisu, a name that felt strangely familiar. Then, I wish you abundant harvests. Tang Yun stepped a little closer, extending her graceful neck to glimpse the spoils in my bucket. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she observed a splendid catch of yellow spinefish, quite impressive. I suppose my skills are decent, I replied with an awkward smile. Then, with a wave, Tang Yin said, well then, see you later, see you later. As I watched the Porsche drive away, a sense of melancholy washed over me, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of loss for the opportunity that had slipped through my fingers. However, just moments later, the disjointed sound of an electric scooter starting broke the spell of my disappointment. The spot where Tang Yun had parked was now occupied by a rusty gray scooter, and the rider, wearing a light gold helmet, removed it to reveal a strikingly handsome face. He smiled at me and exclaimed, Brother Chun, Xiao Che? I chuckled with surprise. Lin Che is my dear brother. We grew up together, attended elementary school, progressed through middle school, entered the police academy, started our careers, and even left our jobs together. We both joined Silver Fox, although he departed 6 months earlier than I did. After parking his electric scooter, Lin Che plopped down on the grass by the lake, casting a glance toward the direction in which Tang Yun had walked away. Who was that girl just now? Is she looking for you? Yes. Who is she? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, is she? Could she be my future sister-in-law? She's truly stunning. I dare say, with such beauty, it's hard to find someone like her not only in Suzhou, but even in Shanghai. You certainly have a knack for it. Stop joking around. I replied, somewhat disgruntled. She merely invited me to join her club at O. Lin Che laughed heartily, saying, with your prowess, after announcing your departure from Silver Fox, your phone must be ringing off the hook, right? So many clubs and teams in the country aspiring to enter the Golden League would surely consider you their top choice. Not quite that exaggerated that I glanced at him and remarked, hey, Xiao Che, you seem to be doing well lately. You even have a car now. Lin Che glanced at the little sheep by the roadside, his face turning a shade of crimson. Hee, it's just a second-hand car, lacking in power and aesthetics, merely a means of transportation. Come on, you must have a reason for seeking me out. Indeed. Lin Che nodded earnestly and said, Brother Chun, have you not contemplated your future after retirement? I haven't. I just take it one step at a time. I have a suggestion. Go on. Tianqing is set to launch in 3 months, touted as the magnum opus of Yueheng Group, and it boasts the largest investment in a game to date. They claim it is a game that approaches reality as closely as possible. Don't you want to give it a try? As he spoke, he rubbed his nose and continued, after leaving Silver Fox, I spent half a year idling, contemplating life repeatedly, and realized playing games with brothers is the most enjoyable experience. What do you think? I felt a stir in my heart. Indeed, that is true. Lin Che, filled with excitement, suggested, how about we reorganize? Let's establish a game studio and conquer the world of Tianqing together. With our skills, we could certainly make our mark. I gazed at the bobbing fishing float in the water, hesitating to respond. Brother Chun, do you have reservations? Yes, that I nodded. You've experienced the events at Silver Fox, and we both know the fate that befalls professional players once they are ensnared by capital. Ultimately, it's devoid of dreams, offering only endless compromise and retreat. In that case. Lin Che clenched his fist and declared, we will only form a studio with the goal of earning for ourselves, without seeking sponsors or competing in the Golden League. Simply focusing on playing games. How does that sound? Sounds good. I nodded affirmatively. Lin Che was overjoyed, his face radiating enthusiasm. Then it's settled. Well, with only 2 people, it will be quite challenging to navigate the early stages of the game. I furrowed my brow. Moreover, establishing a gaming studio requires at least 4 members. I have some candidates. Who? Wei Ge. Lin Che's eyes sparkled with determination. I nearly choked in disbelief. Zhang Wei, are you certain? This guy used to play League of Legends and couldn't even manage to use his Q ability correctly. Furthermore, he has never played Tianzong. Can he truly handle a game like Tianqing, which is so close to reality? Let's give it a try out. If it doesn't work out, we can always have him serve as the logistics support for the studio. At least we would meet the quota. Do you know his current situation? Yes, we'll go find him this afternoon. All right. Lin Che rubbed his nose and smiled. Chinggu, my rent is about to expire. Do you have a place to stay? What's become of you? I gestured toward a small building by the lake in the distance and said, look, that's the house I rented. There are plenty of rooms you can move in any time. Lin Che was astonished. You actually rented a villa? After retiring, I intended to use this place as a retirement home, so I signed a 1-year lease at 8,000 per month. What do you think? We can consider this as the future location of our studio. It should suffice. Sound good? Quite nice indeed. In the afternoon. Beep, beep, beep. The little sheep, bearing the weight of 2 individuals, fervently climbed the hill, its boost power working overtime as it sped several miles to an old residential area, which happened to be Zhang Wei's residence. Zhang Wei was a high school classmate of both Lin Che and me, and he was one of our closest friends. It had been quite some time since we last met. Looking up, I noticed the walls of the buildings were peeling, overgrown with vines that had gone untrimmed. As we approached the staircase, an unpleasant odor assaulted our senses, and the walls were plastered with various advertisements, painting a desolate picture that clearly indicated Zhang Wei was not faring well. We've arrived. Lin Che and I stood before a door in the hallway, adorned with handwritten characters that read "Welcome Wealth and Prosperity," a poignant reminder of hardship. Tianqing updates daily with 2 chapters, released at noon and midnight, occasionally bursting forth unexpectedly. Now, let me share the most crucial piece of information. After finishing this chapter, please return to the table of contents and take a moment to bookmark Tianqing. Yes, I'm talking to you. Go ahead and bookmark it before diving into the second chapter. Much appreciated. Chapter 2. Qin Shi Huang knock, knock, knock. Lin Che tapped on the door. Wei Ge, we have arrived. Open up. With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a potent aroma of instant noodles. Zhang Wei emerged, clad in a loose-fitting shirt. Despite the pallor of his face, his eyes sparkled upon seeing Lin Che and me. He burst into laughter. De Chinzi. Xiao Che, what brings you here? We're here for something significant, Lin Che declared as he pushed the door open, only for the doorknob to snap off with a loud crack. Startled, Lin Che stumbled back a few paces. What on earth? Wei Ge. This place holds archaeological value. Zhang Wei rubbed his nose, somewhat disgruntled. Did you think I wanted this? With the soaring prices of real estate and rent, one cannot secure a place in the city for less than 3,000. This tiny room cost me 1,200 a month. If I weren't diligent and industrious, I wouldn't even qualify to survive in a city like Suzhou. Is that so? I glanced around and noticed 2 computers beside a pile of worn-out cotton bedding. Messages flickered across the screens, and upon closer inspection, a sense of familiarity washed over me. The computers were incessantly forwarding messages, including phrases like brother. Want to see little sister? WeChat awaits you. Over 1,000 high-definition films. No internet required. Just plug into your phone to watch. Compatible with Apple and Android devices. For more exciting products, please add, causing my face to flush and my heart to race. Goodness. Lin Che was equally flustered. Wei Ge. Is this your line of work? Indeed. Zhang Wei stood tall, puffing out his chest. Wealth is earned through diligent hands. Lin Che shot me a glance. Chen Ge. I was mistaken to consider bringing this fellow into the studio. Others are targeted by those selling films, and here we are, eyeing someone who sells them. It's all my fault. Taking a deep breath, I stated earnestly, Wei Ge, delete those software applications immediately. Please, no. I can earn several hundred a day. Zhang Wei seemed reluctant to part with them. Is it merely a few hundred? I replied seriously. If you join Lin Che and me, not only hundreds but thousands, even tens of thousands a day could be within reach. Really? Yes, delete them now. All right. Zhang Wei reluctantly sat down and began deleting the software from his computer, muttering, You 2 don't feel for me at all. I toil from dawn to dusk, juggling multiple jobs. It's not easy. Multiple jobs? Lin Che asked, astonished. Besides selling films, what other work do you have? I have another job, called Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang? I was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you going to Xi'an to participate in the second archaeological work at the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor? You are too simplistic. Look at this. Zhang Wei pulled open a drawer and tossed a handful of flyers onto the table, which boldly proclaimed, Toilet King. Professional repair of blocked toilets and waterproofing services. Call 135. Both Lin Che and I were momentarily stunned, plagued by an ominous premonition. This peculiar character truly was an oddity. Our exchanged glances conveyed a sense of regret for having invited Zhang Wei to join us. Speak up. What do you 2 want from me? Zhang Wei exclaimed, tossing all the advertisements into the trash with a nonchalant air as he plopped down onto the bed, embodying a spirit of renewal, akin to a warrior severing a limb. Have you heard of Tianqing? I inquired. Of course. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Through wind and rain, I await you in the world of Tianqing, he quoted, recalling the promotional line from Bai Ming Shui that he must have seen countless times on television. I cleared my throat. Lin Che and I plan to venture into Tianqing and establish a studio dedicated to generating revenue. Would you care to join us? Absolutely, Zhang Wei declared, rising with enthusiasm. You tell me how to proceed, and I shall follow your lead. However, I must preface this by saying I can barely afford this month's rent. I will be relying on you for food and lodging. Wow, you truly are bold, Lin Che remarked, speechless. We gathered our belongings and returned to our future studio with Zhang Wei. As we stepped into the luxurious villa, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in awe. You two are certainly living the good life. That evening, I took to the kitchen, preparing a pot of yellow-spotted fish soup. Zhang Wei appeared exhilarated, downing one bottle of beer after another, while Lin Che and I wore expressions of deeper contemplation. Zhang Wei need not concern himself with the future of the studio. We, however, could not afford to be so careless. We were 3 now, but we still needed one more. I furrowed my brow and said, the official Tianqing website has already released some game information, including 12 combat professions: heavy cavalry, swordsman, spiritualist, ranger, assassin, talisman master, and gunslinger, among others. I will stick to my roots and play as a knight. What about you, Lin Che? I'll choose the talisman master, Lin Che replied resolutely. Previously, I played as a mage in Tianzong, but I found the control skills lacking. I believe that control is paramount. So I intend to take on the role of talisman master to manage team control and damage output. Very well, I nodded, adding, as for Wei Guo, given his less than optimistic gaming skills, he should opt for a sturdier class, perhaps the monk, which offers both durability and damage potential. What do you mean by a sturdier class? Zhang Wei asked. It implies a more cumbersome role, Lin Che chuckled. Qin Ge tends to be rather diplomatic in his choice of words. Surely you have some awareness of your own skills? Zhang Wei grinned, not bothering to argue. We still required one more member. After a moment's reflection, I suggested, we need a mage or a pure-range damage dealer. A gunslinger would also suffice. Additionally, we need a wandering physician to provide healing. Or else we will struggle in the early to mid-game. Lin Che remarked, forget about becoming a wandering celestial physician. This game, Tianqing, has a rather peculiar stipulation. Only female players can choose the role of the wandering celestial physician, leaving male players without the privilege of selection, unless one were to undergo a rather drastic transformation, perhaps like Wei Guo, who would need to undergo castration, followed by hormone therapy for 3 months. There might still be a faint possibility of selecting the wandering celestial physician. Zhang Wei stared incredulously. Why don't you both consider undergoing such a transformation? I chuckled heartily. Indeed. The wandering celestial physician poses a significant dilemma, yet presently, there is no viable solution. As far as I know, both Xiao Che and I are single, devoid of any female companions to partake in this role. What about you, Wei Guo? How have things progressed with our former campus belle, Luo Jiao? We broke up long ago. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. I've long since seen through the nature of relationships. Let's not dwell on it. There seemed to be a story behind that statement, yet neither Lin Che nor I held any interest in probing further. Zhang Wei's wide-eyed anticipation for our inquiries was met with an abrupt silence. Then let us pursue the gunner, Lin Che suggested, opening his portable notebook and logging into the Tianqing forum. According to the game's server settings, players are assigned to novice villages based on a principle of regionality. This means that players sharing the same data line will invariably be allocated to the same novice village. Therefore, we must seek out players nearby. As he spoke, he began filtering through the player list, revealing a series of IDs ranked by their scores in the previous game, Tianzong. Ultimately, Lin Che narrowed his gaze on one particular ID. Chuckling, this one is less than 2 kilometers away, ranked 50th in the national server for gunners, with decent skills. What do you think, Qin Ge? I glanced at the ID, one-shot headshot. The name felt vaguely familiar. You must have faced him in the arena. Lin Che checked the publicly available information about this player, stating, his name is Wang Jinhai, 25 years old. According to the chat information, he is known for profiting from underground competitive matches in the Autumn District. Zhang Wei looked puzzled. What does underground competitive matches entail? It's akin to underground boxing, I explained succinctly. Players arrange battles, agreeing on stakes beforehand, settling the results face-to-face with cash transactions. It falls under a rather dubious category of gaming practices, yet those who seek thrills tend to enjoy it. With a glint in my eye, I added, Wang Jinhai certainly piques my interest. Let us look up his current location. We shall pay him a visit. I've already found it, Lin Che replied. Half an hour ago, he posted about a match, and the location is a net CAF called Dynasty Domination, just 2 kilometers from us. We should be able to make it. Then let us set forth. The night was shrouded in a hazy twilight, and the autumn nights in Sully district were extraordinarily beautiful, filled with the fragrant scent of lake water. One could even hear the gentle lapping of Taihu Lake against the shore from afar. The streets were nearly deserted, and across the road, the flickering neon lights caught the eye. Beside a milk tea shop, a conspicuous sign illuminated the words Dynasty Dominance Internet CAF. Here we are. Let's south cross the road, Lin Che said. All right, I replied. However, just as we were about to step onto the road, a sudden commotion erupted within the Internet CAF, followed by shouts and sounds of scuffling. A group emerged from the CAF, pursuing a lone figure who clutched a gaming headset. He appeared fierce, yet his clothes were marred with scuff marks, and his face bore the bruises of a few punches. Stumbling, he fell to the ground, cursing, "Damn it, Zhang Liang. Losing 10-0 and not owning up? Resorting to violence when you can't win? Have you no shame, Dynasty Dominance?" The CAF patrons, hot on his heels, rained down kicks upon him, sending him rolling helplessly. Is that Wang Jinhai? I furrowed my brow, noting that despite his distress, he retained a certain flair in his escape. Lin Che clenched his fist and declared, "Wang Jinhai is a future talent for our studio. Let us go. With our skills, we can easily handle these thugs from the CAF." "Don't engage," I interjected, blocking his path. "Why not, Chenggu?" Lin Che asked, surprised. I gazed at the disheveled Wang Jinhai in the distance and replied, "Underground matches aren't played this way. He is too overconfident. We should temper his arrogance first. Otherwise, when he joins the studio, he will be insufferably proud and ostentatious. We seek comrades who can fight alongside us, not arrogant experts who issue orders. Besides, I promised my father that I would refrain from fighting." Well, that does make some sense. Chapter 3. What night is this in the dim light of the night? Wang Jinhai stumbled and fell, his helmet battered and the paint chipped, clumsily rising from the ground. He was startled by the sudden appearance of 3 of us. "What do you mean?" he asked, clearly taken aback. "Nothing much," Lin Che replied coolly. "Are you the one who can take a headshot?" "Yes, what of it?" Wang Jinhai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and inquired. "What do you want from me?" I smiled. "We are planning to establish a studio to conquer the upcoming game, Tianqing, and we require a formidable firearms hunter. Hence we wish to invite you to join us." Wang Jinhai's gaze remained defiant. "On what grounds should I join you? Do you possess the qualifications?" Lin Che smiled subtly and pointed at me, saying, "His name is Ding Mukin, with the game ID Beichen Muxing, known as the Knight of Beichen. My name is Lin Che, with the game ID Chiu Shui Han, ranked 17th among mages in the national server. Do you think we are qualified to invite you? Beichen Muxing?" Wang Jinhai looked at me in astonishment. "You are the one who led the Silver Fox team into the Golden League, the #1 knight in the national server? Any doubts?" I replied, illuminated by the streetlight. Wang Jinhai stared at me, momentarily taken aback. "You do look somewhat familiar." Lin Che chuckled. "There are only 100 players at the highest king level in the national server, and he is one of them, the Soul Knight profession player. Surely, that qualifies us to invite you to join? What benefits are there to joining?" Wang Jinhai pondered for a moment before asking. Lin Che spoke earnestly. "We will not only establish a studio but also form an operational company. We will offer you a lucrative salary." "Wang Jinhai, are you willing to join?" Wang Jinhai was momentarily stunned. "Does your company have the strength to carve out a territory in Tianqing?" "Yes." "All right, I will join." Wang Jinhai nodded vigorously. I extended my hand with a smile. "Welcome to our team. How should we address you?" "Call me Dao." "Very well, Dao. It is a pleasure to meet you. Let us look out for one another." Wang Jinhai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we shall support each other." Accompanying Wang Jinhai back to the studio, everything was in place, save for the final touch. The next agenda was the purchase of game helmets. Tianqing would initially release 3 types of helmets. One was a civilian-grade helmet priced at 2,000 renminbi, offering only 85 realism. This would slightly affect sound localization and visual depiction within the game. Furthermore, this type of helmet could only be used continuously for 8 hours, requiring a rest of over 1 hour thereafter to avoid health hazards. Lin Che gazed at the gaming magazine in his hands and continued. "The second option is the medium helmet, priced at 10,000 RMB. It is said to achieve a realism of over 96, allowing for continuous online play for 12 hours without any harm to the human body. The third option is the VIP level helmet, which costs 50,000 RMB and offers realism that approaches 100, enabling unlimited online play as long as one can endure it. Following the initial release, the civilian helmets have been nearly sold out, and given the 8-hour limitation, I do not recommend purchasing the civilian helmets. Wang Jinhai nodded in agreement. Indeed, especially in the early stages of the game, maintaining over 12 hours of online presence is essential for an advantage. Since our studio's focus is on earning money and leveling up rather than domination, we should invest in the best VIP helmets and allocate our funds wisely. Zhang Wei also nodded in concurrence. However, we are short on funds, I interjected. Lin Che agreed, saying, yes. Brother Chun has exhausted his savings purchasing a villa of several hundred square meters in Courtyard Number 1 for his uncle's retirement. I have also given my share for equipment cleaning to my mother, leaving me nearly penniless. Zhang Wei shrugged. I not only lack funds but also have several thousand in debts. Wang Jinhai shivered, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him as he appeared lost and helpless. Wait, wasn't your company supposed to offer me a high salary? Does the basic funding for the helmet also need to come from me? Lin Che gently reassured him. Consider it an advance from the studio. Once we start making money, our company will certainly reimburse you. Don't worry, Da Huai. Do you have 200,000? I inquired. Wang Jinhai gritted his teeth, looking tragic. No, I can't possibly have that much, and even if I did, it would all be hard-earned money from offline PK battles. If your company doesn't turn a profit, I will be bankrupt. You are one of the top gunner players in the national server. You must possess the confidence and spirit of what is meant to be will find its way back, even if you squander a fortune. Lin Che continued to dismantle Wang Jinhai's psychological defenses. I find this rather unreliable, as if I've boarded a pirate ship, Wang Jinhai said cautiously. I replied, actually, you only need to contribute 150,000. The strongest champions from last season's National Arena received a complimentary VIP helmet from Yueth & Company. A custom helmet that I have already received, so you need not purchase mine. As I spoke, I opened my backpack and retrieved a golden helmet, emblazoned with the words, the righteous fear, not and the brave shall walk the heavens, followed by the name Ding Mukin. This was a mark of honor for the season's champion. A legendary golden helmet akin to that of an Air Force pilot. Wang Jinhai's eyes instantly lit up, seemingly solidifying his resolve. All right, I'll gather 150,000 and join you all. Yes, Lin Che ordered 3 VIP helmets. This time, everything was truly in place, awaiting the launch of Tianqing in 3 months. Time flew by, and soon only 3 days remained until the launch of Tianqing, with ID registration opening at noon. Remember this, I shall repeat it one last time. Holding the gaming helmet, I addressed everyone. I shall choose the knight, Xiao Che will select the talisman master, Dahai the gunner, and Wei Gu the monk. Ensure you do not make an erroneous choice. After creating your characters, the next step is to select a profession, followed by successfully creating your account. Do not make a mistake. Understood. The 3 nodded in unison, preparing to log in. In the grand hall on the 2nd floor of the villa, several army cots were lined up side by side. This was our office. It was more convenient for us to communicate while playing the game together, as we could hear each other. Lying down, I donned the helmet and initiated the startup sequence. Beep, beep, beep. The moment I put on the helmet, darkness enveloped me. Within this void, a small red dot flickered slowly, drawing closer. Moments later, the red dot transformed into a radiant light, coalescing into a delicate and graceful elven female figure. Petite in stature, clad in a short, sheer skirt that accentuated her alluring form. She twirled an exquisite staff in her hand as she floated towards me, smiling, and said, Master, I am your elven attendant. Please bestow upon me a name. I took a deep breath and declared, name her Ding Muqin's girlfriend. Alas, the plight of a single man of considerable age is known only to oneself. The elven attendant paused momentarily, and soon after, a line of text materialized above her head. Ding Muqin's girlfriend. She appeared somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed, clearly comprehending the implications of the name, and remarked, Master, you are quite mischievous. I was left spellbound. Indeed, this game had surpassed its predecessor in some respects. The elven attendant continued, Master, there are 57 minutes remaining until registration opens. I shall guide you through the registration process. Very well. A countdown appeared in the dark expanse, while the elven attendant floated gracefully before me, murmuring, the chaotic world is about to unfold. I am so looking forward to it. Quite thoughtful, I silently praised. Before long, the countdown concluded, and the darkness before me brightened. With a swish, it was as if the heavens and earth had just been created. The darkness was dispelled by light, revealing a grim world where countless twisted, bloodthirsty spirits emerged upon the earth, their howls echoing with ferocity. Towering beasts, standing 5 meters tall, brandished massive boulders, their eyes glowing crimson as the thunderous sound of war drums resounded. Before the monstrous horde, a well-ordered formation of human cavalry charged forward, engaging in fierce combat. The drum beats resonated through the heavens and earth, heralding the onset of a bloody tempest. Evil sorcerers clad in blood-red robes chanted incantations, summoning malevolent entities from another realm. Instantly, crimson currents surged through the air, and beams of scarlet light erupted amidst the ranks of the human cavalry, scattering flesh and bone. Strange creatures, resembling thorny wheels, rolled among the throng, their spikes mercilessly tearing through the cavalry and steeds, resulting in a gruesome scene. At the forefront of this chaos stood a multitude of ghostly soldiers. Once human, they had succumbed to the allure of darkness, becoming the vanguard of malevolence, their bodies exuding an endless aura of bloodlust as they clashed with the heavy cavalry. The entire world was stained crimson with blood. Amidst the chaos of battle, a delicate figure emerged from the throng of human cavalry and armored warriors. It was an exquisite maiden clad in a gown as white as snow, wielding a resplendent sword enveloped in swirling clouds. With a sudden flourish, she unleashed her blade, a streak of sword energy cleaving the heavens, striking straight into the horde of malevolent sorcerers. Instantly, 3 dark mages were obliterated, their forms erupting into a mist of crimson. The maiden advanced step by step, surrounded by countless flashes of blood-red flames that were repelled by her protective aura. At times she hesitated, biting her lip, yet she pressed forward unwaveringly. Ultimately, her figure was engulfed by a multitude of specters and ferocious giants. Then, a beam of light shot skyward, annihilating countless evil spirits, transforming the world into a sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, everything faded into oblivion, the sky awash with blood-like clouds, subtly revealing a line of text. The righteous fear not, the brave traverse the heavens. The grand words traverse the heavens hung in the sky, and I found myself entering the account creation system. Before me stood a sacred temple, and the system began to scan my physique and appearance, generating a youthful figure resembling me, clad in tattered novice attire, standing in the center of the temple. At last, I had arrived in the world of Traverse the Heavens. Ding! The elven officer gazed at me and declared, "The system has detected your previous username Bachin Muxing. This name has been protected by the system. Would you like to activate it?" No. I shook my head, no longer wishing to bear that name. "Master, please choose a new name for yourself," the officer said with a graceful smile. After a moment of contemplation, a name leapt forth from the depths of my heart, and I spoke. "What evening is this?" Indeed, I once led the Silver Fox into battle in the Golden League. How glorious those days were. Closing my eyes, I could still see many faces and recall numerous names, Xiai, Suxerin, and others, each figure materializing in my memories. Yet now, all was tranquil. It truly felt like a moment of what evening is this, and what day is it today? The game name has been confirmed as What Evening Is This? Please confirm once more. Confirm. Chapter 4. Ding Mukin's Girlfriend. The game title has been confirmed as When Evening Meets Evening. The enchanting elf maiden greeted me with a warm smile, and above my character's head appeared the indistinct characters of When Evening Meets Evening. She then continued, "Master, would you like to modify your appearance?" In the heart of the sanctuary stood a young man, tall and spirited, his visage nearly identical to mine, as if he were carved from the same mold. "Adjust my appearance by 20, I declared boldly. The elf maiden responded with a hint of regret. "I apologize, but the system has evaluated your appearance threshold as excessively high, making a 20 adjustment impossible. Based on the assessment, I recommend a modification of 0.05 instead." Feeling somewhat resigned, I replied, "Then let us make a parallel adjustment of 20 so that I remain unrecognizable." Understood. My character's appearance began to transform gradually. Though altered, he retained an undeniable charm, and his aura remained unchanged, a true parallel adjustment. Before long, a game character emerged, strikingly handsome yet entirely unrecognizable as me, confirmed under the ID When Evening Meets Evening. As the character was finalized, a dazzling display unfolded before me, revealing a multitude of figures standing side by side within the sanctuary. Some wielded long swords. Others rode valiant steeds, some brandished staffs, while others held bows and arrows. The game Skywalker features 12 formidable combat classes, all now presented before you, the elf maiden cheerfully announced. Master, please select your class. Heavy cavalry, I responded without hesitation. Swiftly, my consciousness immersed into the character, and it felt as though my entire being regained sensation. I could see my hands and even move about the sanctuary, while beneath me stood a magnificent steed, adorned in complete battle armor, exuding an air of majesty. Just then, the elf maiden spoke again. Master, your account is about to be created. The system grants every player a singular opportunity to trigger a hidden race. Do you wish to proceed? Such a fortunate opportunity. My excitement surged as a series of data appeared before me. Human, strength, agility, stamina, sorcery, endurance, all at 8. Moon elf, agility 15, strength 15, all attributes 10 under moonlight. Savage giant, average height of 3 meters, strength 20, stamina 10, agility effects reduced by 10. Orc, strength 20, stamina 5, endurance 5. These are the 4 principal races. Each player is entitled to choose, with the default being human. Overall, humans possess a balanced set of attributes. While moon elves lean towards nocturnal traits, savage giants excel in strength, and orcs exhibit enhancements in strength along with some improvements in stamina and endurance. However, for the night class, the human attributes are the most suitable, as all 5 dimensions hold significant importance. Subsequently, several concealed races appeared in the system list. Half-dragon, 30 bonus to spiritual arts. Demigod, 15 strength, 15 agility, 10 stamina. Treant, 20 stamina, 20 endurance. Inwa, descendant of Inwa, abilities unknown. Celestial, 15 agility, 10 strength, can fly for 7 seconds. Fire elf, 40 fire attribute attack. The formidable attribute bonuses left one astounded. If one were to trigger a hidden race, would it not render one invincible in the early stages? Especially the half-dragon. With a 30 bonus to spiritual arts, if one chose the spiritualist class, could it not resolve all battles with a single spell? The attributes of the Treant are equally formidable. If I could trigger it, I would undoubtedly select the Treant. A knight with an additional 20 stamina and endurance would be an indomitable force. Confirm. I nodded. Silently praying for the activation of a hidden class, even the demigod would suffice, as that attribute aligns perfectly with the heavy cavalry class. In a flash, a green light swept over my head. The elven officer gazed at me with disappointment and said, Master, I regret to inform you that you have not triggered the hidden race option. Please confirm your race once more. Human. I sighed. Then I shall calmly accept being an ordinary mortal. Confirm. Account creation completed. The elven officer smiled brightly at me. Master, will you exit the game immediately and await the server launch, or stay and continue playing with me? Exit. Yes. Before me. Everything faded to darkness as the connection to the server was severed. As I removed the helmet, Lin Che and Wang Jinhai did the same. How did it go? I inquired. All set. Everything went smoothly, Lin Che replied. Wang Jinhai nodded in agreement. Yes, all is well. Did you trigger a hidden race? I asked. No. They both shook their heads in unison. At that moment, Zhang Wei, who lay between us still wearing the gaming helmet, suddenly twitched, his legs spasming. Lin Che exclaimed in surprise. Wei Ge, what happened? Is your polio acting up again? Zhang Wei, through the helmet, stammered, I think I might have triggered a hidden class. Really? I exclaimed with joy. Which race did you trigger? Demigod. I believe it's the demigod, with bonuses to strength, agility, and stamina. Zhang Wei gasped. De Chunzi, should I choose this hidden race? Absolutely. I urged. You selected the monk class, which perfectly complements those 3 attributes. Selected immediately. Confirm. All right. Soon after, Zhang Wei removed his helmet, his face alight with exhilaration. What hidden races did you all get? Lin Che wore a helpless expression. What a hidden race. We are all mere ordinary humans. Yet you, Wei Ge, stepped in dog poop and inadvertently triggered a demigod's hidden race. Wang Jinhai shrugged. The weakest among us has triggered a hidden race. How disheartening. I reassured them, it's all right. Wei Ge will become one of the studio's tanks. Having a hidden race is splendid, and indeed, his luck is remarkable. I just glanced at the odds, which are only 1 in 1,000. Wei Ge is truly a rare talent in martial arts. Zhang Wei beamed with satisfaction, secretly reveling in the moment. Wang Jinhai then inquired, what shall we do next? The launch is only 3 days away. Let's head to the forums, explore strategies, and see if the officials have revealed anything. This is crucial for our early game phase. Agreed. The group began browsing the internet, but after scouring the game's official materials, we discovered that the information released by Tianqing was scant. The racial attributes and other details we managed to uncover were already familiar to us. Astonishingly, there was no information regarding the game's settings, and the forums were bustling with chatter, mostly inquiries about hidden races and the entry of Hall of Fame players into Tianqing, lacking any substantial value. For dinner, we had steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables. Our funds had dwindled, and the combined savings of the studio amounted to only a few hundred. Wang Jinhai brought in 2 boxes of instant noodles from outside, which would constitute our meals moving forward, filling us with dread. By the time we entered the game, we would likely be impoverished and disheveled. After dinner, with nothing to occupy us, we logged online. As my character materialized in the sanctuary, an elven officer immediately fluttered out, a line of text above her head reading Ding Mukin's girlfriend. With palpable excitement, she exclaimed, "Master, Master, have you finally come to keep Linger company?" "Lingo, is that your name?" I inquired. She danced in the air. "The name given to me by my master is quite endearing, and as a system elven officer, I refer to myself as Linger. Is that inappropriate?" I felt a twinge of shame. I had indeed hastily chosen her name, yet it bore a certain sincerity. "Lingo, do you feel lonely here all day?" I asked. Of course, she blinked her large eyes and replied, "Every elven officer is placed in this mirrored space, waiting in solitude for their master's arrival." "Master, what is your world like? Could you share it with Linga?" This conversation with the elven officer felt somewhat awkward, yet I patiently remained in the sanctuary, recounting tales of the outside world. Before long, she perched on my shoulder, her delicate snow-white legs kicking playfully. Boredom evident in her demeanor. The outside world is so vibrant, yet Linger is confined here. I eagerly anticipate the world's unveiling. Then I can accompany my master on adventures in the outside realm. I asked, "Linger, have you ever ventured into the outside world?" "When you were asleep. I once dreamt of what lies beyond." "Oh, I'm intrigued. Tell me, what is the world outside Tianqing like?" In that place, numerous ferocious creatures lurked, alongside soldiers dedicated to safeguarding the village, while the village chief was known for his benevolent nature. The elven maiden leaned against my head, her arms crossed, her delicate bosom elevated, and inquired, "Master, are you destined to be a valiant warrior in the battles of this world?" "Indeed," I replied. I further asked Ling, "Do you possess any additional knowledge? For instance, are there those outside the village in need of assistance, or individuals issuing recruitment tasks that you could share with me in advance?" The maiden shook her head in confusion, stating, "I have forgotten many things, only recalling the village's blacksmith uncle and the little flower cat named Xiaohua at the village entrance. They are both quite amiable." "The blacksmith uncle?" I expressed my surprise and inquired, "Does he harbor any secrets?" "Oh yes," Linger smiled. "Although he is exceptionally skilled in his craft, his memory is rather poor. His arithmetic leaves much to be desired. He often miscalculates. After 3 transactions, he becomes utterly confused." 3 transactions? I sensed a revelation and pressed further. "And then what?" Lingo continued, "However, he holds grudges. If someone acquires something from him at a bargain, he will remember you and curse you incessantly. The blacksmith uncle can be quite fearsome when angered." "I see." I nodded, continuing our conversation in a desultory manner. Yet, the information Lingo could divulge was indeed scant, perhaps even negligible. As for the secrets of the game data, it proved nearly impossible to extract any insights. After conversing late into the night, I conceded that it was best to await the time to enter the game. At 6 in the evening, there were 3 chapters. Chapter 5, a novel approach at noon on the 3rd day, with merely 12 hours remaining before the launch of Tianqing, a group of us gathered around a laptop. As I took the lead in registering our studio, the game team for Tianqing offers 2 formats. One is a studio, consisting of 4 to 10 members, which encourages players to engage in team play, providing a 3% experience bonus for studio members who team up. The other format is a squad, comprising 10 to 50 members, offering a 2% experience bonus. Although the additional experience reward is slightly lesser, it allows for easier management. Hence, many larger gaming teams initially exist in the form of squads, especially when lacking a guild token. Upon entering the studio registration interface and inputting the identification information of 4 individuals, the system promptly prompted us to name our studio. "What shall we call our studio?" Lin Che pondered. Zhaokai Jinbao, he suggested, simple and straightforward, yet auspicious. I shook my head. No, if our business flourishes in the future, that name would be rather unpresentable. Furthermore, we ought to choose a name that resonates with a touch of grandeur, befitting our collective standing in the competitive arena. Indeed, Lin Che chuckled. Our studio may be small, just 4 of us, but we boast 1 formidable king and 2 dauntless masters, along with a resilient shield. How many studios in the national server can claim such a lineup? Zhang Wei cleared his throat. Are you referring to me as that resilient shield? Precisely. Lin Che replied unabashedly. Back to the point, what shall we call it? Wang Jinhai queried. After a moment of reflection, I proposed, how about Tianchuan Group? A studio composed of the chosen ones. It would sound appealing when we make our mark, and it could serve as our emblem. I concur, Lin Che nodded in agreement. I have no objections either, Zhang Wei added with a smile. The name was approved. Upon entering the 3 characters for Tianxian, the position of studio leader appeared, prompting me to input the gaming ID. Without hesitation, I typed Jinsi Hishi. Wait a moment, Wang Jinhai exclaimed. Shouldn't we hold an election for our studio leader? Lin Che laughed heartily. Whoever possesses the greatest strength should take the helm. It is only fitting that Chun Gu assumes the role of captain. Besides, even Lu Chun acknowledged that among the 5 tactical cores in the national server, Ding Mu Chun possesses the strongest overall potential. Do you believe you are more suited than him? Very well. Although Wang Jinhai ranked within the top 50 in the national server, his prowess could easily dominate vast areas within Suzhou and even the Chili district. Accustomed to being the unrivaled champion, he found it somewhat challenging to adapt to being the 2nd or even 3rd in command within the studio. However, there was no recourse. Lin Che's ranking indeed surpassed his, and mine exceeded even more. Acceptance was the only option. Ding. The laptop emitted a gentle sound, indicating that the registration was complete. Our phones promptly received notifications confirming our membership in the Tianxian Group studio for the Tianxin game. Everything was in order, and we were fully prepared. During the wait, the 4 individuals remained in the studio's lobby, each engrossed in their online pursuits, seeking information. I sat by the window with my notebook, repeatedly scanning the messages on the official forum. A few prominently pinned posts stood tall, attracting significant attention. Pinned, Candle Shadows and Chaos leads the 3 great thrones of divine dance, Gale Shadows, and Candle Dragon into the realm of Skywalk. Posted by Commissioner No. 1. Pinned, the legendary hero joins forces with Geguzi, Beamingsu, and other elite swordsmen to venture into Skywalk. Posted by Commissioner No. 1. Pinned, Lin Tu leads the Silver Fox Elite into Skywalk. Posted by Commissioner No. 1. In addition, there was a plethora of messages emanating from the strategic repositioning of various renowned teams, indicating that the fervor surrounding Skywalk was unprecedented. Not only did numerous established guilds return, but new ones also sprouted like mushrooms after rain, resulting in millions of registered teams within just a few days. All players were eager, poised for an entirely new journey of conquest. These highlighted posts were all authored by one of the forum moderators, known as Commissioner No. 1. It remained a mystery who this individual was. They could potentially be affiliated with the official team, as such influence seemed improbable without that connection. The timing of the official launch of Skywalk was peculiar, set for midnight precisely, seemingly intended to ignite a gaming frenzy on this extraordinary night, hinting that many were indeed awaiting this moment. Under my guidance, at 5 o'clock in the evening, everyone finished their porridge on time, set their alarms, and retreated to their rooms to rest, planning to go online promptly at 11:30, ready for the game's launch. Upon returning to my room, I fell into a deep slumber, surprisingly restful. When the alarm rang, my mind instantly cleared. I quickly donned my clothing, grabbed my helmet, and hurried to the lobby, where everyone was already gathered, their faces brimming with excitement. Let's log in, I instructed. Once we're online, don't rush out. Remember each other's IDs. Add each other as friends, and then follow my lead. Let's not hurry to level up. Instead, we should observe for a while. Everyone nodded in agreement. Entering the game, the elven female officer sprang forth, her smile radiant. Master, you have arrived. I gazed up at the countdown, which indicated there were still 30 minutes remaining. I patiently awaited the moment while maneuvering my character around the sanctuary, absorbing the innovations of Skywalk. I soon discovered that the commands for jumping, walking, sitting, and lying down were remarkably more intuitive, as if my spirit harmonized perfectly with the game's avatar, completely governed by my thoughts. As time ticked away, My resolve became ever clearer, to lead everyone in earning within the game, ensuring I did not betray the trust my brothers had placed in my abilities. Finally, as the countdown reached 10 seconds, the entire world seemed to gently awaken. A melodious voice resonated in my ears, declaring, since the downfall of the moonlit continent, the world has undergone profound transformations. The once familiar landscapes have evolved, and new sovereigns have emerged in the jungles. Humanity thrives, sowing seeds of new vitality upon this fertile ground. Following the five-dragon competition, a new empire, the Great Xia dynasty, has arisen on this land, known as the Celestial Continent. The toil of the people, cultivating and harvesting, enables life to flourish in this bountiful realm. Adventurers, full of dreams, have descended, embarking on new journeys. With a swift motion, I officially entered the game, finding myself in a novice village. Surrounding me were a multitude of knight-class players, while ahead stood a knight, gripping a warhorse and an iron sword. His face, marred with scars, twisted into a sneer as he remarked, "A bunch of little brats. You lack the qualifications to call yourselves knights. Go hone your skills, and return when you are strong enough." So, this is our knight instructor? His appearance is quite fearsome indeed. As I felt a sudden weightlessness, I firmly planted my feet on the ground, surrounded by a throng of players. It is said there are 10,000 novice villages nationwide. And with the number of registered players, each village accommodates thousands, leading to an overwhelming crowd. In the early stages of the game, one could hardly hope to slay monsters amidst such a multitude. The sheer number of players would undoubtedly surpass that of the creatures. Glancing down at myself, I noticed tattered clothing, with a defense rating of 1, and similarly worn trousers, also with a defense of 1. Moreover, I possessed a wooden sword with an attack power of 11. This was the Knight's Novice set, drab and unremarkable, the weakest equipment in the game. Examining my personal attributes was equally disheartening. What knight is it? Preparatory Knight, level, 1 attack, 34 defense, 3 health, 100 true chi, 100 luck, 0 extraordinary achievements, 0 combat power, 5. How peculiar it is that I possess a combat power of merely 5. Could this be what they call a 5-drag failure? Despite my ragged attire, a surge of confidence welled within me, igniting the spirit of youthful ambition, as if I could single-handedly defy the heavens. Without hesitation, I opened my friend list and added Lin Che and others. Soon, I saw level 1 players, Xiao Shui Han, Yichang Bao Tu, and Shaolin Kung Fu, among others. I promptly addressed the trio. Let us step out from the vocational instructor and into the novice village. Avoid the village chief, and let us gather by the blacksmith. The crowd was overwhelming, a veritable sea of players. After considerable effort, I finally emerged from the vocational area, where the village chief was entirely engulfed by the throng. Energetic players rushed forward, and I noticed a level 1 swordsman, veins bulging on his forehead, rallying the crowd. "Brothers, charge out. The sooner we exit, the greater our advantage. Let us seize the level 1 monster zone." Hundreds followed him, creating the atmosphere of a grand army preparing for battle. This young swordsman must be a guild leader, possessing a rare charisma. Regardless of their fervor, I resolved to remain calm. I hastened to the blacksmith, who indeed was a burly man with a scruffy beard, wielding a hammer, his physique adorned with well-defined muscles and a perfectly sculpted V-line, coupled with a devilishly charming grin. Soon, a gunslinger known as One Shot, One Kill approached, a fellow named Wang Jin Hai, also clad in tattered attire. Without further ado, I pulled him into our ranks. And instantly a small suffix appeared next to our names, Destined Trio in a pale golden hue, the studio's insignia, granting a modest experience boost of 3. Lin Che and Zhang Wei soon joined us. One donned the garb of a Taoist, while the other resembled a monk. Indeed, one was a talisman master and the other a martial monk. Zhang Wei, distinguished by his unique race, emanated a faint golden glow, marking him as a legendary demigod, albeit a rather inexperienced one. "Are we heading out of the novice village to hunt monsters now?" Lin Che inquired. "Not just yet." I swiftly engaged in dialogue with the blacksmith, entering the purchasing interface. The blacksmith offered various early game equipment, and my gaze was immediately drawn to a gleaming steel shield, aptly named the Jungle Steel Shield. It was a white-tier item, classified according to the hierarchy of gear: white, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, etc., making it the weakest equipment, only slightly superior to novice gear. However, its attributes were formidable, boasting a defense of 8, far beyond what a novice could fathom. Yet, it came at a steep price of 50 silver coins, while each novice possessed merely 10 copper coins. Even 100 novices pooling resources would struggle to afford it. Let us take a gamble, I declared resolutely. A gamble? On what? Lin Che and Wang Jinhai looked utterly perplexed. With a faint smile, I suggested. You three should sell your novice gear and trade the copper coins to me. What? Lin Che exclaimed in surprise. Chen Ge, what kind of scheme are you concocting? I explained, I intend to purchase some armor. We can directly traverse the low-level monster zones and confront higher-level creatures before the main players arrive. This is the most logical leveling strategy. Otherwise, we will merely follow the crowd, making it difficult to stand out. Okay, understood. Lin Che, with his keen gaming intuition, promptly sold all his equipment, even parting with his cloth pants and magic sword, quickly trading me 30 copper coins. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhai and Zhang Wei hesitated, taking a good 10 seconds before reluctantly handing over their 30 copper coins. This brought my total to 1 silver coin, yet I was still quite far from the 50 silver coins needed for the jungle steel shield. However, Linger, the elven officer, was a system-embedded sprite, and her words were not to be taken lightly. She was worth the gamble. As the saying goes, take a risk. And a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Life must be imbued with dreams. I spent 50 copper coins to acquire a gray short staff, which I then sold back to the blacksmith at a discounted rate before purchasing again, repeating this cycle 3 times. With a sudden clang, the prices of all items in the blacksmith's trading interface shifted dramatically, particularly the jungle steel shield, which astonishingly dropped from 50 silver coins to 50 copper coins, while worthless gear transformed into items worth dozens of gold coins. My heart nearly ceased in disbelief. It had truly worked. The Merman Line blacksmith, indeed, lacks the ability to calculate. Shop, shop, shop. Now, the novice village shall be invincible. Chapter 6. Steady and unyielding, my heart erupted with laughter. My palms trembled as I gently transferred a level 1 jungle steel shield from the trading interface to my inventory for a mere 50 copper coins. Upon further inspection, I discovered a white short sword with an attack power of 37, priced at only 30 copper coins, making it one of the least expensive items at the blacksmith's. I promptly sold my novice short sword, gaining an extra 10 copper coins, enough to make the purchase. Ding! The short sword fell into my inventory, and an exhilarating rush coursed through me. I swiftly equipped both the short sword and the jungle steel shield, instantly feeling as though I had upgraded from a bird's gun to a cannon. At that moment, I was undoubtedly the sovereign of attributes in the novice village, unmatched by any rival. What day is it today? Preparatory night. Level 1 attack, 510 defense, 11 health, 100 energy, 100 luck, 0 extraordinary achievements, 0 combat power, 15 incredible. My combat power had skyrocketed from a meager 5 to a robust 15 in an instant, leaving Lin Che, Wang Jinhai, and Zhang Wei utterly dumbfounded. What was me? Wang Jinhai's mouth hung agape. Boss, are you performing magic? How did you acquire a 50 silver coin steel shield? Shoo. I gestured for silence and pointed ahead. Let us quietly exit the village without drawing attention. We want to engage level 1 monsters. Instead, we shall confront creatures of level 4 and above. With my current attributes, I can both withstand damage and draw aggro. All right, let's go. Thus, I strode forward with a sense of pride, wielding the iron sword in one hand and the steel shield in the other, exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior. Behind me followed 3 unadorned companions clad only in system shorts, drawing curious glances from other players, some of whom stifled laughter, leaving the trio visibly embarrassed. Brother Chun, this strategy. Lin Che stuttered, his jaw clashing. Is this the legendary betrayal of teammates? Of course not. One must possess a broader perspective, little Che. I assured them with a benevolent glance. I promise that when you return to this novice village, each of you will have new equipment. Wonderful. Wang Jinhai exclaimed with eager anticipation, while Zhang Wei remained lost in thought, still grappling with the earlier revelation. How did Chen acquire so much gear? How is that even possible? Outside the novice village, chaos reigned. Players were in hot pursuit of level 1 groundhogs, now rendered ferocious by magic. These creatures attacked with a ferocity akin to wolves, boasting an attack power of 35, wreaking havoc among players with a paltry defense of 2, causing many to cry out in despair as they transformed into white light, returning to the safety of the novice village. Unfazed by danger, Many guild players recklessly threw themselves into the fray, overwhelming level 1 monsters with sheer numbers. However, the number of monsters is ultimately limited, and one can often observe a scene where 4 or 5 individuals guard a level 1 creature, essentially eliminating the newly spawned groundhog before it has a chance to utter a sound. Yet, paradoxically, no one dares venture into the level 2 monster zone further afield. Before reaching level 2, anyone attempting to dash forward is swiftly dispatched. I scrutinized the map and pointed into the distance. Let us proceed from there. A small ravine lay before us, with level 1 groundhogs to the left and level 1 mountain chickens to the right, given the sufficient distance between them. They would not attract the ire of the monsters. At that moment, Zhang Wei was in awe. "Dichinzi, how did you know this route was safe?" I replied. Somewhat exasperated, "It's quite normal. Most games follow such rules. There exists a chasm, known as the default zone, between these two types of monsters. Taking this path generally results in no encounters, and even if we do encounter one, we can easily handle it now. Do you understand?" "Not really," he exclaimed. "Then don't ask next time. It wastes my breath." Ha ha ha, Wang Jinhai chuckled along, gradually integrating into our team. After 3 months of shared meals and lodging, we were evolving into a true team. In the game, autumn was in full swing, and the little ravine was strewn with fallen leaves crackling softly beneath our feet, imparting a sense of tranquility to the soul. Just ahead, another type of monster appeared, a level 3 wild boar, its name a vivid crimson, exuding an intimidating aura. Approaching. Its attributes were clear before my eyes. Wild boar, common monster, level 3 attack, 47 defense, 5 health, 300 skills, charge, description, the wild boar of the jungle. Having fattened up for autumn, is robust and should not be underestimated. A single charge can leave one reeling. With no skills at my disposal, I charge forward. Instructing, I'll draw its aggro. You all attack with your fists. Inflict as much damage as you can to expedite our leveling through this wild boar spawning area. Okay. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar was upon us, weighing at least 200 pounds, shaking the ground as it approached. With a sudden dip of its head, it unleashed its charge skill, its 2 tusks glowing with a blood-red aura, crashing into my legs with a resounding thud. However, the pain was merely a dull ache, inflicting only 5 points of damage. Its attack was a mere 7 points, while my defense stood at a formidable 11 points. When defense significantly surpasses attack power, damage reduction becomes virtually limitless, sometimes even resulting in a mandatory loss of just 1 health point. As I wielded my sword, it effortlessly sliced through the wild boar's head, producing a resounding crack and a burst of blood, marked by a prominent damage number of 72. This beast could withstand no more than 4 of my strikes. However, my current equipment was subpar, and I lacked any skills, resulting in a rather disheartening attack speed of approximately 1.5 seconds per strike. Surrounding me were Lin Che, Wang Jinhai, and Zhang Wei, who were fervently pummeling the boar with their fists, their damage output merely a drop in the ocean. In a fleeting moment, the boar let out a furious roar and collapsed, dropping a piece of boar hide and 5 copper coins. Lin Che swiftly claimed the loot. Assuming the role of our designated gatherer, he assessed the hide and remarked, "It probably won't fetch much. Should we keep it?" "Of course, even a mosquito's leg is meat." I replied, "Exactly, take it. We'll sell it later to buy some trousers," Wang Jinhai added, clutching his groin. Let us move forward. Ahead lay a field of wheat, largely ravaged by the boar. We pressed on, dispatching 7 level 3 boars in succession, and a cascade of golden light enveloped us, signaling our ascension to level 2. Instantly, I received 10 points to allocate freely among the 4 attributes: strength, stamina, agility, and spirit. Although I was playing as a knight, primarily focused on defense, my desired path was one that balanced both offense and defense. After all, a knight's greatest deficiency often lay in their offensive capabilities. Without hesitation, I allocated all 10 points to attack, resulting in an immediate increase of 69 points to my attack power, significantly enhancing my attributes. My health surged to 200 points, and my combat power soared to 34. Just ahead, another wild boar respawned, charging at me with a skillful thrust. I responded with a decisive strike, a damage output of 175. This was exhilarating. With just 2 strikes, I could vanquish a level 3 boar, while my companions hardly needed to intervene. I had already slain the creature, and to my surprise, a piece of equipment dropped, a white armor chest piece. Lin Che picked it up and promptly shared its attributes in our party chat, Boar armor, white equipment. Type, armor defense. 5. Let us give it to Ching. Lin Che grinned. None of us can wear it. We'll soon be facing level 4 monsters. And Chung's higher defense means he won't need to rest as frequently to recover health. I nodded, accepting the boar armor and donning it immediately, raising my defense to 16 points. I handed my old novice robe to Lin Che. As he was a cloth-wearing class and thus more vulnerable, he needed special protection. At this point, we had distanced ourselves significantly from the other players in the novice village. Though from the hills, one could still see throngs of players emerging from the novice village. Only our group could contend with the level 3 monsters, further affirming that attributes reign supreme. In the face of absolute power, skill becomes inconsequential. We continued onward, exiting the wheat field, and ahead lay a lush green forest, where the haunting howls of wolves echoed in the distance, and the silhouettes of wolves began to materialize before our eyes. Brother Chun, there is a soldier over there. Lin Che pointed into the distance. Indeed, beneath a low canopy sat a soldier of the Xia dynasty, sword in hand, with a vacant expression. Before him, a pot was boiling water. He appeared utterly exhausted, his eyes devoid of vitality. It was only as we approached that he seemed to awaken, gazing at us with caution. Are you adventurers from the village? He inquired. Yes, Lin Che replied straightforwardly. Do you have any tasks for us? We are quite capable. The soldier hesitated, evidently taken aback by such directness. After clearing his throat, he explained, I am tasked with guarding the jungle and driving away the wolf packs that trouble the villagers. If you seek a mission, then slay 20 jackals. Upon your return, I shall reward you handsomely. Ding. System notification. Accept quest. Slay the jackals. F-rank quest. Enter the jungle. Kill 20 jackals, and return to Soldier Dala to claim your reward. Excellent. A task of the lowest tier. The Heavenly Journey task system ranges from F to SSS rank. This F-rank quest is the simplest and offers the least reward. Nevertheless, having a mission is preferable to aimlessly slaying monsters. After accepting the quest, I led the group into the jungle, taking the forefront as I was the most resilient among us. If I attracted hostility, my life would not be in peril. Growl. Nearby, a jackal, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, had detected my presence. It immediately perked up its ears and sprang towards me. Just as it lunged, Lin Che shared the jackal's attributes in the team channel, warning, be careful, it's a level 5 creature. Its stats are quite formidable. Jackal, normal creature, level 5 attack, 915 defense, 8 health, 500 skills. Bite, description, a jackal from the jungle, young adventurers, do not provoke the pack, for they shall make you regret ever stepping into this world. With an attack power of 15, it would not breach my defenses even at maximum damage. Thank goodness. Gripping my short sword, I dash forward. Glory and wealth await. Noble titles and power, let us seize them. Chapter 7. The Lantern Demon. As I faced the 9th wolf, my health had dwindled to a mere 25. However, just as I delivered a decisive blow that severed the wolf's head, a shower of radiant light descended upon me, heralding my ascension to level 3. Instantly, my health was replenished to its fullest, evoking a sensation akin to rejuvenation. True to form, I allocated all my attribute points to enhance my attack power, resulting in a significant surge in my offensive capabilities. Lin Che stepped forward to inspect the carcass of the wolf. Beneath the grass lay a pair of pristine white boots. With a swift motion, he revealed their attributes in the team channel. Wolf boots, white equipment, type, leather armor defense, 5 required level, 3A pair of leather boots. Lin Che's eyes sparkled with excitement as he diligently wiped away the dirt and grime from the boots. He proclaimed, as per our usual practice, Chungu is our primary powerhouse, and since he lacks boots, these should rightfully be his. Is that agreeable? Indeed, both Dahai and Weiga nodded in agreement. Thus, I acquired the wolf boots, and with a flick, they adorned my feet, liberating me from the necessity of running barefoot. With the addition of the wolf boots, my defense further augmented, and my attributes began to soar. What knight is this? Aspirant Knight. Level 3 attack, 1728 defense, 21 health, 300 true chi, 100 luck, 0 extraordinary achievements, 0 combat power, 62. My defense now stood at an impressive 21 points, ensuring that even a wolf strike would scarcely dent my vitality. Training here had become remarkably secure. With my 3 companions, I ventured deeper into the thicket, sweeping through a horde of wolves. From our conquests, we acquired 2 additional wolf accessories, a chest plate and a helmet, which I distributed to Zhang Wei and Dahai, respectively. Observing my experience bar, I remarked, I'm at 75 experience now. Let us return to complete the quest. Upon doing so, I should reach level 4, which will prepare us for a new map, as level 5 creatures no longer suffice for our needs. Agreed. The four of us retraced our steps, dispatching a few freshly respawned wolves before arriving at the soldier's location. He appeared troubled, scratching his head and muttering to himself, if the wolf issue remains unresolved, the captain will surely reprimand me for my negligence. Yet, those wolves are merciless, and my swordsmanship is not yet refined enough. Should I fail to slay the wolves, I would merely feed them, and my wife at home would be left at the mercy of the neighbor. I cannot allow that to happen. I must endure a little longer. Our arrival interrupted his reverie. Stepping forward, I announced, My lord, we have slain no fewer than 20 wolves and are here to report our quest completion. The soldier seemed taken aback. You truly managed to vanquish so many wolves without succumbing to them? Lin Che grinned. My lord, not everyone is as feeble as you. The soldier, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Excellent. You have fulfilled my task. Truly, you are warriors from another realm. Here, accept your reward, and may you remain forever loyal to the great Xia dynasty. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the task, Slay the Coyote, F-level task, earning 1,200 experience points and 1 silver coin. A shower of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping me in a comforting embrace. And I leveled up once more, reaching level 4. With this advancement came an additional 10 attribute points and 100 health points, slightly enhancing my combat prowess. The gradual augmentation of my strength was a sensation I found immensely pleasurable. I believed that within the hour, my combat power would surpass 100, a true emblem of might. Upon conversing with the NPC soldier again, he began to roll his eyes and diverted his gaze elsewhere, indicating there was little left to gain from him. I turned and said, Let us proceed, circumventing this coyote-infested forest, and venture into the eastern wilderness. The creatures there should possess a sufficiently high level. All right, let us set forth. In the game, the sky began to darken, heralding the onset of the first night since the server's launch. The surroundings grew dim and shadowy, prompting Zhang Wei to frown and remark, It's getting dark. Should we light a torch? Light a torch? Not yet. We lack the qualifications to use such an item. Lin Che replied with a hint of displeasure. Keep your eyes peeled and watch your step. Don't fall into a pit. I led the way, navigating around the thicket. As I advanced, the terrain opened up, revealing a fog-laden wilderness shrouded in darkness. A message flickered on the map. Ding. Please note, you have entered the map, Terrifying Wilderness. Terrifying Wilderness. I smiled faintly, drawing my short sword. Everyone, stay vigilant and close to me. Do not stray and attract the ire of the monsters. The creatures here will not be weak, and apart from myself, the others could easily be overwhelmed. Understood. Lin Che nodded earnestly. Currently, everyone's health was reliant on natural growth with each level. As a knight, I enjoyed a health advantage, gaining 100 points with each new level. Lin Che, however, only gained 40 points per level, making his class relatively fragile. Dahai was not much better off, while Zhang Wei, as a monk, was a tank class and, bolstered by his demigod heritage, boasted even higher health than I did. As darkness enveloped the wilderness, distant flickering lights began to materialize through the mist. What is that? Dahai exclaimed, his eyes widening. Monsters, and they are moving. As I approached within 30 yards, the figure became distinctly visible. It was a creature no taller than half a man, its body bristling with spines, hunched in posture, and clutching a lantern. The flickering flame of the lantern was striking against the night, exuding an enchanting aura. Moreover, the creature was enveloped in a crimson mist, its name equally blood-red. It was significantly higher in level than us. Lantern Demon, Common Monster, Level, 7 Attack, 1024 Defense, 14 Health, 700 Skills. Lantern Sweep, Description. The Lantern Demon is a twisted spirit, formed from the bodies of those unwilling to fade into oblivion. Due to the invasion of demonic energy, these lantern demons have become one of the most troublesome spirits for the defenses of nearby villages. This creature's attributes are formidable. I gripped my iron sword tightly and assumed a combat stance, stating, its attack power exceeds my defense, yet being 3 levels above us guarantees a substantial experience bonus. Fortune favors the bold. Prepare for battle. If I cannot withstand the blows, Wei Ge, step in and take a hit or two for me. Zhang Wei nodded. Understood. With sword drawn, he charged forward, his short sword cleaving down upon the lantern demon's head, causing a spray of crimson as a damage notification of 124 emerged. Its attack power was indeed sufficient. The expression of the lantern demon contorted in rage as it roared and swung the lantern, unleashing its skill. The lantern transformed into a blazing inferno, sweeping across my shoulder, igniting a sharp pain as it dealt 112 damage. What a powerful attack! Moreover, the lantern demon's speed was astounding. It swung the lantern again, inflicting an additional 82 points of damage. Such a formidable level 7 monster. In a one-on-one confrontation, I would undoubtedly fall short. After 2 swift strikes, I quickly retreated, calling, "Wei Gu, take a couple of hits." A shadow darted past, colliding with the lantern demon. The monk's punch missed its target, striking the ground instead and sending dust flying. Failing to draw aggro, what a glaring misstep. Fortunately, Lin Che was quick-witted, deftly maneuvering between me and the lantern demon, slightly disrupting its assault. After retreating a few steps and consuming a low-level health potion, I raised my sword again. Together with the Hai, we unleashed a flurry of attacks, ultimately bringing the lantern demon to its knees. With a chilling wail reminiscent of a child's cries, the lantern demon fell, dropping 2 potions. Upon inspection, they were still low-level health potions, capable of restoring 150 health points within 10 seconds, an essential item for early-game tank players. Looking at my own condition, after defeating a lantern demon, I was left with only 54 health points, dangerously below the threshold. Should another strike land, I would surely perish. This situation was untenable. It was far too perilous. Lin Che frowned and remarked, "The lantern demon's skill attack is exceedingly powerful. Even Brother Chen cannot withstand it. Shall we retreat and slay the sandwolves instead? There is no need for this." I shook my head and replied, "Xiao Che, take a look at the experience we have gained from defeating this lantern demon." Lin Che glanced briefly and was taken aback. A full 10. Indeed. If we vanquish 10 lantern demons, we shall level up. Furthermore, the drop rate of the lantern demons is commendable. They yield slow regeneration potions, allowing us to sustain ourselves through battle. This place is truly an exceptional training ground. Moreover, as I sat down to recover, I contemplated. The lantern demon's skills may not be unavoidable. It has at least a 0.5-second wind-up time. I shall attempt to evade. If I succeed, the fight will become considerably easier, given that the lantern demon's attack speed is rather slow. Very well, let us proceed. Fully rejuvenated, I brandished my sword and approached another lantern demon. This time, I was better prepared. I executed a diagonal step to close the distance and struck it with my sword. Just as the lantern demon let out a roar and the light from its lantern began to swell ominously, I swiftly retreated, creating a distance of at least 3 meters. However, to my surprise, the lantern's skill still grazed my shoulder, as if it possessed a certain allure. This is not right. I downed a health potion and fought while retreating. When the lantern demon unleashed its sweeping attack for the second time, I altered my positioning from retreating to sidestepping. Suddenly, a gust of flame whished past me, tearing through the air with a hiss, immediately followed by a resounding miss. I had succeeded. Lin Che was overjoyed. The Hai wore an expression of excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! The boss is indeed formidable." Zhang Wei appeared bewildered. "How did you accomplish that?" "With this, we could safely navigate the terrifying wilderness." The lantern demons had a favorable drop rate. After defeating fewer than 10, we acquired 2 white gear pieces, which I bestowed upon Lin Che as we had no use for the cloth armor. After eliminating the 10th lantern demon, a cascade of light enveloped us, restoring our health completely and imparting a warm sensation. We leveled up once more, and this feeling was immensely gratifying. Chapter 8. The first bronze-level monster at last. I have reached level 5, allocating all my attribute points to strength. Consequently, my attack power has surged to an impressive 2946, and my health has risen to 500 points. More significantly, my combat power has precisely reached 100 points, marking a pinnacle at this stage. Indeed, levels are of paramount importance, especially in the early game when players lack equipment. The attribute leaps afforded by higher levels are remarkable. Those who attain greater levels reign supreme in the initial stages. I continued to slay the lantern demons. With my enhanced attack power, I swiftly dispatched one of them with 4 strikes. At the moment the lantern demon fell, a sound echoed as it dropped an item, appearing to be a dark wooden stick. Wow! Lin Che was practically beside himself with excitement, seizing the wooden stick and laughing heartily. "My weapon!" At last, a weapon has appeared. As he held it, the dust enveloping the stick gradually dispersed, revealing its true form, a wooden sword adorned with simple engravings that shimmered with arcane light. This was indeed the exclusive weapon of a talisman master, the talisman sword. Only with such a weapon could a talisman master wield their spells and skills. Lantern sword, white equipment, spiritual attack, 814 required level. For everyone erupted into laughter. With this newfound weapon, defeating monsters became significantly easier. As I struck a lantern demon, inflicting nearly 200 damage with a single swing, a fiery red talisman sword passed me, crashing into the lantern demon's forehead and dealing an astounding 171 points of damage. Truly, the talisman master is a formidable class, once armed with the talisman sword. They transform into a primary source of damage. Xiaoche, where did you acquire those talismans? I inquired as I continued to vanquish foes. Lin Che, somewhat bashful, replied, actually, when you, Brother Chun, suggested we sell all our equipment, I still had a novice item on me, a talisman pack with 200 uses. I thought it would surely come in handy, so I didn't sell it. Indeed, you made the right choice. I nodded in agreement. However, since this talisman pack only has 200 uses, you should be frugal. Use one for each lantern demon, and leave the rest to me. My health can regenerate. But once your talisman pack is depleted, it's gone. We need not return to town until we reach level 10, as the cost of returning is too steep. Understood. Time passed gradually, and after we cleared a significant number of lantern demons, a shower of light descended upon us. Each of us gained a level, reaching level 6, with substantial boosts to our attributes. As we pressed forward, we found ourselves no longer in the domain of the lantern demons, but rather in the territory of a different breed of monsters. Although still within the eerie wilderness, the creatures had distinctly changed. As I tread upon the desolate leaves of autumn's night, a sense of unease stirs within me. In the distance, a colossal figure moves stealthily across the barren wilderness. Cloaked in tattered, grayish-red armor, an otherworldly spirit, neither human nor demon, wielding a battle axe that emanates a fierce aura. Its name, inscribed in crimson, reveals it to be a formidable foe, a creature surpassing our current level. Ghostfire Demon, type, ordinary monster level, 9 attack, 1542 defense, 18 health, 900 skills, heavy slash description. The Ghostfire Demon, an entity possessed by the essence of dark magic, is a relatively common apparition on the Tianqing continent. They wield a portion of magical power, making them exceedingly formidable, much to the dismay of the Empire's warriors. Such terrifying offensive prowess. I ponder whether my meager 25 points of defense could withstand such an assault. A sense of trepidation washes over me. Lin Che remarked, it seems. Our conventional tactics may no longer suffice. Otherwise, we risk annihilation under the onslaught of this Ghostfire Demon. Indeed. Facing an attack of 42 points with only 25 points of defense would be excruciating. After some contemplation, I suggested, here is the plan. Xiaoche. You launch your talisman attacks. The range of your talismans extends a full 40 yards. Before the Ghostfire Demon reaches you, you should be able to unleash at least 3 talismans, inflicting 400 points of damage. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Lin Che nodded with a smile, having assumed a pivotal role in our team's offensive strategy. Meanwhile, Dahai expressed his frustration, wishing he had a firearm, instead of being relegated to merely gaining experience. With a swift motion, 2 talismans soared through the air, striking the Ghostfire Demon's deep crimson armor and igniting sparks upon impact. After depleting over 300 points of health, the demon, enraged, charged toward Lin Che, while I shadowed its every move, delivering a strike that dealt 247 points of damage. However, my output was insufficient to draw its ire, meaning my effort was in vain. As Lin Che unleashed his 3rd talisman, I executed my 2nd strike, still failing to shift the demon's attention. Only upon my 4th and 5th strikes did the Ghostfire Demon finally redirect its aggression toward me. But by then it was already gravely wounded, swiftly succumbing to our combined efforts. I managed to evade a heavy slash, enduring nearly 294 points of damage, alarming indeed. Such creatures must not be confronted head-on. Otherwise, with our current attributes, it would be tantamount to courting death. With a thud, the Ghostfire Demon collapsed, its form disintegrating into remnants. In its wake, a round, deep red helmet rolled to my feet. Upon inspection, its attributes were quite impressive. Ghostfire Demon Helmet. Type, Armor Defense. 9 required level. 6. I donned the helmet immediately, encasing my head in its vibrant hue, which granted me an air of expertise. My physique radiated a newfound solidity, with an increase of 9 points to my defense, rendering me significantly more formidable. However, my talisman stock was severely depleted. Lin Che frowned and remarked, to defeat each ghost fire demon, I need to cast the flying talisman 3 times. With only 200 talismans, I can eliminate merely 70 of them. This is utterly insufficient. In truth, we were nearing our goal. I glanced at the experience bar and stated, each ghost fire demon grants a substantial 5 experience. Defeating 70 of them will undoubtedly elevate us all to level 9. During this process, I can accumulate advantages in gear, levels, and consumables. Once we reach level 9, we can strategize to grind our way to level 10. We shall undoubtedly be among the first players in this novice village to achieve level 10. Upon reaching level 10, we will return to town and prepare to seize the first kill. First kill? Zhang Wei asked, perplexed. I gestured to share half of the official game interface with everyone and explained, earlier, while recovering health. I noticed that every mirrored novice village in Tianqing hosts the same events, including 2 first kills, one for the bronze level boss and another for the Xiantai level boss. Players who achieve these first kills will receive permanent rewards, so we must compete for them. Lin Che inhaled deeply, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he remarked, up till now, we haven't even encountered a non-boss creature of bronze level, let alone a boss. It seems we simply lack the requisite level. Indeed, I surmised that this threshold was level 10. With that, I stood up, fully replenished, and declared, let us continue to slay the ghost fire demons and expedite our ascent to level 10. Time is of the essence. Too many players are vying for the first kill in this novice village. In short, if we do not accomplish the first kill of the bronze boss today, none of us shall find rest. Okay. Everyone was ignited with fervor, as if infused with adrenaline. Half an hour later, clang. As my short sword sliced through a ghost fire demon's chest, a radiant glow flickered, and an item dropped. A pair of deep red gauntlets landed on the grass. Without hesitation, I recognized it as a white-grade item, the ghost fire gauntlets. Upon picking them up, I saw they provided an additional 8 points of defense. And I equipped them immediately. Coupled with the boost from leveling up to 7 just 10 minutes prior, my attributes surged dramatically. What knight is it? Preparatory Knight. Level 7 attack, 4164 defense, 43 health, 700 true chi, 100 luck, 0 extraordinary achievements, 0 combat power. 140 My defense now surpassed that of the ghost fire demons, prompting me to advise Lin Che against wasting talismans and to allow me to handle the remaining demons solo. After another 20 minutes, we had nearly eradicated all the ghost fire demons in this terrifying wasteland, and finally, a shower of light descended upon us. I had reached level 8. Let's change maps. There are no more rewards to be found from the ghost fire demons, I suggested. All right. At this moment, I observed that everyone was now equipped with significantly better gear. 3 of us bore a hodgepodge of white items, and though we had yet to assemble a complete set, our collection was impressive. Returning to the novice village with such an ensemble would surely cause a commotion, especially considering that the majority of players were still lingering around levels 3 and 4. Our group of level 7 players would undoubtedly create a sensation. As the night in the game gradually wanes, the eastern horizon begins to glow with the first light of dawn. Traversing through the eerie wilderness, we reach the edge of the map, where a thicket of golden shrubs replaces the desolate landscape. The ground is strewn with fallen leaves, and the bushes the mountainside, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Yet, amidst the foliage, ferocious beasts stir slowly. Hyenas, the epitome of treachery and pack assault. Cautiously, we approach, remaining discreet until we are merely 30 yards from one of the hyenas. Its attributes materialize before our eyes, causing a thrill of both trepidation and exhilaration. The fear stems from its terrifying stats, while the excitement arises from the revelation that this hyena is no ordinary creature, but a bronze-tier monster. This implies a chance of yielding bronze equipment, the legendary attribute items. Albeit with a lamentably low probability, yet one must always harbor dreams. Hyena, bronze-tier monster, level 11 attack, 3268 defense, 30 health, 1100 skills. Bite. Description: the hyena, a despicable symbol of the thicket, is insatiably greedy and utterly vile, such that scouts of the Great Xiao Empire would rather encounter demons and the undead than face these marauding beasts. Killing monsters 3 levels above grants an additional experience bonus of at least 150. I licked my lips, filled with hope for what lay ahead. Lin Che smiled, provided we aren't dispatched by the hyenas first. Dahai cleared his throat. Shall we engage? Life is about taking risks. What if we do obtain a bronze item? It could very well be the first bronze equipment in this novice village, or even the entire server. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Lin Che squinted towards the prowling hyenas in the distance. Our team is relatively small, and we have a few inexperienced members. The top-tier teams in the country, such as Zhu Long, Gu Jian, and Zhang Tianming, typically boast 4 or 5 elite players in their ranks, allowing for swifter harvesting than we can manage. For now, let us focus on securing the first kill in this novice village. Preparation commenced. I gripped my sword. Xiao Che, unleash your sigils for 4 strikes, and I will wait for the opportune moment to attack. Dahai and Wei Gu, prioritize your safety. Understood. Chapter 9. The power rankings. With a swift series of incantations, Lin Che relentlessly unleashed talismans in an attempt to strike, yet the oppressive weight of level disparity was palpable, as each talisman managed to inflict only 150 points of damage. After drawing 3 consecutive talismans, I finally mustered the courage to charge forth with my sword, delivering a decisive blow to the hyena that dealt 224 points of damage. Indeed, the impact of level suppression was not to be disregarded. However, this arrangement proved advantageous, as Lin Che adeptly maneuvered to draw the creature's aggro while I focused on dealing damage from a safe distance. After expending a total of 5 talismans, we succeeded in vanquishing a single hyena. Throughout this encounter, I diligently maintained my position to intercept the creature's attacks, while Lin Che executed a graceful arc, deftly repositioning the hyena away from its brethren, ensuring that we did not attract unnecessary hostility. After all, the finesse and awareness of a master-level player are undeniably exceptional. Wang Jinhai observed the entire ordeal in a contemplative silence. What's wrong, Dahai? Zhang Wei inquired. Wang Jinhai took a deep breath. These two are quite extraordinary. Why hurl insults for no reason? Despite the considerable expenditure of talismans, the rewards for defeating creatures of a higher level were still substantial. The moment the hyena collapsed, my experience bar surged, advancing by a remarkable 6. At this rate, slaying 17 hyenas would suffice for a promotion to level 9, though my talisman supply was nearly depleted. Just as previously foretold, the transition from level 9 to level 10 would prove to be a formidable challenge. We pressed on, systematically dispatching hyenas while only consuming our talismans. Yet, frustration mounted as the drop rate was dismally low. After slaying over a dozen hyenas, not a single white-grade item had emerged, let alone any bronze equipment. It seemed our aspirations of being the first to claim a bronze artifact would inevitably dissolve into mere illusions. With a flourish of golden light and a cascade of radiant brilliance, I leveled up after defeating the 17th hyena, level 9. I allocated all 10 attribute points to strength, a decision made with long-term strategy in mind. Chen Gu, I've run out of talismans, Lin Che said, seated on the ground, replenishing his energy, his tone grave. Let us grind it out slowly, I replied, glancing at my attributes. I currently have 900 health, and with just 2 levels remaining, a hyena's bite deals around 150 damage. With the aid of slow healing potions, I can withstand 7 or 8 bites. You all attack together, especially Dahai and Wei Gu, as your mix of strength, vitality, and agility grants you high base attack power. Once my first strike lands, swarm in and strike. Rest assured, my aggro will be firmly locked onto me. After dispatching 1 hyena, we can sit down to recover, gradually inching toward level 10 before returning to town for supplies. All right, sounds good. Dahai nodded in agreement. As a seasoned player, he understood well that in the absence of better strategies, this method of gradually accruing experience was the only viable approach. After all, players must reach level 20 to exit the novice village and enter the secondary main city. Experience has shown that it is not uncommon for players to remain trapped in the novice village for over a week. We continued our assault. The results I calculated are quite similar. After we collectively vanquished a hyena, I found myself with approximately 20 health remaining. With the aid of a slow regenerating potion, resting for 30 seconds would restore me completely. Although it may seem that leveling up is a slow process, I have nonetheless managed to gain 2 levels while slaying monsters, which is sufficiently rapid compared to the majority of players. As I sat down to recover, I opened the forum and casually skimmed through it. Discovering a particular post that had been elevated to great prominence, accompanied by an image that bore an uncanny resemblance to something I had seen before. The post titled Strange Team appears in the Novice Village. A well-equipped knight accompanied by 3 barely clad rookies training. Was authored by a user named Agent One. Below it was a screenshot from our adventure, showcasing me, sword and shield in hand, marching confidently at the forefront, while Lin Che, Dahai, and Zhang Wei trailed behind. Utterly unarmed. The replies to the post were numerous, predominantly from players who had also emerged from our Novice Village. Post 1 player. Wandering Love, I saw that too. Those 4 charged into a horde of monsters and were mostly wiped out in an instant. Post 2 player. Graceful Dance, I saw it too. It cracked me up. Post 3 player. Tiramisu, how could there be such individuals? Post 4 player. You bad, they must have hit their heads. Who goes out to train without gear? Is this self-sabotage? Haha. The thread surged to the top 10 of the forum and was still gaining traction, with responses exceeding 10,000, making it quite the sensation. Suddenly, I noticed a familiar figure, and a ripple of nostalgia washed over me. Is she also in this Novice Village? At that moment, Lin Che's complexion turned slightly pale, likely having seen the post as well. Chengge, have you checked the forum? He asked. I have. Take heart. I reassured him. Once we reach level 10 and return to the village, adorned in brand new gear, we will dazzle them with our brilliance. Let us not heed the words of these naysayers. Lin Che glanced down at his lower half, a look of despair crossing his face. What is the deal with these drop rates? I've obtained a tunic, bracers, and a hat. Yet not a single pair of trousers. Is the system doing this on purpose? Dahai also patted his backside, saying, no wonder I've been feeling a chill. Zhang Wei chuckled. Who cares about them? We are not here for matchmaking. Fully restored, I rose to my feet and declared, what do we care for others' opinions? Let us continue slaying monsters and reach level 10 swiftly. We are destined to claim the first kill. Indeed, we shall seize the first kill. Level 10 is a significant milestone, with the required experience points dramatically increasing. At our current pace, we could only accumulate a maximum of 30 of the required experience within an hour, meaning it would take at least 3 hours to ascend to level 10. Glancing at the time, I noted it was nearing 4 in the morning, with the online task count remaining high. The interface revealed that the population of our Novice Village consistently exceeded 8,000, indicating that everyone was giving their all. Simultaneously, the system interface began to refresh the leaderboard, showcasing the combat power and level rankings of the new village, designated as number 1244, which was quite a refreshing sight. However, upon opening the combat power leaderboard, I was taken aback to discover that I was not in the first position. Combat power rankings. 1. You are being good, 201 Night 2. What evening is it? 178 Night 3. Tiramisu, 172 Sorcerer 4. Flame Mouse, 166 Sorcerer 5. Mischievous Pudding, 149 Archer. Notably, 6 out of the top 10 in the combat power rankings were sorcerers. Given that mages find it easier to equip themselves, wielding a well-suited staff to cast fireballs renders them significantly powerful. Strangely, the highest combat power was held by a knight named You Are Being Good, which left me perplexed. I was fully equipped in white gear, most of which was of a high level, yet this individual surpassed my combat power? Who is You Are Being Good? Lin Che also glanced at the combat leaderboard, frowning as he remarked, such impressive combat power exceeding 200. However, he is absent from the level rankings, still not having reached level 8. Could this be attributed to equipment acquired through the support of friends? It is also possible he purchased it. Daihai commented. The server has been live for 4 hours. The auction house in the new village must be open. Many pieces of equipment can be directly traded using Alipay or WeChat. Although the leader's equipment is formidable, both his sword and shield are level 1 gear, making it quite feasible to surpass him. I nodded in agreement. That makes some sense. Who is Flame Mouse? His combat power is also quite high. I don't know. Lin Che squinted his eyes, chuckling. I only know that the top 10 in the level rankings of this newbie zone are the 4 of us. Huh? Zhang Wei opened the level rankings, and indeed, there were 5 players at level 9 in the entire newbie zone. The 4 of us, plus a female mage named Tiramisu. However, our experience points surpassed hers, thus placing us ahead. This was ample proof that my strategy was sound, through selling equipment and engaging in level-skipping monster hunting. We had indeed distanced ourselves significantly from other players in terms of levels. Zhang Wei, with a gleeful expression, remarked, I never anticipated that one day I would find myself on the level leaderboard. This is impressive. It feels as though I have reached the pinnacle of my life. Let us continue leveling up. As time ticked by 5 in the morning, my experience had reached 55 at level 9, and by 6 o'clock, it had climbed to 85. I would surely level up to 10 before 7. Completing my journey back to the newbie village to learn true professional skills from the career mentor. With unwavering focus, I relentlessly defeated one hyena after another. I lost count of how many I had slain, when suddenly, with a resounding crash, a heavy piece of equipment fell to the ground following the demise of a hyena. It rolled across the grass before finally coming to rest, a round steel shield. My heart surged with joy as I swiftly approached to pick it up. Though it remained white gear, its attributes were quite impressive. Thorny brush shield, white equipment, defense, 25 required level, 8. Upon replacing the jungle steel shield, my defense surged by 17 points, bringing my total defense to an impressive 60 points. At this stage, it can be said that ordinary physical players can scarcely inflict damage upon me. Unbeknownst to us, a throng of individuals had ventured deep into the thorny brush, where the path was devoid of others, save for our silhouettes and the fallen hyenas. As we continued forward, a wave of crimson energy suddenly swept over us, instilling a profound sense of dread. My heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. I halted abruptly, raising my hand to signal Lin Che, pointing towards the dense underbrush, and uttered, "There is something there." Upon closer inspection, our hearts raced with trepidation. Amidst the thickets lay a colossal hyena, its fur shimmering with a golden hue. Lazily sprawled out. It was a level 12, bronze tier boss. The golden hyena lord, the fabled target of first kills, had emerged, its attributes formidable and fearsome. Golden hyena lord, bronze tier boss, level 12 attack, 72105 defense, 58 health, 2800 skills, bite, claw strike, fiery stampede. Description: a lord of the wilderness near the village. The golden hyena has been repeatedly wanted, but has evaded the grasp of imperial bounty hunters time and again. Should you encounter it, retreat immediately if you lack sufficient strength. Otherwise, it will incapacitate you to the point of unrecognition by your own mother. Shall we engage? Dahai trembled in excitement. Engage your head, Lin Che replied. With an attack of 105, approaching it would be tantamount to courting death. I nodded in agreement. Lin Che is correct. We are no match for it before mastering our skills. Observe closely. Its third skill is a ranged attack, fiery stampede. Even in numbers, it would decimate us in an instant. We shall head east, circumventing it. Avoid attacking the hyenas surrounding the boss, and mark this coordinate. We must level up swiftly to level 10, return to the village, and then return to vanquish it. Understood. The group was exhilarated, nearly trembling with anticipation. Chapter 10. The First Bronze Kill. At 6:30 in the morning, for beams of light cascaded down from the depths of the thicket, and we collectively ascended to level 10. We were among the first players in this novice village to reach this milestone, allowing us to return for a profession certification, shedding our provisional titles to become apprentice players, thereby acquiring skills available at level 10. On our way back, we hardly avoided any monsters as I charged ahead, enduring the onslaught. In less than 10 minutes, we completed the journey and stood at the entrance of the novice village. Instantly, the players passing by outside turned their scorching gazes upon us. First, we were the highest level players in the village. Second, while Lin Che, Dahai, and Zhang Wei were equipped with numerous white gears, they notably lacked leg armor, making them easily recognizable. Many players, wary of our higher levels, whispered among themselves in hushed tones, "Look, it's those four, the hottest quartet in the forum." The three adorned in gear looked distinctly elite, yet oddly without leg armor. Could they truly have such a peculiar preference? Shoo, keep it down. These days, minds are quite open. All sorts of individuals exist. It's best to avoid them. If provoked, they might just trap you in the novice village with no chance of escape. Lin Che felt a shiver run down his spine. As we entered the village, he discreetly covered his backside and suggested, "Brother Chun, our first task upon returning is to each buy a pair of cloth pants." "All right. How much have we earned in total?" I inquired. 72 silver coins. Divided equally, that's 18 silver coins each. Go learn all the skills you can. Dahai, grab a basic firearm, anything will do, and purchase enough ammunition. Xiao Che, buy a few more scrolls, don't run out again. Also, let's get some healing potions. Prepare yourselves. And let's regroup here in 3 minutes. Understood. Bidding farewell to my 3 companions, I hurried towards the night profession mentor. I found him brandishing his sword toward the sky at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose as if to challenge the heavens, muttering to himself. Staying in the novice village to guide fledgling adventurers is truly tedious. Ah, if only I could complete this task sooner and return to the royal city to see the young lady, even if it's just a distant glimpse. Her skin is so fair and smooth, and her figure so upright. It must feel. Cough, cough. I interrupted his musings, declaring, Minter, I have returned. Grant me my apprentice title. Oh, he turned to face me, astonishment etched across his features. To think someone could gain such strength so swiftly. Young one, you have not disappointed me. Remember, we knights embody the brightest justice and compassion in the world. May honor forever accompany you. I mused silently. I wonder who that rather lecherous individual was just now. Cough, cough. He interrupted my words, raising his long sword and resting it upon my shoulder. His voice low and resonant. Since you have proven your strength, I, as a knight of the Empire, bestow upon you the title of Squire. May you remain unwavering in your resolve, continuously honing your skills to become a true knight. Ding. System notification. You have acquired the title of Squire. Beneath my name. The title transformed into the vibrant green characters of Squire, and I had now qualified to learn fundamental skills. I promptly accessed the dialogue list with the Knight Mentor and selected to learn skills. Before me, a list of skills materialized, allowing me to learn 3 skills at level 10. Heavy /LV1. C grade enhances weapon damage by 50 for a single strike, consuming 30 points of chi. Learning cost, 5 silver coins. Crushing Strike LV1. C grade inflicts 110 attack damage on the target, consuming 20 points of chi. Learning cost, 5 silver coins. Glorious Shield LV1. C grade summons a Glorious Shield, increasing damage reduction by 15 for 7 seconds, consuming 30 points of chi. Learning cost, 5 silver coins. With ample silver coins at my disposal, I acquired all 3 skills, and instantly, my skill bar filled with these new abilities. A surge of excitement coursed through me as I invoked the Glorious Shield skill. A gust of energy erupted from beneath me, summoning 3 golden shields that swirled around me, instilling a profound sense of resilience and significantly enhancing my survivability. As for Heavy Slash and Crushing Strike, they were both offensive skills, providing me with a comprehensive array of attack and defense capabilities. Additionally, upon reaching level 10, I unlocked a fundamental action, Defend, in a defensive state. Damage received fluctuates randomly by 150. After enduring 5 consecutive strikes, a defensive recoil effect occurs, stunning the attacker for 1 second, with the next strike inflicting 300 damage. Defend. I furrowed my brow. This skill is crucial. It may become a decisive asset in the future, considering the formidable 150 defensive effect. If fortune favors me, I might only lose a single point of health, which is immensely significant when facing a boss. I stepped outside to gather in the square. Soon, Lin Che Dahai and Zhang Wei arrived, all adorned with leg armor, their faces radiant with joy, still basking in the exhilaration of acquiring new skills. Let us share our skills, I suggested. Lin Che nodded. I have the Fire Spirit Talisman, which enhances fire talisman damage, and the Binding Technique, which stuns the target for 1 second with a 7-second cooldown. I also have the 7-star step, increasing my movement speed by 10. Now I possess both speed and control. Dahai, gripping a rusted gun barrel, stated, I have Precision Shot, enhancing my accuracy by 10, Quick Reload, increasing my attack speed by 10, and Flame Burst, which inflicts continuous burn damage and has a certain effect of suppressing health recovery. Zhang Wei gripped a short staff, declaring, my skills have improved significantly. My vital energy courses through my body, augmenting my maximum health by 20. With the Flying Fire Strike, I can execute 3 consecutive staff blows, and with the Tiger Palm, I inflict 120 of my attack damage. Given my allocation of 5 points in strength and 5 in health, the Tiger Palm can unleash extraordinarily high damage. That suffices. After a moment of contemplation, I addressed the team through the channel. When we engage the boss, Dahai must maintain the continuous cast of the fireball to suppress the boss's healing effects. Xiao Che, please refrain from indiscriminately using the immobilization technique. Wei Gu, simply follow the boss and unleash your skills. Once its health drops below 50, we shall retreat, but be cautious not to agitate other monsters. Understood. Let me purchase some potions before we set off. Let us depart. 10 minutes later, having traversed the densely populated monster area, we arrived at the thicket, where the hyenas we had previously slain had respawned. We had to eliminate one anew to locate the boss. Fortunately, there were no experience orbs this time. As a group, we quickly dispatched a hyena within 3 seconds. My sword could deal 300 points of damage, and Lin Che's flying talismans along with Dahai's flintlock could each inflict over 200 damage, utterly overpowering the level 9 hyenas. Clearing a path ahead, we proceeded forward. 50 yards away, the golden hyena lord lay languidly in the thicket, its tail swaying, surrounded by a halo of crimson boss auras. It was at that moment that we noticed a group of at least 15 individuals advancing toward us. Someone has spotted the boss. Lin Che furrowed his brow. What shall we do? Engage the boss. We attack directly, I proclaimed, charging forward with my sword. The boss has only 2,800 health points, even with its rapid healing. Our combined output can finish it within a minute. Dahai, unleash the fireball. Wang Jinhai knelt on one knee, cradling his flintlock, the barrel aglow with heat. With a thunderous crack, the fireball struck the golden hyena squarely on its forehead, dealing 132 points of damage. Indeed, the boss's resistance was markedly superior to that of ordinary monsters. Otherwise, Wang Jinhai's attack would have inflicted far more damage. The short sword descended with a clang, slicing against the golden hyena's neck, followed by a swift heavy strike, yielding 2 damage numbers in quick succession, 157, 184. The damage from the heavy strike was marginally higher, yet still not particularly impressive. The flying talismans whizzed through the air as Lin Che skillfully controlled the output, ensuring it did not surpass mine. His awareness was exceptional. Roaring in fury, the golden hyena unleashed a flurry of attacks, the first a vicious bite, followed by a claw strike descending upon my head. I hastily activated my defensive stance, but it failed to trigger, and an intense pain surged through me. 312, 440. In an instant, my health was nearly depleted. Draw its aggro, I commanded calmly as I retreated. Lin Che's palm suddenly ignited with fierce flames, unleashing a swift combination of flying talismans and Taoist fire spirit symbols, effectively drawing the aggro of the boss. As the boss charged towards him, Lin deftly flipped his hand to produce a blood-red talisman, which struck the boss squarely on the forehead with a resounding clap, rendering it dazed for a second. This seamless execution was indeed impressive. Dahai continued to unleash distant attacks, yet he dared not advance, while Zhang Wei followed closely behind the boss, striking chaotically. Just as the boss was about to recover, I too made my move, quaffing a potion to restore health before executing a sequence of basic attacks, heavy strike and shattering blow, each landing squarely on the boss's forehead, sending a cascade of damage numbers into the air and reclaiming the aggro. The golden hyena became enraged, lifting its forelimbs to unleash a fiery stomp, engulfing both of us in a wave of searing heat. Just before the boss unleashed its skill, I shouted and activated my glory shield, bolstering my defenses with a 50 health boost and an additional 15 damage reduction, allowing me to withstand the boss's ferocious assault. However, Zhang Wei faltered, retreating repeatedly as he took several hits, yet his sacrifice was not in vain. Our health dwindled rapidly, mirroring the boss's decline. Within mere seconds, it was left with but a sliver of life, emitting furious roars. At that moment, a group of players surged into the thicket, led by a cunning level 9 spirit master, their eyes ablaze with determination. Boss is low on health. They have engaged the boss first. What now? The spirit master sneered. What now? Charge forth and eliminate them. The boss belongs to us. A throng of players descended, unleashing flying talismans and fireballs that swiftly engulfed Zhang Wei, who was in the process of recovering health. A flash of white light signified his defeat, sending him back to the novice village. Stay calm, Lin Che. Re-establish control over the boss, I commanded coolly through the team channel. Just as Lin Che's cooldown concluded, he raised his hand and cast a binding spell, plunging the golden hyena back into a stupor. I seized the opportunity, replenishing my health while simultaneously launching basic and heavy strikes. The sound of my short sword piercing the boss's hide was music to my ears. With the boss's health dwindling to its last vestige, I delivered a final blow, resulting in a cascade of items dropping. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed through the air. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Jin Shihishi for successfully slaying the Golden Hyena Lord, achieving the first kill of a bronze-level boss, and earning the extraordinary achievement reward of 2 luck 1 and 3 gold coins. Team members receive an extraordinary achievement reward of 1 and 1 gold coin. Chapter 11. The top of the red name list with a swift flash, 3 beams of golden light cascaded upon me, enveloping my being in a sense of exhilarating ease. The bounty of experience awarded by the boss was exceedingly generous, propelling both Lin Che and Dahai to level 11, fully replenished. At the very moment the golden hyena fell, I, standing closest, swiftly collected all the dropped equipment. A cursory glance revealed that all items required level 12 to equip. So for now, I set that aside. My gaze, however, was fixed on the spellcaster, the fireball wizard, who was mercilessly bombarding Dahai with fireballs. Each strike inflicting a significant 200 damage, a formidable force indeed. Flame Mouse, apprentice spellcaster, level 9 affiliated team, fight back if you dare. This was the Flame Mouse from the power ranking, accompanied by a cadre of players, most at levels 7 and 8, those who could inflict a modicum of damage. Given his ability to command such a group, it was evident that the Flame Mouse held a position of leadership within a nearby guild. But for now, he was our adversary. Dahai, retreat. I commanded while charging toward the Flame Mouse, instructing Wang Jinhai to distance himself from the threat. This way, if the Flame Mouse aimed to eliminate him, he would have to confront my blade directly. As anticipated, the Flame Mouse was skilled. He swiftly retreated, his eyes narrowing with determination. What audacity! You dare counterattack? Brothers, advance. Annihilate them. 3 swordsmen and 2 knights surged forward. As they closed in, I executed a sudden lateral maneuver, tracing an arc that deftly evaded the attacks of 4 players. With a glimmering dagger, I landed a decisive strike on a level 7 swordsman. 367. 411. In comparison to my level 11 assault, the swordsman was woefully fragile, and with a 4-level disparity, the advantage was palpably evident. Without hesitation, I charged toward the next swordsman, my blade rising to deliver a double strike that dispatched him in an instant. Meanwhile, I relayed orders through the team channel. Xiao Che, focus fire on the archer and the spellcaster. With the demise of Zhang Wei igniting his fury, Lin Che unleashed 2 swift talismans, each resulting in a kill. Wang Jinhai's gunfire was blistering hot, expertly managing the distance to systematically push back enemies within a 40-yard radius. During this time, I felled 2 knights, my feet firmly planted on the ground as I unleashed a shockwave around me, activating the Glory Shield skill. The opponents, lacking any players at level 10, were bereft of skills, rendering them significantly disadvantaged. Our instantaneous attack skills, which negated the recovery time of normal attacks, allowed for rapid double strikes, granting us an additional opportunity to assault our foes, a lethal advantage. The numerical disadvantage transformed swiftly, placing us firmly in a position of dominance. In the blink of an eye, 3 opponents bore crimson names, their identities stained with defeat. I stood resolute against the spellcaster and archer, enduring their onslaught as I sequentially eliminated 8 adversaries, single-handedly clearing out their melee fighters. My name blazed brightest in the crimson hue, while Wang Jinhai's gunfire felled 2 more spellcasters, leaving a bounty of pelts scattered across the ground. The Flame Mouse retreated hastily, its eyes tinged with crimson. After a fireball struck me, reducing my health to below 20%, it fled in panic, veins bulging on its forehead, declaring, "Just you wait. We shall seek retribution." Having finished its theatrics, it attempted to escape. With a wave of my hand, I commanded, "Xiao Che, pursue and eliminate it." Understood. Lin Che swiftly activated the 7-star step skill, enhancing his speed by 10%, leaving the Flame Mouse in despair. In mere moments, he caught up, casting a binding spell that rendered the creature stunned for a second. Following this, a series of fire spirit talismans sealed the fate of this 4th-ranked mage, who succumbed to humiliation due to the disparity in levels and skills, transforming into a white light as it returned to the novice village. Damn it, Wang Jinhai grumbled. The one who provokes first is the scorned. In the team chat, Zhang Wei inquired, "Brothers, have you resolved it? Are you all safe?" Lin Che replied, "All taken care of, but we have turned red." "What is next?" Zhang Wei seemed perplexed. "Fear not. We will not abandon you," I reassured with a smile. "Wait for us at the entrance of the novice village. We will return to escort you. As long as we distance ourselves from the crowded areas, no one can pose a threat to us." "All right." Lin Che furrowed his brow, stating, "Look at the 3 of us. We are all marked red. Returning to retrieve Zhang Wei may render us targets." I just checked. And this Flame Mouse is no ordinary foe. It is backed by a gaming team of at least 300 members, wielding considerable influence. If we go back for Zhang Wei, we might not make it out. Not to worry. We shall return with utmost speed and retrieve Zhang Wei before the flame mouse suspects our audacity. Very well, let's proceed. 10 minutes later, we arrived outside the novice village, where over 20 level NPC guards stood ready to strike us down with a single blow. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we waited beneath a large poplar tree outside the village. As soon as our 3 crimson names appeared, a stir ensued, drawing numerous astonished gazes. Though we donned white gear, our names glowed ominously red, signaling our lethal intent. Zhang Wei rushed toward us, a look of resignation on his face. My chest armor broke. Not to worry, we have plenty here. With a wave of my hand, I urged, let us leave swiftly. Otherwise, we will soon attract attention. We can cleanse our red names by defeating monsters. I will take some extra time to wash away the notoriety first. Agreed. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the trio of notorious players surged into the monster zone, traversing the wheat fields toward deeper territories. Beside the power ranking list, a swirling aura of vitality heralded the emergence of a new leaderboard. Red name list, 1. Jinsi Heiyue, kill count, 9, level, 11-2. Xiu Shui Han, kill count, 5, level, 11-3. Yiqiang Baotou, kill count, 4, level, 11-4. Wei and Ibian Guai, kill count, 3, level, 9-5. Huiyan Shu, kill count, 2, level, 8. The level of Huiyan Shu has diminished. Eager to claim the first kill, it appears that the opposite has occurred. If all goes as anticipated, my ID will surely gain notoriety in this novice village, not only ranking among the top 3 in combat power, but also leading the red name list. By the way, Chenggu, what has the boss dropped? Lin Che inquired. I glanced into my inventory. The Golden Hyena Lord had indeed been generous, dropping 3 items at once: a sleek and elegant bronze sword, a foreboding necklace, and a pair of silver greaves. I shared the attributes in the team channel, causing everyone to drool in anticipation. Bronze longsword, bronze item, attack, 1825 strength, 5 required level, 12, skull pendant, bronze item, spirit, 4 required level, 12, long plate greaves, white equipment, type, armor defense, 14 required level, 12. Lin Che declared, as per our usual practice. The bronze sword belongs to Chenggu, as he is the only one capable of equipping it. The skull pendant, which enhances spirit, is mine. And I shall also grant the armor greaves to Chenggu, leaving the next item for Wei Ge. Zhang Wei nodded. No problem. I handed the skull pendant to Lin Che, but the remaining equipment requires another level to equip. Thus, I suggested, we must continue to level up. Let us proceed towards the direction of the Hyena Lord, as we may soon encounter the realm of Xiantai level monsters, preparing ourselves for the next Xiantai level boss's first kill. Let us go and hunt for red names. Just as I finished speaking, a chime echoed through the sky, resonating thrice before subsiding, emanating from an announcement by a player. Ding. System announcement. Player Huiyan Shu's proclamation. Jinsi Heiyue, Xiu Shui Han, Yiqiang Baotou from the chosen team. Heed this. From now on, we will not relent, but will challenge your guild, targeting you chosen team. Just wait and see. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Goodness. I marveled. This player is quite affluent. A system announcement costs 5,000 renminbi, and he is so willing to spend. That amount could certainly indulge us in a feast tomorrow. By the way, Wei Ge, did you notice the auction ratio of game currency in the novice village? Zhang Wei, perplexed, responded, what auction ratio? Lin Che chuckled. Asking him is a waste of breath, isn't it? I found out that the current standard exchange rate in our novice village is 1 silver coin for 5 renminbi. Note, 1 gold coin 100 silver coins 10,000 copper coins. I was astonished. There are indeed many wealthy individuals. Our system rewards amount to 6 gold coins, which must be worth around 3,000 RMB. Indeed. But we currently lack the means to return to town for auctioning. Otherwise, we could have profited handsomely. No worries, let's first eliminate the red names. As we traverse the hyena territory and proceed further, the howls of the coyotes can be heard. In the wilderness, a pack of gaunt coyotes crouches, lying in wait for their prey, occasionally darting out to drag a hapless little rabbit into the thicket, followed by their piercing cries. The black-backed coyotes, at level 13, are perfect for our current leveling endeavor, allowing us to advance to level 12. I remarked. Lin Che, with a nod of approval, said, let us begin, let us slay. At this moment, we were capable of sweeping through our foes with ease. Our speed in defeating monsters was astonishing. One by one, the black-backed coyotes fell, becoming mere corpses. and our experience points soared, far surpassing the pace of leveling from 9 to 10. In less than an hour, a radiant glow enveloped us, marking our ascent to level 12. As per usual, all attribute points were allocated to strength, and I equipped the bronze longsword and the long greaves, resulting in a significant surge in both attributes and combat prowess. What knight is this? Apprentice Knight. Level 12 attack, 89132 defense, 75 health, 1200 chi, 100 luck, 1 extraordinary achievements, 2 combat power, 253 at this juncture. I had claimed the top position on both the red name and combat power leaderboards. With my current attack strength, there was likely no player capable of enduring my rapid 3-hit combo. Not even fully healed knights or monks would survive. Just as Lin Che finished allocating his attribute points, a look of lingering anticipation crossed his face as he inquired, "Brother Chun, I understand the luck attribute increases the chances of critical hits and maximum attack triggers. But what exactly are these extraordinary achievements? Since it had been included in the main panel, it must hold significance." I waved my hand dismissively, chuckling, "Let us keep it. After all, it's a valuable item that will surely prove useful in the future." Indeed, Zhang Wei, his eyes nearly closing from fatigue, rubbed them and said, "It's already past 9 in the morning. Should we continue? If we push ourselves any further, our bodies might not hold up." "We will log off promptly at noon to eat and rest," I replied. "All right then, let us carry on." His lackluster demeanor rendered his words of continuation somewhat unconvincing. Chapter 12. The first pot of gold. The blackback jackal lunged at me with claws raised, exuding a menacing aura. I slowly lowered my stance, positioning my shield in front of me, while my bronze sword rested beside it. I focused on grounding my center of gravity, and an invigorating energy enveloped me. When the jackal's claws struck the shield in rapid succession, a brilliant blue light surged forth, accompanied by 2 resonant clangs, leaving me astounded by the damage inflicted. 347. The defense was successful. "Ah?" Lin Che exclaimed. "How did you activate that defense skill, Jingu?" "I've tried numerous times, only to end up battered and bruised. It seems to require a certain level of proficiency," I replied, slightly perplexed. "Just practice a few more times. Also, try to lower your center of gravity and curl your body up. This will increase the chances of a successful defense." Indeed, Wang Jinhai remarked, "This defensive system is crucial. Whether battling a boss or engaging in PvP, it can instantly minimize the damage taken." As I attempted to defend once more, I added, "However, the defense system has its flaws. If a target lands 5 rapid attacks, the defense will shatter, resulting in a 1-second stun and tripling the damage taken. Essentially, if your defense falters, you're nearly guaranteed to perish in front of a skilled player." Lin Che nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Defense is a double-edged sword. It all depends on how it is utilized." At that moment, a blackback jackal let out a mournful howl before collapsing. With a thud, it dropped an item, a verdant battle bow. Upon inspection, I discovered it was a bronze weapon. Jungle green bow, bronze, attack, 1320 agility, for required level, 11. Not bad at all. Lin Che chuckled. Another weapon drop. Our luck seems to be quite favorable. I promptly tossed the battle bow to him, saying, "By around noon, we should be able to clear our red names. Once that's done, let's return to the village. You handle selling this bow. Try to earn some money to help with our meals. We can't survive on plain congee and pickled vegetables every day. Look at you all. You're looking quite haggard, and it's evident that our chosen group is struggling financially." Dahai shrugged and chuckled. "We are indeed a bunch of impoverished souls. There is no shame in that." Lin Che laughed heartily. "All right, leave the initial funding and management to me. You can rest easy." "Understood." I glanced at my skill proficiency and said, "As long as we have ample potions, let's make full use of our skills while leveling up. Once you reach sufficient proficiency, your skills will level up, and their potency will increase. Don't be stingy. Skills are an essential part of our strength." Got it. On this outing, everyone had purchased plenty of minor health and mana potions, ensuring a reasonable recovery rate. This was more than adequate to support our leveling endeavors, so indeed, we had no reason to hold back. As we trained until 10 in the morning, we had effectively cleared the territory of the blackback jackals. Ahead lay a misty valley, strewn with jagged stones, where a flickering light danced in the distance, accompanied by the sound of rustling movements. Upon approaching, we were astonished to discover a level 15 creature. The fire-backed badger, an aggressive being, scarcely half a meter tall, resembling a small dog. The moment it sensed our presence, its fur bristled, and it charged at us, baring its teeth with ferocity. All of us were at level 12, and according to the principle of defeating monsters above our level, the level 15 Fireback Badger was a perfect target. Furthermore, it was a bronze tier creature with a chance to drop bronze equipment and a decent yield of copper coins. After we focused our attacks and vanquished one badger, it dropped more than 20 copper coins with a resounding clatter, based on the current exchange rate of a game currency. Each Fireback Badger yielded approximately 1 yuan in copper coins. By 11:30, a shower of light descended, elevating me, Lin Che, into high to level 13. While Zhang Wei quickly caught up, reaching level 11, just before logging off. The Fireback Badger graciously howled and dropped a piece of bronze equipment. Spiked arm guards. Bronze item. Type. Armor defense. 20 stamina. 5 required level. 12. I was overjoyed and cleared my throat, saying, Wei Ge, both of us can equip this armor, but I should take it first. You'll have plenty of chances later. Let us discuss it. Zhang Wei readily agreed. I don't deal much damage, and my health is even thicker than yours, so you should take this stamina boost. Thanks a lot, I replied. As I donned the arm guards, spiked armor manifested around my wrists, instilling a sense of weightiness and significantly boosting my defense. My health also saw a notable increase. As a knight, renowned for resilience, my life growth rate was 1. 2. In other words, gaining 1 point of stamina translated to an impressive 12 points of health. This 5 points of stamina increased my health by a substantial 60 points. What knight is this? Apprentice Knight. Level 13 attack, 95, 141 defense, 95 health, 1, 360 true chi, 100 luck, 1 extraordinary achievements, 2 combat power, 288. My defense reached a formidable 95 points, and equipping 2 pieces of bronze gear significantly inflated my combat power, which now surpassed that of the second highest by over 30 points. As I prepared to leave, I felt a sense of embarrassment at the generous gifts bestowed upon me. I gazed at my adorned wrists and glanced at everyone's names, relieved to see that none of us bore red names any longer. Let us return to the novice village to replenish supplies. Each of us should keep 50 silver coins for potions, while the rest will be entrusted to Lin Che to convert our game currency into cash. Lin Che nodded enthusiastically. No problem. The journey back to the novice village was smooth and uneventful. With our combined strength, we faced no threats from the local monsters. Any foolish creatures we encountered were swiftly dealt with in a single strike, as my high attack of 141 allowed me to eliminate low-level monsters with ease using skills. At noon, the novice village remained bustling with activity, players continuously entering and exiting. Once again, we found ourselves in the spotlight, although everyone was clad in trousers this time. It was astonishing to see that each individual possessed a complete set of white equipment. Such characters are exceedingly rare in the novice village, and I, adorned with 2 pieces of gleaming bronze gear, stood out even more as the sole player of my kind. Upon entering the village, I sought the blacksmith to repair my gear, and then, accompanied by Lin Che, we proceeded to the auction house to list the jungle green bow for sale. How much would be appropriate, Brother Chen? Lin Che inquired. I glanced around the auction house, where all the displayed items were white equipment, aside from the exorbitantly priced items. The most expensive was a level 12 white longsword boasting 814 attack power, priced at 10 silver coins. Given the current currency exchange rate of 1 silver coin to 3 renminbi, that equates to approximately 30 yuan, which is quite reasonable. However, it was evident that the jungle green bow far surpassed this white sword, with its additional 20 attack points and 5 agility. Therefore, I suggested, let us not price it too high, let us go for 2 gold coins. All right. Soon, the jungle green bow appeared atop the auction listings, the only bronze item available for sale. Lin Che then glanced at his inventory and remarked, we have a total of 7 gold coins and 45 silver coins. Should we sell them all at once? No, if you can afford such a large quantity of gold coins, let us sell them in parts, at 50 silver coins each. Don't find it bothersome. While others sell at a 1:3 ratio, we'll do 1:5. We simply need to make sales, as the value of game currency is plummeting every hour with rising player levels. There's no need to get hung up on minor profits. Understood. Before long, our silver coins were listed for sale in batches at the auction house. Logging off, we took a moment to rest. After a continuous 12-hour session, everyone was indeed fatigued. Upon removing my helmet, I noticed Zhang Wei and Dahai looked utterly worn out, while Lin Che and I fared slightly better. I quickly boiled water to prepare instant noodles, which the four of us shared. What time should we log back on? Lin Che asked. I'll sleep for 6 hours. After finishing my soup, I added, set an alarm for 6 o'clock this evening. We'll rise punctually, grab a bite, and be online at 7 sharp to regroup in the novice village. Let us not oversleep. Agreed. We each returned to our rooms to rest. After a refreshing shower, I sank into my pillow and fell into a deep slumber. In my dreams, a chaotic montage of images flashed before me. I saw my younger self and also envisioned myself clad in a police uniform. The melodious and warm voice of Xia Yuran echoed in my ears. And as I drifted through the haze of sleep, I suddenly found myself standing on the stage of the Golden League, adorned with the insignia of the Silver Fox Captain. Memories flooded back, each one indelibly etched in my mind, impossible to erase. As I was abruptly awakened from my slumber, I found myself seated on the edge of my bed, gasping for breath, as if confronted by the helplessness and confusion of bygone days. My fists instinctively clenched tightly, a sense of bewilderment enveloping my heart. Glancing out the window, I beheld the rippling waters of Taihu Lake illuminated by the moonlight, waves lapping against the shore. In that fleeting moment, my eyes welled with tears, and I instinctively murmured, Nanfeng Guild. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang, dispelling any remnants of sleep. I hastily washed up, donned my attire, and exited my room. Zhang Wei and Dahai soon followed, while Lin Che, having just removed his helmet in the living room, wore an expression of exhilaration. He exclaimed, Chen Ge, we've sold all our gold coins. A total of 1,862 yuan has been credited, and I've transferred it all to your Alipay. I glanced at my phone and indeed saw the notification of the transfer, allowing a smile to escape my lips. What about the Jungle Greenbell? I inquired. It's sold out in under 10 minutes. I also listed the 2G I earned, but as you mentioned, by afternoon, the in-game currency had depreciated significantly. 1. Each silver coin could only fetch 1 yuan. Relying on gold farming is merely the most rudimentary profit model for studios. I chuckled. Let us venture out and indulge in a fine meal. Absolutely. 10 minutes later, at a nearby fast food establishment, we relished a 30 yuan set meal, complete with fish and meat. Zhang Wei was nearly moved to tears, his hands trembling as he grasped his chopsticks. Have we become extravagant? We're actually eating meat. Laughter erupted among us, bittersweet yet liberating. Dahai savored his meal with gusto, feeling a surge of emotion as he remarked, in the past, I played professionally alone. And only now do I realize how mundane those days were. Boss, many look down upon professional gamers and boosters. Do you think we should hold ourselves in esteem? I gazed at him with profound intensity and replied, remember, we are a group of young individuals striving diligently to earn a living. No one has the right to look down upon us. Dahai scratched his nose and mused. A group of young individuals striving diligently to earn a living? That phrase feels like it describes a fallen girl. Enough of your chatter. Eat your meal. Chapter 13. The Black Zombie. First update. Upon returning to the studio, I logged in and found myself in the novice village. I made my way to the apothecary, where the proprietor, an elderly gentleman with wispy white hair, leaned on a cane, his hands trembling as if he were on the brink of departing this world. With a kind expression, he regarded me and inquired, young adventurer, what brings you here? I wish to purchase some potions, good sir. I replied, very well, go ahead and buy. He gestured with his hand, and instantly, a list of medicinal items appeared before me. Health Potion LV1. Restores 150 health points within 10 seconds. Required level. 1. Price. 1 copper coin. Health Potion LV2. Restores 300 health points within 10 seconds. Required level. 10. Price. 5 copper coins. Chi Potion LV1. Restores 90 energy points within 10 seconds. Required level. 1. Price. 1 copper coin. Chi Potion LV2. Restores 180 energy points within 10 seconds. Required level. 10. Price. 5 copper coins. Spirit Elixir LV1. Restores 150 mana points within 10 seconds. Required level. 1. Price. 1 copper coin. Spirit Elixir LV2. Restores 300 mana points within 10 seconds. Required level. 10. Price. 5 copper coins. The novice village only offered potions that provided gradual recovery. Certainly, there existed potions within the game that could instantly restore substantial amounts of health and energy, but those required players to concoct them themselves, which could only be pursued after leaving the novice village. For now, my immediate concern was to acquire some potions for leveling up. as it was highly likely we would encounter a boss on this expedition. With a stroke of luck, we might even face a mithril-level boss. Achieving another remarkable feat, the first defeat of a mithril-level boss. Such aspirations were delightful. It is always good to have dreams. I purchased a collection of level 2 health potions and chi potions, then departed the novice village with my companions, heading northward to commence our journey through the world of Tianxing in familiar territory. As we trained and leveled up, I glanced at the novice village leaderboard and noticed significant changes. After being offline for merely 6 hours, we had fallen to second place on the level chart. The first place was held by a female mage named Tiramisu. Could it be her? If indeed it was Tang Yun, her leveling speed was astonishing. Tang Yun was a friend on my WeChat, yet it was evident she did not recognize me as the one she knew. Otherwise, she would have messaged me by now. On the power leaderboard, I ranked second with a combat power of 288. While the first place was once again occupied by a heavy knight known as Be Good For You, boasting an impressive combat power of 334. It was clear he possessed at least 23 pieces of bronze gear to achieve such heights. After all, his level was lower than mine, lacking at least 20 or 30 points in combat power bonuses, which meant in terms of equipment alone, he surpassed me by nearly 100 points. The competition was indeed fierce. The rivalry within the novice village had escalated to such a daunting level. Subsequently, I glanced at our novice village's mirror forum and noticed a post from a familiar name, Firemouse. Challenge: the chosen ones, dare you to engage in battle? Content: what evening is this, with the autumn waters so cold? A single shot to the head, the prowess of Shaolin Kung Fu is indeed commendable. You 4. Listen closely, should you dare to ambush me, I will retaliate fiercely, and the debt for stealing the bronze first kill will not be forgotten. I, the Firemouse, assure you, we shall repay you 100-fold. Those who do not reflect upon themselves shall face divine retribution. I, the Firemouse, declare this. Soon you will regret ever being born in this novice village. To my brothers who stand ready to fight, remember this: those who dare to wrong my comrades, even from afar, shall face their doom. Beneath the post, there were over 300 replies, all in support of the Firemouse with no repetitions. Further proving his remarkable charisma, he commands the allegiance of more than 300 players, essentially claiming the title of the strongest force in this novice village, which explains his arrogance. However, his talent for distorting the truth is equally impressive, although it was they who initiated the attack and swiftly eliminated Zhang Wei. We were merely retaliating, yet they accuse us of stealing the monsters. Lin Che waved his hand, projecting a semi-transparent screenshot of the forum post before everyone. This mouse is truly shameless, he remarked with a smile. Zhang Wei, having toppled a fire badger with his staff, replied, indeed shameless. Is this not the pot calling the kettle black? I have studied the mechanics of alternate accounts. I could create numerous accounts to drown him in a flood of words on the forum. Dechinzi, what say you? I refuse, he responded. I waved my bronze sword and said, if a matter can be resolved by force, why waste breath on them? Did not the Firemouse state that his team specializes in targeting our chosen ones? Very well, let us confront them whenever we meet. I am eager to see how they fare in an outdoor skirmish, where they cannot defy the odds. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. Lin Che frowned and said, during our last battle with the Firemouse's team, we held advantages in level, equipment, and skills. This time, they have likely transitioned to their apprentice professions and acquired new skills. We must remain cautious, should we encounter them. Their ranged firepower could potentially obliterate us in one swift strike. Even you, Chenggu, could fall victim to their concentrated attacks. I am aware, I replied, glancing ahead. Thus, we can no longer linger in this fire badger training ground. Upon reaching level 14, we shall advance and hunt higher-level monsters. The higher the level of the monster region we occupy, the less likely they are to find us. This time, we must not allow the Firemouse to disrupt our pursuit of the first kill again. Last time was perilous. Agreed. 2 hours later, as golden light cascaded down, we reached level 14, distributing all our points to strength. We then traversed through the area occupied by the fire badgers, heading straight towards the next map. Upon crossing the valley, the atmosphere grew ominously heavy. The jungle lost its vibrant greenery, and even the land appeared tainted by some plague, lifeless and dull. Above, a swarm of crows swooped by, emitting their bothersome cacophony. On the minimap, the area ahead turned a blood-red hue, indicating that we had entered a perilous zone relative to our levels. Beyond the tainted jungle lies a forsaken village, long abandoned and echoing with distant, mournful howls. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonates from a nearby hillside, prompting us to turn and behold several NPCs clad in the armor of the Great Xia dynasty. Among them stands a middle-aged man wielding a sword, gazing intently in our direction. Above him, the words Scout Captain Li Wei materialize in green. His expression grave as he warns, "The village ahead has been tainted by the plague of the dead. You must not advance further, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves." I step forward, maintaining a courteous demeanor. "My lord, how can we discern the truth without venturing forth?" He scoffs with a hint of derision. "Ah, young adventurer. Your confidence is commendable. Yet, should you wish to court death, I can oblige. Here lies a bounty decree issued by the Empire. Enter the village beyond. Locate the Black Zombie King and slay it. Bring back its heart, and I shall bestow upon you a most generous reward." A quest. My heart quickens as I approach to accept the decree. It bears an illustration resembling a Qing dynasty zombie, prominently featuring the word bounty in bold letters. A chime resonates in my ears. Ding. System notification. Your party has accepted the quest, Slay the Black Zombie King. Rank quest. The Black Zombie King wreaks havoc, slaughtering nearby hunters and civilians. Proceed to eliminate it and return with its heart to Scout Captain Li Wei. Exercise utmost caution, for once you tread upon the polluted land, you shall suffer continuous harm. A task to vanquish a boss? Lin Che grins slightly. It seems fortune favors us this time. Indeed, we are fortunate. Let us set forth. I declare, leading the way. Ensure you have healing potions ready. Once we enter the tainted realm, we will incur ongoing damage. Should your health drop below 70, do not hesitate to consume a potion. Understood, they reply. We navigate a narrow path obscured by lush undergrowth, and upon entering the dilapidated village, we are met with the sight of lifeless creatures, their gazes vacant and bodies rigid. Covered in dark fur, they are the fabled black zombies, advanced monsters. Black zombie, bronze level monster, level 18 attack, 78115 defense, 60 health, 2000 skills, toxic fog breath. Claw strike. Description: the restless dead from the north have never relinquished their ambition to conquer the Great Xia dynasty. They relentlessly spread the death plague into the heart of the empire, transforming innocents into grotesque zombies, mere vessels for the contagion. Charge. I charge forward with fervor, delivering a swift succession of 4 strikes, a heavy slash followed by a regular attack, upon the black zombie within the span of 2 seconds. The air crackled with the vibrant energy of my assault as the creature let out a low growl, its chest marred by numerous wounds, and in an instant, it lost nearly half of its vitality. With a furious roar, it lunged toward me, its arms flailing while it unleashed a toxic mist and claw strikes in a vicious 3-hit combination. Just as the monster initiated its onslaught, I braced myself, sinking down and raising my shield, enveloped by a swirling vortex of dense energy, entering a defensive stance. The sound of clashing echoed as I successfully thwarted the regular attacks and claw strikes, yet I could not evade the magical damage from the toxic mist, which caused nearly 300 points of health to vanish. Fortunately, with my current prowess, single-handedly dispatching an 18-level creature was a trivial task. We decided to split up for leveling. Lin Che proposed, "Wei Ge, you and I shall engage one monster, while Da Hai and Qin Ge tackle another, thereby enhancing our team's leveling efficiency. And perhaps we might also scout for the location of the Black Zombie King." Indeed, the Black Zombie was 4 levels above us, and by dividing our efforts, the experience gained would be even more substantial. Remarkably, in less than half an hour, our experience surged by 25. At this rate, we should reach level 15 within 2 hours. In the desolate village, it was merely the 4 of us engaging in combat, the sounds of offense and defense resonating around us. Zhang Wei attempted to employ defensive skills, though with little success, as he repeatedly found his defensive stance shattered by the relentless attacks of the monsters, leaving him in a state of disarray. However, the black zombies exhibited a commendable drop rate, yielding 3 pieces of white gear in under 10 minutes. At this pace, we would undoubtedly return to the novice village laden with riches. Chapter 14. The Thirst for a Sister, Part 2. Time passed gradually, and as I observed the experience bar steadily ascending, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and anticipation enveloped me. The synergy between Wang Jinhai and myself grew increasingly harmonious. He would draw the monsters, I would unleash 3 shots followed by a 4-hit combo, and with an additional normal attack after one. 5 seconds. A black zombie would fall without sustaining any damage. While engaged in battle, a sudden notification illuminated my screen. Beep. System alert. A message from an unfamiliar player, becoming well-behaved, has arrived. Do you wish to accept? The top-ranked player? What could he possibly want from me? I chose to accept directly, and an instant message appeared before my eyes. Becoming well-behaved. Good evening, brother. Which part of Suzhou are you from? You must be from the area around Taihu Lake, right? Such a courteous introduction. I smiled faintly and replied, without hindering our monster hunt. Yes, is there something you need? A few seconds later, his second message arrived. Well, I have over 100 brothers playing here, all in this novice village, and we are well-funded. We plan to establish a guild soon and grow together. We are currently seeking talented individuals, so may I ask if you would be interested in joining us? We can start with a team. And when the time is right, establish a guild to conquer the world. No, I do not wish to join any guild. I promptly declined. Is that so? He replied. Indeed, I confirmed once more. After a considerable pause, another message chimed in from becoming well-behaved. What a pity. I hope we can be friends in the future, not enemies. Yes, I hope so too. Following that, there were no further messages. We continued our monster hunting. It seemed that our chosen group had indeed made a name for itself in this novice village, even attracting the attention of the top-ranked player with ample resources. Over an hour later, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping me entirely as I leveled up to 15. The pace of my leveling was quite impressive, and I allocated all my points to strength. Just as I finished assigning my attribute points, Lin Che's excited voice resonated in the team channel. Chingue. We've found the boss. Come to us. As we traversed the dilapidated walls, when the vast expanse of the sea came into view before Lin Che and Zhang Wei. They stood dumbfounded at the entrance of a crumbling courtyard. Before them, a ghastly surge of crimson energy swirled, forming an exceedingly terrifying domain. At the center of the courtyard loomed a figure towering at least 2 meters high, enveloped in a shroud of ominous black mist, the legendary Black Zombie King. Its garments lay in tatters, revealing skin that glimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating formidable defenses. Black Zombie King, bronze level boss level, 18 attack, 90 to 145 defense, 100 health, for 1000 skills, exhale poison fog. Bite. Description: the monarch among the undead. Once the strongest soldier in the village, gradually lost its will after being tainted by the toxins of the deceased, devolving into a mere shell of its former self. It is rumored that a single bite from it can induce bliss akin to that of a celestial being. Bliss akin to that of a celestial being indeed. Lin Che's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, however, that defense is indeed somewhat terrifying. 100 points, coupled with level suppression and the boss's hidden attributes. Can we even hope to prevail? It seems quite challenging, I responded. It's merely 4,000 health, not so fearsome, and it's just a bronze level boss, rather outdated. Prepare for battle. Dahai, Zhang Wei, focus on dealing damage. Lin Che, be sure to utilize the immobilization technique to control the pace. I am aware. Lin Che replied with a knowing smile. Let us engage the boss. Both Lin Che and Wang Jinhai, the ranged attackers, initiated their assault simultaneously. Casting the Fire Spirit Talisman and Fireball, which landed squarely on the Black Zombie King's head, resulting in damage numbers exceeding 100. Indeed, their attacking power failed to significantly breach the boss's defenses. With a swift motion, I drew my sword and intercepted the Black Zombie King as it charged at Lin Che. I unleashed a rapid 4-hit combo, deftly redirecting the boss's aggro. The Black Zombie King roared in fury, its claws lunging forward while it opened its maw to bite. Yet I quickly raised my shield, adopting a defensive stance in an instant. Clang, clang, 72, 171. The boss's attack power was indeed formidable. Had my defense faltered, it would have inflicted at least 400 health points of damage. Just then, after successfully withstanding the assault, the Black Zombie King opened its mouth once more, unleashing a plague of death that enveloped the surroundings in a green mist, causing Zhang Wei and me, both melee fighters, to lose over 300 health points within half a second. At that moment, a crimson flash erupted as Lin Che executed a swift immobilization technique, stunning the boss and interrupting its ongoing poison fog skill, the consequences of which could have been dire. Gulp. I consumed a health-restoring potion, advancing with my sword to flank Zhang Wei, thereby forming a pincer attack, while momentarily defending to mitigate my health loss. The Black Zombie King let out a furious roar, its health plummeting to half. as it puffed its cheeks and prepared to spew poison fog once more. Not good. My immobilization technique still has 3 seconds on cooldown. Lin Che exclaimed. Drink the blood potion, hold on. I resolutely stated that once the Black Zombie King breaks free from control, it could swiftly eliminate both Xiao Che and Dahai. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately unleashed his power, his left hand extended outward, and a radiant golden light erupted from his body. An image of a fierce tiger surged above his palm, accompanied by a faint roar. As he struck the boss with a powerful slap, the damage dealt was 144. The tiger palm proved to be quite formidable. As the 3 seconds elapsed, my health plummeted once more. While consuming a health potion, I firmly planted my feet on the ground, dispersing the air currents, and activated the Glory Shield armor to mitigate damage. Lin Che did not rush to employ the immobilization technique, for he trusted in my defensive capabilities. With the finesse of my defensive system, I could at least reduce the incoming damage by over 50, otherwise, we would have been wiped out long ago. Clang, clang, clang. The Black Zombie King's claw-like hands viciously jabbed at my shield, nearly piercing my level 1 shield to shreds. However, it possessed a mere 4,000 health. Amidst our relentless onslaught, after nearly 20 seconds of battle, a mournful howl echoed through the arena as it succumbed. Yet another bronze-level boss fell by our hands. With a clatter, a plethora of equipment and items spilled forth, while the experience bar surged by nearly 50. Indeed, the speed of leveling from boss kills was remarkable. If we encountered a few more, we could easily reach level 20 by nightfall. Lin Che examined the fallen boss's corpse, discovering 3 spoils: a dark black gun barrel, a pair of ebony bracers, and a square shield shimmering with blood-red brilliance. As Lin Che raised his hand, the attributes of the 3 treasures materialized before us. Black fire gun, bronze item, attack, 1528 strength, 5 required level, 15, black water bracers, bronze item, type, armor defense, 26 strength, 5 required level, 15, broken square shield, bronze item, defense, 45 block, 1 stamina, 7 required level, 15. Everyone's faces glowed with excitement, and the atmosphere erupted with enthusiasm. Damn, we struck gold. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. 3 bronze items at once. Dahai gazed at the gun barrel. His eyes glazed over as he grinned foolishly. Lin Che chuckled. Chenggu, you handle the distribution of the spoils. I nodded in agreement. The black fire gun naturally belongs to Dahai. Our chief gunner cannot continue wielding a level 1 weapon. That would be unreasonable. The black water bracers are slightly better than my spike bracers, so I'll give those to Zhang Wei. As for the broken square shield, I shall keep it. At last, I have a shield that fits my stature. Lin Che remarked. All right then. He struggled to lift the broken square shield, tossing it to me. I promptly replaced my previous jungle steel shield, filled with emotion. The attributes of a shield are fundamental to a knight. A proper shield is of utmost importance. This broken square shield, a 15-level bronze shield, is undoubtedly the finest shield in the entire server at this moment, possibly without parallel. My combat power surged to an impressive 353 points, surpassing that of the Obedient One, claiming the title of the highest combat power in the Novice Village. In addition to the equipment, the Black Zombie King also dropped 2 gold coins, marking a significant bounty. I approached, gripping my bronze longsword, and with a swift motion, I pierced through the chest of the Black Zombie King, retrieving a dark, glistening heart which I tossed into my satchel. Ugh, Lin Che wrinkled his nose in distaste. How disgusting. Fortunately, our team lacks any female players. Otherwise, they would surely be revolted. Dahai chuckled. Perhaps this is the reason none of you have girlfriends. Shut up. We glared at him in unison. As if you have a girlfriend. Dahai raised both hands in surrender. I concede. I cannot contend with you esteemed gentlemen. But seriously, boss, are you really not considering recruiting a couple of female players for our studio? I replied lazily. I would like to. But where would I find them? Given our current conditions, we can barely manage 3 dishes and a soup daily. What female player would join us? Have you not seen the recruitment posts on the forum? Their requirements are already set at 8 hours of gameplay a day, meals prepared by a chef, cosmetics provided, along with comprehensive insurance and a luxurious salary of at least 300,000, not to mention a chauffeur. And us? We can only boil noodles and rely on Xiao Che's decrepit electric bike. Where would we find recruits? Unless some girl were to mistakenly stumble upon our studio. Lin Che cleared his throat. Ultimately, it boils down to our current circumstances. We need to be patient. Moreover, we truly require a wandering healer. How can a team function without a healer? Just like with the Black Zombie King earlier, our coordination and execution were already exceptional, yet it was still quite arduous. If we had a healer to restore our health, it would be remarkably safe. Slaying a bronze boss would be as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. Indeed, I nodded. A female player is what everyone desires. However, we are not yet worthy of such an addition. Let us not dwell on fantasies. Come, let us proceed to complete our quest. Having departed from the dilapidated zombie village, we arrived at a small hillock. Captain Li Wei of the Scouts was surveying the horizon, his gaze imbued with a vision of a promising future, brimming with heroic spirit and ambition. He could not help but compose a poem. In the barren north, where demonic forces reign, our great Xia dynasty stands on the brink of peril. If only I wielded a 3-foot sword, leading 1,000 steeds across the plains, gazing northwest to shoot down the celestial wolf, I would not squander my life's aspirations. I approached and glanced at him. Is this your poem? My lord, we have returned to submit our quest. Chapter 15. Can the brothers still ignore you? Part 3. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the task, Slay the Black Zombie King E-Class task. You have received the following rewards: 5,000 experience points, 30 silver coins. And an additional reward, Scout's chestplate. With a soft thud, a chestplate tumbled into the inventory. Eagerly, I opened it to find a bronze-hued armor quietly resting in the corner. Somewhat coarse in appearance yet boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Scout's chestplate, bronze equipment. Type, armor defense, 30 stamina, 7 required level, 15. This armor possessed commendable attributes, significantly enhancing both defense and health. Upon equipping it, my defense surged to an impressive 160 points, while my health cap soared to 1728 points. It could be said that my current attributes were quite formidable, with a total of 4 pieces of bronze equipment, firmly securing my position at the top of the novice village's power rankings, undeniably powerful. To my surprise, there was an equipment reward. Lin Che was overjoyed, as bronze cloth pants materialized on his legs. Dahai and Zhang Wei, however, felt somewhat disgruntled. Their rewards consisted solely of experience and silver coins, without any additional bonuses. Continuing the conversation with the scout captain, he remained animatedly engrossed in his own monologue, seemingly devoid of any intention to assign further tasks. It appeared that the quest in this vicinity had been exhausted. Thus, I remarked, I am on the verge of reaching level 16. Let us circumvent this village and venture deeper to seek stronger monsters to vanquish. I sense we could efficiently tackle creatures 5 levels above us. Lin Che nodded in agreement. Bypassing the village and progressing forward for another 5 minutes, the gentle sound of flowing water reached our ears. Crossing through a dense forest, we were met by an expansive, flat marshland looming ahead. The map was awash in a crimson hue. With a notification sound, the system alerted us. Please be advised. You have entered the perilous area, Sunset Marsh. In the distance, the sun hung low in the western sky, casting a myriad of radiant reflections across the marsh, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. We gazed in fascination. The cold winds brought an autumnal desolation, and the near 100 realism evoked a chilling sensation, prompting us to tighten our armor as we approached the Sunset Marsh. On the map, several crimson dots began to appear, indicating the presence of monsters. Hiss. The marshy water's surface, covered in leaves and aquatic plants, exhibited swirling currents, a long serpentine form stretching nearly 10 meters. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to discover a gigantic head bobbing amidst the foliage, a water python. This creature was no exaggeration. Its girth was comparable to a bull, certainly capable of swallowing a person whole. That's a bit frightening, Lin Che remarked in astonishment. There's no need for you to engage in close combat. What are you afraid of? I chuckled softly as I perused the statistics of the water python. Indeed, they were remarkably high, surpassing even the bronze tier monsters, revealing it to be an ordinary creature of the mysterious iron tier. Water python tier, mysterious iron level, 20 attack, 95, 155 defense, 90 health, 2, 500 skills, constrict. Whiptail, description. One of the sovereigns of the marshes, it is said that an adult water python can effortlessly swallow a cow. Thus, young adventurers should exercise caution. If you lack the strength of a water buffalo, it is wise to maintain a safe distance from these serpents, perhaps owing to its mysterious iron classification. The level 20 water python stats were hardly inferior to those of the Black Zombie, a bronze tier boss, even slightly surpassing it in terms of attack. However, its defense was lower, and its health was significantly diminished, rendering the challenge less daunting compared to the Black Zombie. Furthermore, With my formidable defense soaring to an astonishing 160 points, exceeding the python's attack threshold, I felt confident in my ability to vanquish it effortlessly. Let us give it a try. Xiaoche, engage the monster. Everyone, attack together. I proclaimed. Let us do it. Lin Che replied, beaming with enthusiasm. He raised his hand, casting 2 symbols onto the water python's formidable head, inflicting several hundred points of damage. Instantly, the adjacent waters began to churn violently, and the python, concealed beneath the surface, erupted in fury. Its head lunged upwards, mouth agape, aimed directly at Lin Che, intent on devouring the young Taoist whole. I swiftly sidestepped, drawing my sword with precision, landing a flurry of 4 strikes upon the python's head, leaving behind a trail of chi in the air, a truly spectacular sight. The water python's health plummeted to less than a third of its total. In retaliation, it lashed out with its tail, sending a spray of water that sliced through the air and struck my shield with a resounding clang. 97. The damage was less than 100, indeed. My defense of 160 was extraordinarily robust. It became apparent that a player fully equipped in bronze gear could traverse the novice village with ease. Not only ordinary monsters, but even bosses would pose no threat. In a matter of moments, the water python was swiftly dispatched, dropping several copper coins that floated on the surface of the water. Lin Che immediately began to lure the next monster, showing no signs of pause. With our current strength, we could continuously slay monsters without interruption, making for an exceptionally rapid leveling speed. The level 20 water python, being 5 levels above us, offered an exceptionally rich experience yield, with each python contributing approximately 1 to our experience bar. Slaying dozens would surely lead to a level up, transforming this area into our personal sanctuary for advancement. With a cascade of radiant light, I ascended to level 16. Our group ventured deeper into the marsh, where the number of water pythons increased significantly, their respawn rate impressive. Soon, we found ourselves confronting 2 or even 3 at a time. Fortunately, my defenses were sufficiently robust, and I could actively mitigate damage through defensive skills. As the experience orbs from the fallen pythons floated around us, the experience bar glowed steadily, providing an exhilarating sensation that was truly unparalleled. Diligently toiling away, 3 hours had swiftly passed. Accompanied by a flurry of light rain, Lin Che, Dahai, and I had all ascended to level 18. While Zhang Wei had managed to catch up to level 17. Our rewards were quite bountiful. Although we lacked any dark iron gear, we did acquire 2 bronze items, which I distributed to Dahai and Zhang Wei. We also amassed numerous white gear pieces, nearly filling our bags to capacity. As we pressed onward, the depths of the setting sun marsh revealed a turbulent current on the river's surface, forming a colossal rapid spanning at least 20 meters. What could this mean? Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. The boss had appeared. I pointed at the map and said, Wei Ge, you should take the lead against the boss this time. It's in the water, and both Xiaoche and Dahai cannot engage, so we must rely on you. Zhang Wei's scalp prickled with apprehension. It must be a giant python, right? He conjectured. Why aren't you going to confront the monster? He glared at me. I am the primary damage dealer, so you should go first. What is there to fear? At worst, we'll only have to sacrifice half of your health. Go boldly. My brothers will surely have your back. Zhang Wei's face turned ashen. If I get devoured, I'll hold you all accountable. Lin Che and Wang Jihai smiled encouragingly. Go forth, brother. We shall support your wife. Zhang Wei cautiously advanced, but after taking only a few steps, the swirling currents beneath him surged violently. With a sudden splash, a colossal creature erupted from the depths, a giant python at least half a meter in diameter. Its sinuous body coiled and ensnared Zhang Wei, and then its massive, fearsome head emerged, its gaping maw aimed directly at him, swallowing him whole. The damage was astounding. 1904. How terrifying. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had gone in first. With his health points exceeding 3,000, he had sufficient vitality. Had I been in his place, I would have been left with but a sliver of health. Binding spell, I shouted, charging forward. The rush of wind whistled past my ears as I leapt into action. Lin Che's precise binding spell struck the python's head, stunning it. While I soared into the air, my sword slicing through the sky. The bronze blade, imbued with true energy, glowed with fiery intensity, unleashing a series of devastating strikes upon the python's head. 247, 282, 244, 301. The relentless barrage of damage immediately shifted the boss's aggro towards me, like a massive tree trunk. Its colossal tail swept through the water with blinding speed, leaving me no chance to defend. It struck my chest armor with a resounding thud, sending me skidding across the surface of the water for 10 yards. 594. Indeed, the boss's most formidable attack was its initial devouring strike. However, upon glancing up, I felt a tinge of disappointment in my heart. The Water Python King, a level 20 bronze tier boss, still fell short of being a dark iron tier boss. Even defeating it would not yield the coveted first kill reward for a dark iron tier boss. Nevertheless, it was still imperative to vanquish it. The sound of gunfire echoed as Lin Che and the sea launched a relentless assault, while Zhang Wei, after enduring substantial damage, consumed potions and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the serpent's massive form. By the time I arrived with my sword drawn, the boss's health had dwindled to a mere 40. Once my vital energy was replenished, I activated the Glory Shield armor, and with a decisive series of attacks, I vanquished the boss. Roaring, the Water Python King lifted its colossal head, only for its body to suddenly stiffen and transform into a pitch-black stone. With a resounding crash, several pieces of equipment erupted forth. The experience bar flickered, as the defeat of a single boss granted us a remarkable 28 of our current level's experience, an exceptionally generous reward. Lin Che sifted through the loot, murmuring, "A pair of bronze gauntlets. These are for Brother Hai. And here are bronze cloth boots, which I shall claim. This, a set of armored greaves. Chenggu, if memory serves, you are still equipped with bronze, so take these." I accepted the greaves, enhanced with strength, and did not feel the need to share with Zhang Wei, whose output had been mostly wasted, rendering the strength bonus less impactful for him. Cobra Scale Greaves, bronze, type, armor defense, 32 strength, 7 required level, 17 upon equipping them. My defense surged to a staggering 180 points. This was indeed a full set of bronze armor, if I were to don an entire bronze ensemble. My defenses would likely reach a level that would render physical attackers ineffective. However, this also unveiled another dilemma. Lower-tier armor lacks resistance to magical attacks. Against warriors, it sufficed. But facing mages would be akin to confronting a natural adversary. Suddenly, Lin Che issued a warning. Someone is approaching. Instinctively, we all crouched down, submerging ourselves among the aquatic vegetation. From a distance, we observed a group of players hastily making their way north from the other side of the swamp. There were 7 of them, all of considerable level, the lowest being at least level 15, already demonstrating combat prowess. Among them, one figure stood out clad in a mage's robe, wielding a staff radiating with crimson light. Fire Mouse, what brings him here? Chapter 16. Encountering you once, slaying you once. Part 4. Those who refuse to yield are relentless. Lin Che's expression was grave. Why are they ignoring us? Given the nature of the Fire Mouse, they should have attacked us by now. Have they not noticed our presence? With a distance of less than 200 yards and no cover above us, it should have been evident on the mini-map long ago. I furrowed my brow. This can only mean that the Fire Mouse has seen us, but is too preoccupied to engage, instead leading a group onward. By this reasoning, there must be something more captivating than us for the Fire Mouse's attention. A mithril-level boss. Everyone echoed in unison. Let's go. I immediately downed a health potion and said, follow closely to see what they intend. Since the stance of the refuse to yield group is clear, we must take the initiative. Indeed, let's charge. The 4 of us swiftly exited the marshlands, ascending the hillside. In the distance, we could see the backs of the Fire Mouse and his entourage, and we pursued them directly, eager to discern whether a mithril-level boss truly had appeared. This map was already among the deepest within the novice village, making the emergence of a mithril-level boss a possibility. Rustle. As we surged up the hill, a valley shrouded in mist revealed itself among the mountains, ethereal and enchanting. The Fire Mouse and his group dashed recklessly through it. And simultaneously, a system notification resonated in our ears. Ding. System announcement. A player has uncovered the treasure map, Wildman Valley. The demon-sealing treasure chest, laden with treasures, has reappeared. Nearby players are urged to rush forth and seize the treasure. A treasure chest has appeared. No wonder. Lin Che's expression brightened. I too felt a surge of excitement. Let us go. Since a treasure chest has emerged, we must claim it. Our chosen group prioritizes profit above all. Those who obstruct our pursuit of the treasure chest shall be our adversaries. Charge. Zhang Wei and Dahai brandished their weapons, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. Our group surged forward, and upon entering the Wildman Valley, we beheld a magnificent golden light emanating from the mist, revealing a massive, weighty treasure chest situated at the valley's center. It was adorned with earthy yellow seals and protective talismans, unmistakably a sealed treasure chest. The chest possessed health points, requiring it to be defeated in order to claim the treasures within. At that moment, the area surrounding the chest had devolved into a battlefield. The Fire Mouses refused to yield. Squad boasted at least 50 members, with a significant portion already fallen, their graves dotting the ground like a dark tapestry. On the opposing side stood a familiar figure, a knight player wielding a shimmering sword, clad in armor that gleamed with a bronze hue. Standing atop the grave of one of the refused-to-yield players. Above him, a shimmering inscription read, "Behave for you," and he coldly mocked, "Mouse brother, how many do you have left? Is it enough to die?" The Fire Mouse's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Where did you acquire this intelligence to know about the treasure chest, bringing so many here? That is not for you to concern yourself with." With a firm grip on the long sword, I smiled and remarked, "In the realm of kings and vanquished, if you wish to contest with me for supremacy in this novice village, those who dissent will only find themselves on the losing end. Is that not so?" The Fire Mouse, accompanied by a dozen followers, did not rush into action. Casting a sidelong glance at us, he chuckled, "I fear that may not be the case. If memory serves, the top contenders on the battle power and level rankings are a certain individual named Jinsei Hishi. What relevance does that bear to your dynasty's ambitions?" Jinsei Hishi. My gaze sharpened as I took note of our presence, and I could not suppress the surge of murderous intent in my eyes. "So, you have arrived as well?" I advanced slowly, sword in hand, and replied with a smile. "The system has announced the appearance of a treasure chest. Should I not be here? Know your place." With a cold sneer, I retorted, "You should take your people and leave immediately. A mere 4 individuals dares to contest us for a treasure chest? I previously extended an invitation for you to join, yet you chose defiance. Allow me to impart this wisdom. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. And if I refuse to depart?" I replied with a faint smile, the atmosphere now charged with tension. "Then there is no other option," he feigned nonchalance, shrugging with a smile. "Since you have chosen to be my adversary, I shall have to meet you and eliminate you each time." What a bold proclamation. Meet you and eliminate you each time. Wang Jinhai, wielding a firearm, laughed. "Lu Chong, I would very much like to witness how you intend to confront our chosen ones and eliminate us." I furrowed my brow and inquired, "Dahai, do you know him?" "Indeed." Wang Jinhai spoke through the team channel. "This individual is named Lu Chong, a demolition contractor. He has had several properties razed, sold a few, and used the proceeds to establish an internet CAF, the dynasty's internet CAF. He was among those who attacked me that day. Lu Chang possesses little skill beyond his financial prowess and ostentation, making him quite a formidable foe." His teeth clenched in anger. He seemed on the verge of grinding them to dust. I glanced at Lu Chang's entourage, noting over 20 members of the dynasty still standing, while the Fire Mouse's group numbered only a handful. Although the Fire Mouse was somewhat weaker, the arrival of the chosen ones shattered the stalemate. "Jinsei Hishi," the Fire Mouse observed from a distance, smiling, "You two are quite skilled. Surely, you cannot tolerate the idea of being met with elimination each time. I propose we join forces to ambush the dynasty together, and then we can split the treasure chest evenly. What do you say?" "Splitting?" I replied with a slight smile. "I fear such a generous offer does not exist in this world. Your numbers greatly surpass ours. And all of you have undergone the apprenticeship." A perceptive individual, the Fire Mouse coughed lightly, grinning. "Let us speak plainly. Once the treasure chest is opened, we can roll for it together. The victor claims the spoils. How does that sound? Fair and reasonable. Then, shall we confirm our alliance? First, we shall take down the dynasty." "Agreed." I gestured, summoning Lin Che and 3 others to move left with me, positioning ourselves alongside the 20-plus members of the dynasty, thus forming a strategic flanking formation with the Fire Mouse's group. "Chen Gu." Lin Che felt a twinge of anxiety. "Do you not recall the incident where the Fire Mouse group disparaged our chosen one's team on the forum? Collaborating with someone like you is akin to courting danger." "I understand," I replied with a faint smile, addressing the team in the channel. "The Fire Mouse's betrayal is inevitable. Let us also turn against them. When the time comes, we will strike with precision, allowing their forces to exhaust themselves. Once the opportunity arises, we shall engage them 2 against 1, ensuring that the treasure chest belongs exclusively to our chosen ones. An eye for an eye, as they say." He chuckled heartily. I joined in his laughter. In these times, making a living is no easy feat. One cannot hope to indulge without a touch of ruthlessness. Besides, we are not merely engaging in underhanded tactics. We are a group of young individuals striving earnestly for financial success. Everyone laughed in agreement. Yes, strive. Fight. Let's get to it. Meanwhile, the Fire Mouse group initiated the assault. With flames dancing around his fingers, a fireball was hurled towards a swordsman at the forefront of the dynasty's dominance, inflicting a staggering 709 points of damage. Coupled with a tri-shot from an archer nearby, the swordsman was swiftly eliminated. How ruthless, I remarked, as I drew my sword and charged forward, shouting, "All swordsmen, engage in a swift battle once you close in. Take down as many as you can. But leave the chosen ones for later." He was intent on confronting the Fire Mouse head-on. Let us observe first. I raised my hand to signal calmness. In truth, we were not yet fully acquainted with the skills of level 10 and above. Observing would prove beneficial. As the two sides clashed, 5 swordsmen from Dynasty's dominance surged to the front. Suddenly, their blades shimmered with a golden-red aura, activated by the level 10 skill, Swift Battle, which increased attack speed by 50 for 5 seconds. It could be said that a swordsman employing Swift Battle in the early stages was virtually invincible. Anyone who witnessed this would flee or face certain demise. As the 5 swordsmen approached the Fire Mouse, their PK skills demonstrated considerable expertise. They deliberately lured the swordsman closer, raising their staffs, surrounded by swirling frost. With a sudden stomp, a wave of icy air spread out, creating a frost domain, the level 10 skill of the Elementalist, which reduced the movement speed of non-allied units by 15. In an instant, the 5 swordsmen found their speed diminished, as if they were mired in mud. Take them down, Fire Mouse commanded coolly while retreating, as several Elementalists, archers, and gun hunters within his team opened fire. In no time, the 5 swordsmen had fallen, having barely touched a hair on the enemy's head, leaving behind a plethora of health and energy potions. The frost domain lasted only 3 seconds. Follow me, I urged, charging forward with a steely gaze. Wangshi, mark 1 to kill. Within the ranks of the dynasty's dominance, there exists a level 16 female talisman master, bearing the ID Kiss You Down, a clear indication of a family name. Accompanying her is another level 16 spiritual practitioner named Spoiling You and a level 16 archer known as Naughty Pudding. The names of this clan are undeniably eccentric, sending shivers down one's spine. However, the equipment worn by these individuals glimmers with a bronze hue, each adorned with no less than 2 pieces of bronze gear, rendering their combat prowess formidable and not to be underestimated. The Talisman Master adeptly employs a binding spell, eliminating 2 key ranged attackers from the Flame Mouse faction, while Spoiling You charges forth, brandishing a sword and activating the Glory Shield, drawing a significant amount of fire while maintaining over 50 health. The strength of their equipment is indeed remarkable. In the ensuing battle, within a mere 2 minutes, the Flame Mouse faction dwindles to 5 members, while Dynasty's dominance is left with fewer than 10. Throughout the skirmish, Dynasty's dominance maintains a dominant position over the Flame Mouse players. What a peculiar evening. Are you still merely spectating? In the distance, the voice of the Flame Mouse rises to a roar. You chosen ones, do you still desire the treasure chest? Indeed, I declare, brandishing my sword with a grin. Let us engage. Xiaoche will take down one. All right. Careful, they are coming. Naughty Pudding shouts. But her words are swiftly silenced as Lin Che's binding spell renders her momentarily dazed. I dart past, my longsword emanating the brilliance of a level 2 heavy slash, its power significantly amplified. In an instant, I sliced through the air, scoring a critical hit of 748 damage, eliminating her in an instant. What? The beautiful Talisman Master of Dynasty's dominance quickly turns, yet before she can react, I unleash a series of melee attacks, sending her back to the city in a flash of white light, a staggering 552, 760 damage, enough to obliterate her even at full health. Spoiling You roars in frustration, disregarding the Flame Mouse faction entirely, and charges at me, growling, "Tonight, I will take your life." He launches a skill combo of 3 strikes, basic attack, heavy slash, and break. It seems he lacks the finesse of interspersing basic attacks, missing an opportunity for a 4th strike. However, his continuity is markedly improved. Just as his longsword cuts through the air, radiating with vital energy, I suddenly lower my stance, raising my shield in a flawless defensive posture. With a clang, sparks fly as 3 damage numbers soar into the air. 147, 149. The humiliation of losing a single health point emerges, as Lu Chong clearly underestimates the speed at which my defensive skill activates. In his moment of shock, my heavy slash connects with his head, Producing the numbers 374 and 457, his defenses are indeed formidable. Yet, behind me stand Lin Che and Dahai. With a swift combination of skills, we unleash 4 rapid strikes, reducing his health to a mere fraction. At that very moment, 2 golden beams of healing rained down upon Lu Chang, courtesy of the Wandering Healer, restoring 450 and 145 health points. It is no wonder that Lu Chang could survive under the relentless assault of the Flame Mouse. That player, known as the heartbreaking Wandering Healer, is indeed a high-caliber healer. Yet, death was still inevitable. The moment the normal attack's recoil concluded, I unleashed a devastating strike. The dual blows causing Lu Chang's form to sway unsteadily. The healing spells could not keep pace with our damage output, particularly Lin Che's flying talismans, which were a nightmare for heavily armored knights. In the early game, knights possess no resistance to spiritual techniques. They absorb every hit, unreservedly. Behold my might, I declared, delivering a powerful palm strike. Behind me, Zhang Wei surged forth, cloaked in a tempest of invincibility, his tiger palm aimed at Lu Chang's forehead. However, it was evident that Zhang Wei's prediction was slightly off. He miscalculated the distance, and his palm struck below Lu Chang's abdomen, right between his legs. With a resounding thud, he struck true, obliterating the knight who had repeatedly claimed the top spot on the novice village's power rankings. In his final moments, Lu Chang's gaze was filled with resentment, yet it also bore a hint of longing as he turned to glance at the beautiful Wandering Healer behind him. Then, with a thunderous crash, the Flame Mouse unleashed its wrath, a fiery projectile incinerating the enchanting healer into a blinding flash of light. Its gaze icy. You are neither Elbu, nor is she Diao-chan. What purpose does this charade serve? I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that he truly was a fellow devoid of romantic understanding. Chapter 17, The Firestone Staff, 5th update, with an air of nonchalance. I discreetly collected a piece of bronze equipment that had erupted from the ground nearby and stowed it away in my pack. I watched as the Fire Mouse concentrated its assault on the remaining few members of the dynasty's dominance, reducing them to mere gravestones upon the earth. The entire assembly of the dynasty's forces, numbering in the dozens, met their demise, their essence returning to the novice village to be resurrected. The foremost contender on the power rankings, Jinsi Hui, was indeed formidable. The Fire Mouse approached, a broad smile gracing his face, accompanied by a talisman master and a ranger. It was the ranger, known by the ID Yurin Yoyu, who particularly captured my attention. As a level 16 apprentice ranger, his standing beside the Fire Mouse was evidently significant. Moreover, his prowess displayed during the recent duel, where he effortlessly eliminated 3 players in quick succession, was quite remarkable. Be cautious, Chen Good. Lin Che reminded in our team channel. I promptly responded, Xiao Che Dahai, focus your fire on their talisman master the moment we engage. Once he falls, their control dissipates. I will test the waters and absorb the damage. Wei Ge, ensure Xiao Che and Dahai are protected from any lurking assassins. Understood. Brandishing my bronze longsword, I approached with a slight smile. Now, the demon-suppressing treasure chest belongs to us. How shall we divide it? Isn't that simple? The Fire Mouse replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Whoever possesses the mightiest fist claims the chest. As expected, he had shifted his stance. In an instant, the Fire Mouse sprang into action, unleashing a frost-laden strike that enveloped my feet. Simultaneously, the level 16 talisman master conjured a blood-red talisman and hurled it towards me, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Jinsi He, you are rather naive, aren't you? Just as the immobilizing spell threatened to ensnare me, I grounded myself. And amidst the swirling currents of energy, 3 golden shields encircled me, a level 2 glory shield, reducing damage by 17. Raising my gaze, I noticed Yurin Yoyu swiftly approaching. His steel blade enveloped in azure energy. A menacing wolf's head emerged upon the blade, and his expression radiated determination. Die. In a sudden motion, I braced myself, raising my shield just before the immobilizing spell took effect, activating my defensive skill. I felt an overwhelming sense of unity with my shield. But as the spell rendered me dizzy for a second, I sustained 216 points of damage. Concurrently, Yurin Yoyu struck me twice with his attacks, the Ranger's Wolf Tooth Strike and a Standard Assault. The clash resonated, leaving deep marks upon my shield as sparks erupted around us. The damage tallied, 237. 4. The explosive power of the Wolf Tooth Strike was terrifying. Based on the radiance of the energy released, it was likely a level 2 strike. A level 1 Wolf Tooth strike already boasted 170 damage. Renowned as one of the most potent initial skills among combat classes, rivaling the swift assault of swordsmen. Fortuitously, I had activated my defensive skill in time. Otherwise, that blow could have depleted over 500 of my health points. With the Fire Mouse standing amidst the frost, flames danced around his staff, and suddenly, a conflagration surged towards me. 577. Fortunately, I had activated the Honor Shield in advance. Otherwise, that fireball would have been fatal. Despite this, my health plummeted to below 50% in an instant. The two mages and the archer joined the fray, their relentless assault proving to be extraordinarily formidable. Just as the stun effect was about to wear off, Lin Che had already activated the 7-star step, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. He executed the binding spell, which struck the enemy's sole talisman master, rendering him unconscious with a sharp clap, and swiftly followed up with a talisman that obliterated him in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhai unleashed a barrage of basic attacks and a double fireball strike that decimated the opposing archer. Now, only two formidable mages and the agile ranger remained. At the moment the stun effect faded, I was gravely injured, my health dwindling to less than 30%. I gulped down a health potion and began to hastily maneuver sideways. My bronze longsword shimmered with a blue-white radiance, heralding the prelude to rupture. This strike startled the agile ranger, causing him to retreat, while I seized the opportunity to close in on the Fire Mouse. Seeking death, the Fire Mouse's eyes glowed with fury as he continued to gather his fireball, locking his gaze upon me. His intentions were unmistakable. With his gear, he could withstand 2 of my strikes without perishing. However, that fireball, coupled with the nearby spellcaster, could easily send me back to the novice village. Yet, contrary to expectations, my strike of rupture did not land. Instead, I deftly maneuvered past the Fire Mouse, instantly escaping his targeting range, causing his painstakingly gathered fireball to dissipate. According to the mechanics of the game, once a targeted spell loses its focus, it must reset its cooldown, a fact I astutely exploited. To my dismay, the Fire Mouse was taken aback, not anticipating my calmness amidst the chaos, utilizing my positioning to break free from his spell's lock. With a swift motion, I evaded the line of sight of the 2 spellcasters, my battle boots gliding through the sand. Suddenly, I turned back, landing a basic attack of rupture upon the spellcaster, resulting in an instant kill. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged towards the Fire Mouse, launching a basic attack followed by a heavy strike, flames swirling around my bronze sword, creating an intimidating spectacle. "Boss, be careful," the ranger exclaimed in alarm. The Fire Mouse, eyes glinting with malice, raised his staff, retracting his form in a defensive posture. I pivoted swiftly, my body gliding nearly a meter forward, positioning myself directly in front of the ranger. With unexpected swiftness, I bypassed the Fire Mouse and struck the ranger with 2 swift blows, catching him off guard. Even a seasoned expert like him had no time to activate a defensive skill, and he was left reeling from the 2 strikes, his health waning. "I've marked him," I declared, turning back to pursue the Fire Mouse. But he had already activated the Wind Spirit spell, enhancing his movement speed by 10%, and was making his escape, his eyes glinting with a malevolent promise. "Just wait." However, the ranger fell victim to a talisman cast by Lin Che, transforming into a beam of white light as he returned to town. Suddenly, I felt a sense of foreboding as the air was sliced open behind me. A streak of crimson light darted through the atmosphere. It was the assassin's backstab skill, aimed directly at Lin Che. Indeed, an assassin skilled in stealth has emerged, having evaded detection until now, and has directly targeted our talisman master, striking at the moment of his greatest vulnerability. Lin Che's vitality plummeted to below 30% in an instant, his face drained of color. Without looking back, he surged forward with the 7-star step, demonstrating remarkable experience. This technique grants a 10% speed advantage. The level 16 assassin, possessing only the abilities of stealth, backstab, and hit, lacks any skills to enhance speed, which implies that retreat would spell doom, while rushing ahead offers a chance of survival. The Fire Mouse turned back, brandishing a ball of flame, intent on eliminating Lin Che. "Do you dare?" I advanced, sword in hand, bracing myself to endure another fireball. Should Lin Che fall, the Fire Mouse and the assassin could coordinate their attacks, potentially leading to our annihilation. At that moment, Zhang Wei's roar echoed from a distance as he unleashed a tiger palm strike upon the assassin's nape. This was no easy feat, yet the skill landed flawlessly. A gunshot reverberated across the field, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. The assassin, who had been pursuing Lin Che, suddenly halted, blood gushing from his head, having truly suffered a fatal shot, only to dissolve into white light and return to the city. Lin Che, employing the 7-star step once more, deftly executed a binding technique that sent a crimson glow surging forth, striking the fire mouse with precision. I stepped in and felled the defiant guild leader with a swift strike. To my astonishment, he dropped equipment. A wand encircled in flames appeared on the ground. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be an unexpected prize. Firestone Staff, Bronze Level, Magic Attack, 2435, Magic Power, 8, Required Level, 17. This Firestone Staff undoubtedly ranks among the finest currently available, as level 17 spellcasters are quite rare, and its attributes are impressively potent, boasting a maximum magic attack of 35, which is exceedingly formidable. Brother Mouse is quite generous, Lin Che remarked with a smile, recovering health and mana simultaneously. Yes, keep it, I said, tossing the Firestone Staff to him. After we return, sell it for 20 gold. It's worth that much. Turning my gaze towards the nearby demon-suppressing treasure chest and the distant silhouette atop the mountain, I immediately strode forward, saying, "Let us recover while we attack the treasure chest. We must open it quickly and depart, for my notoriety has risen once again." Wang Jihai smirked. "Boss, your previous maneuvers must have thoroughly frightened the fire mouse and the others. Who cares? Let us get on with it," I replied. Agreed. A throng gathered around the demon-suppressing treasure chest, launching a fervent assault. The durability bar of the chest steadily declined, and within a minute, the intricate engravings on its surface collapsed dramatically. As I lifted the lid, a radiant light nearly blinded me. However, upon closer inspection, rather than an abundance of gear, I found merely a small stone. "What is this?" Lin Che exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that our fierce battle was for naught? "Not necessarily," I replied. I raised my hand to pick up a stone and, with a gentle sweep, an ethereal aura emanated forth, a wild donkey, Xiantai level mount, of the type, Sealing Stone. Required level, 20. My goodness. Lin Che's face immediately lit up with joy. Was it not said that the mount system would only be available at level 40 or even 80? How could it be that a mere teenager level could yield a mount Sealing Stone? Wang Jihai chuckled heartily. To my knowledge, that is indeed the case. Players must reach at least level 40 to unlock the skill of taming mounts. This only underscores the rarity of this particular mount, granting an early advantage in mounted combat, especially when others cannot acquire mounts. "Boss, this stone is meant for you. This treasure chest of demon suppression is truly remarkable." Overjoyed, I promptly stowed the mount stone in my bag. My sole objective now was to rush to level 20, bind this Sealing Stone, and acquire my mount. Perhaps I would be the first knight in the entire server to obtain a mount destined by fate. We must leave. The Wildman Valley is perilous, and others are approaching. All right, let us depart. We hastily tidied the battlefield, securing a total of 3 bronze equipment pieces. After all, the drop rate for player deaths is not exceedingly high, with only a 10 chance for equipment drops, so acquiring 4 bronze pieces is quite commendable. As we ascended the slope, glancing back, I noticed at least 100 players entering the Wildman Valley. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the fact that the treasure chest had already been opened, and without even sighting the chest, they commenced casting fireballs and talismans in the jungle. Chapter 18. The arrival of the Dark Iron Boss perched atop the mountain. We gazed down upon the tumultuous skirmish within the Valley of Wild Men. A profound silence enveloping us, our hearts awash with a cacophony of emotions. I stumbled upon an intriguing observation. Lin Che remarked, "In the pursuit of empire, we are faced with a multitude of opponents, yet the number of wandering healers is scarcely enough to count on one hand. What could possibly be the reason for this disparity? Is it that no one requires healing?" He furrowed his brow in contemplation. "The primary issue lies within the official game mechanics," I replied, exasperated. Only female players are permitted to select the Wandering Healer class, rendering a significant number of male players, who traditionally relished the role of the healer, entirely obsolete. Furthermore, the demographic of female gamers is significantly smaller than that of their male counterparts. Additionally, as we have seen with Liu Chang and the Fire Mouse, it is exceedingly rare for strong, dominant men to retain the company of multiple women. How many females would willingly choose to play as wandering healers for such individuals? Indeed, look over there, Zhang Wei exclaimed, pointing. a swordsman accompanied by 3 wandering healers providing him with support. Such extravagance. Oh, we craned our necks, squinting to see. Sure enough, a level 14 swordsman, handsome and refined, strode ahead, flanked by 3 female wandering healers clad in flowing robes. Their looks decidedly above average. All 4 bore the team suffix, Su Daedon's assault squad. Their conversation drifted to us on the breeze. Swordsman, it seems the treasure chest has already been opened. I wonder who did it. We have arrived too late. What a pity. Wandering healer, hey, so many gravestones. The previous battle must have been fierce. Haochen, do not stray from my healing range, or you may easily fall to those without principles. Wandering healer B, Zhang Xingya's team has managed 52 effective healing without complaint. What makes you think your healing output is enough to make such statements? Wandering healer C, enough of the bickering, Haochen. It appears the Valley of Wild Men has run dry of resources. It is too taxing for you to face the monsters alone. How about I accompany you for a late-night snack afterward? Swordsman, well, let us bring Lin Yidong and Luo Shanshan along. I've upgraded my car to a 4-seater. Everyone has worked so hard leveling up. Let us unwind at a bar after our meal. Sounds great, exclaimed the wandering healers in unison. We stood there, mouths agape, as an eerie silence enveloped us. Damn it. Lin Che snapped a twig in frustration. His expression steeped in melancholy. Those who are parched perish from drought, while those who are flooded drown. Here we are, a band of single men, while that pretty boy is surrounded by 3 women. The disparity is maddening. I cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. At least you are a professional player with a following of 100,000 on Weibo. Why not post a message seeking a girlfriend? I assure you, at least 100 would respond. 100 fair-skinned, beautiful girls applying? Lin Che's spirits lifted momentarily. 100 girls disguised as boys applying, I retorted. How infuriating. Wang Jinhai, wielding a fire lance, declared, let us proceed further northward. The possibility of encountering a boss lies ahead. We must not forget our aspirations. The first kill of a Xian Tai level boss remains unfulfilled. Now onward. With renewed vigor, the group embarked on their journey once more. As they advanced, the desolate shadow of the jungle was dispelled, and sunlight bathed the foliage, revealing a scene brimming with vitality. However, the map's hue deepened ominously, indicating their entrance into a region populated by higher-level monsters. The verdant grassland shimmered with a faint green mist, as if the ethereal essence of the forest coalesced into flowing waters. Zhang Wei, shouldering an iron rod, strode ahead, reveling in the beauty of nature, and remarked, "Ah, the sweet essence of the wilderness." Yet, before he could finish, his expression turned a ghastly shade of green as blood loss notifications blared above him. 187. 187. 187. What on earth is happening? Zhang Wei exclaimed in confusion. We must exit this poisonous area beneath our feet, I said, furrowing my brow. It appears to be a toxin causing a continuous blood loss of 5% per second. This place is perilous. What could possibly emit such poison? Wang Jinhai remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. Taking up the sword in place of Zhang Wei, I led the way, consulting the minimap and soon discerning several indistinct red dots obscured by the dense underbrush. I marked the locations and instructed Dahai, fire a couple of shots in that direction. Understood. Wang Jinhai's fire lance, in truth, was a type of scattergun, an ancient black powder weapon. With a resounding blast, he scattered the undergrowth, revealing the creature concealed within, a diminutive figure, no taller than 30 centimeters, with a mushroom cap and 2 short legs. Screeching in alarm as it exhaled toxic fumes and charged toward us. Mushroom Spirit, Xian Tai level monster, level 22 attack, 150 to 180 defense, 60 health, 2,700 skills, toxic liquid. Valiant charge, description. The lands of the Great Xia dynasty are cloaked in subtropical jungles, teeming with delectable fresh mushrooms. However, not all mushrooms are palatable. Some attract the essence of goblins, birthing fierce and formidable spirits, yet their charmingly peculiar appearance captivates the hearts of imperial maidens. With a thud, the mushroom spirit collided with my feet, inflicting 347 points of damage. Despite its attack power failing to breach my defenses, the level disparity rendered the damage substantial. Simultaneously, engulfed in the valiant charge, a green mist enveloped us, and both Zhang Wei and I began to lose health rapidly. Eliminate it immediately, Lin Che urged. With a precise application of my skills, alongside Lin Che and Dahai's consecutive strikes, The mushroom creature let out a feeble whimper before collapsing, transforming into a limp mass. For radiant beams of white experience illuminated our forms, granting a 1 increase in experience for each of us. This instant success solidified our resolve to remain in this area for leveling. Despite the mushroom creature's commendable attack power, its defense and health were relatively frail, allowing for swift defeats, and thus a highly efficient training environment. As more mushroom creatures fell, our experience points accumulated rapidly, and within less than an hour, we achieved a level up. A golden shower of light descended upon us as Lin Che, Dahai, and I ascended to level 19. All 10 attribute points were allocated to strength, resulting in an attack power that surpassed 200 points. As we continued our training, slaying monsters, Lin Che shared translucent screenshots of our forum discussions in our team interface, accompanied by a wry smile. Our chosen group has truly become a sensation, being hunted by 2 major organizations. On the Novice Area Forum, 2 fervent threads emerged, both concerning us. Declaration of war, player Firemouse, chosen group. How about a showdown outside the Novice Southgate? Declaration of war, player Be Your Best. What a bold declaration. Are you brave enough to face our alliance and challenge us in the battle for dominance? Just wait. If I see you in the wild, I shall strike. Under the thread by Be Your Best, numerous replies followed. First floor, player Firemouse, you're pathetic. Second floor, player Glorious Array, wow. This novice village has become quite lively. Are Firemouse and Be Your Best competing for supremacy? Third floor, player Tiramisu. Fourth floor, player Mischief is putting first. They observe, then they intervene. The chosen group is truly synonymous with deceit. Fifth floor, player Thunderous 9 Directions. I just don't understand. Be Your Best chosen group has only 4 members. How can 4 individuals possibly outmatch an alliance boasting hundreds? If you claim deceit, please provide battle footage, and all will be revealed. Wang Jihai shot a mushroom creature in the head, his face contorted with vengeful fury. That mischievous pudding is nothing but a scoundrel, is Zhang Liang. The archer I defeated 10-0. He can't handle defeat and resorts to real-life confrontations. It's one thing to fight, but to gather a group is utterly shameless. I remarked. We should simply defeat him a few more times to vent our frustrations. Indeed, Lin Che added, since we aim to be studio merchants, we ought to minimize enmities. Otherwise, our leveling time will be compromised by PK activities, making it easy for others to catch up with us. Without our level and equipment advantages, we would find it exceedingly difficult to contend against dozens or even hundreds of opponents. Xiao Che's point was valid. I nodded in agreement. We must establish our principles. Our studio must prioritize leveling over piking, unless provoked. Exactly. That is the way forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Che suddenly appeared to be petrified, brandishing his sword towards the front, mumbling incoherently, as if a potent elixir had lodged itself in his throat. His face exhibited a fascinating array of emotions: surprise, concern, joy, and happiness, rendering his countenance flushed. Following his gaze, we beheld a colossal creature slowly advancing through the misty forest, its body adorned with a myriad of vibrant colors that sent shivers down our spines. It manifested as a gigantic cylindrical form, with a large head tapering to a smaller tail. This sunlit forest had finally unveiled its formidable boss, and it was none other than the coveted Xian Tai level boss. Colorful Mushroom Duke, Xian Tai level boss, level 24 attack, 185250 defense, 150 health, 8000 skills. Venomous Zone, Root Entanglement, King's Charge description, the sovereign among mushroom spirits. It is naturally vibrant and enchanting, commanding the allegiance of all mushrooms within a 100-mile radius. Legend has it that an Imperial scout team of 100 was dispatched to exterminate it for a broth, only to be completely overwhelmed. Young adventurers, should you encounter it, do not attempt to flee. Instead, seize your weapons, for that way, you may meet your demise with a modicum of dignity. This description is truly amusing. Zhang Wei chuckled. Do not laugh. This description reveals crucial boss intelligence, I remarked gravely. Do not flee. This boss can only be faced head-on. Attempting to escape may result in being ensnared by its roots, and the ensuing damage is likely to be extraordinarily terrifying. Indeed. Wei Ge, you go first. Let us witness the ferocity of the King's Charge. Why must I always be the one to get hurt? Although he vocally expressed his reluctance, his body betrayed him. With a resolute shout, Zhang Wei channeled his vital energy, augmenting his health by 20, valiantly striding towards the Mushroom Duke. Chapter 19. Close combat bloodsucking. 7th update. Insignificant humans, face your reckoning. Roared Duke Mushroom, his colossal form charging towards Zhang Wei with an uncoordinated yet frenzied speed. The velocity was so great that the vibrant surface of his mushroom body ignited upon contact with the air. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Wei was propelled like a cannonball, soaring nearly 100 yards before becoming ensnared in the branches of a towering tree, a damage number lingering in the air, 2,817. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. While Lin Che exclaimed in astonishment, "Is Wei dead? He is probably alive. It's our turn now," I declared, charging forward and unleashing a flurry of 4 strikes upon the Duke's massive and unwieldy body. Each blow felt as if it struck cotton, yet a cascade of damage numbers erupted. 347, 450, 362, 441. In pain, the Duke let out a furious roar, and his corpulent form suddenly extended 2 supple tendrils, delivering 3 rapid strikes against my shield. Even with my defensive skill activated, I lost 700 health. Such ferocity. Had my defense failed, based on an average quadruple damage calculation, I would have surely been obliterated. Dahai maneuvered skillfully, firing shot after shot, while Lin Che wielded his sword in his right hand, his left deftly manipulating talismans. Unleashing Dao Fire Spirit talismans and ordinary flying talismans with nearly all his might. After successfully defending, I promptly dispelled the status and launched a fierce counterattack, simultaneously consuming a healing potion. This formidable Black Iron level boss possessed an astounding 8,000 health and would not be easily vanquished. It promised to be a protracted battle. Xiao Che, be ready with the immobilization spell. Do not use it recklessly, I advised. Understood. The immobilization spell is most effective against bosses, primarily to interrupt their ultimate abilities. The Duke's ultimate, without a doubt, was the King's Charge, capable of reducing Zhang Wei to near death. If it struck me, I would likely be eliminated. As green luminescence swirled around, tendrils erupted from the Duke's body, lashing out furiously. My health bar plummeted alarmingly, and just as it dipped to around 40, I activated the Glory Shield, bracing myself against the boss's onslaught, while also enduring the damage from the toxic area surrounding him. I could neither flee nor afford to be reckless. The situation was dire. With a resounding impact, I was knocked back several meters, and the boss unleashed a brilliant glow once more. Insignificant humans, face your reckoning. It was happening again. The King's Charge. Lin Che, quick to react, deftly produced a crimson talisman, casting it in a flash. With a resounding clap, the boss was stunned, allowing me a moment to recover. As the Duke regained his senses, I immediately executed another 4 strikes, firmly locking in the aggro. I could not allow Lin Che or Dahai to bear the brunt of the boss's assault. Losing either of them would spell doom for our party, as their contributions were indispensable. Zhang Wei has returned. Feel my might. The mighty paw of the tiger struck the boss, akin to a mere scratch. Its offensive power diminished, failing to breach the defenses, rendering the situation rather awkward. This allowed Zhang Wei to move unfettered, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the boss from behind, each attack inflicting a modest 100 points of damage, which, albeit minimal, was better than nothing. For nearly a minute, I transitioned between offensive and defensive stances over a dozen times, even activating the Glory Shield thrice, ultimately depleting the boss's health to a mere sliver. Let Chen take the kill. Lin Che suddenly grasped the talisman he was about to throw, stating, "A direct kill grants 2 points of extraordinary achievement. Let us ensure Chen Gu claims it alone." Wang Jinhai promptly readied his weapon. At this point, I had endured a beating from the boss's tender branches, my visage bruised and battered. During the duration of the 3rd Glory Shield, I persevered with 30 of my health remaining and thrust my sword into the boss, unleashing a radiant strike. In an instant, the colossal form of the colorful mushroom Duke collapsed like a mountain, a cacophony echoing as vibrant nectar erupted forth, showering us in a manner reminiscent of some ethereal entity returning life to the earth upon its demise, drenching us thoroughly. Simultaneously, a melodious chime resonated through the air. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Jinsi Heishi for successfully slaying the colorful Mushroom Duke, achieving the first kill of a Xian Tai level boss. Rewarded with 2 points of extraordinary achievement, 1 point of luck, and 10 gold coins. His teammates receive 1 point of extraordinary achievement and 5 gold coins each. A radiant beam of golden light cascaded down, the substantial experience propelling me to level 20. making the three of us among the first players in this novice village to attain such a level, concurrently with the demise of the boss. A plethora of equipment burst forth in a dazzling display, eliciting great joy among the onlookers. How exhilarating! Lin Che's face beamed with delight. With this double first kill, we have surely woven a tale of legend in this novice village, instilling all around Suzhou and beyond, our names now echoing across the land. I chuckled softly. Let us not get carried away. There are a total of 10,000 novice villages on the Chinese server, with as many as 20,000 first kills. Many will achieve similar feats. As for our renown, let us wait until we reach the secondary main city. Indeed, let us inspect the spoils. A Xiantai-level boss must have dropped Xiantai equipment. Lin Che brushed off the boss's ichor from his shoulders and ventured into the remnants of the boss's body, sifting through the debris of foliage to uncover several items. Among them was a necklace resembling a dagger's pendant, a cloth armor chest piece, and a cloak, which brought delight to all. The necklace and cloak were both exceptionally rare drops. Thus far, I had yet to see a player adorned with a cloak. Not even a white-grade one, and surely the cloak dropped by the boss would not be inferior. Lin Che extended his hand and, in an instant, the attributes of the necklace appeared before his eyes. Jungle Lord Pendant, Dark Iron Artifact, Strength, 10 Special Effect, 2 Lifesteal and Melee Combat Required Level, 20. Goodness. An extraordinarily rare necklace, and it even possesses a special effect. Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment. What a pity, it's lifesteal for melee combat. If it were for ranged attacks, it would have been a premier artifact for sustaining early game prowess. Lin Che remarked, as per our usual practice. Let us prioritize equipping it to Brother Chun, shall we? Beside him, Zhang Wei gazed longingly. I quickly interjected, no need for that. This necklace offers melee lifesteal and adds strength, which means both Wei Gu and I can equip it. Let us roll the dice. Whoever has the higher number gets it. It's fair and just. This essentially grants Zhang Wei an opportunity. De Qin, you truly are my good brother. Zhang Wei expressed his gratitude, though with a playful edge. However, if we roll, you're bound to lose. Don't forget. I was once hailed as the luckiest in Dingji Town. You and Xiao Che are just a pair of lucky fools. I can outshine you by tenfold. I shot him a glare. You certainly can boast with an unmatched flair, but let us roll. With that, I tossed the dice. Watching as they spun to a halt on 24, Zhang Wei nearly burst into tears from laughter, clutching his belly. Did you see that? I rubbed my nose, a miscalculation. Your turn. Stop laughing. Your teeth are practically on display. Ha ha. Zhang Wei trembled with mirth, rolling the dice, which eventually landed on 6. Ha ha ha. This time, it was Lin Che and Wang Jinhai who erupted into laughter. If it's not yours, it's simply not yours, ha? Zhang Wei was left speechless. With a soft thud, the necklace fell into my inventory, shimmering beautifully, a sight to behold. This must be the first dark iron artifact necklace in the entire server, exceedingly precious. With a 2 lifesteal and melee combat, combined with my defensive and offensive capabilities, it might just enable me to grind levels solo, ensuring I maintain my personal advantage. Soon after, Lin Che unveiled the second piece of equipment, a cloth armor chest piece. Drizzling long robe, dark iron artifact, type, cloth armor defense, 24 spirit, 10 required level, 20 undoubtedly. The only cloth armor class among us is Lin Che. And this garment is a pinnacle for the spirit class, providing a commendable 10 points of spirit, essentially a level-up reward. Lin Che donned it immediately, his face radiant with joy. Finally, he picked up the last item, a cloak, giving it a shake. The blood-red cloak shimmered brilliantly, quite a sight. And its attributes were equally astonishing. Hunter's Cloak, Dark Iron Artifact, Type, Armor Defense, 40 Strength, 10 Required Level, 20. Remarkably, it is a cloak, quite impressive. Another piece of armor. Let us roll again. Zhang Wei had already grasped the dice. I glanced at him with a smile. Who is rolling with you? It's yours. Huh. Zhang Wei stared in disbelief. Lin Che offered a slight smile and remarked, Did you hear that? This cloak is of no use to anyone else. So it's yours for free. At least you've contributed to the team. Do practice your skills diligently from now on. Zhang Wei accepted the cloak with great excitement. Yet he had not yet reached level 20, so he would have to wait a bit longer to equip it. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with excitement as I retrieved the Mount Sealing Stone from my bag. Lin Che, sharing my enthusiasm, exclaimed, The first mounted combat player in the entire server is about to emerge. I nodded emphatically, raising my hand to brush the surface of the bronze sword. Blood immediately dripped onto the ceiling stone, causing it to hum and vibrate. Waves of dazzling light erupted from it, and moments later, the stone shattered, releasing a radiant glow that cascaded onto the ground, ultimately transforming into an unremarkable wild donkey. Its course lacked grandeur, and it affectionately nudged my shoulder with its head, clearly acknowledging me as its master. Chengge, what are the attributes of your mount? Lin Che inquired. I waved my hand, sharing the wild donkey's attributes with everyone. It must be said that, despite potentially being one of the lowest-tier mounts, it was still quite formidable for early-game players. Wild Donkey, Xian Tai Grade Mount, Strength, 12 Attack Power Increase, 10 Defense Power Increase, 10 Movement Speed Increase, 25 Health Points Maximum Increase, 300 Skill, Kick, suddenly launching an attack on a target behind, inflicting 150 damage to the primary target required level, 20 Bound Player, Jin Shihishi. The wild donkey wagged its tail at me. It was unimaginable that such a simple and honest creature possessed a skill like Kick, which could unleash devastating damage. A player of the same level could easily be trampled to death with a single blow. This foolish beast was indeed quite formidable. Chapter 20. Youthful recklessness is worth it. Mounting the wild donkey, my perspective instantly broadened. A surge of strength, stamina, and speed coursed through me, reviving a long-lost sensation. A true knight must possess a steed. Only by harmonizing with one's mount can one be deemed a worthy knight. Although the wild donkey before me appeared somewhat humble, its combat prowess was undeniable. In this state of riding, my battle power skyrocketed dramatically. What day is it? Apprentice Knight, level 20 attack, 153,233, 10, defense, 182, 10, health, 25, 28 chi, 100 luck, 2 extraordinary achievements. For combat power, 841, an astounding 841 points of combat power, surpassing the second-ranked player by a full 300. At this moment, I could single-handedly take on 35 opponents. Upon closer examination, the attributes had not increased significantly. Rather, a mere 2 lifesteal effect had augmented my combat power by a staggering 100 points. Truly ferocious. Wei Gu is still a bit shy of reaching level 20. What should we do? Lin Che inquired. Seated atop the wild donkey, I glanced down at everyone and proposed. Let us return to the city first to auction off the gold coins and equipment we've gathered. If we venture out of the novice village, these items will lose their value. While many families are still striving to level up, they will require equipment and gold for potions. We should seize this opportunity to earn some profit. All right, back to the novice village then. After 20 minutes, we returned to the novice village. Having secured 2 major first kills, the urgency had dissipated. Our remaining task was to assist Zhang Wei in reaching level 20. After which we would collect a letter of recommendation from the village chief to report to any secondary main city, thus commencing our journey in the main city. Upon entering the novice village, Lin Che listed the items for sale at the auction house. The Firestone staff was naturally priced at 20 G, and the system rewards for monster drops had accumulated to a substantial 37 gold coins. Observing the auction records, I noted that the exchange rate had shifted. It was no longer 1 silver coin for 1 renminbi, but now 1 gold coin for 40 renminbi. The depreciation of a game currency was alarmingly swift. Shall we sell 10 gold coins? Lin Che asked. Certainly, let us sell them for 350 renminbi, I replied with a nod. He listed them, and soon after, he turned to me with a gleeful expression, exclaiming, Chengge, the 20 G has already sold, almost instantly. Not surprising, I remarked, surveying the scene and catching sight of a familiar figure, the Fire Mouse, who had swiftly purchased our 20 G. Lin Che, brimming with excitement, continued, the Firestone staff has also sold. Again instantaneously, I smiled and encouraged, continue, and sell the gold coins we have acquired. Understood. Amidst the crowd, the solitary figure of the Flame Mouse receded into the distance. Burdened by a Firestone staff, a poignant sight indeed. This exchange effectively cost us 700 renminbi. After receiving the letter of introduction from the village chief, I glanced at the time. It was already 6 a.m. In the blink of an eye, nearly 12 hours had passed online, and the fatigue was palpable among us. However, news soon arrived that our consigned gold had all been sold, netting us a profit of nearly 2,000 renminbi, sufficient for our meals over the past week. We continued our journey into the wilderness to grind levels, and as noon approached, Zhang Wei finally reached level 20, with a cascade of golden light. It was also time for us to leave the novice village. We decided to log off and rest briefly before returning to battle, postponing our entry into the main city for the moment. Upon returning to the novice village, we each logged off, indulged in a light meal, and retreated to our rooms for rest. This time, there were no time restrictions, and we enjoyed a full 8 hours of sleep, awakening around 7 p.m. After a quick freshening up, I gathered everyone for dinner at a fast food restaurant. Lin Che fiddled with a chicken bone in his bowl. A look of deep concern etched on his face. There's something urgent we must address, one of great importance for our studio, Chengge. We cannot ignore it. What is it? I asked, taken aback. The wandering healer. He replied, furrowing his brow. It's not that the studio is desperate for female companionship. Rather, we genuinely require healing. You witnessed it during our battle against the Mushroom Duke. You spent almost the entire encounter below 50 health. One misstep could lead to instant demise. For a stable studio, a healer is indispensable. Currently, we are facing the weakest bosses, bronze and iron. What will we do when we encounter silver and gold bosses? We cannot simply endure their assaults. Once a boss's health reaches several tens of thousands, battles can extend over minutes. No matter how robust your equipment, you cannot sustain such an onslaught. Indeed, it is a pressing issue, I nodded. Let us devise a solution. Should we recruit on the forum? That might be challenging. Our conditions are rather poor. Moreover, which unfamiliar female player would be willing to live with 4 men? Even if we post a recruitment notice, it's unlikely anyone would respond. What about in real life? Should we seek someone? I inquired. Lin Che's eyes brightened. That could work. The last time I ventured around Taihu Lake to find you, I passed through a village filled with old houses. The streets were antiquated, and I noticed several young girls standing at their doors, gazing longingly. Perhaps they were waiting for the latest gaming headsets. If all else fails, we could visit there now. Offering a salary of 10,000 a month for a healer, 20,000 would suffice as well. We might have to tighten our belts. But we could finally have our wandering healer. Taking a deep breath, I agreed. All right, after dinner, Dahai and Wei Ge can return home. And we'll head over there. Who knows, we might just bring back a wandering healer. Yes, let us set off immediately. I can hardly wait, Lin Che exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Let us go. As we exited the fast food establishment, Lin Che's petite electric scooter awaited outside, and I settled in behind him. The vehicle purred softly as we seamlessly merged into the night, heading straight for the enigmatic old street. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the moonlight draped the earth like the elegant hem of a noblewoman's gown. The old street flickered with neon lights. Although sparse, they exuded an intoxicating aura. The little scooter intermittently revved, emitting a lamenting sound beneath us, as we gradually entered the old street. Upon entering, the surroundings grew dim, flanked by rows of antiquated houses. Beneath these structures, a woman adorned in flamboyant attire stood every few meters, her makeup strikingly bold. A sudden unease gripped my heart. Lin Che. Have we ventured to the wrong place? The atmosphere feels oddly sinister, reminiscent of the locations we often passed during our previous patrols against Vice. Yet, revisiting old haunts is not inherently negative. The scooter struggled for power as Lin Che began pedaling furiously, his gaze fixated nervously on the girls lining the streets. But Chengge, what should I say? He stammered. Fool, allow me, I replied, rising to my feet. I steadied myself on Lin Che's shoulder and scanned the young women along the roadside. Drawing in a deep breath, I addressed a girl who appeared to be in her 20s. My dear, are you familiar with Tianqing? What is Tianqing? She replied, taken aback, waving her hand dismissively. 300 for a session, 700 for the night. I felt as if I had turned to stone. The electric scooter continued forward, with Lin Che cautiously speaking to a girl clad in a miniskirt, his hints growing bolder. My lovely, have you heard the phrase, through wind and rain? I await you in the world of Tianqing? With a snap, the girl took a drag from her cigarette, casting a scornful glance our way. If you want to play, just play. No need for pretenses. I can recite poetry too. Youth is fleeting. Why not indulge? A full night starts at 800. Lin Che's face flushed crimson as he pedaled away in embarrassment. The atmosphere had indeed turned unfavorable. These girls have lost their dreams, he murmured. I shook my head in response. They are merely young individuals striving earnestly to earn a living. Should we continue searching? Let us do so. There is still time. With resolve, we circled back, surveying the scene once more. At last, it seemed we had attracted attention. 2 individuals wielding dark batons approached, their expressions menacing. Are you two here to play? If not, get lost. Don't linger here looking for trouble. Damn it. Lin Che abruptly halted the scooter, his face aflame with anger as he prepared to confront them. Not a soul dares speak to me like that in the Hutai Lake area. These punks think they can act so brazenly. I could take both of you on. Wait, we seem to be here in search of a wandering healer, I interjected. Glaring at him, what is the point of fighting? Just drive away. Can you afford the medical expenses if things escalate? Humph, let them go for now. The electric vehicle emitted a mournful sound once more. Behind us, two ruffians cursed and hurled their batons through the air. I deftly nudged Lin Che's head aside, narrowly avoiding a strike. We sprinted onward, and as we reached the main road, a patrol car was stationed at the roadside, causing the two thugs to hesitate in their pursuit. Lin Che, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, actually, one of the girls in blue had an exquisite figure. At least a C cup, with a remarkably slender waist. Just 800, Chingu, perhaps we could. Smack. I delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Onward, to the studio. As a professional player, resilience and endurance are the foremost principles. If you cannot resist even the slightest temptation, how can you expect to thrive? In truth, I was more enamored with the girl in red, tall and elegant. Upon returning to the studio, Zhang Wei and Dahai were already online. After taking a sip of water, Lin Che and I promptly logged in as well. Having reached level 20, we were ready to venture into the main city. Upon logging in, I found myself in the novice village. Lin Che appeared not far away, quickly forming a team and inviting Dahai and Zhang Wei to join. However, I noticed Zhang Wei in the training area, tirelessly unleashing skills against a wooden dummy. Drenched in sweat, Zhang Wei, I called from a distance. Let's go, we're heading to the secondary main city. Sure, he replied, slightly sheepish. Why work so hard? I inquired. He wiped his brow and replied, I don't want to always hold everyone back. I nodded, feeling a deep sense of appreciation. With such dedicated members, how could our chosen team not flourish? As the evening session concluded, I wished everyone good night. Moving forward, we would maintain our routine of 2 updates daily, ensuring a healthy and consistent schedule. Chapter 21. Luo Qingyi. Upon opening the map, a thumbnail appeared before us, revealing 9 secondary main city maps to choose from, which correspond to the 9 secondary main cities of the Chinese region, integral to the future Chinese server. Not only did the names of the main cities materialize, but the buffs associated with them were also displayed in remarkable detail. They are divided into 9 regions. Longxi City, a strategic stronghold. The city buff enhances all resident players' attack power by 5. Beiyuan City, a bastion of the north. The city buff fortifies all resident players' defense by 7. Yunzhong City, a prosperous central city. The city buff increases the monetary drop rate for monsters for all resident players by 20. Langya City, a mountainous city. The city buff augments the monster drop rate for all resident players by 3. Yuyang City, the land of fish and rice. The city buff reduces shopping expenses from NPCs by 5. Lingnan City, rich in minerals. The city buff boosts mineral yield by 30. Kangwu City, a center of metallurgy. The city buff enhances the rate of crafting excellent weapons by 3. Julu City, a strategic nexus. The city buff increases the spawn rate of wild monsters by 25. Which secondary main city shall we choose? Lin Che also hesitated. I measured the distances and stated, 3 secondary main cities are relatively close to our novice village, with Yuyang City being the nearest, followed by Kangwu City, and Julu City being somewhat farther away. Dahai, with a serious expression, remarked, the shopping discount in Yuyang City is of little significance. We currently have no one to learn auxiliary skills, and it does not favor long-term development. The 3 crafting rate in Kangwu City is equally unremarkable. Unless it exceeds 10, the difference is negligible. However, Julu City, with its 25 wild monster spawn rate, is a paradise for the brave. I smiled slightly. We share the same view. I too advocate for Julu City. As for the cities with attribute bonuses, Longxi City and Beiyuan City are too far away. It seems only players from the northwest and northeast provinces are relatively closer. If we choose to go, it would take us at least over 20 hours. We can consider it again once there are teleportation arrays. Agreed. Lin Che nodded with a smile. I actually concur with the choice of Julu City, although it is a bit distant. Hiring a carriage would allow us to reach it in about an hour. Let us go to the post station. Indeed, the so-called post station is merely a thatched shed outside the novice village, guarded by a dozen NPC soldiers, housing numerous warhorses, some even harnessed to carriages. After hiring a carriage, players are shielded from attacks by monsters along the way, serving as a protection for us. After all, even though we have exited the novice village, we are still only level 20, while the monsters along the route are predominantly at levels 40 to 50, capable of obliterating us with a mere slap. Only by hiring a carriage can we ensure our safety. Each person pays 5 silver coins, which is not exorbitant, for individuals hired a carriage. And soon a swift vehicle appeared before us. I mounted the wild donkey and leapt onto the carriage, racing away with my companions. While a throng of novice village players cast envious glances our way. Look, someone has already reached level 20 and reported to the main city. How fast? As the carriage sped along, we were afforded glimpses of the scenery. The driver, a level 50 elite NPC soldier, expertly held the reins in one hand while grasping the hilt of his sword with the other, exuding an air of formidable authority. Monsters emerged on either side of the carriage, yet they were swiftly left in our wake. Even a level 40 fierce tiger pursued us for a full 15 minutes before conceding defeat. Several times, its claws nearly reached Lin Che, causing him to hold his breath in terror, nearly suffocating from fear. An hour later, a majestic silhouette appeared on the horizon, prompting us all to rise and gaze upon the first city we would encounter, the fabled city of the Great Deer. It was said that this city stretched for miles, nestled among a mountain range shrouded in clouds. The walls shimmered in the sunlight, glistening silver, and from a distance, the undulating battlements were adorned with fluttering banners, manned by countless soldiers wielding spears and heavy shields in vigilant defense. At last, we had arrived at the city of the Great Deer. The carriage halted at the city's outer inn, and we were required to walk into the city, though not for long. Disembarking, I led our party directly toward the city gate. The gate, reinforced with copper-colored rivets and marred by rust, was guarded by 100 armored sentinels. One of the guards, bearing a battle flag emblazoned with a crossed sword and spear, the emblem of the Xia dynasty, representing supreme martial prowess, stood at the forefront. Upon presenting the introductory letter from the village chief, the leading guard immediately became courteous, gesturing toward the distance, saying, "There lies the adventurer registration office. After you register, you may proceed to the vocational mentors." "Thank you," I replied with a nod. Entering the city, I registered with a line of soldiers, and instantly, a city emblem appeared beneath my ID, with the inscription City of the Great Deer, signifying my new allegiance. Once all 4 of us had registered, we dispersed to seek our respective mentors. As I walked along the city's main thoroughfare, the solemn tolling of bells resonated in my ears, accompanied by the melodic voice of the system, narrating a legendary tale over 1,000 years ago, following the Battle of the White River. Humanity paid a heavy price to repel the demons from the abyss. Now, after years of respite, threats loomed from afar, as the rulers of the abyss emerged from their lairs, beginning to enslave and consume the northern spirits and demons, reintroducing power and slaughter to this land once cherished by mankind. Young adventurer, your arrival brings fresh vitality to this world. May you remain forever true to your heart and loyal to humanity, bravely forging ahead through thorns for the survival and dignity of your race. On either side of the Grand Avenue, towering statues, each nearly 10 meters in height, stand resolutely. Some wield longswords, others brandish spears, while a few rest upon axes, and some gaze skyward in reverence. In total, there are dozens of these figures. Upon closer inspection, inscriptions on their pedestals reveal their tales of valor. These were heroes who perished in the defense of the city of Jiulu, now immortalized in stone. At the heart of the city square, amidst the fountain, rises a breathtaking white jade statue of a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. She dons intricately crafted armor, a flowing cape billowing behind her, and wields a sharp sword. Her countenance exudes the spirit of a valiant heroine. I cast a glance at the pedestal, where the inscription read, Luo Qingyi, the sovereign of Jiulu City. Years prior, when Jiulu was besieged by barbarian hordes, Luo Qingyi led 100 knights through the fray to summon an army of 100,000, ultimately eradicating the invaders and earning her fame as the successor to her father, General Luo Ning, a distinguished figure in the empire. So, this is the esteemed ruler of Jiulu City. Standing beneath the statue, I gazed up at Luo Qingyi. Her slender waist was accentuated by the armor that embraced her form, lifting her alabaster curves with an almost palpable force. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress my astonishment, and instinctively gestured. So grand, no, even grander surely. She must be at least a D cup. The game designers are rather risky. Just then, a voice emerged from my right, startling me to the core. A multitude of armored guards had suddenly appeared on the street, accompanied by a squad of archers, their bows drawn and aimed directly at me. The speaker, a female commander at the forefront, rode a magnificent white steed. She bore a striking resemblance to someone I knew, clad in soft armor. Her bright eyes and pearly smile complemented her elegantly long neck, leading down to alluring curves, her beauty reminiscent of a fairy. After a moment's contemplation, it struck me, this was none other than the legendary Luo Qingyi, the ruler of Jiulu City. She looked so youthful and stunning. You are new to Jiulu City, aren't you? Luo Qingyi inquired, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity. Why linger here instead of reporting to your mentor? This NPC possesses remarkable intelligence, almost indistinguishable from a living person. I nodded in response. I shall do so at once. Young knight, she continued, Jiulu City needs brave souls like you. Please strive to grow quickly. Certainly. I had no desire to be the target of a barrage of arrows, and as I turned to leave, I heard Luo Qingyi call out, Ah, knight. You are headed the wrong way. Your mentor is in the Eastern District. As the thunder of hooves echoed behind me, Luo Qingyi departed with her cavalry and archers, presumably on a mission. She truly bore no airs for a ruler, to venture forth herself. Eastern District, at the vocational mentor's quarters. Upon my entrance, the bearded mentor seated on the stool brightened with excitement, leaping to his feet as he boomed. Has the first knight from another realm finally arrived? I offered a slight smile, approached him, and produced my letter of introduction. Mentor, I am here to report for duty. Excellent. A line of text emerged above the bearded figure's head, Knight Trainer Roland. With his dark golden locks and a rather unkempt beard, he boisterously exclaimed, Young one. Aspiring to be a true knight is no simple feat, and shedding the title of apprentice is even more challenging. You must grow increasingly formidable. Ding. System notification. Please note. Knight players must reach level 30 to undertake the formalization quest. So level 30 is the requirement. However, there is no need for haste, for now. I shall focus on learning some skills. I raised my hands in a gesture of inquiry. Mentor, please train me in some knightly skills. Very well, Roland replied softly. Given your current physique, you can learn the skills of Iron Charge, Provocation, and Blade Dance. The 3 skills appeared before me, and I eagerly acquired them all. A brief glance revealed that Iron Charge is one of the knight's signature techniques, capable of closing the distance in battle. However, it is noteworthy that while a standard charge does not inflict dizziness, Iron Charge does. Furthermore, a vital condition for utilizing Iron Charge is the presence of a steed. I glanced at the wild donkey beneath me, swaying its head back and forth, which filled me with a sense of nostalgic comfort. Chapter 22. Apothecary Ling with a cavalry charge, initiated from a distance of 40 yards. Inflicts 80% damage upon the target and stuns it for 1.5 seconds. This hallmark skill of the knight is one of the few control abilities available. Once the charge is acquired, it provides the knight with the potential to maneuver skillfully amidst the onslaught of ranged players. Meanwhile, Provocation serves as an exceptional skill for defeating bosses, significantly drawing the target's aggro and standing as one of the knight's signature abilities. As for Blade of the 12th, it enhances attack power by 10% and delivers a strike that partially ignores the opponent's defenses, surpassing the damage of both Heavy Slash and Breakthrough. It is arguably the knight's most formidable offensive skill in the early stages. With these 3 pivotal skills in hand, one's prowess escalates dramatically. An alert arrived from Lin Che, Brother Chan. I plan to learn identification as a secondary profession. Wei Gu will study mining and metallurgy. And let Dahai take up forging. What do you intend to learn? I promptly replied, I've made my decision. I shall learn herbalism and alchemy. The instant recovery potions will undoubtedly be in high demand in the early game, creating a substantial market. Now that we have entered the main city, you 3 should form a party to level up, while I pursue herbalism and alchemy. I will need to explore the surrounding maps for resources, which may take around 23 hours. All right, no rush. We will practice together for now. Be careful. I just saw the flame mouse heading towards the sorcerer mentor area. If all goes well, Liu Chang's dynasty should also take residence in Jiulu City. Rest assured, we will gather once you finish. Great. Mounting my wild donkey, I strode out of the combat training area. I opened the game map to survey the situation within Jiulu City. As one of the 9 secondary main cities of the national server, it can accommodate 10% of the players, making it quite expansive. There are 4 apothecaries, 1 at each cardinal city gate. After contemplation, I headed straight for the apothecary at the eastern gate. As I approached, the apothecary had just opened its doors. An NPC apprentice responsible for selling potions was weighing herbal materials. Upon noticing my arrival, he promptly greeted me, "Young adventurer, would you like to purchase some potions?" "No." I shook my head. "May I ask if it is possible to learn herbalism and alchemy here?" The apprentice paused, then replied, "I apologize, but I am unable to teach you the skills of herb identification and alchemy. You must seek a master for such knowledge." "Where can I find the master?" "The master has gone to Bayun Mountain to gather herbs," he said, returning to his task of selecting materials. "You might find him there." Exiting the apothecary, I couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. On the large map, Bayun Mountain enveloped nearly 2/3 of Julu City, making the search for a herbalist NPC exceedingly challenging. It would likely take over 10 minutes just to run there. Letting out a sigh, I rode my wild donkey at full speed out of the city gates and summoned the system maid. Instantly, a beautiful and elegant system maid appeared, landing gracefully on the back of my donkey, smiling at me. "Master, do you have a task for me?" "The master who teaches herbalism is on Bayun Mountain. Do you know his exact coordinates?" I inquired. Linger let out a soft sound and said, "I happen to know a bit about the apothecary at the eastern gate of Julu City. It is said that he has a penchant for fine wine and often ventures into the monkey forest of Bayun Mountain in search of fruit wines. Perhaps you could find him there." This was indeed significant information. I immediately nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Ling. You're welcome. Do you have any other matters to attend to, my lord?" "Not for now." "Then please continue to rest." "All right." In the blink of an eye, the elven officer vanished, and I glanced at the map outside the city. Currently, the large map displayed only the layout and public areas within Julu City, while the wilderness beyond was shrouded in a layer of mist, awaiting exploration to unlock each segment. It seemed that for the next hour, I need not concern myself with anything else. I would first explore the vicinity of Julu City and unlock all these maps. Fortunately, the wild donkey had increased my movement speed by 25. When it came to traversing the map, I would claim the second fastest in Julu City, and I doubted anyone would dare to claim the first. Gripping the reins, I urged the wild donkey forward, and it galloped into the distance, plunging into a thicket. Instantly, a delightful chime sounded in my ears, and the system announced, "You have discovered the map, Butterfly Forest." In an instant, the entirety of the Butterfly Forest appeared on my map, illuminating all the maps surrounding the 4 city gates of Julu. It turned out that the Butterfly Forest was extensive, resembling a silk ribbon encircling the entire city, as if it were a protective woodland. As I sprinted ahead, I caught sight of fluttering butterfly spirits, level 24 Xiantai creatures, but I was too swift for them to catch up. I felt as though I had instantly entered a state of parkour, urging the wild donkey to race through the jungle. My objective was to cover the entire map within 3,000 yards of Julu City to unlock it all. After all, sharpening my skills in herbalism required a thorough understanding of various maps, and Zhang Wei's mining endeavors would likely necessitate detailed maps as well. With the official sources providing no maps for the time being, I had to rely on my own exploration. Before me, maps unfolded one after another as I consciously avoided densely populated monster areas. For instance, ahead, hulking giant apes towered, their massive hands akin to mountains, far too formidable for an ordinary person to withstand. I couldn't even see their levels. They were at least 10 levels above me. Thus, I could only utilize the speed of my steed to explore the map, unable to train here. For a full hour, in the jungle, by the thicket, at the edge of the swamp, up the mountain, down the mountain, on the bridge, and in the water, my presence was felt everywhere. After circling Julu City 5 times, I finally unlocked dozens of small maps, with names and coordinates meticulously laid out on my map. The area surrounding Julu City was now thoroughly detailed. Upon reviewing the map again, I discovered a blood-red area on the slope of Bailu Mountain, labeled Monkey Forest, which was also the location mentioned by the elven officer. The previous similar bug concerning the blacksmith had proven accurate, and I had little doubt that the information provided by the elven officer this time would be equally reliable. The wild donkey galloped straight up the mountain, deftly avoiding a patch of poisonous bees, their incessant buzzing sending shivers down one's spine. Along the narrow mountain path, I ascended rapidly, and within mere minutes, I arrived at the monkey forest. Just as I urged the donkey onward, a sudden whoosh broke through the air, accompanied by a shadowy figure. I swiftly tilted my head aside, and with a loud crack, a rotten apple shattered against the jagged rock behind me. Looking ahead, I spotted a monkey perched atop the bamboo grove, clutching an apple and screeching, "Kill them all!" This was a level 25 monkey monster. In search of practice, I slowly unsheathed my bronze sword, a fierce determination etched upon my face. However, at that moment, rustling sounds emerged from within the depths of the bamboo forest. And in an instant, dozens of monkeys swung about on the bamboo stalks, hurling a barrage of rotten apples and tomatoes my way. I hastily raised my shield, and a cacophony ensued as the fruits struck against it, each causing 1 point of force damage. Though these monkeys posed no true threat, they were indeed quite vexing. Rolling forward, I urged my steed into a charge, my sword vibrating with a surge of energy, unleashing a sharp, azure aura, a prelude to a multitude of blades. The surrounding air shimmered as if frozen, startling the monkeys into a cacophony of screeches. One monkey even cried out, "Wow, this little fellow is quite formidable. Friends, let us flee, we should go tease that old man instead." A chorus of chattering followed as I felt a stirring in my heart. The old man they intended to tease was likely the apothecary from the Dongmen Pharmacy, and my secondary profession was about to flourish. The chase continued for 2 to 3 miles until halfway up the mountain, where a gnarled old tree loomed beside a stream, exuding a rich aroma of alcohol. An elderly man, clad in simple garments, was guzzling from the stream, exclaiming, what a pity, such fine monkey wine." Apothecary Lin Gua, NPC of Jiulu City, level 40 attack, 0 defense, 0 description, the proprietor of the Dongmen Pharmacy in Jiulu City. Skilled in various herbal identifications and lower to mid-level alchemy, he is a renowned old apothecary with the power to revive the dead. What a feeble NPC he is. Such a waste of a level 40. At that moment, the monkeys shrieked, continuously raining down rotten apples upon the apothecary's head, creating a messy scene. Yet, the old apothecary remained oblivious, greedily drinking from the stream. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that monkey wine was seeping from a hollow in the tree, trickling down the cracked bark into the stream. No wonder the old drunkard was in a frenzy. I hurried forward, raising my shield before the apothecary while shouting at the monkeys. "If you don't leave, I'll press you into the ground." How terrifying. "He is coming for us." The monkeys screeched in horror, scattering in fright. "Young man," the drunkard raised his head, his face flushed. "This monkey wine is incredibly nourishing. Why don't you join me?" "Not interested." I found myself speechless as I witnessed a monkey urinating upstream. "Your appetite is truly remarkable, esteemed elder," I remarked. The old drunkard chuckled heartily. "Ah, young adventurer from another realm, I see your intentions clearly. You wish to learn the ancient art of herbalism from this old man, do you not?" "Indeed. I yearn to master the skills of herb gathering and potion brewing," I replied. "Learning is not a problem." He paused, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "But you must first procure for me a fresh monkey wine tree hollow. Otherwise, you shall have to wait until the main city is fully opened, which will not occur for at least 10 days. I furrowed my brow, realizing that, logically, secondary professions could typically be pursued directly within the city. However, perhaps due to being among the first to enter the main city, the system had not genuinely unlocked these secondary professions. Instead, it employed this hidden task mechanism to compel players to seek them out, thus raising the difficulty to balance disparities among players. Had it been otherwise, by the time mainstream players entered Jiulu City, the initial elite players would already be masters of alchemy, inevitably inciting discontent among the players. UA Incorporation fears little but the grievances of players, as such complaints would render the game unplayable. Consequently, they have frequently patched bugs and issues. Ding. System notification. Would you like to accept the hidden task, Herbal Legacy? I promptly confirmed. Soon after, another chime echoed, and the system announced, "You have accepted the task, Herbal Legacy. Please find a new monkey wine for the apothecary Lin Gua, as a reward for obtaining the Herbal Legacy." The old drunkard had the audacity to send me in search of wine, while I am a dreamer, envisioning a future where I triumph over myriad rivals and effortlessly dominate countless novices. Oh, no, I meant to say, I aspire to guide countless fledgling adventurers to greatness. Chapter 23. The Herbal Legacy. After leading the stubborn donkey on a few rounds through the monkey grove, I found myself utterly perplexed. I had searched every tree hollow for a full 10 minutes, yet I could not uncover a single drop of monkey wine. Was I being deceived? Meanwhile, the monkeys in the nearby bamboo forest continued to mock me, their laughter igniting a spark of irritation within. Wait a moment. The reason it is called monkey wine is because monkeys, in preparation for winter, stash their summer and autumn harvests of fruit in tree hollows to ferment. creating a natural and fragrant elixir. If I seek it out, I could simply inquire with the one who hides it, or rather, the monkey itself. I resolved to seize a monkey directly, charging into the bamboo grove. The monkeys erupted in chaos, leaping and bounding with remarkable agility, making them elusive prey. However, with my adept maneuvering, I managed to catch one by its tail, slamming it down onto a massive rock with a swift motion. The monkey squirmed in distress. "You wretched brute, this is quite painful." I feigned a fierce demeanor, demanding, "Where is the monkey wine? Reveal it at once, or I shall rub you until you ignite. Do not rub my golden fur." The monkey squealed, "There is monkey wine in the trunk of that large tree behind you." "You brawny fool." Startled, I pivoted sharply, and indeed, there were traces of leaves sealing a hollow in the gnarled old tree behind me. Discarding the monkey, I swiftly climbed up, peeled away the leaves, and was instantly enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of exquisite wine that rejuvenated my spirit. I filled my flask to the brim and sealed the hollow once more, retracing my steps. Ah, the delightful wine. The intoxicated man, his face flushed with excitement, nearly gasped for breath as he seized the flask and took a hearty swig. His countenance gleamed with avarice as he remarked, "Youngster, if you could fill my flask once more with monkey wine, I would." With a swift motion, I unsheathed my sword, the blade gleaming ominously. The drunken man shuddered, conceding, "Very well, no need for violence. I shall impart to you the art of herbalism, but if you gain this legacy, you must at least refer to me as master." I felt a surge of exhilaration. "Master, good disciple, assist me once more." "Enough," I interjected. "This is the art of herbalism, and I pass it on to you." Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have acquired the herbal art, obtaining dual secondary professions: apprentice herbalist, apprentice alchemist. Subsequently, as I conversed with the drunken man, I learned level 1 skills in herb gathering, alchemy, and recipes. With knowledge of herbal identification appearing in my skill panel, everything falling seamlessly into place. Opening the level 1 potion recipe, it vividly comes to mind. Blood Vitality Pill, a level 1 quick-acting medicine that instantly restores 300 health points. Recipe: 3 lotus roots, 1 Angelica dihurica. Chi Gathering Pill, a level 1 quick-acting medicine that instantly restores 50 true energy points. Recipe: 3 wintergreen, 1 Angelica dihurica. Snow Spirit Pill, a level 1 quick-acting medicine that instantly restores 400 mana points. Recipe: 3 wintergreen, 3 lotus roots, 1 Angelica dihurica. It can be said that in the absence of a wandering celestial physician, the Blood Vitality Pill is indispensable. As skill levels increase, the consumption becomes greater. Particularly for Lin Che, a profession reliant on mana, the necessity for the instant mana-restoring Snow Spirit Pill is paramount. Otherwise, the true power of the Talisman Master cannot be fully unleashed. A new goal immediately formed in my mind: to find the herbal ingredients for the recipes and quickly elevate both my alchemy and herbalism skills to level 3. By then, I would be able to concoct level 3 potions, and during this early stage, not only would I be self-sufficient, but I could also earn a substantial profit. After bidding farewell to my master, I descended the mountain in search of herbs. I browsed through the forum, but found no leads. For the time being, only a handful of players had reached level 20 and entered the main city, let alone possess any knowledge of herbal recipes. Most players were entirely oblivious to what herbal recipes entailed, so I was left to discover them on my own. First, I sought the lotus root, a level 1 herb. The so-called lotus root refers to the base of the lotus plant, requiring a search for a lotus pond or an area where lotus flowers grow. Since lotus flowers require water to thrive, I needed to find a map with a water source. I had already confirmed that the mountain stream did not harbor any lotus flowers due to its rapid currents, necessitating a search further down the mountain. Scouring the map, I was fortunate to have explored the vicinity of Giant Deer City thoroughly. My gaze quickly fell upon a particular map, the 10-Mile Pond. Indeed, this was the place. I vaguely remembered that the 10-Mile Pond was fragrant with lotus blossoms. Riding my donkey at a brisk pace, I traversed 5 maps and soon arrived at the 10-Mile Pond. Deep within the thicket, a muddy swamp appeared before me. The wild donkey plunged into the mire, leading me forward. The mud grew deeper, gradually reaching my waist, covering me in filth. Yet, for the sake of herb gathering, I paid it no mind. Before long, my passive skill of herbal identification activated, revealing the presence of herbs nearby. Bright green glimmers emerged from the depths of the muck, and I had found the lotus roots. Overjoyed, I dismounted from the donkey and waded through the mire towards one of the roots, commencing my herb-gathering skill. To my dismay, I failed on the first 2 attempts. But on the third try, success. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully gathered Lotus Root, X2. Herbalism Proficiency Level 3. Soon, 2 lotus roots lay nestled in my satchel. Just then, a red dot appeared on the nearby map. The mud stirred, and a sluggish monster charged towards me. Mud Demon, a level 24 Iron Tier monster. Upon mounting the donkey, I activated the charge skill just before the Mud Demon lunged towards me. In an instant, I surged forward as if propelled by the 5th-generation dual engine, breaking through the air and colliding with the Mud Demon, momentarily stunning it for 5 seconds. The 4 consecutive strikes of my normal attack, Heavy Slash, unleashed a flurry of damage, causing the Mud Demon to wail pitifully as damage numbers soared. 442, 581, 448, 701. Indeed, the blade technique not only enhances attack power but also inflicts armor-piercing effects. The damage dealt by the first level of blade far surpasses that of the second level Heavy Slash and Break. With just a few deft strikes, I felled the Mud Demon, although its retaliation was notable, dealing approximately 300 points of damage per hit. Facing 3 or more Mud Demons simultaneously would likely necessitate a hasty retreat. This underscores the significance of the Wandering Healer. While one can train in high-level maps with superior potions, it is essential to have a Wandering Healer. Moreover, the high-level potions in the early stages are costly, making them impractical for leveling purposes. However, the experience gained from the Mud Demon is quite substantial, particularly after I began soloing monsters. I enjoyed the exclusive experience of a level 24 creature. Defeating just 2 Mud Demons granted me a 1 experience increase. Thus, with the current experience rate, slaying another 100 would elevate me to level 21. I continued, gathering herbs while dispatching monsters. After sweeping through a horde of Mud Demons, my experience rose to 57 at level 20, and my inventory boasted over 400 lotus segments, sufficient to elevate my alchemy skill to level 2. I promptly departed from the 10-mile pool in search of my next target, the Wintergreen. It is worth noting that, in the recipe, lotus segments in Wintergreen are denoted in black text, while Angelica is in blue, indicating its rarity and greater difficulty of collection. Therefore, I resolved to gather Wintergreen first. Wait. I believe I have encountered Wintergreen before, on Bayun Mountain. It is a level 1 herb, abundant in the vicinity. I immediately redirected the donkey towards Bayun Mountain. And indeed, it was teeming with Wintergreen. After clearing out the monsters, I collected nearly 800 units of Wintergreen in one vigorous effort, causing my experience to soar to 71. The efficiency of solo leveling is remarkable, especially against these unrefined creatures. My final target for the recipe is Angelica. I sent a message to Lin Che. Xiao Che, how are you all doing? Lin Che replied, not bad. We are battling butterflies in Butterfly Grove. The level 24 butterfly spirits are quite enjoyable to fight, and I'm already at 33 experience. How about you, Chingu? While gathering herbs and slaying monsters, I have reached 71 experience. Damn, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I jested. Haha, Xiao Che, have you seen a herb called Angelica? No. We only found a few scattered materials called Wintergreen. Do you need any? No, I've gathered plenty of Wintergreen. Should I ask around for you? There is not much discussion about the resources in Julu City on the forum right now, so focus on leveling up. I'll search for it myself. All right then. Lin Che remarked, by the way, I just saw several players from the Dynasty Dominance team passing through the Butterfly Forest, yet they did not engage with us. It seems they mentioned heading to the Toxic Bee Forest for leveling up. The Toxic Bee Forest? I furrowed my brow. Our studio's mission is to elevate our levels swiftly and refrain from indulging in player versus player combat. Let us disregard them and strive to reach level 21 by the end of today, after which we shall log off. We need to adjust our biological clocks. We cannot continue to log in at midnight. Let us aim to start sleeping after 3 in the morning. Understood. As I contemplated the Toxic Bee Forest, I recalled my exploration of that area and the numerous high-level toxic bees buzzing about. Suddenly, fragments of memory flashed through my mind. I seem to remember seeing clusters of uniquely colored white flowers resembling parachutes during my passage through the Toxic Bee Forest. Could they be white attractolodes? I immediately logged online and searched for images of white attractolodes. Indeed, it was that very plant. Elation surged within me, yet a tinge of worry followed. The fact that white attractolodes appeared in the Toxic Bee Forest where members of dynasty dominance were also present, could ignite conflict. After a moment of contemplation, I steeled myself. Regardless of who lingered in the toxic bee forest, I was merely a humble herbalist lost in search of herbs. Anyone who obstructed my gathering would face my sword. A bold life leaves no room for the trivialities of others. Chapter 24. The hornet helmet. To the north of the butterfly forest lies the toxic bee forest, a vibrant jungle basking in radiant sunlight. Unlike the remote and desolate villages typical of novice zones, the Great Deer City thrives in prosperity. Despite the presence of formidable foes within the butterfly and toxic bee forests, the beauty of the surroundings remains unblemished. With the air perfumed by the fragrance of foliage and blossoms, albeit interrupted by the incessant buzzing of toxic bees. Riding a wild donkey. I ventured deeper into the toxic bee forest, a vast expanse where the likelihood of encountering members of the dynasty's hegemony was minimal. Suddenly, a toxic bee, the size of a soccer ball and gleaming a bright yellow hue, approached me, having detected my presence. Its form twisted in flight, with its stinger poised ominously. Ready to strike, a truly fearsome sight. Great Hornet, mysterious iron-level monster. Level, 24 attack, 155-220 defense, 100 health, 3000 skills. Toxic stinger attack. Combo description. The Great Hornet is a soldier bee of the toxic bee forest, possessing robust wings and powerful pincers that can deliver devastating blows to intruders. A single hit from its stinger results in swelling and poisoning. It is said that a former officer of Great Deer City once led an assault against these hornets, only to be struck in the lower body, and upon returning home, he took 5 concubines. Before the Great Hornet could strike me, I initiated a charge, seizing the offensive. With a swift motion, my charge stunned the hornet, allowing me to unleash a barrage of attacks that drained over 2,000 of its health. Though it was gravely injured, it still managed to retaliate, leaving a bloody gash across my chest that inflicted 227 points of damage. This minor injury felt trivial against my total health of 2,500, yet the searing pain was undeniable. My complexion turned a shade of purple as damage notifications erupted above my head. 252, 252, 252. The 10 health reduction from poisoning each second was alarming. I hastily retreated, using the donkey's speed to create distance. Once the cooldown on my charge expired, I launched a second charge, severing the last remnants of the hornet's health, leaving me with only half of my own health remaining, a disconcerting reality. Though the hornet's attacks were moderate, the toxicity was perilous. It became clear that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. I adjusted my strategy, and when the second great hornet approached, I executed a charge that stunned it for 1 second. Following this, I unleashed a series of basic attacks before retreating again. After a brief interval, I charged once more, and with 3 successive charges, I eliminated the second hornet without sustaining damage. Though the pace of my monster hunting slowed, my safety was significantly enhanced. With the corpses of the 2 great hornets lying nearby, I noticed several clusters of white herbs emerging from the grass, a sign of Baiji. I had found it. Swiftly gathering the herbs, I soon had 5 portions of Baiji in my inventory. I immediately began concocting potions, starting with a few level 1 blood revitalization pills, which would restore 300 health points instantaneously, potentially life-saving in the future. Opening the alchemy interface, I placed the necessary ingredients, a trio of lotus stems and a portion of Baiji, into the synthesis slot. A radiant glow enveloped the surroundings, and as a gentle breeze swept through, everything transformed into ephemeral wisps of cloud. Ding! System notification. Alchemy failed. Please try again. I furrowed my brow and continued my attempts. At last, on the 3rd try, a melodious chime resonated. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted Blood Activating Pill, X1. Alchemy skill proficiency increased to 3. As you are the first player to concoct the Blood Activating Pill, you receive an additional reward of 20,000 experience points. With a soft thud, an immensely precious Blood Activating Pill fell into my inventory, and I promptly placed it in the most conspicuous spot for immediate use. I then pressed on, in search of more Angelica dihurica. Ahead, the 3rd giant hornet approached. After dispatching it with a swift slice of my sword, a cascade of golden light enveloped me, and I leveled up to 21. However, upon checking the player rankings in Giant Deer City, I discovered that I was languishing at the bottom of the level leaderboard, as my time spent learning alchemy had allowed many players to surpass me significantly. Giant Deer City level rankings. 1. Scarlet Moon, level 23 Sorcerer 2. Tiramisu, level 22 Sorcerer 3. Decisive, level 22 Knight 4. Thunderflame, level 22 Knight 5. White-clad Young Master, level 22 Swordsman 6. Sword Rain, level 21 Knight 7. Silver Screen of Tang Sect, level 21 Sorcerer 8. Flame Mouse, level 21 Sorcerer 9. Mountain with Fusu, level 21 Assassin 10. What knight is it? Level 21 Knight. It was somewhat alarming that the top-ranked sorcerer was already at level 23. Moreover, this ranking board was somewhat unexpected. Logically, the top 10 should predominantly consist of sorcerers, archers, and talismans wielders, yet there were an unusual number of knights, 3 in total. Judging by their IDs, there seemed to be some intrigue at play. I contacted Lin Che directly. "What is the matter, Chun? Are you encountering trouble in the Hornet Forest?" He inquired. "No," I shook my head and asked, "Have you seen the level rankings?" "Yes," he replied. "What about Scarlet Moon?" He chuckled. "You've been so focused on training matches during the late game that you've likely missed the significant developments in the game. Scarlet Moon is the leader of a rising guild known as the Scarlet Moon Knights. She is reputed to be a stunning beauty with considerable influence, commanding several renowned individuals, among whom Decisive and Thunderflame are the most notable, both ranked among the top 10 knights in the last season of the national server. Scarlet Moon Knights." I took a deep breath. Given their momentum, it seems they aspire to dominate in Giant Deer City, having secured a substantial presence in the top 10 rankings. Not 3, but 4. Sword Rain, ranked 6th, is also a female knight of the Scarlet Moon Knights. I will need to keep a close watch on the Scarlet Moon Knights. Indeed, it appears that I should indeed dedicate myself to leveling up, elevating my rank, for I am the emblem of the Chosen Ones. As long as my level remains high, the brand effect of the Chosen Ones will manifest, making our sales more convenient, thus facilitating our path to profit. Consequently, after concocting over a dozen blood-replenishing elixirs, I began consuming the level 2 health potion and fervently trained against the hornets, swiftly dispatching them. Each encounter cost me approximately 1,000 health points. Yet with my 2 lifesteal from melee attacks, I essentially regained 20 health points for every 1,000 points of damage dealt. Slaying a hornet restored about 60 health points. Marginal, yet beneficial. After nearly an hour of relentless training, I had nearly exterminated all the hornets in the vicinity and brewed over 50 blood-replenishing elixirs, almost filling my inventory. At that moment, as I felled a hornet with a single strike, a round helmet tumbled forth with a resounding thud. Astonishingly, it was a piece of Xian iron equipment. This was my fortune. Hornet helmet, Xian iron equipment. Type, armor defense, 45 strength, 12 required level, 21. I equipped it immediately, replacing my Ghost Fire Demon helmet, and my defense surged significantly, reaching an impressive 218 points, while my attack power soared to 255 points, an explosive output. In high spirits, I gazed into the distance, where a delightful expanse of white was visible, an abundance of Baiji, sufficient for gathering over 100 portions. However, the monsters appeared to have altered. No longer were they hornets, but rather a type of poison bee, adorned in red and black, their wings shimmering with a steel-like luster. Tiger Wing Bee, Xian Iron level monster. Level, 25 attack, 180 to 255 defense, 80 health, 2,900 skills, piercing strike. Combo description: the Tiger Wing Bee. A rare non-poisonous bee within the poison bee forest, boasts even sharper pincers, its fearsome attack instilling dread. When encountering a Tiger Wing Bee, one must protect their head, for a strike could prove fatal. Devoid of poison, this was manageable. With a charge forward, I unleashed a volley of attacks, then activated my defense skill upon my donkey. As the tiger wings vibrated and its stinger glimmered ominously, the piercing strike combined with 3 successive attacks collided against my battered shield, producing a cacophony of clinks. Yet I only lost a little over 300 health points. Its assault was fierce, yet my defenses held strong. As the 4th attack approached, my defense was on the verge of collapse. Swiftly, I canceled my defense and retaliated with a sword strike, my basic attack severing a significant portion of its health. Its defenses were feeble, allowing my onslaught to nearly reduce it to critical health, with 2 more strikes accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. The first tiger wing bee fell lifelessly to the ground. The experience bar illuminated suddenly, granting me 1 experience, a testament to the tiger wing bee's high attack, low defense, and low health, making it an exceptional target for my level 21 training. After dispatching several tiger wing bees, I immediately commenced gathering herbs, depleting the Bai Ji in the area, and then ventured once more to challenge the surrounding tiger wing beasts, delving deeper into the heart of the poison bee forest. In less than an hour, a radiant glow enveloped me as I ascended to level 22. With all my attributes maximally allocated, my combat power surged to an impressive 900 points. Although I lingered at the bottom of the level rankings, I maintained my position at the pinnacle of the combat power leaderboard, boasting a lead of over 200 points against the second-place contender, Fei Yue. For players, levels are not everything. It is the combat power that truly defines strength. Upon inspecting my inventory, I discovered I possessed 300 stacked white tubers, sufficient for my impending consumption needs. Thus, I resolved to focus solely on slaying monsters, advancing steadily forward as heaps of iron-winged bees trembled and succumbed beneath my feet. Before long, the distant sounds of skill activation reached my ears, and amidst the flowing brilliance, I finally spotted members of the Dynasty Dominance faction, 5 in total. Among them were a tank, a spirit mage, a talisman master, and a ranged archer. Additionally, a charming healer known as the Weeping Wanderer was among them, tending to their wounds. The quintet was engaged in a fierce battle against an iron-winged bee, swiftly dispatching it. Lu Chang had dropped to half health. Yet the Weeping Wanderer restored him to full health with several healing spells, a true blessing indeed. What an extraordinary evening it is. Lu Chang caught sight of me, and a glint of determination sparked in his eyes. He remarked with a grin, "Ah, so you are here as well. How delightful. Our paths cross once more. Come, let me witness the prowess of the top combatant from Giant Deer City. I have vowed to confront you every chance I get, and today shall be no exception." On a side note, I must mention that my uploads rely heavily on scheduled updates, otherwise, they tend to slip my mind. However, these updates typically incur a delay of around 20 minutes, which may result in a slightly tardy appearance. I share in your frustration, but alas, there is little I can do. I kindly ask for your understanding. Furthermore, for those wishing to be minor characters, feel free to respond to the character request post I shared in the review section. I shall periodically select some delightful names from the responses to incorporate into the narrative. Chapter 25. Come at me. Lu Chang charged forth with his shield almost instantaneously, lacking a mount, and from a distance of 40 yards. He launched himself forward with a ponderous grunt, activating his charge ability. Regrettably, it was merely a standard charge, devoid of the impact stun effect characteristic of mounted combat. As Lu Chang approached, I seized the initiative, disregarding his charge, and urged my donkey to advance 3 swift paces. The moment the distance was ample, I surged forward with a genuine mounted charge, directly targeting the talisman master, who was caught unawares by my audacious maneuver. A gasp escaped her lips as a dazed icon materialized above her head. You, the spiritualist, taken aback, failed to foresee my decision to spare the talisman master from demise, instead allowing the momentum of my charge to carry me forward. The donkeys have skidded through the underbrush, and I unleashed a taunt ability upon her, compelling her to attack me physically for a fleeting second, yet that was sufficient. In that critical moment of successful provocation, I abruptly pivoted, landing a basic attack with my blades upon the talisman master's shoulder. 2 alarming damage numbers soared into the air, 654, 902. She was eliminated in an instant, a white light ascending as her most formidable control was stripped away, leaving her in a state of bewilderment without the chance to execute her binding spell. Throughout the encounter, she remained ensnared in a daze. I was acutely aware that the spiritualist behind me was striking herself with her staff, triggering the wild donkey skill, a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the donkey's leg connected squarely with the spiritualist's face. 874. Turning swiftly, I executed another basic attack, obliterating the wandering healer from the dynasty's ambitions. Leaving her in a state of utter confusion, she had not even the slightest opportunity to heal herself. Meanwhile, the spiritualist seethed with anger and frustration, for at level 20, she possessed the control skill Vine Entanglement, which could have easily dispatched me given even half a second's chance, yet such an opportunity never materialized. Behind me, an irate Lu Chang approached, equipped with superior gear. His longsword, imbued with true energy, unleashed a 4-hit combo of basic attacks, depleting his energy reserves instantaneously. I swiftly turned, activating my defensive skill in mounted combat mode. The resounding clang of his sword striking my shield echoed relentlessly. 34, 137, 78, 145. Lu Chang's damage output landed upon my formidable defense, which, already high, now appeared even more humiliating under the protective state. I chose not to engage him further, pivoting to charge towards my third priority target, the archer, Mischievous Pudding, previously known for battling the seas, Zhang Liang, a street youth with dyed hair. What time is this? Do you wish to slay me? Zhang Liang bellowed fiercely, his feet stirring the wind as he activated the level 20 archer skill, Jungle Charge, instantly enhancing his movement speed by 30. He swiftly executed a triple shot, the arrows clanging against my shield, but an increase in speed does not guarantee escape. As he urged his mount forward for a few strides, a glance at his skill bar revealed that it had cooled down. He charged once more. Whoosh! The steed surged forward, colliding with Zhang Liang and rendering him momentarily dazed. With a swift motion, I unleashed a series of 3 heavy strikes, bypassing intermediate attacks entirely, delivering 3 bursts of damage within half a second, still denying the opportunity for the wandering healer, the MM, to intervene. Zhang Liang gradually sank to his knees, his face a mask of resentment. But what does resentment matter? In this game, power speaks for itself. In the blink of an eye, only 2 members of the Dynasty Dominance team remained, a level 20 knight, Lu Chang, and the weeping healer, who could hardly restrain her tears as she gazed upon my imposing figure marked in crimson. Terrified, she clutched her staff and retreated, fearing for her life. Xiaoqian, do not fear, Lu Chang declared, positioning his shield protectively in front of the trembling healer. The shield gradually lowered, as if he were preparing to employ a defensive skill. And he spoke softly, as long as you provide me with adequate healing, together we can wear him down. His prowess is merely a tad higher, with a charge that stuns, nothing extraordinary. The healer, visibly shaken, nodded in confusion. I smiled slightly, choosing to remain silent. In truth, Lu Chang was overestimating his role. I had no intention of attacking the knight. I was not foolish. My priority lay in eliminating the wandering healer first. Come at me, Jinsi he she, but spare my woman. Lu Chang, resolute, gripped his sword, his teeth clenched in fury as he glared at me. What sort of prowess is it to strike a woman? She is everything I cherish. Last time was forgivable, but should you dare to clip her wings this time, I shall annihilate your entire paradise. What nonsense. Such melodrama was almost unbearable. My head throbbed momentarily. Yet, the healer was visibly moved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Lu Chang. A Chang, you. But patience has its limits. Who would dare to intertwine romance in a life-and-death battle? In that instant, a specter of movement darted past. My steed, the wild donkey, imbued with tremendous force, toppled Lu Chang and directly collided with the weeping healer, rendering her stunned. The impact dealt a staggering 80 of her health. A lethal blow for a fragile class like the wandering healer. A single strike from my weapon swiftly eliminated her. Behind me, Lu Chang roared in fury, Jinsi he she, I will obliterate you. From behind, a brilliant azure light erupted, the skill, Blade Surge. In truth, Blade Surge, as a high-damage skill at early levels, requires approximately 0.3 seconds to cast, known as the wind-up. At this moment, that wind-up became the greatest variable. Just as Lu Chang's Blade Surge descended from the heavens, I deftly turned my mount, skillfully sidestepping by 3 yards, leveraging my speed advantage to evade. Miss. The powerful blade struck the ground, carving a furrow into the grass, as blades of grass and soil flew in the air. Lu Chang stood in a daze, seemingly overwhelmed by my gameplay skills, which had clearly surpassed his understanding. The sword strike was swift. He believed it impossible for anyone to evade it, yet right before his eyes, the opponent dodged effortlessly. A silent mockery of his expectations. Turning around, mounted on a wild donkey and wielding a bronze sword, I looked down upon Lu Chang with a grin and said, apart from having numbers and wealth, what else do you possess? To vanquish you is as simple as squashing an ant. On what grounds do you think you can confront me once and defeat me once? Lu Chang's eyes finally revealed a flicker of fear. Adorned in bronze and mysterious iron gear, the potential loss from a defeat was significant. Even with wealth, caution was necessary. In a duel between 2 knights, equipment and skill each held equal weight. Clearly, Lu Chang faltered in both aspects. 10 seconds later, a pained groan escaped him as he collapsed to the ground, dropping a shimmering ring that rolled into the grass, alongside a scattering of level 2 health potions. I swiftly dismounted, crouched in the grass, and retrieved the ring from the earth, wiping it clean to reveal its brilliance. My heart soared with joy. Ring of the Wilderness, mysterious iron gear, strength, 12 effect. 3 lifesteal and melee combat required level 20 holding the Ring of the Wilderness. Tears nearly brimmed in my eyes. Filled with gratitude. In that moment, Liu Chang's figure transformed in my mind into one of noble valor. This ring, with its 3 lifesteal and melee combat, combined with my necklace, granted a total lifesteal of 5. It was truly a divine artifact for surviving in the wilderness. I equipped it immediately. The enhancement from the lifesteal significantly boosted my combat power, now exceeding 1,000. What a knight, apprentice knight, level 22 attack, 178,277, 10, defense, 218, 10, health, 2728 vitality, 100 luck, 2 extraordinary achievements, 4 combat power, 1022 at this moment. I had firmly secured the top position on the power leaderboard. In terms of one-on-one combat, hardly anyone in the entire city of Jiulu could rival me. Of course, this was merely a temporary state. The future developments were still unfolding. The members of the dynasty's dominance faction had all dropped to level 1, and Liu Chang and his companions were likely at level 19 now. For the time being, they wouldn't seek vengeance in the venomous bee forest. If all went well, they would target the easier-to-defeat butterfly spirits, lingering in the butterfly forest until they reached level 20 before returning to challenge the venomous foes. At last, this place had become my personal haven for leveling up. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, as I slayed iron-winged bees and gathered Angelica, I concocted a plethora of quick-effect potions. Finally, with a melodious chime, my alchemy skill leveled up. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, your Alchemy LV1 has been upgraded to Alchemy LV2. You can now craft level 2 quick-effect potions. Once again, I find myself in search of new recipes, yet there is no rush. My inventory is filled with a multitude of level 1 blood revitalizing pills that require attention. I shall return to the city to sell them first. My experience has already reached 70 of level 22, and I have shed my notorious red name, allowing me to return to the city. At that moment, Lin Che sent a call request. Brotherchin, it's 3 in the morning. Let us call it a day. We're all exhausted. All right. Let us gather at the east gate of Jiulu City to sort through our spoils. With a swift turn of my mount, I raced towards Jiulu City. And despite being the furthest away, I arrived at the east gate first. Players were already flooding in, and I noticed that the rankings in Jiulu City had climbed to the 5,000th position. This indicated that over 5,000 players had emerged from the novice village, signaling the imminent arrival of an era where heroes would congregate. Shortly thereafter, Lin Che and the others approached, each donning new equipment, featuring both bronze and mysterious iron gear, significantly enhancing their strength. Upon arriving at the East Gate auction house, I glanced at the exchange rate. Currently, 1 gold could only be sold for 8 coins. The price disparity had dramatically changed overnight. However, players were increasingly inflating the prices of their goods. A single piece of bronze equipment was being sold for 10 gold. And the auction house was filled with items valued at 70 to 80 coins. The only mysterious iron axe in the auction house was listed for an astounding 500 gold. Though it remained uncertain if anyone would purchase it, I decided to test the waters. Scanning the listings, I found no one selling quick-use potions. So I clicked on that category and placed 1 blood revitalizing pill for 1 gold. Remarkably, within mere seconds, I received a notification. Congratulations. Your blood revitalizing pill has been purchased for 1 gold. Ecstatic, I placed another one, this time for 2 gold, and once again, it was snatched up in mere seconds. Clearly, these instant heal potions were in high demand. I continued until I reached 4 gold, at which point no one was willing to pay more. After all, not everyone could afford to spend 30 renminbi for a single emergency heal. Therefore, I distributed the blood revitalizing pills among my companions, giving each of them 20. While placing the remaining 100 at a price of 2 gold each, I stood by the auction house, observing the bustling crowd, and soon, notifications flooded in, everything sold out, netting me a total of 200 gold coins. I then sold these coins for 6 renminbi each before logging off to rest. Before long, I noticed a deposit of 1,200 renminbi in my Alpay account. The quick-use potions sold remarkably well, even outpacing the sales of white and bronze equipment. Chapter 26. The Queen Bee. After a restful slumber, I awoke at noon the following day. After freshening up, my lunch delivery arrived, an exquisite feast comprising 4 dishes and a soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sauerkraut fish, sizzling bullfrog, and a platter of pork belly, complemented by a tomato and egg soup, which I relished immensely. Once I finished my meal, I began to unleash my creativity on paper. After a flurry of haphazard strokes, a line of somewhat crooked calligraphy emerged for all to see. No PK, less sleep, diligent leveling with integrity. Instantly, my companions were taken aback, applauding fervently. What a fine script. The leader's handwriting subtly echoes the elegance of the great Wang duo, possessing an aura of ancient heritage, remarked Dahai with feigned enthusiasm. Lin Che suggested, let us frame it. Zhang Wei concurred. Indeed, let us display it in the studio's hall to inspire everyone to strive for progress, shun complacency, and transform into individuals who contribute to the magnificent dream of a great China. Thus, we procured some paste and affixed it to the wall, instantly enriching the previously barren hall with a touch of cultural depth. Subsequently, we commenced a summary of our gaming progress. Lin Che spoke up. All of us have reached level 21, while Chun Gu stands at level 22, slightly ahead of us. Our leveling pace has been remarkably steady. Yesterday, the studio's total earnings amounted to 248 yuan. Overall, our strategy of minimizing PK and focusing on leveling is indeed the right approach. If we adhere to this strategy, earning 10,000 yuan a day is merely a matter of time. Dahai and Zhang Wei smiled, visibly uplifted. However, Lin Che's tone shifted. The absence of a wandering healer remains a lingering concern. Just yesterday, we faced multiple near-death encounters. 3 butterfly spirits attacked us simultaneously, and even Wei Ge could not withstand the onslaught. Should we encounter hostile players in the wild, we might meet an unfortunate fate of annihilation. I noticed a recruitment post on the forum by a player seeking new members, and it seems they have enlisted 3 wandering healers of level 20 or above. I furrowed my brow. Let us level together today. I encountered members of the Dynasty Dominance yesterday. The city of Julu is rather small, and it's easy to run into acquaintances, so leveling together would be safer. All right, you can choose the leveling map, Chengge. And it would be ideal to practice herbalism and mining as well. After a moment's contemplation, I added, I just checked some information. There are 3 level 2 potion recipes. And it seems that Song Ertzi refreshes in the northern part of the Poison Bee Forest. Another ingredient, Long Kue, has reportedly been spotted at Bamboo Chicken Ridge. Lastly, a rare ingredient, the blood of the Greed Wolf, should be found in the Greed Wolf Forest. Therefore, today's leveling route will be the northern Poison Bee Forest, Bamboo Chicken Ridge, and Greed Wolf Forest, with the aim of concocting a level 2 potion today to enhance our fortunes. I have a suggestion, Lin Che interjected. Chengge. While crafting health potions is profitable, it pales in comparison to the earnings from blue potions. After all, classes such as spiritualists, talisman masters, wandering healers, and archers all rely on mana. A level 2 blue potion can instantly restore 900 points of mana, making it an essential asset for early PK and boss encounters, which would prove quite lucrative. As I gathered my thoughts, I found myself in the vibrant city of Julu, standing before the bustling auction house. The once quaint town had transformed into a thriving metropolis, with a staggering player count exceeding 50,000. During our brief respite, countless adventurers had settled into Julu, and at this rate, the player population would swell to millions within a mere 24 hours. The increasing number of players rendered the leveling space increasingly congested. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a competitive edge and seek out higher-level monsters. I opened the recipe book, noting that even the second-tier potions required an alchemy furnace for crafting. Each furnace cost 3 silver coins, but thankfully, they could be stacked. I purchased several hundred and placed them into my inventory. The Blood Stasis Pill was a second-tier potion that instantly restored 700 health points, requiring the following ingredients: 3 dragon berries and 1 greedy wolf blood. Along with the Alchemy Furnace, the Snow Spirit Pill, another second-tier potion, instantly replenished 900 mana points, necessitating 3 Song-Ear Seeds, 3 dragon berries, 1 greedy wolf blood. And the Furnace. The ingredients for the mana restoration potion were particularly demanding. However, if I could gather them, it would be worth the effort. As Lin Che aptly stated, mana regeneration was of utmost importance. Many teams relied on the healing prowess of wandering healers and the explosive damage of spiritual mages to conquer formidable foes, making mana as vital as life itself. After repairing my equipment, I set forth with my party. Upon exiting the eastern gate, we encountered a throng of players assembling outside, each calling out enthusiastically to form parties. The air was alive with voices, some red-faced and vociferous. 10 Mile Pond. Looking for a mage to tackle the level 24 sludge demon. We need one more spellcaster. Someone shouted. Forming a 5-man team to hunt the level 23 5-step serpent in Bayan Mountain. We still need a tank, monks, knights, or swordsmen welcome, but prioritizing those who can provoke. Even a wandering healer, her staff in hand, sweetly announced, renting a level 21 wandering healer, capable of taking on any foe for 20 gold coins per hour, non-negotiable. I was taken aback by the existence of healer rentals. As we passed by, Lin Che remarked, "Should we recruit that girl?" I shook my head, no. It feels too materialistic for my taste. Dahai interjected, "But we are merchants in this game. It's not as if we lack material desires." I found myself at a loss for words. Upon reaching the Poison Bee Forest, we entered a zone still teeming with players, as the yellow wasp's venom was notorious for effortlessly dispatching fragile classes. Consequently, only a handful of teams dared to level here. Adhering to an unspoken rule of mutual respect, each player focused on their own battles, devoid of the rampant hostility that characterized the dynasty's dominance. Navigating through the heart of the forest, we headed northward. In the distance, large, copper bell-sized wasps danced in the air, their wings adorned with purple patterns, exuding an air of lethality, and each carried a toxic sting. Attacking Bee, Mystic Iron level monster, level 26 attack, 200-285 defense, 80 health, 3,200 skills, poison sting attack, heavy strike, combo description. The Attacking Bee, a prominent member of the swarms in the Poison Bee Forest, possesses a lethal venom capable of slaying an elephant. Exercise utmost caution. These creatures should not be underestimated, as they serve as the final line of defense for the Bee King. The Bee King? Lin Che's heart stirred, and he chuckled. It seems there is a boss here. I wonder if it has been slain. I remarked. The distance from here to Giant Deer City is considerable, and the spawning rate of the hornets and iron-winged bees is swift, making it nearly impossible for an average team to arrive. Unless something unexpected occurs, the Bee King is likely still alive. With a grin, Lin Che declared, "Let us begin clearing the area. Although these attacking bees have high attack power, they are quite fragile. Brother Chun, let us coordinate to eliminate them without taking damage." Agreed. I nodded. You attract the monsters, I will charge in. After my charge, there will be a 1.5-second stun. Xiao Che, prepare the immobilization spell. Do not allow the attacking bees to poison me, or it would waste too many potions. Understood. Lin Che swiftly entered combat mode, his feet dancing like stars. He deftly conjured a fire spirit talisman, which, along with another basic attack talisman, launched into the fray. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhai raised his crimson barrel and fired a level 20 skill, the armor-piercing bullet, which reduced the target's defense by 5, stacking up to 5 times, rendering the attacking bees even more vulnerable. Buzzing, the attacking bees charged ferociously, but I immediately charged forward, intercepting them while ensuring safety. With a taunt directed at the bees, I unleashed a barrage of attack skills. Just as the attacking bees were about to regain their senses, Lin Che's immobilization spell struck, stunning them for another second. Coupled with the fire gun and bronze sword's onslaught, within a mere 2.5 seconds, the unfortunate attacking bee succumbed. Indeed, we achieved damage-free monster kills. As long as the firepower sufficed, we could attract and eliminate them without a healer. Dispatching one attacking bee after another, our team advanced steadily, guided by my herbal perception. We soon discovered a type of level 2 herb, the cocklebur, a plant commonly found in rural areas, often clinging to dogs. In the game, it appeared even more vibrant. A medicinal item. We swiftly collected it all and continued forward. In less than an hour, our group swept through the northern region of the Poison Bee Forest, clearing out all the cockleburs. Just as fatigue began to set in, a thumping sound reminiscent of a helicopter echoed from the distant jungle, revealing a colossal creature flapping its arms, preparing to take flight. Wow, are we about to face a silver-level boss for the first time? Wang Jinhai exclaimed with excitement. Silver my foot. Lin Che replied, exasperated. You're thinking too much. It's a Mystic Iron. I laughed. A level 27 Mystic Iron boss. The experience points will be substantial. Prepare for battle. Yes. Queen Bee, Iron Grade boss. Level 27 attack. 285-400 defense. 180 health. 10,200 skills. Venomous Sting, Pincer Strike, Swarm Assault. Description, the Sovereign of the Swarm. She embodies the future of her hive. Provoking the queen bee is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. This formidable queen is so vicious that even the city guards are powerless against her. Young adventurers, it is wise to flee. Her skills seem incredibly potent. Indeed, following the old tactics, let's engage. Lin Che raised his hand, unleashing two talismans, complemented by Wang Jinhai's armor-piercing shot, which sent the queen bee into a frenzied dive. Her massive form resembling a small tank. With a swift and precise charge, I collided with the queen bee in midair, stunning her before she could land. The bronze sword was raised, and a flurry of strikes ensued, with the brilliance of skills illuminating the air. Just as the queen bee regained consciousness from her stupor, I taunted her, while simultaneously casting a binding spell. However, this time, the talismans emitted an unusual radiance. 374. Miss. Cursed be my luck. Damage was inflicted. Yet the stunning effect failed to manifest. Oh no. Lin Che exclaimed in alarm. My level is far too low compared to the boss. The stun effect is no longer guaranteed at 100. Be cautious, Chen Gu. Before the words left his mouth, the queen bee's pincers shot forward, piercing through my shield and embedding themselves in my chest, revealing two rather terrifying damage figures. 1082. 743. Even more horrifying was what followed. The queen bee spun like a small top, initiating the swarm assault. A dark mass of bees enveloped a 20-yard radius around the boss, leaving Zhang Wei and me with no means of escape, our health plummeting alarmingly. Chapter 27. The first cloak in a swift motion. I activated a level 2 glory shield and consumed a blood revitalization pill, my face pale with fear as the queen bee charged towards me, her stinger glistening ominously. Accompanied by a swarm of bees, I raised my shield, sinking my body down, my breath steady and resolute, my defense solidified. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds resonated. This time, the damage wasn't as devastating, yet I still lost 500 health. It was evident that, at this moment, Lin Che's second immobilizing spell took flight, stunning the boss with a resounding crack, interrupting the swarm's attacking skill. Thus, Zhang Wei and I, with our health dwindling, retreated while Wang Jinhai, clutching his firearm, hurriedly reloaded. Enhancing his attack speed and movement speed under the influence of two powerful skills, maximizing his firepower output. Zhang Wei, hold the boss. I urged my mount to retreat at high speed, creating distance from the boss to prepare for a charge. Clad in armor, Zhang Wei exuded an aura of a seasoned warrior, his arms ablaze with fiery energy. Suddenly, he unleashed a forceful palm strike, landing squarely on the queen bee's abdomen, inflicting a damage of 442 points. Indeed, a formidable blow from the level 20 monk skill, Fire Cloud Palm. The rhythm of battle reached an extraordinary crescendo. At the moment the aggro shifted towards Lin Che, I charged forth once more. My elevated level granted me the advantage, successfully stunning the boss. Followed by a flurry of skills unleashed as I called out, Zhang Wei heal. Though the blood revitalization pill restored health instantly, it bore a 5-second cooldown. The system's rules prevented players from endlessly consuming healing items, or else the RMB players would be invincible, capable of slaying any boss without the aid of celestial healers. As Zhang Wei stepped back, the boss's fury fell solely upon me. The cooldown for switching defensive skills was 3 seconds, allowing only one defensive maneuver within that time. Fortunately, the queen bee's physical attack speed was not rapid, enabling me to block most of her assaults without hindering my own output. My proficiency in switching between defense and offense growing increasingly adept. Lin Che continued to draw symbols, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Monsters respawning behind us. Draw them to the left. Wang Jinhai immediately advanced, his speed surging, shifting the battlefield. Our coordination was seamless as we gradually whittled down the boss's health. Despite the queen bee possessing a staggering 10,000 health points, within 2 minutes, her vitality dwindled significantly. Although she had reduced Zhang Wei and me to critical health, she too was battered by our ranged attacks. The flying beast would one day return for vengeance. In her final moments, the queen bee let out a furious roar that reverberated throughout the toxic bee forest, before suddenly collapsing for beams of experience light soaring towards us. In an instant, radiant brilliance rained down. Each of us leveled up. The experience from the level 27 boss was immensely bountiful, propelling me up 2 levels to 24. While Lin Che and the others also reached level 23, their faces aglow with joy. With a rustling sound, Lin Che began inspecting the boss's corpse. His expression filled with delight as he lifted a blood-red cloak, exclaiming, "Chen Gu, your cloak has arrived." He casually tossed it out, and at a glance, I was utterly captivated. Cloak of the Jungle King, Xiantai equipment, type, armor defense, 60 strength, 11 additional, increases the user's defense by 2 required level, 24. It was perfectly suited for me. I had given my previous armor cloak to Zhang Wei, and this time I unreservedly donned it myself, instantly enhancing both my defense and combat power significantly. What knight is it? Apprentice Knight. Level, 24 attack, 198,308, 10, defense, 280, 12, health, 2928 true chi, 100 luck, 2 extraordinary achievements, 4 combat power, 1133. With a formidable 280 points of defense and an additional hidden boost of 12, I could likely navigate through a crowd of melee players with ease at this stage. Nearby, Lin Shay continued to open equipment, acquiring a Xiantai leather wrist guard for Dahai and a new magic sword. While it was merely a bronze item, its attributes were impressive, and upon equipping it, our entire team's average combat powers surged remarkably. After progressing a few steps, a massive beehive came into view, surrounded by a profusion of wild cocklebur, which made my eyes glimmer with excitement. I swiftly swept them all up, my inventory nearly overflowing with cocklebur, and inquired, Zhang Wei, how many inventory slots do you have left? 74, he replied after glancing. All right, help me carry 500 cockleburs. Sure, he answered readily. Initially, part of the reason for bringing him into the studio was due to his role as a storage character, and now it was beginning to prove its worth. Lin Shay chuckled. Brother Chen, I still have over 30 slots available. With herbs in sets of 10, I can help you carry over 300. No rush. Let's discuss it when we reach the next map. I opened the large map. To the north of the Poison Bee Forest lay Bamboo Chicken Ridge, a legendary spot known for abundant nightshades. Thus, I regained full health and led the group onward. Moments later, a series of low, rolling hills unfolded before us, densely populated with crimson dots that, upon closer inspection, revealed a cluster of wild chicken monsters hidden beneath the trees, demonic bamboo chickens, level 27 Xiantai creatures. Perfectly suited for our current level and relatively safe to defeat. We split into 2 groups to sweep through Bamboo Chicken Ridge. After half an hour, stepping over the corpses of bamboo chickens, I noticed a faint glow beneath a short tree. It was a cluster of plants, covered with densely packed black fruit. I had found it, nightshade. After half an hour of searching throughout Bamboo Chicken Ridge, I finally discovered a single nightshade plant, which bore an impressive 200 fruits. Collecting them one by one, my inventory quickly filled with over 20 sets of nightshade. As we pressed forward, leveling up while searching, I found 2 more plants, bringing our total to 600 nightshades. After asking Lin Shay to carry a bit more, 2 hours passed swiftly. Checking my experience points, I was at 47 of level 24, neither too fast nor too slow, and I was just 1 material short of crafting a level 2 elixir. Are we heading to the Greedy Wolf Forest now? Lin Shay inquired. Indeed, I replied, mounting my wild donkey. The Greedy Wolf Forest is quite distant. We must traverse 2 maps. Let us commence our journey. I will slow my pace and lead the way, drawing the monsters aggro. You all should follow closely behind me, refraining from engaging any creatures along the way. We must hasten to the Greedy Wolf Forest to enhance our efficiency and secure our fortunes. Understood. The donkey advanced, disregarding the oncoming horde of level 25 green helmet goblins. Lin Shay, Zhang Wei, and Dahai kept close behind. Lin Shay chuckled. These goblins are quite amusing, flailing about with their green helmets. Don't they find it peculiar to have such a garish hue atop their heads? I sighed. They are merely scattered beings in this alternate world, pursuing little and fretting over even less, which spares them from many burdens. Zhang Wei, his expression grave, remarked. You seem to have gained some profound insights into life all of a sudden. Enough chatter. Stay close, for I want to be responsible if you fall to the goblins. As we journeyed on, evading the goblins' crude blades and braving the lizard monster spears, we at last arrived at a verdant forest, where the entire expanse shimmered with a faint crimson hue. The howls of wolves echoed around us. Just outside the forest lay a temporary supply camp, which filled me with exhilaration. My healing potions were running low, and this would provide an opportunity to replenish and repair my gear. Upon entering the camp, I had my armor mended and purchased several sets of level 3 healing potions. I surveyed the area, noting the presence of a potion merchant, a blacksmith, and a materials vendor, along with a dozen human soldiers stationed there. At the forefront stood a battle-worn team leader, leaning on a rusted iron sword, sighing heavily. It was evident that there was a quest awaiting. Moreover, the perimeter of the Greedy Wolf Forest was teeming with greedy wolves, indicating that players had yet to venture here. After all, the wolves were at least level 28. A challenge that most contemporary players would shy away from. I approached, gripping my bronze sword, and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" The team leader lifted his gaze to meet mine, bloodshot eyes revealing his fatigue from sleepless nights. "Young adventurer, it is a pleasure to see you. We are members of the patrolling guard from Jiulu City. We were ordered to this post a month ago to safeguard the nearby estates. However, the Greedy Wolf Forest is fraught with peril, as some wolves frequently emerge to assault our supply caravans. We have not eaten for a week, young one. Do you have any food?" "I do not." I shook my head. He appeared somewhat disheartened. "Then, it is of no consequence." I continued. "Perhaps I could slay some wolves and procure meat for you." "What?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Those greedy wolves are fierce and brutal. Even the seasoned heavy cavalry from Jiulu City struggle against them. Do you possess the strength to vanquish a greedy wolf?" "I can certainly attempt it." "That would be splendid." He was filled with immense joy, straightening his posture and declaring proudly, "Young adventurer, if you can venture into the Greedy Wolf Forest, slay 100 greedy wolves, and return with 10 portions of their meat, you will have salvaged our entire garrison." "Thank you." Ding. The system notification chimed. "Congratulations. Your team has accepted the quest. Purge the Greedy Wolf Forest. E-rank quest. Quest details. Enter the Greedy Wolf Forest. Eliminate 100 greedy wolves. And present 10 portions of greedy wolf meat to the garrison squad leader, Morin. You shall receive a generous reward." With the quest in hand, a shared endeavor among the team, our next step was to delve into the Greedy Wolf Forest to hunt monsters. Following a rugged path leading to the forest, the distant howls of wolves echoed, instilling a sense of trepidation. Nearly a few dozen yards away, a colossal wolf, measuring at least 2 meters in length, sat upon the ground, howling mournfully to the heavens. Its fur shimmered with an alluring crimson glow under the moonlight. It was a sentinel greedy wolf, as I had anticipated. It was a level 28 dark iron grade monster. The crimson hue of the Greedy Wolf Forest was deeper than that of the surrounding maps, indicating a higher monster level. Ordinary teams lacking our combat prowess would likely have to wait until reaching level 28 to undertake this quest. However, we, equipped with bronze and dark iron gear, possessed the qualifications to challenge monsters beyond our level, which was the cornerstone of our chosen group's identity. The level 28 Greedy Wolf had 3,400 health points and a formidable attack, yet it was far easier to defeat than the high attack, high health goblins. Lin Che grinned. "Let's get to work. Commence." With the immobilization spell, we charged forth, resolving the battle within 3 seconds. The Greedy Wolf fell with a whimper, and the experience gained was exceptionally bountiful. I anticipated that after slaying around 200 of these creatures, I would level up just perfectly. Chapter 28. Merciless slaughter. After clearing out the sentinel wolves at the jungle's edge, we ventured directly into the depths of the forest, where the moonlight cascaded gracefully upon this perilous terrain. The silver luminescence spread across the ground, reaching up to the horizon, a beauty that was simply breathtaking. Beneath the trees, a pack of voracious wolves crouched, their eyes glinting with cunning and greed. This species hunted in packs, leaving numerous NPCs at their mercy. However, in consideration of the players, they would not engage in group attacks. Otherwise, it would require a minimum level of 30 to challenge this map. It was rather tricky. Lin Che observed the wolves scattered throughout the jungle and remarked, "Some wolves act alone and are easy to kill, while others gather in pairs or even threes. If we attract one, we might end up with 3. Do you think our party can withstand that?" "Certainly," I replied resolutely. "Lin Che, you focus on luring the monsters. You need to learn to mark them. Use the binding spell on the marked creature, and we shall all unleash our attacks on it. I will provoke the second wolf to attack me, and if a third appears, I will charge at it and bind it as well, allowing them all to focus their attacks on me while you concentrate your firepower." "Understood." Lin Che nodded emphatically and initiated the attack. The first batch consisted of 3 wolves. As the fire spirit charm struck one, the other 2 let out low growls and charged at us with lightning speed. Lin Che quickly marked one, and as the binding spell flew forth, I dashed out, colliding with the second wolf and stunning it. In the blink of an eye, I tossed a provocation at the third wolf, though the scene was somewhat comical as I merely waved at it. "Boss, how shameful of you to act cute." Dahai chuckled. I swiftly raised my shield to defend against the initial onslaught from the 2 wolves, calling out, "Unleash your strongest firepower." or we shall drain our resources too quickly. I do not wish to expend excessive health. Understood. We concentrated our fire, and after swiftly dispatching the first wolf, Lin Che marked the second. Meanwhile, I endured the onslaught, the sound of claws and teeth striking my shield creating sparks. A notable trait of the wolves was their rapid attack speed. While regular monsters attack once, a wolf would strike at least 5 times, leading to a terrifying overall output. After we eradicated all 3 wolves, my health stood at a mere 55. Gulping down a health potion, I furrowed my brow and said, "Engaging even ordinary monsters is so perilous. If we were to be ambushed while fighting, we could easily be wiped out." Lin Che nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But there is little we can do. We lack a healer. We must endure these frugal times." "Indeed, there is no other choice." Amidst a pile of copper coins, I discovered a piece of wolf meat, a quest item that could stack infinitely, so I set it aside and continued slaying monsters. After toppling dozens of wolves, we finally encountered the first plant within the jungle. The plant stood half a person tall, its blood-red hue adorned with finger-sized fruits. Aptly named wolf blood. Initially, I thought we were to excavate the wolves' corpses, but it turned out to be a medicinal herb instead. I began harvesting, and on one wolf blood plant, I found nearly 20 medicinal materials. Upon completion, I immediately commenced the alchemical process. I accessed the alchemy interface, placed the alchemical furnace within, and combined 3 portions of nightshade with 1 portion of the blood of the greedy wolf, all of which were cast into the furnace, incurring a synthesis fee of 1 silver coin. Ding. Failure. The first attempt, as anticipated. Subsequently, the second attempt also met with failure. The third attempt was no different. Until the fourth attempt, when a triumphant chime sounded, and the system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully crafted Blood Resolving Pill, X2. To my astonishment, I had produced 2 at once. I chuckled, tossing 1 pill to Lin Che and the other to Dahai, stating, "This treasure instantly restores 700 health, allowing you to survive a surprise attack a little longer." Lin Che beamed as he accepted it. "My total health is only 1200. With 1 pill, I could recover 700. Even if an assassin ambushes me, they won't be able to eliminate me with their first strike." Perhaps not. A level 20 assassin has already learned the skill of piercing strike, which stuns for 1 second. Exercise caution, as some well-equipped assassins could undoubtedly take you and Dahai down in a single blow, I advised. "Understood. Thank you, Brother Chun." Wang Jinhai also tucked away his pill. "Hee. Thank you, boss. We must be among the first players to enjoy the blood-resolving pill, right?" "Indeed." I continued with the alchemy, exhausting the blood of the greedy wolf I had just gathered, resulting in the creation of 7 more pills, which we distributed, prioritizing the safety of our group in these early stages. After more than half an hour, our task of eliminating 100 greedy wolves was complete, and we had gathered 27 pieces of greedy wolf meat. Lin Che, witnessing my persistent foraging, couldn't help but chuckle. The task only required 10 pieces. "And you're still collecting more, Brother Chen? You're quite greedy." "Regardless, they can accumulate, and it only takes a moment to bend down," I replied with a smile. "Let us head back and turn in the task." "Yes." As our group returned to the temporary camp, I approached the team leader of the station soldiers, Morin, and announced, "Sir, we have returned, having slain an adequate number of greedy wolves and obtained the meat you required." "Ah, really?" Morin exclaimed with delight, his eyes glistening at the 10 pieces of greedy wolf meat I held. "Humph, these wolf pups ambushed and killed 2 of my warhorses last night. It's finally our turn to feast upon their flesh. What a delight. Young adventurer, you've done splendidly. Here is your reward." Ding. System notification. "Congratulations on completing the quest. Eliminate the greedy wolf forest. E-rank quest. You have received a reward. Experience points 20,000, gold 1. With a flash, a golden light descended. Although the experience awarded from this task was rather modest, it was sufficient to elevate me to level 25. While Lin Che and Wang Jinhai ascended to level 24, and Zhang Wei reached level 23. Lin Che and Dahai appeared eager and were already searching for the next leveling map. However, I noticed with intrigue that within the dialogue options with the NPC team leader, there was still a choice to submit task items, prompting me to use my thoughts to select it once more. For beams of white light soared towards us, granting each of us 20,000 experience points, a sum that constituted 5 of my current level's experience. Meanwhile, the quantity of Finra meat in my inventory had diminished by 10. A Upon attempting to click again, a notification appeared indicating insufficient quest items, and in that moment, it felt as if enlightenment had struck me. Could it be that this quest could be submitted infinitely? Lin Che was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "How is it that I received experience again? Could it be that as long as we gather 10 pieces of Fenrir meat, we can submit the quest once more?" There is no indication of having accepted the quest again. Could it possibly be a bug? Shushing him with a gesture, I signaled, "You know what to do next, right? Quietly amass wealth." His handsome face twisted into a grin reminiscent of a landlord eyeing a beautiful tenant's daughter. "Let us go to the Fenrir forest. We shall remain here for the day." Indeed, the Fenrir creatures were level 28, and even after I reached level 25, the experience here remained remarkably bountiful. In truth, I could train here until level 27. The drop rate for Fenrir meat was quite satisfactory, yielding nearly 3 sets in half an hour. Each set exchanged for 20,000 experience points, allowing me to gain 30 experience in an hour, alongside the experience from defeating monsters, totaling approximately 50. At this pace, I could level up in 2 hours. Such a rate of progression was unparalleled. Elated, a group of us commenced our vigorous battle, from just past 3 in the afternoon until after 8 in the evening. Not only did I craft over 100 healing pills, but I also ascended to level 27, while Lin Che and Dahai reached level 26. Remarkably, the 3 of us found ourselves on the leaderboard of the Great Deer City. 1. Scarlet Moon, level 28 Sorcerer 2. When Evening Falls, level 27 Knight 3. Tiramisu, level 27 Sorcerer 4. Resolute, level 26 Knight 5. Thunderflame, level 26 Knight 6. White-clad Young Master, level 26 Swordsman 7. Sword Rain, level 26 Knight 8. Autumn Watercold, level 26 Rune Master 9. Mountain of Fusu, level 26 Assassin 10. One-Shot Headshot, level 26 Gun Hunter. The fact that a mere studio could boast 3 members on the main city's leaderboard was certainly a sensational achievement. It was evident that our chosen group would soon carve out a name for ourselves in Great Deer City. Continuing on, after completing the quest, we eagerly returned to the Fenrir forest to battle the newly respawned Fenrirs. The jungle was enveloped in serene tranquility, with fireflies flickering gently. The rhythmic clang of my bronze sword striking the flesh of the Fenrir resonated through the air. As I unleashed a powerful strike, a cascade of brilliance erupted, scattering the surrounding fireflies. Suddenly, I noticed some erratic movements among the fireflies, causing my heart to skip a beat as my instincts sharpened. "Be cautious, someone is nearby." I dashed forward, raising my sword to slash at the empty air. "What is happening?" Lin Che, Wang Jinhai, and Zhang Wei looked on, bewildered. However, my strike was met with a word miss. If it were merely a feigned attack, a miss would not be possible. It only serves to prove that someone had recently occupied this space, yet my blow had completely failed. Beneath the dim light of the forest, a shadowy figure suddenly accelerated, breaking free from its stealthy state, trailing a wisp of wind, revealing itself as an assassin who had activated the Ghost Dance, enhancing their speed by an astonishing 50%. They charged directly towards Lin Che, and in a flash, the glint of a dagger surged forth, accompanied by a wave of crimson energy, rendering Lin Che momentarily dazed as damage of 457 points floated above him. This was perilous. A backstab was imminent. The assassin, seasoned and astute, elegantly maneuvered past Lin Che's front, thwarting my ability to charge. With the target positioned to my right, I was unable to lock onto the adversary's advance. The backstab erupted. Bang! 741. In an instant, Lin Che was left with but a sliver of health. Another basic attack would spell his end. At this critical juncture, a vivid crimson figure materialized beside Lin Che, a greedy wolf. I hastily charged towards the wolf, nearly instantaneously launching a taunt at the assassin. And only then did I catch a glimpse of the assassin's true form, a youthful player. No mercy, apprentice assassin, level 24 affiliated team, unyielding, a member of the Fire Mouse. Chapter 29. The arrival of the beauty. After being provoked by the merciless killer, my dagger's poised attack came crashing down upon my shield. Lin Che, upon awakening, swiftly ingested a healing elixir, restoring 700 health, and appeared utterly startled. With a flash, the bronze sword erupted in brilliance, unleashing a flurry of strikes that felled the merciless killer in an instant. An assassin, emerging from stealth and launching an offensive, was but a fragile wisp before a heavily armored, high-damage knight. At that moment, a blaze of flames erupted behind us. as we were ambushed by the merciless killer. A hidden contingent of 30 to 40 individuals emerged from the thicket, unleashing a barrage of arrows, gunfire, and explosive spells. It was evident that the merciless killer had lain in wait for us, fully aware of our predicament. Honor shield armor. Defend. I suddenly crouched low, and the shield reverberated with a cacophony of impacts as my health plummeted to 30. A dozen melee players charged forward, swords and spears thrusting against my shield, reducing my health to a mere 10. While they could not breach my defenses, the cumulative damage was indeed formidable. Flame Mouse, brandishing a staff, wore a smug expression, spirit spike critical, covering the battlefield. The merciless killers had gone mad. Lin Che and Dahai retaliated swiftly, and I shouted into the team channel, target the gray-named players. Killing gray-named players is self-defense and incurs no sin value. We are bound to fall here, so let us avoid turning red and minimize our losses. With a determined nod, I raised my hand and consumed another healing elixir, watching as the number 700 materialized above me. Seizing the moment afforded by the honor shield armor, I surged forward, sweeping my sword in a horizontal arc, executing a triple strike that dispatched a gray-named swordsman before me. I charged ahead, braving a flurry of attacks to close in on the ranged players. With a swift double strike, I eliminated a spellcaster, seeking death. As Flame Mouse retreated, he evaded Lin Che's immobilization technique. But my movement speed was severely hampered by the icy terrain he conjured. Just as my charge cooldown concluded, I pivoted to lock onto a wandering healer, launching a precise strike that dealt substantial damage, swiftly vanquishing him. Turning around, I spotted an archer attempting to flee. I successfully provoked him, but his feeble arrows barely scratched my defenses, inflicting only meager damage. In truth, the most perilous threat remained the spellcasters, whose magical assaults were my Achilles heel. As my skills cycled, I closed in on the archer before he could initiate his escape, utilizing my mount's speed to reach him. With a flurry of strikes, I dispatched yet another foe. The surrounding ranged players were all gray-named, granting me the freedom to eliminate them at will. Alas, my health was perilously low, akin to a wild donkey braying as if facing slaughter. With another charge, I executed a powerful strike, dispatching a gray-named mage, and as I maneuvered my mount, I sent a hapless spellcaster tumbling into a burst of light, returning him to town. What a night it is! The Flame Mouse roared, its palms enveloped in a radiant vine glow, a manifestation of the Spirit Vine entwining skill, a binding technique reserved for spirit mages at level 20. However, this skill was not a lock-on ability, making its effectiveness uncertain. The Flame Mouse harbored a profound animosity towards me, as evidenced by its personality signature proclaiming Special Hunter of the Evening. As it raised a hand, a tendril of spiritual vine materialized beneath my feet. But there was a brief half-second lead time. At that moment, as I maneuvered my steed to evade, a glaring miss appeared, and I surged forward at full speed, creating distance that interrupted the incantations of 3 spirit mages and 1 talisman master. Notably, the Talisman Master's first immobilization spell struck Zhang Wei, but the second was abruptly disrupted by my actions. In pursuit behind me were 5 knights, rangers, and swordsmen, and I dared not look back to retaliate. A single barrage could spell my demise. Instead, I zigzagged, deftly evading most of their assault trajectories. A longsword cleaved through the air, piercing the abdomen of 1 spirit mage, resulting in a brilliant burst of damage that felled another foe. Boom. Behind me, the fireball's radiance intensified as the Flame Mouse grew wiser, opting for a lock-on skill. Though its damage was slightly diminished, it reliably whittled down my remaining health. A resounding impact echoed. 582. The numbers floated ominously. My vitality dwindled to a mere 2-digit figure. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Wei was the first to fall. Lin Che, after eliminating 3 opponents with talismans, succumbed to a warrior who charged forth. Wang Jihai fought and retreated, firing a shot before dashing away, but after dispatching 2 melee attackers, he was soon pursued and slain by 2 archers. In the blink of an eye, I found myself the sole survivor of the entire team. Rather than fleeing to my demise, I resolved to fight for survival. Suddenly, I maneuvered to widen the gap between myself and 2 swordsmen, locking my sights on the Flame Mouse, charging forth as my cooldown reached its end. I was ready to strike again. Whoosh! The air parted as I closed in on the Flame Mouse, my health dwindling to a mere 4 points. Behind me, 3 fireballs and 7 arrows hurtled towards me, yet the Flame Mouse was rendered dazed by my charge, sustaining 80 damage. In that moment, the bronze sword in my grasp shimmered with a brilliant azure energy, and I unleashed a flurry of strikes, regardless of the Flame Mouse's formidable equipment and prowess. It was destined to fall. 584, 692, 1002. A Spirit Mage's health typically maxed at 1200, yet the Flame Mouse withstood my first and second strikes. However, with the ferocious onslaught of my final attack, even if it had a level 2 potion, it would surely perish, and it did not possess one. Buzz. A flash of light swept past as the Flame Mouse succumbed, but immediately I felt a searing pain in my back, and darkness enveloped me. I too had fallen. In an instant, I found myself resurrected at the revival point in Julu City. The vast square was littered with fallen players, all at death's door. Lin Che and Wang Jinhai were not far off, while the Flame Mouse loomed just 3 steps away, its gaze ablaze with fury. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise you would never have slain me. I smiled faintly, remarking, even with 30 or 40 individuals ambushing us, we managed to retaliate and eliminate a dozen of them. Is that shameful? Humph, just wait and see. I will ensure that your chosen group dares not venture beyond the city walls. With that, the Flame Mouse departed. I reassembled my team and inquired, did we acquire anything? We merely obtained a few potions and materials. Lin Che furrowed his brow and asked, Brother Chun, you have the finest equipment. Did you lose any gear? No, I replied, the likelihood of losing equipment when a white-named player is killed is low. But we did acquire some herbs and materials. That's good to hear. Wang Jinhai clenched his teeth and said, earlier, our leader almost moved through them like a specter. Honestly, if there had been even one wandering healer to support him, I suspect our leader could have single-handedly vanquished all 30 of them. I stretched my arms and said, enough of this. It's too late to dwell on it. Since we've been sent back to the city, let us take a break and have something to eat. We can log back in later. As we logged off, everyone removed their helmets. Lin Che and Dazai bore expressions of displeasure. In truth, this was our first defeat since entering Tianqing. Although one might say that defeat still bears honor, the reality remains that we were annihilated by those who refused to yield, losing many precious materials in the process. We are all young, and this bitter pill is hard to swallow. What's wrong? Why the silence? I chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Lin Che, with a hint of resignation, replied, in that PK, we truly gave our all. We did everything within our capabilities. However, the disparity in numbers and class roles was evident. If we had a wandering healer to continuously support Brother Chun in his charge, and if we had assassins to target their backline, I believe our standing would still be formidable. We would need many, 7 or 8 could easily dispatch the Flame Mouse and those who refuse to yield. Take it slow. We are currently in a phase of rebuilding. Agreed. We descended the stairs to order takeout and enjoy a bit of beer. Sounds good. The 4 of us headed downstairs, ordered our takeout in the lobby, and each took a bottle of chilled beer, blowing over the tops before drinking. Afterward, I felt a sense of calm wash over me, easing the sting of our recent defeat. Lin Che, holding his beer bottle, gazed out at the moonlight and couldn't help but smile. He clinked his bottle against the window and said, a toast to the morning sun and another to the moonlight. It's only one loss. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Zhang Wei cleared his throat. If that's the case, are we the morning sun or the moonlight right now? Dazai, lounging languidly on the sofa with his beer bottle, remarked, we are probably in a rainy day phase. Laughter erupted among us, accompanied by an unspoken sense of melancholy. After a moment, I spoke earnestly, brothers, though we faced a setback, it is truly inconsequential. It is merely one failure. Our journey ahead remains long, and we will achieve our goals as long as we unite. No matter how many Flame Mouse members there are, even if they gather 100 or 1,000, we shall still scatter this ragtag group. Indeed, Brother Chun is absolutely right. Lin Che raised the bottle, exclaiming, damn it. Let us drink. With that, he downed an entire bottle in a single gulp, feeling invigorated. Snowflakes and daring adventures, we can conquer anything together. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from behind. Huh? Lin Che exclaimed in surprise. Is someone actually knocking? Isn't this a standalone house by the lake? There's hardly anyone around for a mile. Could it be the landlord here to collect the rent? But I've already paid for a year. Rising to my feet, I strode directly to the door. With a click, I swung it open, allowing a beam of moonlight to cascade into the room. Standing outside was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in a fitted shirt that accentuated her figure, her long, light golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Her alabaster neck and chest were exposed, the shirt straining against her curves. hinting at the alluring peaks beneath. She wore a pair of simple shorts that showcased her long, elegant legs, while a seemingly heavy backpack hung from her shoulders, adorned with a round gaming helmet. The sight of her was nothing short of breathtaking. "You're really here." I was momentarily stunned, standing there in a daze for a full 3 seconds before finally managing to utter, "Shiwan, what brings you here?" Chapter 30. Sushiran will not disappoint Ding Mukun. It has been a long time since we last met. Are you really not inviting me inside? Observing my appearance, Sushiran chuckled softly and remarked, "There are quite a few mosquitoes outside. Please, come in." I stepped aside, ushering her through the door. As Sushiran entered the studio, the eyes of Wang Jinhai and Zhang Wei immediately widened in astonishment. After all, Sushiran is an exquisite beauty, undeniably possessing a charm exceeding 9 points. During her time at Silver Fox, she was regarded as a goddess, with numerous team members vying for her affection, though none were successful. "Boss, who is this stunning lady?" Dahai inquired. "Wipe the drool first." I shot him a glance and followed Su Shiran into the main hall. "Allow me to introduce you. This enchanting lady is Su Shiran, my former team leader at Silver Fox." It was her invitation that led me to serve at Silver Fox for a year. Su Shiran curiously surveyed the studio's decor before turning to me with a smile. "You've truly established a studio. So, this is the fabled Chosen Group renowned in Julu City? How did you know?" I asked, astonished. With her lips pursed, she tilted her head and gazed at me, the faint scent of her hair wafting through the air. "Because players from Suzhou generally choose to venture to Julu City. And you are the only one capable of breaking into the top 3 of the real-time leaderboard. Even the formidable members of the Scarlet Moon Knights, like Lei Yin, fell short. Oh, by the way, Lin Che, you're here too. I suspected that the autumn water cold must be you." Lin Che stood up, scratching the back of his head and chuckling, "Sister Shiran, it's been a while." Su Shiran nodded, then turned to me. "How's my room arranged?" "Room?" I asked, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "To join the Chosen Group, of course," she said, her mouth slightly agape, gazing at me in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. "What? Are you not welcoming me?" "Absolutely. That is wonderful," Wang Jinhai exclaimed, rising with a flushed face. "Our studio is in need of more members." Zhang Wei, his face equally flushed, added, "Miss Su, the Chosen Group warmly welcomes you." "Enough." I glared at them, then turned to Su Shiran. "Shiran, don't jest. You are giving up 100,000 monthly salary at Silver Fox to join our game studio. Why not?" She replied with a gentle smile, unloading her luggage from her shoulder and placing it in my hands. She patted my shoulder and continued, "There must be rooms on the 2nd floor. I want to stay there." "But we Haven Tea arranged a room for you," I protested. "Is that so?" She looked at me with her enchanting eyes, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. "Let us go to your room first. We need to have a good talk." "All right." Carrying her luggage upstairs, Su Shiran approached the bed and, with a swift motion, drew back the curtains. Instantly, the moonlight flooded in, dancing upon the shimmering surface of the lake outside. A look of delight and relaxation washed over her as she leaned against the window, her lips pursed slightly. "This room. I adore it. Can it be mine?" I set my luggage down and closed the door, adopting a serious demeanor. "Tell me, are you jesting?" "Of course not," Su Shiran replied, her gaze deep and penetrating. "What? Do you think I'm teasing you? I truly wish to join the Chosen Team, and my contract expires 3 months later than yours, hence my late arrival." "Why would you do that?" I found myself at a loss for words. "With your qualifications, you could secure a far superior position. There is no need for you to come here." Su Shiran bit her lip and said softly, "Ding Mukun." "Yes? I owe you." She lowered her head, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly as she continued, "When I invited you to join Silver Fox, you indeed fulfilled your promise, leading Silver Fox into the Golden League and making it one of the top clubs in the country. However, I failed to protect you, allowing Lin Tu to marginalize you, ultimately forcing you to leave Silver Fox. Why bring this up?" I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. She smiled gently, stepping closer, tilting her elegant neck upward, her enchanting eyes gazing at me as she said, "I merely want to convey that Ding Mukun will not disappoint Su Shiran, and in return, Su Shiran will not fail Ding Mukun. You served for a year at Silver Fox for my sake, and now I am here to serve for a year in the Chosen Team. This is my decision." "A year?" I pondered. "That may not suffice." She chuckled softly. "Are you attempting to negotiate?" "No." I replied earnestly, "Shiran, be serious. Why did you leave Silver Fox?" "I personally believe the terms they offered you were quite favorable. It's not as you assume. She returned to the window, leaning gently against it. Her arms crossed over her chest, her proud, pristine figure almost bursting forth from her attire, captivating my gaze. Yet, she seemed unaware, softly saying, "Silver Fox has long since changed. My role as assistant manager and team leader has become increasingly insignificant. To be frank, I did not leave upon contract completion, but rather, I escaped." "What do you mean?" "It's about the sponsors, really." Su Shiran's eyes darkened, tinged with a hint of anger. "To secure a sponsorship. They even sent me to entertain them, and on several occasions, they nearly intoxicated me. This job has become utterly sordid for me, especially since you have left. There is nothing left for me to cherish there." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes turned towards me, her lashes delicately curved, exuding a soft, enchanting charm. She smiled and said, "Compared to Silver Fox, I find greater security in staying by your side. I no longer care whether the chosen team wants me or not. I will not leave." I smiled back. With such declarations, what more can I say? "Welcome aboard, Shiran," with a charming smile that reveals two lovely dimples. Su Shiran captivates the heart. Since that is the case, let us prepare to move rooms. I quite fancy this one, and I shall take it. You can simply reside next door. The adjacent room is occupied by Xiao Che. Have him relocate downstairs. I exclaimed, "Goodness. You haven't even assumed your position yet, and you are already so domineering?" At that moment, a thought struck me, and I remarked, "By the way, I almost forgot to ask you something very important. Have you played Heavenly Journey? Your helmet appears to be a customized one from the game." "Indeed. I have just reached level 20, but I have been preoccupied with my resignation and have not had much time to level up. Level 20 is quite commendable. What is your profession?" I inquired. She gazed at me with her enchanting eyes, exuding a captivating allure, and replied, "My Captain Ding. If my chosen profession were not the Wandering Celestial Healer, would you compel me to delete my account and start anew?" "Yes. Fortunately, I have indeed chosen the Wandering Celestial Healer." Just then, the door swung open, revealing Lin Che, Dahai, and Zhang Wei, their faces glowing with excitement. It turned out they had been eavesdropping outside, and a chorus of laughter erupted. "Welcome to the chosen team." Clearing my throat, I said, "All right, let us speak in the hall." Moments later, in the second-floor hall, everyone sat upright. Su Shiran, despite her alluring attire, maintained an air of grace beside me. "I hereby officially announce that Su Shiran has joined the chosen team studio," I declared slowly. "As for her position, let us appoint her as the team leader. Regardless of how far the chosen team progresses, she will always be our leader. Apart from me, you are all to heed her directives." Lin Che nodded, accustomed to this arrangement after working alongside Su Shiran for over 6 months. Zhang Wei, completely entranced by Su Shiran's beauty, beamed with admiration and eagerly responded, "Captain Dechen. Whatever you say is correct. I will follow your lead." "Captain Dechen." Su Shiran cast an exasperated look at me and said, "Since we are to establish a gaming team, we must have regulations. From now on, everyone is required to address Ding Mu Chun as Captain Ding. No more calling him Captain Dechen. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Do we all understand?" "Understood, Captain." Lin Che and I replied, sitting up straight. Su Shiran nodded with satisfaction and then looked at me with a pleading expression. "Having been in the car for so long, I have yet to eat dinner. Is there anything to eat? Shall I order you some takeout?" "Yes, please. I would like some scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "Very well." While Su Shiran enjoyed her meal, we tidied the room. Su Shiran settled into my room while I moved to the adjacent one. Lin Che took the southernmost room on the second floor, while Zhang Wei and Dahai relocated downstairs. Although they were somewhat reluctant, Su Shiran's presence undeniably enhanced the studio's charm. Having such a stunning beauty to play games with was indeed a great source of motivation. After finishing the meal and sipping some water, Su Shiran remarked, "All right, let us log on. My level has dropped a bit, and I fear I may hold you back." "It's no trouble," Lin Che chuckled. "We all lost a level before logging off. Our ranks aren't particularly high." "Oh, what happened?" Su Shiran inquired. "We were wiped out by a rival guild during a dispute," came the response. Su Shiran couldn't help but smile. "Humph. I've heard tales of your chosen group battling fiercely with the fire mice in the novice village. Now it seems you've escalated the conflict to the main city." As she spoke, she noticed a calligraphy piece I had written, proclaiming no PK, sleep less, and diligently level up with integrity. She burst into laughter, her charm captivating. "The chosen group, who ground the fire mice and the dynasty dominators into the earth, dares to claim they possess integrity? You've made my day, Ding Team. Your calligraphy has improved. I interjected. All right, let us prepare to log in. Wait for me at the East Gate Bridge of Julu City. Understood, she replied. In the second-floor hall of our studio, our workspace, Su Shiran reclined beside me. Logging in first. The moment she laid down, her delicate and graceful silhouette was unmistakable. Her figure was simply exquisite. During her time as Silver Fox, we had secretly dubbed her the D-Cup Goddess, not only for her fullness, but also her remarkable elasticity. Even lying down, she appeared remarkably poised. A stunning beauty that stirred the imagination. The four of us stared, momentarily transfixed, until I cleared my throat and said, "Let us log in. Remember, discipline and self-reflection." Everyone nodded in understanding. Though emotionally, few men could resist the allure of such a beauty as Su Shiran. Rationally, we all recognized her as one of our own. A member of the chosen group. Upholding integrity and principles were non-negotiable. Otherwise, one would not deserve to remain in the chosen group. As I donned the helmet, an unexpected thrill surged within me. Finally, the chosen group had a beautiful healer. Such a rarity must be cherished. Chapter 31. Ding's little follower with a flash of brilliant light. I materialized at the resurrection point in Julu City. Having risen from level 1 to 26, I summoned my trusty steed and mounted my little donkey. With a simple command, the donkey galloped forth from the resurrection point, charging straight towards the East Gate Bridge. I dismounted, letting my crimson cloak billow dramatically behind me, clad in armor. It was my first encounter with Su Shiran in the game, and I intended to leave a remarkable impression. Just moments later, before Lin Che and Zhang Wei could arrive, a graceful figure appeared on the East Gate Bridge. Dressed in a stunning ivory gown, her attire accentuated by a proud bust, golden patterns glimmering in the light, her long hair elegantly styled into a sophisticated updo. Adorned with an exquisite headpiece, she approached me confidently, holding a staff with poise. Ding's little follower, apprentice wandering physician, level 20 affiliation. It was none other than Su Shiran, a natural beauty whose appearance had not changed even slightly. Captivatingly stunning to the extent that even female players enhanced by 30% in appearance paled in comparison. Her cultivated elegance, competence, and grace, honed over years of experience, were qualities far beyond those of mere schoolgirls. Yet, I couldn't help but notice her ID was a bit. I sighed internally. Shiran, your ID certainly packs a punch. She let out a soft giggle, promptly adding me as a friend, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she remarked, "Doesn't this show my sincerity? Dichinzi, you've changed in the game, yet you remain so handsome." I nearly choked. What did you call me? Is it permissible for Zhang Wei to call me Dichinzi, but not for you? How is that fair? Shoo, we only call each other that when it's just us. Normally, it's still Ding. She glanced around at the bustling players and asked, "Where are Lin Che and the others?" "They've arrived," I replied. At one end of the East Gate Bridge, Lin Che and the others had repaired their equipment and restocked supplies, and I gathered them into a party one by one. We switched to the team chat channel, and I said, "It has been nearly 2 hours since our wipe. There are two possibilities. Either the Defiant Ones have discovered the secret and settled in the Greedy Wolf Forest, or they have left. Regardless, let's go take a look," Lin Che said with a mysterious smile. It would be a waste not to exploit that bug, especially to help Sister Shiran level up quickly and recover our losses. By the way, Chengu, you should invite Sister Shiran into the studio. Oh, I nearly forgot. I promptly sent an invitation. Soon. Su Shiran's ID was appended with the words Chosen One. She fluttered her eyelashes and remarked, "I sense the presence of cannon fodder one. Haha, clever. Let's go. This time." The journey was considerably safer. As we traversed the map, I remarked, "Shiran, please share your skills. It will assist us in predicting your output frequency, allowing us to understand both ourselves and our adversaries." Su Shiran nodded and replied, "Acupuncture, basic healing, 200 points, instant cast, 3-second cooldown, vitality, instant cast. 100 points with a continuous healing effect, 3-second cooldown. Next is the level 20 skill, enhanced acupuncture, for 100 points, 5-second spell casting, 5-second cooldown, healing wave. Basic healing of 200, capable of leaping to heal 5 allied targets, 3-second spell casting, 12-second cooldown. The final skill is Celestial Melody, an offensive ability. Impressive, I smiled. Your skill set is comprehensive. What is your spirit attack value? How much does it enhance your healing effectiveness? She glanced at her stats and replied, Spirit attack 167. Contributing an 8 healing effect boost, which is rather negligible as healing numbers can fluctuate. I understand, Lin Che questioned. Shiran, how did you manage to reach level 20? By muddling through, Su Shiran lamented. No one guided me, so I had to blend in with various teams. After much perseverance, I finally reached level 20 overnight. Hoping to catch up with you all, only to discover that you were all above level 25 upon our meeting. Not to worry, with a stroke of luck, you could catch up in a night. Really? You're not deceiving me? Arriving at the wolf's forest, we spotted several greedy wolves prowling the outskirts. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of players grinding here. Indeed, it seemed the fire mouse had merely completed a quest and left without collecting additional task items. Fortune was on our side. I promptly had Su Shiran accept the quest, and we charged into the wolf's forest. After defeating 20 greedy wolves, we returned to turn in the quest. Su Shiran leveled up immediately upon completion, and I submitted another 10 greedy wolf meats. As anticipated, the system glitch remained unpatched. Our party of 5 each earned an additional 20,000 experience points, much to our delight. We returned to the wolf's forest, plunging into an all-night battle. The wolf's forest proved to be a treasure trove, not only abundant in experience, but also generous in loot. By 5 a.m., we had acquired 6 pieces of bronze equipment along with 1 piece of black iron gear, significantly enhancing our collective combat strength. The experience was equally bountiful. At 5:30 a.m., a radiant light enveloped me. I had reached level 29, while Lin Che and Ahai were at level 28, Zhang Wei at 27. And Su Shiran had reached level 25, truly remarkable speed. We pressed on, and by 8 a.m., another brilliant light flashed. I had attained level 30, qualifying for a class advancement. Upon reviewing the leaderboard, I was unexpectedly granted the top position once more. 1. What a night it is, level 30 Knight 2. Crimson Moon, level 29 Sorcerer 3. Tiramisu, level 29 Sorcerer 4. Decisive, level 29 Knight 5. Thunderfire, level 29 Knight 6. The Young Master in White, level 29 Swordsman 7. Sword Rain, level 29 Knight 8. Autumn Water Cold, level 29 Talismancer 9. Mountains Hafusu, level 29 Assassin 10. A single shot to the head, level 29 Gun Hunter. It is indeed rare for a knight to ascend to the pinnacle. Naturally, the credit is largely due to a task bug. Nevertheless, I embrace this accolade with delight. This task could be deemed a bug, or perhaps not. It is merely a facet of the game's mechanics. At this juncture, everyone felt fatigued. And as our levels surpassed those of the greedy wolf, remaining here to grind experience would yield diminishing returns, particularly for me. The experience points began to dwindle, failing to meet my leveling needs. Thus, I proposed, let us call it a night. We should log off and get some proper rest. We are all weary. Indeed. Su Shiran nodded. Lin Che smiled. Sounds good. A balance of work and rest is essential. I then inquired, by the way, does anyone know the technical support number for Qianqing? It seems to be listed on the official website. Su Shiran blinked her lovely eyes and looked at me, asking, What? What do you intend to do? Report the bug, of course. I replied earnestly. Qianqing claimed prior to launch that this game was free of bugs. Since we have discovered one, it is our duty to report it. I have heard that the officials offer substantial rewards for such notifications. Su Shiran's gaze towards me shifted. This feels a bit. You've completed your task and even reported the young lady. Lin Che chuckled. Clever move. Why didn't I think of this? Surely the officials won't roll back the accounts of the 5 of us? No. Such a large company as Yueheng cannot afford to lose a player. Well then, it's settled. We returned to the city and logged off. After locating the technical support number, I dialed it directly using my registered mobile phone. I briefly explained the bug, and the customer service representative was taken aback, repeatedly stating, You are a king-level player. I will report this immediately to our technical department for verification. Shortly, someone will get back to you. Thank you for your alert. You're welcome. It is the responsibility of a player, I replied before hanging up. Meanwhile, Su Shiran poured me a glass of water, asking, How is it? We should expect news shortly. As it turned out, Yueheng's response time was remarkably swift. In less than 10 minutes, the technical verification was complete, the bug was fixed. And a call came in from a Beijing number. Upon answering, I was greeted by a melodious female voice. Hello, I am Dong Xiaoyu, the official operations supervisor of Yueheng. May I speak with Ding Muqing? Yes, that's me, I responded courteously. Hello. Dong Xiaoyu greeted once more, her laughter sweet and melodious. It is as follows. We have technically verified the bug you reported regarding the task, clearing the greedy wolf forest in Julu City, and it has been rectified within 2 minutes. I am calling to express our gratitude for your timely report, which has prevented more players from exploiting this bug to amass an excessive amount of experience points. Regarding the reward for discovering the bug, I ventured cautiously. Dong Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of exasperation. You have already taken advantage of this bug for an entire night. Do you still wish for a reward? Naturally, rules must be upheld, and your company did state that any player who discovers a bug would receive a reward. Very well then. Would you prefer a cash reward or a virtual one? A virtual reward, please. Dong Xiaoyu pondered briefly before responding. I can offer you a chance to participate in a lottery. The rewards could either be materials or equipment available at this stage. How does that sound? That sounds acceptable. I replied eagerly, as I had nothing to lose. Dong Xiaoyu smiled. Excellent. Should you encounter any further bugs, do not hesitate to call again. By the way, I have saved your number under my personal contacts. I heard you announced your retirement previously, which was indeed regrettable. In any case, Tianqing welcomes your return. Ding Mukin, I have also saved your number. Very well, feel free to reach out anytime. After hanging up, Lin Che looked at me with admiration. Brother Chun, please don't tell me that after discovering a bug, you also managed to charm a customer service representative for a month. You're overthinking it. I merely logged in for a moment to spin the wheel. Sushiran interjected, speechless. Chapter 32. The virtuous assistant with a swift motion, the elven official emerged. Her delicate brows knitted in concern. Master, Linger has detected the arrival of a mysterious force. You have been granted an opportunity to acquire a treasure. Shall we proceed at once? The lottery has commenced so swiftly? A smile blossomed on my face as I replied. Linger, commence the drawing immediately. Certainly. The elven official soared into the air, showering the surroundings with a radiant glow. Before me, a golden wheel manifested, adorned with 24 segments, each promising a unique reward. Upon closer inspection, I was utterly astounded. Were these rewards not excessively extravagant? Moonfall Sword, Ghostly Artifact, Growth Potential, Godlayer Battle Armor, Celestial Artifact, Growth Potential, War Whirlwind, SS Level Skill Book, Details, Snow Cheelin, Celestial Mount, Attributes. My mind began to whirl, and for a fleeting moment, I nearly forgot my own surname, as if I had tumbled into an abyss of bliss. If I could obtain even one of these treasures, I would be immensely fortunate. Among the 24 offerings, there were also some rather mundane rewards, rather commonplace indeed. Wilderness War Spear, Dark Iron Artifact, Attributes. Demon Slaying Sword, Dark Iron Artifact, Attributes. Wilderness Marching Bag, Special Item, Attributes. These were decidedly ordinary. Even if I were to draw one, it likely wouldn't significantly enhance my prowess, perhaps merely fetch a few hundred coins. I could only hope that fortune might favor me. With careful deliberation, I pressed the confirmation button, and in the next instant, a streak of blue light swept across the screen, setting the golden wheel into motion, the pointer resolutely ascending. As the speed of the rotation began to wane, each reward passed in a blur before my eyes, my heart racing with anticipation. I murmured repeatedly, Moonfall Sword. Moonfall Sword. Snow Cheelin would suffice, Snow Cheelin. A Godlayer Battle Armor would also be welcome. No, not the Wilderness War Spear. Away with you. I was nearly beside myself with anticipation. As the pointer glided past the Moonfall Sword, my heart sank. In the following moment, a chime resonated, and an item landed within my inventory, not the desired treasure, but rather the Wilderness Marching Bag. Alas, I found myself at a loss for words. As expected, the odds of winning the grand prize had likely been manipulated by the officials. No wonder there seemed to be a hint of cunning in Dong Xiaoyu's laughter. It all made sense now. Indeed, while I may have had a clever scheme, she possessed a ladder to scale the wall. I raised my hand to retrieve the dark, unassuming marching bag from my inventory and examined its attributes. To my surprise, it appeared to be quite a valuable item. Wilderness Marching Bag. Spatial item when embedded in a backpack. It increases its capacity by 500 slots. A splendid find. Although it may not possess the celestial allure of those divine artifacts, the 500-slot inventory space is indeed a substantial advantage, particularly for someone like me who aspires to make a mark in the alchemical realm. Ample storage is of utmost importance, allowing for the collection of numerous materials, thereby eliminating the need for a warehouse character. Furthermore, during prolonged excursions for leveling up, having the capacity to carry an abundance of equipment and materials is invaluable. Anything that can be sold, I shall bring back to the city, aligning perfectly with the ethos of our chosen studio. With a swift embedding, my inventory space expanded to 600 slots, a staggering six-fold increase compared to that of an ordinary player. I then glanced at the potions in my inventory, taking the opportunity to manage them while online. At this moment, the coin exchange rate in Julu City had shifted to 1-2, meaning one gold coin could only be sold for $2, indicative of the influx of players venturing outside to hunt for gold. Defeating monsters of over level 20 yields dozens of copper coins, making it commonplace for a team to accumulate several gold coins during their outings. Consequently, I listed 100 level 2 hemorrhage pills at the auction house, pricing each at 20G, a rather steep rate, but those willing to pay would surely bite. The instant I completed the listing, a flurry of notifications rang in my ears. My goods were being snatched up immediately. Indeed, the instant restoration of 800 health points is enough to drive many into a frenzy, especially those ambitious teams aiming to slay bosses. Such potions are akin to a boon in desperate times. In less than 10 minutes, all my stock was sold. I proceeded to list the 2,000 G I acquired in batches, pricing each gold coin at $5, confident that they would soon sell out. In the mid to late stages of the game, gold coins tend to depreciate significantly. Thus, selling them promptly while they still hold value is prudent. Once I concluded my tasks, I logged off. Upon removing my helmet, I noticed Sushiran sitting beside me with damp hair, drying it with a towel. She gestured to the side with a smile, saying, "I poured you a glass of hot water. You shouldn't always drink soda. It's unhealthy." "Thank you," I replied, setting down my helmet. The water was perfectly warm, and I drank it swiftly to replenish my hydration. "Shiran, why are you still awake?" I inquired. "I'm waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" I paused, taken aback. "What for? We're not sharing a bed." She shot me a sideways glance, though without malice, and explained, "Everyone else has gone to sleep. You are the only one still online. As the team leader, I must ensure every member is taken care of, so I'm here waiting for you." "Isn't that a reasonable explanation?" I scoffed. "The rationality of that is akin to a mechanic playing soccer with a wrench." She chuckled softly, her gaze softening as she replied, You've been like this for over a year, so carefree and unwilling to hold grudges. Sometimes, this attitude may lead to minor losses. Experiencing losses can clarify one's perception of people. It's a good thing." I stood up to switch off the air conditioning in the hall, but was taken aback by the sound of the washing machine from the laundry room. Are you doing laundry?" "Yes," Sushiran replied, pouting her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "There's a mountain of dirty clothes in the laundry room that no one else is washing." It's truly a group of smelly men, as the team leader. I feel like a part-time maid. What else could I do if I don't wash them? Fortunately, there is a washing machine. The thought of hand washing is simply unimaginable. I said, "It's quite remarkable that the leader of such a prestigious club has come here to take on the role of a caretaker. I truly wonder what merits our chosen group possesses." Sushiran offered a gentle smile, rising to her feet, and remarked, "So you must treat me well from now on, lest heaven itself punishes you." I nodded, though my gaze wandered to her lower half. The hot pants accentuated her perfect waist and hip curves. Her pair of snow-white legs were both rounded and elongated. On her upper body, she casually wore a brown t-shirt, which elegantly outlined her flawless silhouette. The peaks of her form juxtaposed against her flat abdomen were utterly maddening. I couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in my head and said, "Shiran, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What's wrong?" she asked, looking down at me in surprise. "Did I do something wrong?" "Not exactly," I replied. "You are generally aware of the situation in our chosen studio. Both Lin Che and I are single, as is Wang Jinhai. Zhang Wei had a girlfriend previously, but it seems he was dumped. The entire studio is filled with young, single men, and with you dressed so provocatively, while visually striking, it seems rather reckless. Aren't you afraid they might lose control?" Sushiran couldn't help but chuckle, lowering her gaze to meet mine, her beautiful eyes sparkling with meaning, and said, "With you here, which of those scoundrels would dare to lose control? And what if I were to lose control?" I blurted out, immediately regretting it, as I rubbed my nose, uncertain how to amend my statement. To my surprise, Sushiran's lovely face flushed slightly, seemingly a bit flustered. She responded, "If you feel a stir in your heart, then you would simply have to recite the core socialist values to calm down. I believe you will regain your composure." I felt a wave of annoyance. "All right, I am quite calm now. I could even say my heart is as still as water." Sushiran chuckled. "I will go hang the clothes. They should be dry by now." You should get to bed early. I opened a nearby notebook and said, go ahead and hang the clothes. I am not sleepy just yet. I'll check some game information and wait for you to sleep. Sushiran looked at me deeply. This feeling is truly wonderful. What feeling? I asked, perplexed. She gently tapped my shoulder, saying, the feeling of us being able to work together again. You handle the external expansion in the game, while I manage the internal affairs. Supporting and encouraging each other in this way brings me a sense of security. Please don't think less of me for my low emotional intelligence as a gaming enthusiast. Frankly, I sometimes feel as though I am Li Yunlong and you are Comrade Zhao. Haha, not at all. I will go hang the clothes now. All right. At this moment, dawn breaks, with the sun casting its gentle rays into the studio, elongating the figure of Su Shiran as she hangs the laundry, delicate and enchanting, captivating in its beauty. After admiring the scene for a few moments, I promptly lowered my gaze to the notes on my laptop. As Su Shiran mentioned, she manages the domestic affairs, ensuring that everyone is well taken care of, yet the future of the studio rests upon my shoulders to explore and expand. After poring over the materials for half an hour, fatigue began to set in, and Su Shiran returned, wiping her hands and smiling. Are you going to sleep? Yes. I shall sleep for 7 hours and set my alarm for 4 in the afternoon. All right. Upon awakening from a refreshing 7-hour slumber, I heard the alarm ringing. Glancing at my phone, I noticed a deposit of 3,000 renminbi, earnings from selling elixirs. With this trend, the future of the studio indeed appears promising. I rose, completed my morning routine, and stepped out of my room. In the hall, Su Shiran was already present, adorned with a light touch of makeup. Her elegant brows were long, her lashes curved, and her large, sparkling eyes captivated the beholder. She was dressed in her signature alluring outfit of a short skirt paired with a short-sleeve blouse, an ensemble that made it difficult to look away. She was tidying up a delicate notebook when she looked up at me and said with a smile, I'm ready to head out. I've called a cab. It will arrive shortly. Where are we going? I inquired. To dine, of course. We'll also hold an impromptu meeting to strategize our future development. Do you think it's necessary? Absolutely. That's the spirit, she replied, patting her notebook. I've created a spreadsheet to record every income the studio receives in the future, which will then be allocated accordingly. What do you think? Shiran, you are truly considerate. Humph. She stood up, her figure graceful, and declared, a supportive partner like me is indeed a rarity. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Let's go. I'm famished. Great. The cab should be here soon. Chapter 33. The Dynasty's Ambitions. A business vehicle came to a gentle halt outside the studio, allowing Lin Che, Zhang Wei, and to hide aboard. Once Su Shiran and I entered, we swiftly set off towards the city, merging onto Wuzhong Avenue, ultimately arriving at a tranquil village. We parked in front of a private dining establishment, instantly brightening Zhang Wei's eyes. Are we dining on private cuisine today? He exclaimed. Indeed, Su Shiran chuckled lightly. I dined here once during a conference in Suzhou. The flavors were delightful. Today, let's treat ourselves to a better meal. It's not expensive. A meal for 5 will be under 1,000. I nodded in agreement. Inside the private dining room, as we awaited our dishes, Su Shiran nestled close to me, opening her notebook to present the studio's income and expenditure report. With a serious demeanor, she addressed everyone. Listen closely. From now on, we shall establish a rule. All income during collective leveling will be allocated to the studio's operational funds. Should anyone choose to level individually, 50 of their earnings will be directed to the studio's finances. This way, we can avoid situations where, once equipped, everyone desires to train solo, seeking personal gain. That would not be beneficial. Rest assured, Lin Che replied with a smile. When it comes to clearing maps and battling bosses, we must act as a united front. Only those who are well-rounded in both offense and defense can truly level alone. Perhaps only Captain Ding can manage that. I rubbed my nose thoughtfully. I will do my best to participate in group activities, unless I need to chase levels or leverage an advantage, in which case I might train solo. Very well, Su Shiran said. Let's commence our first regular meeting. Please submit all earnings from the past 24 hours. Lin Che nodded. The studio's income is in my possession. Sister Shiran, please add my Alipay account, and I will transfer everything directly to you. From now on, the management of the studio's funds will be your responsibility. I will set up a new account as a communal fund. Agreed. After Su Shiran established the account, I opened my Alipay on the table, stating, here are the details of my earnings for the past few days. Last night, I sold 100 healing pills for a profit of 3,000, all of which will be transferred to the studio account. Excellent. Su Shiran smiled sweetly. The captain sets a fine example. Your awareness is commendable. I chuckled. You traveled all the way from Shanghai to lead us. I must show my utmost support. I have a question, Wang Jinhai said, his face reddening. What is it? Su Shiran inquired, turning to him. Leader, you are so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Instantly, Su Shiran appeared flustered. I cleared my throat. Let's not delve into such matters. I can answer for her. Yes. No, I do not, Su Shiran insisted firmly. I was taken aback. Before I left. Weren't you beginning to date Lin Yang? Actually, that is not the case. Su Shiran nodded, biting her lip, and said, I have never been involved with him. Moreover, one small incident can reveal a person's true nature. How could I possibly associate with someone like him? What you have heard is merely his one-sided self-talk. Lin Yang pursued me, but I never consented. What small matter made you see him clearly? I inquired. Su Shiran lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes looking at me with a hint of melancholy, and replied, It was the last Golden League match you played. Do you recall? I submitted the battle roster without authorization, just to see if your tactical system could still perform in the Golden League. The result was a resounding 4-0 victory against the War Heaven Alliance Club. That incident, it had an impact on you, didn't it? I furrowed my brow and remarked, I found it quite strange that after being sidelined for 2 months, they sent me and Zhou Tianqi back into the arena. They didn't cause you any trouble afterwards, did they? Su Shiran's lovely face began to cloud with frost, her anger palpable as she said. They actually claimed that I, the former team manager, had no right to remove Lin Tu's players. They went so far as to say I was wielding a Ming sword to slay a Qing official. It infuriates me. Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. Su Shiran, calm down. Don't be upset. That team, which is solely focused on protecting Lin Tu, is no longer the Silver Fox we once knew. It has become the Lin family army. There is nothing left for us to be nostalgic about. I added, Su Shiran, we are embarking on a new chapter now. Let us not dwell on those distressing past events. We have established the chosen ones. Our first objective is to earn money, to prosper, and to gain recognition. As for the second step, well, I haven't quite figured that out yet. In any case, no matter how far we go from now on, we shall no longer be manipulated by anyone. Su Shiran gazed deeply into my eyes, nodding earnestly. Yes, we will never be controlled by anyone again. Not long after, the dishes arrived at our table. We were dining at a Huizhou cuisine restaurant, where the dishes were delectable and the spice levels just right. One particular dish, a stinky salmon, was a delightful paradox of aroma and pungency, leaving a lasting impression. As we savored our meal, another group entered the restaurant and settled into the adjacent private room. There were 6 or 7 young people among them, who immediately began to chatter loudly, their voices cutting through the partition. Damn it, the Fire Mouse actually succeeded. One of them exclaimed, Brother Chong, the Fire Mouse has numerous members, especially the Talisman Masters and Spiritualists. If they have sufficient control, even the best-equipped Jinsi Heqi could be easily defeated. Without that control to distract Jinsi Heqi, it's unlikely that the Fire Mouse could ever hope to take down Jinsi Heqi, whose battle prowess is unparalleled in the city, especially with a mount. Their strength is simply overwhelming. The Flame Mouse displays an audacity that knows no bounds, directly uploading the video of the last encounter with Jinsi Huangqi being eliminated, yet mercilessly editing out all preceding battles. It has come to my attention that, in truth, it was a matter of an unprovoked ambush where over 30 individuals descended upon a mere 4, only to find themselves countered and decimated by Jinsi Huangqi and Xiu Shuihan, who managed to turn the tide and slay several of their assailants. Had it not been for the depletion of their health, even the Flame Mouse might have met a similar fate. Alas, had our dynasty of dominance been the ones to vanquish Jinsi Huangqi, our renown in Julu City would have soared. Fear not, for we shall have ample opportunities in the future. Now that we are aware of the Chosen One's presence in Julu City, we will engage them at our own pace. The speaker, seemingly transformed into the compliant Lu Chang, the paramount figure of the dynasty of dominance, let out a cold laugh and proclaimed, as long as we stand united, bolstered by our numbers, our levels and equipment will surely rise, allowing us to overpower Jinsi Huangqi with ease. Brother Chang, I interjected, I must express a rather unflattering opinion. Jinsi Huangqi's knightly prowess is truly formidable. I have never encountered anyone of greater skill. I suspect he may be the alternate account of a top-tier expert. How could that be? Lu Chang retorted with indignation. The elite knights of the national server are well known, such as Baichen Muxing, whose ID has yet to be activated in Tianqing, possibly indicating his retirement. Then there are the likes of Gujian's Gaguzi and the decisive members of the Scarlet Moon Knights, such as Guo Jue and Lei Yin. But what of it? Ding Mukin and Gaguzi are merely stepping stones on my ascent to the throne of the national server's foremost knight. Indeed, as long as we possess confidence, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Those who toil earnestly shall not be forsaken. Patience and perseverance can conquer all. Ambitious souls shall see their endeavors bear fruit. By burning their boats, they shall claim victory. Absolutely. With determination, Jiulu City shall forever have a place for our dynasty of dominance in the national server. Su Ran, Lin Che, and I exchanged incredulous glances. The truly alarming aspect was not the bravado of petty thugs, but rather their surprising intellect, rendering them nearly invincible. Lu Chang's lackluster skills were so abysmal that he would likely struggle to even reach the golden tier. Yet he dared to dream of ascending to the throne of the national server's foremost knight. Is someone from the dynasty of dominance dining right next door? Zhang Wei queried with a frown. Wang Jinhai, meanwhile, clenched his fists. Calm down, Dazai, I advised, fixing my gaze upon him. Remember, engaging in brawls is not a matter of honor, nor should we provoke others. Both Lin Che and I were once police officers. You are one of us. So please exercise restraint. You were police officers before. Wang Jinhai exclaimed in surprise. Well, let us not dwell on the past. Let us eat. We should waste this opportunity, as the cuisine here is truly delightful. Indeed, after satisfying our appetites and enjoying some tea, Su Ran picked up her small bag and leaned in close, whispering in my ear, I'll just be a moment in the restroom. Please wait for me before leaving. Understood. I will wait for you. As we sipped our tea and discussed the finer points of team battles, a commotion erupted from the corridor outside. With Su Ran's impatient voice piercing through, Get away from me. I don't know you. I'll say it once more, keep your distance. Is something amiss? I dashed out of the private room, only to discover a brazen young man in the corridor, his eyes fixated on Su Shiran as he brandished his phone, insisting. Beautiful lady, just scan this, add me on WeChat. Don't worry, I won't bother you. Just one addition. As he spoke, his hand reached towards Su Shiran's delicate shoulder. Swiftly, I stepped forward and with a sharp clap, I swatted his hand away, coldly demanding, Who do you think you are? His hand turned crimson from the blow as he scowled. What is it to you? Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Gently, I wrapped my arm around Su Shiran, stating, What do you think? Is it my concern? Surprised, Su Shiran looked at me. Her brows knitted together as she tugged at my hand. Let us not cause trouble. Let us go. You think you can just leave after hitting me? The young man's voice was familiar. It was Lu Chang. Though his words were arrogant, his appearance was somewhat juvenile, his features marred by a surliness that belied his years. He continued to stare at Su Shiran, saying, I have no ill intentions, just wish to know you. But this, what is he? Coming and swinging? Su Shiran frowned. You, leave. Lu Chang smirked nonchalantly as 6 or 7 other men emerged from the private room, evidently associates of Wang Chao's faction. They seemed vaguely familiar. Yet they did not recognize me. My online persona bore no resemblance to my real self. A circle of them encircled us, their gazes filled with malice. What is the meaning of this? I inquired calmly. Nothing much, just seeking an explanation, Lu Chang retorted, rubbing his reddened hand with a sneer. You have 2 choices. The first, apologize immediately and slap yourself. The second, fork over 5,000. Are you not concerned I might call the police? I chuckled. Not at all. There are no cameras here. Otherwise, would we dare surround you? A red-haired thug chimed in, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he appraised Su Shiran, remarking, Such a stunning beauty, yet she asked with a person like you. It truly is a case of flowers blooming in dung. At that moment, our private room door swung open, and Lin Che, Zhang Wei, and Wang Jinhai stepped out. Upon seeing me encircled, Lin Che's displeasure surged. He forcefully kicked one of the outer thugs, sending him sprawling across the floor with a thud, eliciting a pained grimace as he slid nearly a meter away, an act fitting of Lin Che's reputation. Are we to fight? Lin Che asked. Pushing aside 2 thugs with a cold demeanor, addressing Lu Chang, You've quite the audacity, haven't you? Lu Chang recognized him instantly. Chiao Shuihan? You are the Chiao Shuihan of the Chosen Ones? So that means. His gaze shifted towards me. You are Jinsi Hishi? Indeed. What of it? I replied with a slight smile, pushing Su Shiran towards Zhang Wei, instructing, Keep Shiran safe, Xiaoche, we are engaging. There are no cameras here. So do not strike too hard. Fight. Lu Chang was suddenly filled with rage and raised his fist to strike. Note: there will still be one update at midnight tomorrow. But from noon to 8 in the evening, there will be an update every hour. Chapter 34. The Sword of Oath. Lu Chang's fist felt somewhat feeble and lacking in strength. With a gentle lift of my hand, I pushed his fist upwards with a sharp clap, and with my right hand, I splayed my fingers wide and delivered a powerful strike to his chest, forcing him against the wall. The impact reverberated, causing the wall to shudder slightly. In the instant Lu Chang rebounded, I swiftly flicked my fingers, delivering a resounding slap that sent him reeling and collapsing to the ground. I quickly pivoted, landing a punch to the abdomen of a nearby thug, who immediately curled up in pain, resembling a distressed shrimp as he knelt down. 2 other thugs rushed at me with kicks, but I stepped forward, blocking with my leg and countering with a punch that sent another thug crashing to the ground. Each blow inflicted pain without causing lasting harm. Damn it! One thug charged at me wielding a beer bottle, moving swiftly to strike. I had no time to evade, and with Su Shiran directly behind me, I instinctively raised my arm. The half-full bottle shattered upon impact, dousing my arm in liquid. The thug seemed momentarily stunned, allowing me to deliver a kick that sent him stumbling backward, clutching his abdomen as he crouched down. Are you all right? Su Shiran hurried over to inspect my arm. I'm fine. I rubbed my palm across the affected area. It was merely a bit red, a superficial injury that stung slightly. Lin Che, fueled by determination, dispatched a few more individuals to the ground with a flurry of punches and kicks, while Zhang Wei observed calmly, not making a move. Having grown up alongside Lin Che and me, he was well aware of our fighting prowess. Su Shiran appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly unaccustomed to such scenes. Concerned for my arm, she bit her lip and said, "What should we do? It seems things have escalated." "Let us go," I replied, shaking my head. "We need to settle the bill and head back." "Okay." Lu Chang crouched on the ground, cold sweat beading on his face, helplessly watching us as we strode away. We settled the bill and took a taxi back to the studio. On the way home, Wang Jinhai gazed at Lin Che and me with admiration, clearly surprised by our fighting abilities, almost feeling a desire to learn from us. Lin Che looked out the window, speaking with a meaningful tone. Lin Che and I grew up together as neighbors. We often found ourselves in brawls during childhood. There was an uncle from the neighboring village who taught martial arts to strengthen the body. We learned from him for a few years. Ahem, speaking of which, Lin Che's skills were the best. He had quite the notorious reputation in our town for often sending other children home in tears. Su Shiran stifled a laugh, glancing at me. "Is that true?" "Don't listen to his nonsense," I replied, somewhat speechless. Most of the skills I acquired were during my time at the police academy, particularly in close combat techniques. When Lin Che had acted decisively earlier, it had taken me by surprise. She appeared somewhat rattled by the memory. Lin Che remarked, "Sister Shiran, individuals like Lu Chang, who are oblivious to their own limitations, must be made to feel the consequences of their actions. If we continue to tolerate him, he will only become more audacious and eventually seek out our studio to cause trouble. It is far better to confront him decisively now, instilling a sense of fear in him, which may ultimately safeguard us from future harassment." Su Shiran acquiesced with a nod. I then said, "You all go level up while I attend to my promotion quest. Having just reached level 30, I can officially become a knight now." "All right. Complete your promotion and then join us," came the reply. Upon returning to the studio, Su Shiran insisted on examining my wounds, pressing me onto the sofa. She rolled up her sleeves and, upon noticing the slight redness on my wrist, furrowed her brow in concern. Swiftly, she disinfected the area and said, "In truth, it isn't always necessary to resort to violence. You are now one of us, chosen by destiny." I gazed at her with earnestness and declared, "Thus, I shall not allow anyone to bully you again." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Really?" "Indeed," I affirmed with a nod. "Now, let us log in. Time is of the essence, for we are poised to claim the first kill of the Silver Tier boss." "Yes, let us log in." She lowered her sleeves and we entered the game. We materialized in the bustling city of Julu, surrounded by a shimmering white light. Checking the leaderboard, I found myself still at the top, remaining at level 30. It seemed that the second-ranked player, Fei Yue, was offline for a break, naturally, without exploiting any bugs. Leveling up at an extraordinary pace was unattainable. Thus, if I were to complete my promotion, I would still be the first player to achieve this milestone. And I expected a reward from the system. Summoning a wild donkey, I mounted it and made my way directly to the vocational training center. The knight mentor, Rolai, was surrounded by a throng of players, their numbers so dense it was overwhelming. As I approached him, Rolai exhibited a look of surprise. "Young knight, You have grown to this extent. I nodded respectfully. Mentor, I am here to undertake the promotion quest. Very well, Rolai inhaled deeply and stated, to become a true knight. First, you must recite the knight's declaration to me. If you cannot do so, you shall not qualify as a knight. Gripping my bronze sword, I solemnly began to recite the knight's declaration, having long since memorized it due to my dedication to the knightly path. I vow to treat the weak with kindness. I vow to bravely confront tyranny. I vow to oppose all injustices. I vow to fight for those who are defenseless. I vow to aid my fellow knights. I vow to treat my friends with sincerity. I vow to remain unwavering in my love until death. Holding the sword aloft before my chest, cradling its blade with both hands, I took a deep breath and continued, for the honor of this sword, I shall protect you until the end. Born to glory and dying in honor, my heart is like this sword, unyielding and resolute. Excellent. Very well done, Rolai exclaimed. The face of Knight Mentor Rolai was filled with satisfaction as he spoke. Young knight, I now entrust you with a task of great honor. Recently, the valiant knight shook lost his oath sword in a deep pool beside the venomous bee forest. It slipped from his grasp and has yet to be recovered. Your mission is to journey to that pool, retrieve the oath sword, and return it to me. In doing so, you shall prove yourself as a true knight. Ding. System notification. Accepting the promotion task. Finding the oath sword. Task details. Locate the oath sword and present it to Knight Mentor Rolai. Task acquired. I set off towards the venomous bee forest. Riding my trusty donkey, I reached the area outside the Eastgate Bridge, where I spent 5 gold coins at the merchant to purchase 5 return scrolls, aiming to save time and expedite my leveling efforts. The donkey galloped swiftly, and in less than 10 minutes, I arrived at the venomous bee forest, now bustling with eager players awaiting monster respawns. A lone attacking bee had just emerged, only to be swiftly vanquished by a flurry of weapons, a sight both brutal and pitiful. To the southwest of the forest, a clear spring stretched for miles, coincidentally marking the coordinates designated by the task system. The oath sword lay submerged somewhere at the bottom of this pool. Upon entering the water, the system promptly warned against mounting my steed within, prompting me to dismiss the donkey and commence my descent. The daylight's brilliance penetrated the depths of the pool, yet visibility diminished in the deeper areas. I was left to navigate the inky darkness, searching for a sword, a rather daunting task. But the nature of promotion quest was never meant to be simple. The history of Yue & Company attested to this. It was not uncommon for such tasks to take weeks to complete. As I persevered in my pursuit of the oath sword, I suddenly perceived a shadow gliding above. A pair of blood-red eyes sent shivers down my spine as a massive crocodile, nearly 5 meters in length, and a level 33 silver tier monster, approached rapidly. I had no choice but to engage, otherwise, I would certainly become its next meal. Charging forward, my bronze sword erupted with a radiant azure glow as I unleashed a series of attacks. Strikes and slashes rained down upon the crocodile's head, generating a cacophony of damage numbers. The beast opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite. Its attacks were formidable, each inflicting a loss of 300 health points. However, my offensive capabilities were ultimately superior, and within mere moments, it let out a final cry before collapsing, dropping a trove of copper coins that sank to the pool's depths, which I had no intention of retrieving. I pressed on, continuing my exploration. After vanquishing several more crocodiles, I finally caught sight of a soft, shimmering light amidst the aquatic vegetation. With excitement, I swam towards it, noticing an ornate hilt embedded in the sandy bottom. Grasping it firmly, I felt a surge of robust energy as I effortlessly pulled the blade from the depths, its brilliance illuminating the entire pool. Though it was merely a quest item devoid of attributes, its quality was undeniable. I retrieved a return scroll and shattered it, vanishing from the pool's depths. Upon returning to the city of Julu, the scrolls proved to be quite convenient, summoning my loyal donkey to swiftly reach the knight training instructor. As I presented the oath sword, Rolai's face lit up with relief. He straightened his posture and proclaimed in a rhythmic tone, "Young knight, you have demonstrated your courage through your deeds. Welcome to the ranks of the Empire S Knights as a new member of my Xia clan." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully been promoted and earned the title of knight. As the first knight to achieve this status on the entire server, you are rewarded with Extraordinary Achievement 1. Luck 1. Reputation 20. Unbeknownst to me, the system had undergone an upgrade, finally unlocking the reputation points. What knight is this? Knight. Level 30 attack, 240,378. 10. Defense, 286, 12. Health, 3628 True Chi, 100 Luck, 3 Extraordinary Achievements, 5 Reputation, 20 Combat Power, 1273 Engaging in conversation with the training instructor once more. I learned that upon reaching level 30, I could only acquire one new skill from him, yet it appeared to be quite promising. Fearless Roar, level 30. Increases the attack power of all teammates by 5. Learning fee, 1G. This is akin to a buffing roar, enhancing our collective combat prowess. I learned it. A radiant light swept over me as the new skill appeared in my skill bar. Exiting the vocational training center, I messaged Su Shiran. Shiran, I have completed my promotion. Where are you leveling up? I shall join you shortly. Su Shiran promptly marked the coordinates for me, stating, we are battling level 31 monsters. Since your level is higher, once you arrive, we shall proceed to tackle level 33 creatures. Opening the minimap, I noticed their icons located in the northern part of Jiulu City, within a verdant jungle known as the Flying Rain Jungle, not too far away. Riding my donkey, I traversed the map directly toward them. As I drew near, a lush, green expanse of jungle unfolded before me, clouds drifting overhead, and gentle raindrops falling into the foliage. No wonder it was called the Flying Rain Jungle. Within the jungle lurked the Assassin Mantis, a level 31 monster, evidently no longer suitable for my leveling needs. As I burst forth from a thicket, Su Shiran and Lin Che appeared ahead. Su Shiran smiled slightly and said, let us continue north. There should be higher-level monsters, and perhaps even a quest. I just saw a line of NPC cavalry rush past the edge of the forest, seemingly encountering some urgent matters. Indeed, let us proceed. Chapter 35, The Enchanted Scarecrow in the Rainy Flying Forest. To the north lies a desolate wheat field, now completely barren. The soil emanates a faint, ominous black aura, and even the river appears tainted by a plague, floating with dead fish. The atmosphere in the wheat field is heavy with despair, painted crimson on the map. To the north of this field, a contingent of NPC cavalry from Jiulu City stands resolute, having established a temporary encampment, though they provide no supplies to players. It is evident that a task awaits. Mounted upon a wild donkey, I approached and engaged in conversation with several prominent NPCs. Most were lost in their own musings, save for a middle-aged knight wielding a sword, who glanced my way and remarked, young knight, ahead lies a perilous domain. I can sense a faint whiff of infernal energy. Countless farmers have perished here. Exercise caution. Perhaps I can be of assistance, I replied. The knight regarded me thoughtfully and nodded. Perhaps you could venture deeper into the wheat field and seek the source of the dark energy. Once you locate it, return and inform me. This task is fraught with danger. Ding. System notification. Your party has accepted the quest. Seek the source of dark energy. D-rank quest. Quest details. Enter the desolate wheat field. Slay 50 enchanted scarecrows. Locate the source of dark energy, and then report your findings to Royal Nightlock. A quest has been bestowed upon us. Su Shiran smiled softly. It seems we can train here for a while. I wonder if it's possible to encounter the first silver tier boss. I led the way, and from a distance, I spotted several scarecrows, each towering at least 2 meters high, with pumpkin heads and rusted sickles in hand, exuding an aura of malevolence. The grins on their pumpkin faces were wickedly grotesque, and before we could approach, they began to cackle maniacally to themselves. This is the domain of the scarecrows. The domain of the scarecrows. 30 years of fortune and misfortune, and now it is the scarecrow's reign. The spring breeze blows, the thunder roars. Who do the scarecrows fear now? Fight. For the glory of the inferno, for the dignity of the enchanters, annihilate the human dogs, and elevate the name of the scarecrows. Indeed, these were a band of enchanted scarecrows, their attributes remarkably formidable. It was no wonder that apart from us, no other players dared to approach, even if some did. They would likely falter against such powerful foes. Enchanted Scarecrow, Silver Tier Monster, Level 34 Magic Attack, 250 to 335 Defense, 140 Health, 5,000 Skills, Evil Strike, Dark Energy Leap. Description: once mere guardians of human estates, these scarecrows have succumbed to the taint of infernal magic, becoming puppets of deathly power. They have grown immensely strong and are a source of great concern for local garrisons. It is said that these scarecrows are exceedingly brazen, attempting to breach the main city and slay its noble knights, all in a bid to establish a kingdom of scarecrows. They are indeed magical adversaries. I furrowed my brow, realizing that I lacked any equipment with resistance to arcane magic, which would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain. I reminded Shi Ran to pay close attention to healing, and we could not adhere to our usual tactics. They were ranged attackers. I would charge forth to engage the foes, allowing our damage output to flourish. Understood, Lin Shay nodded. He activated his skill, Fearless Roar. In an instant, everyone's attack power surged by 5, much to Lin Shay's delight, while Wang Jinhai beamed with joy. Haha, having a seasoned player makes all the difference. I chuckled in response and then surged forward like a blazing comet, colliding with a demonic scarecrow. It was immediately stunned as I raised my sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes that generated a series of damage numbers exceeding 500. Following this, Lin Shay executed a binding spell, coupled with Dahai's assault, swiftly depleting the scarecrow's health bar. However, our damage still fell short. The moment the scarecrow regained consciousness, a flicker of sinister flames ignited in its pumpkin-shaped eyes as it cackled maniacally. Die, die, all of you shall perish. With a sudden swing of its scythe, it released a wisp of black fire that struck my shield, disregarding my physical defenses and inflicting a staggering 894 points of damage. Simultaneously, it unleashed a torrent of black magic flames, erupting with a resounding boom. The magical energy struck me, dealing 1,002 points of damage before ricocheting, first from Zhang Wei, then leaping to Dahai, Lin Shay, and Shi Ran, rapidly diminishing their health. Fortunately, I was the first to absorb the attack and bore the brunt of the damage. With successive damage readings of 542 and 406, green healing numbers began to rise, enveloping me in a refreshing wave. It was a rare experience in Tianqing to receive the healing from a wandering celestial physician, moving me to the brink of tears. Under Shi Ran's next wave of healing, a delicate golden healing chain connected us all, swiftly restoring the health that had been lost to the magical ricochet. Indeed, having a celestial physician, especially one of Shi Ran's caliber, was an unparalleled blessing. As our combined firepower obliterated the scarecrow, my experience bar lit up, signaling the substantial rewards from this foe. After picking up a silver coin from the ground, I remarked, just now, Zhang Wei's positioning was flawed. You must either stand beside me at the demonic scarecrow's flank or remain behind to avoid getting caught in the fray. Standing in the middle allowed the magical energy to leap across. Understood, Zhang Wei admitted, grinning. But Su, our team leader's healing is indeed impressive. She must rank quite high among healers in the national server, right? Moderate, Shi Ran replied with a hint of satisfaction, her beautiful eyes nearly curving into a crescent moon. I added, her healing is certainly exceptional. After all, someone who spends their days training with professional players cannot be lacking. With a little effort, she could easily secure a spot among the top 10 healers in the national server. Su Ran pursed her lips and said, I understand, Ding team. I will strive to do my best. After all, I am your little follower. I was left speechless and immediately rushed towards another enchanted scarecrow, embarking on our ceaseless monster hunting journey as the chosen group. It must be noted that the experience points from the scarecrow were quite substantial, especially for our team, which had an average level of merely 28. For every 5 levels we surpassed in defeating monsters, Su Ran would gain nearly 2 of her current level's experience with each scarecrow slain, making her progress akin to riding a rocket. Zhang Wei had also begun to display some cleverness, wielding an iron rod as we advanced and retreated together, executing the fierce tiger palm and the fiery cloud palm to render the enchanted scarecrow almost lifeless. With a resounding crack, upon vanquishing the 5th scarecrow, we obtained a piece of gear, astonishingly a high-level Xian Iron Arm Guard, demon-dyed bracers, Xian Iron equipment, type, armor, defense, 50, stamina, 14, required level, 30. The level requirement was too high for anyone but myself, so I promptly equipped it, discarding my bronze spiked bracers to Zhang Wei, which still provided a stamina boost. Remaining relevant enough, Lin Shay's face radiated joy as he remarked, we have roamed around the vicinity of Jiulu City for 2 days without encountering any silver-level monsters. And now we finally meet one. The enchanted scarecrow has the potential to yield silver equipment, which we have yet to see in Jiulu City. We must seize this opportunity. Even if we do not acquire silver gear, assembling a full set of Xian Iron equipment will allow us to command respect in Jiulu City. Indeed, Design mused thoughtfully. We just clashed with the people from Dynasty Dominance at the tavern. Lu Chang will undoubtedly seek revenge, devising ways to trouble us. We cannot afford to be weak. Lin Shay chuckled, Chen Guo, Did you not say Lu Chang already has a girlfriend? You mentioned that if you dared to clip her wings, he would ruin your paradise. Yet now, Lu Chang seems to be entangled with Sister Shiran. Such a person, I responded with a hint of frustration, that girl, despite being the most charming in the Dynasty Dominance Internet CAF, is merely a 6 out of 10. However, upon encountering someone as stunning as Shiran, it is natural for Lu Chang to feel that his previous girlfriend pales in comparison. Indeed, you make a valid point. Lin Che fell into reminiscence. Speaking of which, Sister Shiran is indeed a great beauty. In my mind, only the girl who drove the Porsche last time could rival her. What girl with a Porsche? Suharan's beautiful eyes widened, suddenly alert. In nothing. I chuckled heartily. Let us continue leveling up. It was merely a beautiful girl who wanted to recruit me after my retirement, but I declined. Now onward. All right then, let us proceed. Suharan, half convinced, draped in her elegant robe, stood gracefully behind me. Her enchanting figure and captivating eyes created a stunning backdrop. Shortly thereafter, the enchanted scarecrows continued to yield treasures. The second item was a pair of cloth trousers forged from dark iron, which I equipped on Lin Che. The third was a bronze necklace that enhanced agility, bestowed upon Dahai. The fourth item was a pair of cloth boots, also made of dark iron, which provided a 2 increase in healing effectiveness, given to Su Shiran. While the enchanted scarecrows appeared unremarkable, their drop rates were impressively diverse, ranging from common items to those of dark iron quality. Unbeknownst to us, we had ventured deep into the wheat fields without any deliberate intention to complete quests. Slaying monsters and gaining experience was simply a necessity. Thus, we resolved to sweep through this expanse of wheat, trusting that the source of the magical energy would reveal itself in due course. After nearly 3 hours, we had nearly cleared the entire field, with the enchanted scarecrows gradually respawning. At that moment, a small wooden cabin shrouded in dark energy came into view. Though modest in size, it exuded an air of significance. As I approached, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Please note, you have discovered the source of the magical energy. We found it. Lin Che exclaimed. Let us head back to turn in the quest and see if there are any subsequent developments. No need to rush into the cabin just yet. Su Shiran, her beautiful eyes fixed on the cabin, smiled knowingly. I too sense that this cabin holds more than meets the eye. Very well, let us return to report our findings. We traversed the wheat field and arrived at the camp 5 minutes later, where Knight Luo Kai sat amidst the grass, polishing his sword. Upon seeing my return, he looked up and inquired, Young knight, have you made any discoveries? Chapter 36. The honest man indeed. The source of the demonic energy lies within the small cabin ahead. I stated. Excellent, Rokai remarked, raising an eyebrow. You are quite brave. Such courage deserves commendation. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the task. Locate the source of demonic energy, D-rank task. You have earned 40,000 experience points, 5 reputation points, and 1 gold coin. A golden light enveloped us, and beside me, Su Shiran had leveled up, her face adorned with a refreshing smile. Rokai continued, Young knight, your team exhibits remarkable prowess, which has genuinely surprised me. Should you possess the valor to enter the cabin and vanquish the source of this demonic energy, I shall bestow upon you unimaginable rewards. Very well, my lord, I replied. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to your team for accepting the task. Eliminate the source of demonic energy. D-rank task. Task details. Enter the cabin. Eradicate the source of demonic energy and return with its head to meet Rokai. However, exercise utmost caution. The entity capable of creating demonic scarecrows is surely formidable. As expected, there is a subsequent task. Lin Che rubbed his hands in anticipation and chuckled. If my assumptions are correct, there must be a boss within the cabin. Likely of a high grade, perhaps even a silver-level boss. We must tread carefully lest we face annihilation, for the boss exceeds our levels by a considerable margin. All right. In a moment, Wei Ge will engage the enemy while the rest of us observe. I can charge in at any time, I declared. Zhang Wei, looking a bit disheartened, remarked, I've already positioned myself as the chosen group's first cannon fodder. Su Shiran chuckled softly. Let us proceed. After dispatching a multitude of demonic scarecrows along the way, we spent several minutes clearing the area within 100 yards of the cabin. Having prepared the battlefield adequately, I signaled, Wei Ge, go. Trembling, Zhang Wei approached the cabin, cautiously pushing the door open with a creak. Instantly, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth. resembling a dark cloud. Once the mist dissipated, an elderly man was revealed sitting directly across from the door in a recliner, appearing languid and corpulent. His dull gray eyes fixed on Zhang Wei as he drawled, "What brings you here, little bald one?" With clarity in his gaze, Zhang Wei replied, "To subdue demons and vanquish evil. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such a task?" The elder smirked, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "However, since you dare to intrude upon my territory, I shall certainly show you imperial hounds what true power looks like." Zhang Wei frowned. "What do you intend to do?" At this moment, I discerned the attributes of the elderly figure before me. Indeed, he was a boss, albeit a mere Xiantai level 1. Not the coveted silver level we sought. Father of Scarecrows, the unyielding farmer Goulet, Xiantai level boss, level 34 spirit attack, for 00525 defense, 180 health, 12,500 skills, summon, sleep spell, calling crows, description. Goulet was once a kind-hearted and honest man, skilled in the art of scarecrow weaving. He harbored deep affection for a maiden from the neighboring estate. However, amidst the ravages of war, the maiden fell into despair and became a tavern waitress in town. Upon her return to Goulet, she was with child. In a fit of rage, Goulet took the life of his beloved, and in his altered state of mind, he succumbed to the malevolent energies of the infernal realm, transforming into a demonic puppet. Poor, on a soul, I felt a profound sympathy. Su Shiran, visibly perplexed, with a face tinged in crimson, remarked, "What sort of setting is this? Beware, the boss is about to strike," Lin Che hurriedly warned. At that moment, Goulet let out a furious roar and rose from his recliner, his body trembling, skin marred with horrifying wrinkles. He tore open his trousers, thrusting his hand inside, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled, "Ignorant mortals, today I shall demonstrate my might. Come forth, my sons." I was nearly petrified. Su Shiran's bewilderment was palpable, her cheeks flushed. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, Goulet yanked his hand from within his trousers, drawing forth a swirling mass of black energy that enveloped the cramped room, accompanied by his growls. A host of demonic scarecrows materialized from the dark mist, summoning 4 Xiantai level 34 scarecrows, each possessing the terrifying skill of demonic energy leap. Indeed, Goulet, the father of scarecrows, had summoned forth 4 sons in an instant. Wei Gu, go forth and absorb the initial wave of damage. Survival is all that matters. I commanded loudly. Now was not the time for me to engage. I would be obliterated in an instant. The damage from the demonic energy leap was too severe. Each hit dealt 1,000 damage, and 4 of them could easily annihilate me. Zhang Wei, however, was different. With half health and the benefits of his demigod hidden race and the 20 health boost from True Qi, he likely boasted nearly 6,000 health and could withstand the onslaught. Then let me show you the might of Shaolin Kung Fu. Zhang Wei, enraged, unleashed a fierce tiger palm and a dragon strike upon the boss's forehead, displaying remarkable audacity. The 4 scarecrows immediately launched their assault, reducing him to near death. Su Shiran's healing spell followed suit, and Zhang Wei, ever astute, quickly consumed a healing elixir. Attempting to escape with his dwindling health, De Chenzi, I'm in dire straits. It won't end here. I charged forward with fervor, marking 3 scarecrows in total, one with a direct assault, another with provocation, and dealt a flurry of blows to the third, drawing all their aggro towards me. Meanwhile, Lin Che raised his hand to cast a binding spell, incapacitating the 4th one. Together, we focused our efforts to eliminate it, and as our levels increased, so too did our synergy. This time, we refrained from conserving potions. I liberally consumed a level 2 healing elixir and took a bruise-clearing pill, while promptly activating the glory shield to alleviate the healing burden on Su Shiran. Fortunately, after summoning the corrupted scarecrow, the boss refrained from further attacks. Otherwise, this task would no longer be as simple as a D-level challenge. As Lin Che drew the 3rd binding spell, the 4 corrupted scarecrows were swiftly dispatched, leaving only the staggering Goulet standing before the small wooden cabin. A band of rascals. Goulet pointed a finger at Su Shiran behind me, and she seemed to be struck by an electric shock, her gaze turning sultry as she knelt on the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Shiran has succumbed to sleep, and we are without healing. Be cautious, Lin Che exclaimed. I furrowed my brow, maneuvering my wild donkey to circle the boss, unleashing a barrage of attacks while absorbing as much damage as I could. Yet Goulet's spells were devastating. Each swipe of his hands unleashed black flames that drained nearly 900 health points from me. and without healing, I was near death in mere seconds. In a moment of desperation, the slumbering Su Shiran panicked. What should we do? Can we dispel it? I whispered Zhang Wei. Switch to area attacks and strike Shiran with a basic attack. Generally, those in a sleeping state awaken upon being attacked. Hurry, I might not last much longer. Zhang Wei rushed over and landed a punch on Su Shiran's shoulder. Indeed, she jolted awake, immediately casting a series of healing spells on me while swallowing a bruise-clearing pill herself, thus alleviating my burden significantly. As Lin Che drew another binding spell, we began to seize control of the battlefield. The boss grew increasingly ferocious, surrounded by a swarm of crows that inflicted continuous damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. Thankfully, with Su Shiran on our side, we would have likely been wiped out half a minute earlier. Continuously provoking, I firmly locked the boss's aggro, and within 2 minutes, its health plummeted, a chilling scene unfolding once more. Ah, the naive Goulet roared, his claws flailing wildly as he tore at the skin on his face, shouting, I refuse to accept this. This despicable and hypocritical world. I shall tear you apart. However, as he tore at his own face, the skin peeled away to reveal a mass of straw beneath, leaving us all astonished. Could it be that Goulet was merely a facade, with his true form entirely composed of straw? This revelation began to make sense. It explained how he could produce an entire brood from his trousers. The bronze sword emanated a brilliant aura as a series of skills severed the last vestiges of ancient Lei's vitality. With a faint whimper, he concluded his tragic existence. As the radiant light descended, I ascended to level 31, and so too did Su Shiran, Lin Che, and the others. I stepped forward and kicked aside a straw corpse, revealing 4 pieces of equipment lying quietly beneath ancient Lei's remains. I examined each item in turn. One was a dark iron wristband that enhanced spiritual attack, which I bestowed upon Lin Che. Another was a dark iron helmet that increased health, given to Zhang Wei. There was also a high-level dark iron battle blade, which I decided to retain for sale in town, as we lacked a player proficient in blade specialization. Lastly, there was a dark iron skirt from the Wandering Celestial Physician, which enhanced healing by 3 and naturally went to Su Shiran. With our spoils in hand, we returned to complete our quest. I held up the severed head of ancient Lei, now merely a straw figure, and upon arriving at the camp, I unceremoniously dropped it on the ground before Knight Roke, saying, My lord, this is what you sought, the head of the source of demonic energy. Roke gently caressed the straw figure, a look of reverence crossing his face as if he grasped some profound truth. He remarked, Young knight, you are indeed formidable, capable of slaying such a fiend. The reputation of adventurers from another world is well-deserved. Here, accept your reward, and may you continue your loyalty to the Empire, to Giant Deer City, and to the Lady of Light Garb. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest, Slay the Source of Demonic Energy. You have received 80,000 experience points, 8 reputation points, and 2 gold coins. Though this was also a D-level quest, the rewards were considerably more generous than those of the previous quest to locate the source of demonic energy. Standing in the camp, I remarked, It is already midnight. Shall we continue leveling up, or shall we pause the time and train during the day? Su Shiran blinked and replied, It is now the 5th day in the game. There is no need to rise early and toil away at leveling. Those who are meant to join us will do so naturally. Those who are not will not. Let us log off and rest. We shall awaken at 7 in the morning and log back on promptly at 8, taking advantage of the daytime when our spirits are at their best to level up. In my view, the silver level boss areas at level 34 have yet to spawn any silver level bosses. They must be hidden deeper within the map. There is no need to rush. There was some truth in her words, so I logged off to sleep. It seems there is a reward for the number of donations in the red envelope event. We must strive to reach the top. Therefore, if anyone is short on pocket money, there's no need to donate excessively. Even a single dollar is perfectly fine. Thank you all. Chapter 37. The Lost Armor. As the hour grew late and provisions grew scarce, Su Shiran took it upon herself to prepare a meal for everyone. She cooked noodles, enhancing the simplicity of instant noodles with some fresh vegetables and a few eggs, thereby infusing a modicum of nutrition into an otherwise insipid fare. Before long, the group gathered around the table, devouring the meal with fervor. Zhang Wei, after finishing his soup, was overwhelmed with emotion. I cannot believe the team leader possesses culinary skills. Your noodles are truly delectable. Lin Che? Me. Su Shiran was at a loss for words. Currently, The studio is engrossed in leveling up, leaving little time for cooking. Once our levels and capabilities stabilize, I shall endeavor to buy groceries and prepare meals for everyone daily. Otherwise, subsisting solely on takeout and instant noodles will surely take a toll on our health. I nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Chiron. There's no need for such formality. You should rest early. All right. Everyone retreated to their rooms to shower and sleep. Sitting by the window, I listened to the sound of Sushiron bathing next door, finding an unexpected tranquility in the moment. I picked up my notebook to review some game data. My herbalism skill had risen to level 3 after gathering a substantial amount of high-grade herbs. Now, I could harvest level 3 herbs. And players reaching level 30 would then be able to consume level 3 elixirs. In the coming days, most high-level players would likely surpass the 30-level threshold, hastening their alchemical endeavors in order to secure their initial profits. After all, the studio must turn a profit. Merely leveling up without earning from equipment is not a sustainable strategy. Perusing the posts in the discussion area, I found little of substance. I then searched for the locations of several level 3 herbs. The officials had announced a gathering site for one herb, blood ginseng, located on a map called the Ancient Forest, where the monsters range from levels 35 to 37, considered a high-end map at this stage. Most players would not dare to enter such a territory, as the overwhelming level disparity would render them vulnerable to instant death. Additionally, a post on the forum hinted that someone had spotted the level 3 herb, June Snow, in the misty wilderness, which I duly noted. However, I was unable to locate the third level 3 herb, Moonlight Sand. A search for Moonlight Sand yielded only threads from others seeking it, devoid of any useful leads. Never mind, I would address this tomorrow. There was no urgency in such matters. Just as I was about to shut down my computer, I caught a glimpse of a post regarding us. Wanted, high reward for coordinates of the chosen few. Poster, for you to behave content, real-time purchase of locations. Discover the leveling spot of Jinsi Huanxi for 500 gold. Locate Xiaoshui Han for 300 gold. Find Yichang Baotou for 200 gold. And simultaneously reveal the locations of all members of the chosen few for 3,000 gold. Transactions are guaranteed by the system. Reading this post, I couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Chang was indeed affluent, willing to buy our locations. It appeared he was resolute in his intent to engage the chosen few in a full-scale battle, perhaps aiming to ambush our leveling ground, reminiscent of the last encounter where we were utterly vanquished. This time, it seems that fortune may not favor us as before. As long as Su Shiran stands behind me, continuously healing, I can maneuver through the crowd, coordinating with Lin Che and Wang Jinhai to advance steadily. But how many from the Wang dynasty's forces will be able to slay us? However, we must indeed exercise caution, for the city is teeming with assassins, and there are undoubtedly many willing to stealthily follow us for a mere few thousand gold coins. At that moment, a message arrived on WeChat from Su Shiran. Still awake? I noticed the light on my balcony was still shining. I'm going to sleep now, Shiran. Good night. She replied with a laughing emoji. Good night. After a quick shower, I sank into bed, drifting into a dreamless slumber. When I awoke, the alarm was ringing. After silencing it, I lay in bed for 2 minutes, then resolutely bid farewell to the comforting embrace of my blanket. After freshening up, breakfast consisted of congee, bread, and eggs. I hastily finished my meal and everyone logged in. With a swift motion, we appeared at the camp outside the wheat fields. In the distance, players were already leveling up in the rainforest, seemingly around level 29. They would be the main force reaching level 30. Meanwhile, I was still at 31, with 87 experience, having dropped from the top of the leaderboard. In truth, I never aimed to retain the top position. In terms of leveling speed, there was no way I could compete with a solo practicing spiritualist. The top two remained the sorceresses Fei Yu and Tiramisu. Soon, Su Shiran, Lin Che, and the others logged in, and our 5-person team was swiftly assembled. Opening the mini-map, I checked the herb-gathering locations. The nearest was the Ancient Forest, merely a map away. We should reach it within 10 minutes, so I marked the coordinates and declared, "Let us go hunt monsters at level 35. Lin Che furrowed his brow. But we just hit level 30. Won't we die? No worries. We'll start with the level 35 ones. All right, lead the way, Chun. Okay. I took the lead, with Zhang Wei wielding an iron rod, protecting the more fragile members of our group from behind. It was morning in the game, with clouds swirling and birds chirping, exuding an indescribable tranquility. Through the mist, a wild donkey trotted by, glistening with dew, which even dripped from its iron helmet. Behind me, Su Shiran followed closely, her beautiful eyes sparkling like the moon, dewdrops clinging to her lashes. She smiled at me, and the more I looked at her, the more I felt the tender flutter of love. 10 minutes later, a forest rich in ancient charm appeared before us, shrouded in mist. The silhouettes of gnarled ancient trees could be seen faintly through the haze, and the forest was awash with dew. The hooves of the wild donkey crunched on fallen leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound. I treaded carefully at the forefront. This forest harbored great dangers, as the monsters here were of a notably high level. Alarmingly, we had ventured over 100 yards into the woods without encountering a single creature. Could it be invisible monsters? Lin Che grew even more cautious, gripping a binding talisman, ready for action at any moment. Look over there. Suddenly, Su Shiran raised her hand and pointed into the distance. There, perched upon a gnarled tree trunk about 2 meters above the ground, a delicate stream of light was coalescing, which swiftly transformed into a soul figure nearly 2 meters tall. In its grasp was a sharp sword, its body clad in armor, and its crimson eyes slowly opened, coldly gazing at us. Lost Battle Spirit, Silver Level Monster, Level 36 Attack, 320480 Defense, 240 Health, 6,400 Skills, Rapid Strike, Charge, Raging Flame / Description. The ancient forest was once a battlefield of yore, where numerous conflicts occurred in ancient times, burying countless heroic souls beneath its serene surface. Young adventurers, unless shielded by the aura of an emperor, ought to refrain from entering this land, lest they unwittingly enrich the treacherous coffin merchant, a typical swordsman-type humanoid monster. This battle spirit's form is composed of intricate radiance and lightning, exuding an extraordinary valor. Its attack power is staggering, surpassing even my own limits. With a terrifying 480 points of attack combined with a level superiority that could easily annihilate the fragile Su Shiran and Lin Che, especially with its charge skill in play. Be cautious. I will engage the monster, I declared. Understood. As I cautiously approached, my intention was to provoke the lost battle spirit's charge, preventing it from targeting Su Shiran or Lin Che, which would spell disaster. Indeed, as I ventured not far, the flames in the battle spirit's eyes blazed fiercely, and with a firm grip on its sword, it suddenly descended like a beam of light. With a resounding clash, the charge was successful, knocking me back several steps. Though I remained conscious, I quickly curled my body and activated my defensive skill, just in time for the battle spirit's raging flame slash and 2 rapid attacks to descend upon me in a blinding flurry. The swordsman's attack speed post-rapid strike was terrifying. I could only rely on Su Shiran's presence behind me, or I would have fled for my life long ago. 458, 321, 117, even with successful defense. My arms tingled from the sheer force, a consequence of being utterly overpowered. Just as the spirit was about to unleash its 5th strike, I swiftly disengaged from defense and unleashed a barrage of standard attacks and heavy strikes, completing the onslaught in a mere 2.5 seconds, which I considered a valiant effort. With a decisive blow of the immobilization technique, the battle spirit was stunned. Su Shiran began to heal me, while Zhang Wei charged in with a series of Dragon Descend and Fire Cloud Palm attacks, inflicting substantial damage. Despite its formidable attributes, the lost battle spirit soon let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, yielding 5 silver coins and a suit of armor radiating a forbidding aura, shimmering with a faint silver light. As I picked it up, a shiver coursed through me, rendering me momentarily speechless. Shinguyu, Lin Che's eyes widened. Your expression reminds me of when we attended that model show in Shanghai together. What's going on? Is this armor truly extraordinary? As I raised my hand, I shared the attributes of my armor in the team channel. To my surprise, my first silver equipment was not acquired from defeating a boss, but rather from vanquishing ordinary monsters. The Forsaken Armor, silver equipment. Type, armor, defense, 75, spiritual resistance, 12, strength, 18, stamina, 15, required level, 32. The equipment level was quite high, and given my current status, I was unable to don it just yet. However, it was of little concern. A few more battles against the Forsaken warriors would surely elevate my level. Thus, I stowed the Forsaken armor in my inventory and said, Wei Guo, please hand over the first batch of silver gear to me. This exceptional piece enhances both strength and stamina, and it also boosts spiritual resistance, which will allow me to endure longer on the front lines. Zhang Wei readily agreed, of course. With a sense of delight, I continued my leveling journey. Not long after, Having dispatched 3 Forsaken warriors in succession, I finally spotted a radiant herb amidst the thickets. Its resplendent, translucent hue indicated it was a blood ginseng, and it appeared to have aged gracefully, boasting an impressive quality. With utmost care, I employed my herbalism skills to harvest it. With a satisfying chime, 3 portions of blood ginseng were added to my inventory, filling me with joy at the bounty. This marked the acquisition of my first recipe for a level 3 potion. I decided to invest a bit more time to gather a sufficient quantity of blood ginseng. In a day or two, as players above level 30 became increasingly numerous, this area would likely devolve into a battleground for resource competition. At that point, it would be nearly impossible to gather enough blood ginseng, unless I adopted a more aggressive approach akin to the unyielding confrontation strategy from Dynasty Domination to clear the area. Otherwise, acquiring a sufficient supply of herbs would prove quite challenging. Chapter 38: A Fair Trade. Nearly an hour later, after vanquishing over 100 lost battle spirits, I had experienced a commendable loot drop rate. I exchanged a few pieces of mystical iron gear for Su Shiran and Lin Che, and amidst a cascade of radiant light, I felt a surge of power enveloping my being as I leveled up once more, finally reaching level 32. I swiftly donned the lost armor, and immediately, the chestplate transformed, radiating a brilliant silver glow, bestowing upon me a semblance of a seasoned expert. What day is it today? Night. Level 32. Attack 266,416. 10. Defense 361. 12. Health 4,004. Vital energy 100 luck. 3 extraordinary achievements. 5 reputation, 35 combat power, 1385 with my health surpassing 4,000 points and my attack exceeding 400 points. My combat power edged closer to 1,400, still reigning as the foremost powerhouse. Closely trailing was a swordsman known as the White-Clad Young Master, boasting a combat power of 1326. With equipment of equal caliber to mine, if our levels were identical, perhaps our combat strengths would align, but I remained oblivious to his true identity. My overall attributes were quite commendable, though my attack power was somewhat lacking, as my weapon was merely a level 12 bronze piece. Unfortunately, the drop rate for weapons was low, and weapons were fundamental to leveling speed. Even if others acquired superior weapons, they tended to keep them for personal use, rarely selling them. I could only await my opportune moment. Continuing to slay monsters, I also made sure to gather blood ginseng. The deeper I ventured into the eternal forest, the more densely the blood ginseng was distributed. In the most concentrated areas, it was not uncommon to find 3 to 5 roots beneath a single tree. 3 hours swiftly passed, and noon arrived. My inventory brimmed with blood ginseng, and fortunately, I had a military pouch that could hold a substantial amount. Su Shiran logged off briefly, then returned online, announcing, "I've ordered takeout. I'll log off in 20 minutes. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, I would be logging off. As my bronze sword sliced through the neck of a lost battle spirit, a flash of silver light shimmered, revealing a gleaming staff, clearly of silver quality. I hastily picked it up and shared its attributes in the team channel, prompting joyous reactions from everyone. Soul Staff, silver item, spirit attack, 3570 spirit power, 17 stamina, 14 special effect, 5 increase in fire spell power required level, 32 wow. Lin Che inhaled deeply. What a remarkable staff. It even has an additional fire attack enhancement. This staff could easily fetch around 2,000 coins in the current market. Indeed, it is an exceptional piece. I glanced at Su Shiran and said, "Shiran, this is for you. The increase in spirit attack will also enhance your healing output to some extent." "No, thank you." Su Shiran smiled and shook her head, saying, "Such a fine staff would be a waste on me. Instead, how about this? I sell it? Our studio is currently in need of operational funds. While we have made some profit, we still cannot pay everyone's wages. Therefore, prioritizing the studio's earnings is essential. Ding. You take the staff back to town and put it up for sale. You are the fastest. Only you can navigate the map quickly. Meanwhile, we can also grab a meal." I nodded in agreement, retrieved a return scroll, and headed back to town with the soul staff in hand. With a swift motion, I returned to Jiulu City and made my way directly to the Eastgate Square. I glanced at the auction house, observing that the current gold exchange rate had reached 1, where 1 gold coin could only be exchanged for 1 unit of currency. I decided to list the soul staff for 3,000 gold, allowing willing buyers to take the bait. Given that it was a level 32 staff, only a select few could equip it, and its true value would likely be realized in 4 or 5 days. By the time Su Shiran and the others had logged off for dinner, I was preparing to summon the elven officer before logging out. Suddenly, I received a message from a stranger, a female player named Xiao Muzi. Hello, what a coincidence. I am interested in the soul staff you just listed. Would you be willing to take it down immediately? I would like to exchange it for another piece of equipment. Curious, I asked, oh, what equipment? She promptly added me as a friend and sent a message. Here it is. Upon opening it, I was astonished to find a high-level longsword named Star Rain Sword. Star Rain Sword, Silver Tier, Attack, 40-85 Strength, 18 Stamina, 17 Special Effect, 7 Increased Attack Power Required Level, 32 The attack power was extraordinary, with an additional 7 boost to overall damage. The sword's worth was undoubtedly on par with that of the Soul Staff. However, I was left wondering about Xiao Muzi's background and how she had acquired such a formidable weapon. How about it? Will you trade? She inquired with a smile. Give me a minute, I replied. All right, please take down the Soul Staff first. I fear someone might snatch it away. Understood. I promptly removed the Soul Staff from the auction and logged out. Rising, I turned to Su Shiran, who was distributing lunchboxes, and said, Shiran, we have encountered a minor situation that requires everyone's input. Su Shiran was busy serving food. I continued, shortly after I listed the Soul Staff. Someone reached out to me with an offer to trade it for a level 32 silver tier sword. I am in dire need of attack power, as my output has been consistently lower than that of Xiao Che and Dahai. If I mismanage my provocation, the threat can easily shift. A good sword is imperative. Should I proceed with the exchange? Lin Che remarked, that depends on the sword's output. 40-85 attack power, with an additional 7 boost. That should suffice. Wow, that's impressively high. Lin Che exclaimed. Then let us go ahead with the trade. Equipping you strengthens our chosen group. After all, the equipment can be generated anew. It's merely a silver tier item. While we are destined for legendary and divine artifacts. Su Shiran nodded with a smile. Yes, go make the trade, then come back for a meal. Will do. I am about to log back in, and indeed, the beautiful Xia is online. I sent her a message. We can trade. See you at Dongmen Bridge. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, I arrived at Dongmen Bridge, politely dismounting my steed. As I stood there, a stunning figure soon emerged. Xia, wandering celestial healer, level 30. She appeared to be in her 20s, possessing an exquisite beauty, perhaps an 8 out of 10, slightly less than Su Shiran. Yet her vibrant aura of youth made her seem incredibly approachable. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said, approaching with light, delicate steps. She immediately opened the trading interface and exchanged weapons with me, smiling. Thank you. What a night this is. Go ahead and give those villains from the Dynasty and Flame Mouse a good beating. We are all rooting for you. No need to mention it. I replied, slightly taken aback, while she waved her hand and said with a grin, I'm logging off for dinner. See you later. All right. I quickly equipped the Starfall sword, and my attack power surged significantly to an impressive 286,489, 17. With this, I could deal over 1,000 damage to some fragile monsters or players, and against delicate mages. I could potentially eliminate them with just 2 strikes. Even knights and monks might find themselves dispatched swiftly with a well-timed skill. As I watched Xia retreating figure, I furrowed my brow in confusion. It seemed peculiar that a wandering celestial healer would wield such a fine staff. While it could enhance her healing output to some extent, it felt like a waste. This girl must be some sort of princess with endless wealth, otherwise it would be improbable for her to possess such a remarkable weapon like the Starfall sword. Logging off for dinner. Was it successful? Su Shiran inquired with a smile, handing me a box meal. Quite successful. I smiled back. My attack power has now reached an astonishing 572. Not to mention knights, even among physical classes. Very few can achieve such high damage. Indeed, very few. Wang Jinhai grumbled while holding his box meal. I have 4 pieces of dark iron gear. And my musket is also made of dark iron, yet my attack cap is only 394. You have no idea how ridiculous your attributes are. I laughed heartily. Opened my box meal and was greeted by a delightful aroma. Shredded potatoes with green peppers, stir-fried green beans, a large pork chop, and fragrant rice. In this day and age, being able to enjoy such a delectable box meal felt like a rare blessing. I quickly grabbed my chopsticks and devoured the meal. After finishing, the 5 of us took a half-hour break in our rooms before returning to the hall to log back in. With a swish, I materialized within the city, made some repairs to my gear, and then dashed out of the city at full speed. As I swept past Butterfly Grove, I heard rustling in the bushes behind me. Turning back, I noticed a faint distortion in the air among the grass. A rogue player had entered stealth mode, clearly stalking me. However, I wasn't concerned. The Wild Donkey's 25 speed boost was no joke, and once the rogue entered stealth, their speed would diminish, making it utterly impossible for them to keep up with me. However, a level 27 assassin brazenly pursued me, utilizing the ghostly dance to gain speed. With a furrowed brow, I immediately turned and charged forward on my steed. The impact caused the assassin to be stunned, with a damage notification of 746 points appearing above him. The Starfall sword erupted with true energy, resonating with a brilliant light that pressed against the assassin's throat. With the slightest nudge, he would surely meet his demise. His face paled in an instant. Yet I refrained from instigating further conflict and simply stated, "Step aside and keep your distance. Next time, I shall not be so merciful." "I apologize for the interruption," he stammered, his expression darkening as he turned to flee. I swiftly departed again, disappearing into the depths of the butterfly forest, albeit in the wrong direction. It was only after shedding the lurking assassins that I redirected myself towards the rightful path. I could not afford to carry such a multitude of pursuers into the ancient forest, as it would jeopardize Su Shiran and Lin Che. After a brief interval, I arrived once more at the ancient forest, where everyone awaited my return. Without a true tank, defeating the fallen battle spirit would prove impossible. Zhang Wei's attributes were sufficient, yet his damage output fell short. If he could not maintain aggro, the fallen battle spirit would charge towards the stronger firepower of Dahai and Lin Che, leading to inevitable losses. We continued to slay the fallen battle spirits, pressing forward. The blood ginseng in my inventory steadily increased until around 3 in the afternoon, when we thoroughly cleared the fallen battle spirits from the ancient forest, extracting every last benefit. According to the rules of the game, the first refresh of bosses results in a hidden increase in drop rates, rendering a second sweep of the ancient forest unnecessary. Thus, we set our sights on the next target, the Misty Forest. Chapter 39, The Quest for Moonlit Sand. Traversing across numerous maps, the team finally arrived at a mist-laden jungle, where the grass was drenched in dew, visibility scarcely exceeding 20 yards. On the small map, the terrain was bathed in a sinister crimson hue, indicating that the monsters lurking within were of no trivial caliber. The Wild Donkey, driven by urgency, led the way, while I, gripping the Starfall sword, cautiously ventured into the fog-shrouded forest. In the distance, a cacophony of howls reverberated through the jungle, startling the birds into flight and causing the leaves to tremble. "What is that sound?" Su Shiran inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with apprehension. "Fear not," I reassured her. "This map remains within the vicinity of the Great Deer City, not delving deeply into perilous territories. Even if the monsters are formidable, they cannot surpass a certain threshold, as this is still a beginner's map." However, before I could finish my sentence, a sudden gust of wind howled from afar. From the mist, a colossal silhouette descended abruptly, crashing into the foliage with a thunderous roar, sending leaves scattering in every direction. Following the clamorous howl, an immense fist plummeted from above, striking my shield with tremendous force and sending both me and my mount tumbling backward. The impact was profoundly heavy. I was overwhelmed by sheer power, being forced back nearly 10 yards. Not only did I suffer excruciating pain, but I also lost 1,200 health points. Turning around, I beheld the monstrous entity that had struck me, a gigantic ape, its body cloaked in shaggy gray-brown fur, towering at a staggering height of 3 meters. With arms as thick as ancient tree trunks and fists the size of barrels, its blood-red eyes glared menacingly at Su Shiran and Lin Che. Forest Giant Ape, Silver Tier Monster, Level 37 Attack, 512640 Defense, 240 Health, 9,000 Skills, Fury Slam, Wild Regeneration, Power Mastery. Description: the forest giant apes possess immense strength, reputed to be the most formidable creatures in the vicinity of Great Deer City, leaving even the knights of the royal city powerless against these muscular behemoths. Such formidable attack power exceeded my own, explaining how it could strike me so far and inflict such devastating damage. If the Misty Forest was teeming with such monsters, it would undoubtedly be deemed a forbidden domain. With a tug on the reins, the Wild Donkey let out a resounding bray and rose to its hind legs, locking onto the forest giant ape and unleashing a charging combat skill, stunning the beast with a swift impact. Following that, A series of 4 consecutive strikes rained down upon it. Lin Che, shaken from my sudden ejection, regained composure and initiated a binding technique to control the damage output. Su Shiran, with 2 swift healing spells, restored my health to its fullest. We encircled the forest giant ape, commencing our assault. While this level 37 monster displayed considerable strength, it was not enough to threaten our team's survival. With a thunderous crash, the forest giant ape's health was depleted, and it crumpled to the ground, sending leaves and dew flying. To our delight, it dropped several silver coins, indicating a generous loot rate. At the moment I bent to collect the coins, I caught sight of a cluster of ethereal white flowers nestled within a nearby thicket, resembling thorny plants. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them as June Snow, one of the ingredients for crafting my level 3 potions. After gathering a collection, I received 5 pieces of June Snow, which emanated a faint herbal fragrance. Su Shiran approached me, her staff in hand, and with a playful smile cautioned, "Be careful when facing monsters again. Don't let the giant ape send you flying with a single blow like before." It truly startled me. I too had been taken aback, rubbing my nose. I replied with a chuckle, "Fear not. Having experienced it once ensures it won't happen again. A Saint Seiya would never fall victim to the same tactic twice." "Is that so?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a mixture of wonder and skepticism. With a decisive turn, I plunged back into the mist, gripping the reins firmly. Having perfected my mastery over the steed, ready to retreat or sidestep at a moment's notice. However, it appeared that these forest giants did not follow conventional patterns. A sudden, intense sound resonated as the air was compressed, and in the blink of an eye, a dark figure emerged from the fog. Its massive palm sweeping across the side of my wild donkey, sending me hurtling through the air. Boom. 1,275. That hurt, just as I was airborne. I caught sight of another colossal figure emerging from the side, standing with arms hanging at its sides, its eyes dark and foreboding. With a fierce roar, it lunged forward. Its arm raised as if to swat a ball, once more propelling me into the air. Were the 2 forest giants coordinating their assault? 1,244. The substantial damage echoed as I felt my consciousness fading, despite the system reducing pain perception to 10. The agony felt as though I had been struck by a powerful fist. Shaking my head vigorously, I regained my footing and charged towards the first giant ape on my wild donkey, utilizing a mounted charge to stun it. Lin Che, quick-witted and agile, immobilized the second giant with a binding technique, promptly marking the first one, declaring, "Let us work together to take this one down first." Wang Jinhai unleashed a barrage of fire, his gun glowing red-hot, frowning as he remarked, "This map is truly perilous. Luckily, our leader can withstand quite a beating, otherwise those 2 blows could easily obliterate an ordinary knight." Su Shiran nodded in agreement. "Our average levels are too low. Even Ding's level is only 32. 5 levels beneath the giant apes. It's only natural that their hits are so painful. However, this map is indeed quite brutal. How many more will perish here from such devastating blows? Let us not delay, heal first." As I maneuvered to evade the forest giant's crushing fists, I maintained a nimble position, striving to minimize damage. I taunted the second giant before returning to strike the first, enduring a flurry of chaotic blows from both giants. My health fluctuating dangerously low, dipping below 20 at times, necessitating the urgent consumption of a healing potion. Quite alarming indeed. After dispatching the 2 giants, I gasped for breath and remarked, "You all are severely hampered by level restrictions. Fighting monsters doesn't hurt as much anymore. How much longer until we reach level 32? "Not long." Lin Che glanced at the experience bar and replied, "Killing about 200 of these giants should suffice to reach level 32. Approximately 2 hours then." Indeed. As time passed gradually, the entire afternoon was spent wandering through the misty forest. By 5 o'clock, I had reached level 33 with 71 experience. It appeared that today might offer the opportunity to ascend to level 34 and challenge the top-ranked player in the Great Deer City once more. My inventory was brimming with herbs, for I was among the first to attain such a high level as an herbalist. In several maps, I had monopolized nearly all the freshly respawned blood ginseng and June Snow. These herbs were sufficient to elevate my alchemy skill to level 4. Yet I still lacked the final ingredient, the moonlit sand. Upon returning to town to prepare and log off for dinner, I could already smell the fragrant aroma of the meal being delivered. The dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring braised chicken, soy-braised pig trotters, stir-fried celery with meat, and a generous bowl of Crucian carp and tofu soup, complemented by a can of beer for each person. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. After dining, Sushiran tidied up, and we gathered on the sofa to discuss our plans. "I want to be grinding levels with you all tonight," I announced. "What's wrong?" Sushiran inquired. I cleared my throat and replied, "The studio's profits have been meager today. I failed to brew even a single potion, and I must urgently locate the third ingredient, moonlit sand. However, there is no information about it in the forums or official documents. Thus, I intend to traverse the maps in hopes of finding it in the shortest time possible. You four can continue leveling together. It's sufficient." "Very well," Sushiran said, pursing her lips. "Without your exceptional support, we'll face considerable pressure against the forest giant apes. It may be better to return to the ancient forest and hunt the fallen war spirits instead. They are level 36 monsters, providing decent experience and suitable for our current leveling." "Agreed, then." Lin Che and Wang Jinhai nodded in unison. I continued, "Be cautious, especially when leaving the city. Lu Chang has already placed a bounty on our location. If we are discovered, find a chance to return to the city. Without me, the odds are not in your favor." Sushiran chuckled softly. "We understand. Don't worry. We can take care of ourselves. Then, let us log in and strive for success." With that, we logged back in, appearing within Great Deer City. In the distance, a squadron of NPC knights clad in black armor galloped past, their hooves resonating through the city. The sight of their gleaming swords and fluttering battle flags was truly magnificent. These were the true knights, an elite army personally commanded by the city lord, Luo Qingyi, embodying the rich heritage of Great Deer City. I felt a pang of envy. The NPCs were equipped splendidly, each seemingly adorned in golden gear, while I was still laboring to acquire a set of silver equipment. Nevertheless, I shrugged off my concerns, mounted my donkey, and set off in search of the elusive moonlit sand. Opening the map, as I embark on the quest to locate the elusive moonlit sand, I must proceed with purpose. Aimless wandering would render me akin to a headless fly. On my personal map, I have meticulously marked the spawning locations of various medicinal herbs, such as the Tsang Ertzi, lotus stems, dragon nightshade, and the blood of the greedy wolf. A discernible pattern emerges. The first-tier herbs are in closest proximity to the city of Jiulu, forming an inner circle, while the second-tier herbs are situated further afield, yet still maintain a similar distance from the city, creating an outer circle. Consequently, the moonlit sand, alongside blood ginseng and June snow, being classified as third-tier herbs, naturally resides within the inner circle as well. Thus, I shall sketch a rough circle on the map. There is no need to traverse the entirety of the map. Simply following this circle should suffice in my search for moonlit sand. And so I set forth. The wild donkey gallops ahead, stirring up a plume of dust as it departs from the city of Jiulu. Clad in a chaotic ensemble of bronze, dark iron, and silver armor, with a deep crimson cloak billowing behind me, I grip the reins tightly, charging into the butterfly woods amidst the astonished gazes of players just emerging from the city. At this stage, the number of individuals capable of donning such an outfit is exceedingly rare, and what astonishes onlookers even more is my steed. The wild donkey is practically a bug in the game, as players have yet to master the taming skill. It is said that the ability to tame mounts will only be unlocked once players reach level 60 and undergo their second class transition, which is likely at least a month away. During this interval, my objective is to make the most of the wild donkey, leveraging this advantage to earn a substantial profit, and subsequently reward my team, thereby invigorating the spirit of our studio. Chapter 40. The mountain has Fusu the wild donkey, with unmatched grace, sprang forth with its 4 hoofs, leaping over a 2-meter-wide ditch and landing firmly on the opposite bank. It let out a long, resounding bray. As if possessed by Zhao Yun's steed, the night-illuminating jade lion, racing exuberantly into the thicket ahead. However, mere seconds later, a dreadful bray pierced the air as I emerged from the jungle, my body riddled with poisonous arrows. Fool! I hastily grasped the reins, regaining control of my direction while plucking out the small, numbing arrows from my face. My complexion swiftly turned a sickly hue, as I pondered where such a multitude of goblin arrows had come from, nearly taking me down in a single volley. Fortunately, there was no moonlit sand in this forest, or gathering resources would have been exceedingly difficult. Under the relentless assault of the goblins' poisonous arrows, even the divine would falter. Unless my defenses were extraordinarily formidable and equipped with area of effect skills. Otherwise, this forest was ill-suited for my endeavors. I redirected my course, proceeding along the predetermined path. Thus, I traversed nearly 2 hours, enduring countless hardships, struck by goblin arrows, gored by the tusks of enchanted wild boars, pelted by the axes of jungle hunters, and battered by stones summoned by the earth's vermin. I walked the dimming map like a battle-worn knight, surrounded by monsters ranging from levels 37 to 39. With no other players in sight, the air was eerily still. As I advanced, the ground transformed into a sickly purple, the soil seemingly diseased, emanating a potent aura of death. Even the forest appeared desolate. The wild donkey's ears perked up, sensing impending doom ahead. It attempted to turn back, but I tugged on the reins and glared. Who was in command, you or I? The wild donkey, ears back, let out a long bray, its tail swishing, compelled to press onward with me despite its reluctance. Ding. System notification. Attention, you have entered a hazardous area, Ghost Bone Ridge. This was a land tainted by death, barren and lifeless, with blisters rising from the ground like festering wounds. Purple trees, resembling bones, sprouted forth, their trunks covered with ghastly white growths, sending chills down one's spine. Ahead lay a series of hills, rising ominously like the claws of a demon, exuding a chilling aura, accompanied by a low growl. Monsters emerged ahead. A skeletal archer, the first true faction-level creature I encountered since entering Skywalk. The adversary of humanity stemmed from the depths of the Inferno, and this resurrected being was a lowly puppet of the underworld. Clad in tattered leather armor, its chest bore numerous puncture wounds from arrows, the hide rotted away, exposing decayed flesh, with a mass of putrid meat nearly desiccated, revealing stark white ribs. Its eyes were devoid of pupils, only a faint crimson glow slowly coalescing, embodying the will of the infernal undead. At level 37, the skeletal archer possesses formidable attack power, yet its defenses and vitality are somewhat lacking. With my individual prowess, I can vanquish it. I initiate a charge, breaking through the air and colliding directly with the skeletal archer, stunning it momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, I unleash a flurry of attacks, a heavy strike followed by a series of precise slashes, swiftly reducing the archer's health to 40. As it recovers from its stupor, a crimson aura envelopes its form. Propelled by increased speed, it retreats while drawing its bow, launching a shot that inflicts 488 points of damage upon me, tolerable. As I pursue, the skeletal archer deftly retreats, employing a tactic of shoot and move. Fortunately, riding my swift donkey allows me to keep pace, and I remain glued to its trail. In the end, it manages to fire only 23 arrows before I dispatch it, and the health I lost can be replenished with health potions rather than quick-use remedies. Ding. The moment the skeletal archer falls, a pair of pale white leg armor drops, surprisingly crafted from dark iron. I promptly replace my serpent scale leggings, thus completing my ensemble of dark iron gear. Bone spike leggings, dark iron, type, armor defense, 65 strength, 14 required level, 33 upon equipping them. My overall defense surges to 394 points. It is precisely this high defense that permits me to withstand the assaults of these level 37 high-damage creatures without losing more than 500 health points. This is the essence of a knight's survival in the wild, being sufficiently resilient, possessing strong attack capabilities, and having a touch of lifesteal, making solo training in this area entirely feasible. I continue onward, delving deeper into the haunted Bone Ridge. After slaying several skeletal swordsmen and spear throwers, I spot a flicker of azure light emanating from the mountains ahead. Responding to my herbalist's instincts, I hastily urge my donkey forward, discovering a cave concealed beneath a thicket of wild grass. Within the cave glimmers a faint crimson light. Suddenly, a shadow darts out, vanishing from my sight within a second, a wild rabbit, corrupted by infernal powers, but lacking in offensive capability. Once detected, it flees immediately. Inside the rabbit's lair, I behold a plethora of shimmering herbs, displayed in granule form. This is the elusive moonlit sand. I have found it. My excitement mounts. It is no wonder that 2 monsters were guarding this place. There are indeed treasures hidden within. The moonlit sand, as it turns out, is merely dried pellets of rabbit excrement. A level 3 rare herb, essential for concocting level 3 potions. Having finally discovered it, I eagerly excavate the rabbit's nest, amassing over 20 portions of moonlit sand, my heart brimming with joy. Rising to my feet, I commence the alchemical process, summoning the alchemy interface and presenting a cauldron. I proceed to place the ingredients meticulously, adding 3 blood ginsengs and 1 portion of moonlit sand, and then begin the concoction. With a radiant flash, success is achieved, and a superior potion materializes in my palm, accompanied by a delightful chime. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! You have successfully concocted a level 3 elixir of hemostasis. As the first player to produce this elixir, you are awarded an additional 80,000 experience points and 1 luck point. How stingy! The initial rewards lack any semblance of extraordinary achievement, and the luck granted is a mere single point. However, even a single point of luck is welcome, and the 80,000 experience points bring me closer to reaching level 34. More importantly, the elixir of hemostasis in my palm, a level 3 quick-acting potion, instantly restores 200 health points. It is a remarkable remedy. In critical moments, even a wandering healer in our team may struggle to restore health, relying solely on such quick-acting potions. Moreover, wandering healers in the realm of Tianqing are exceedingly rare, rendering this elixir's value unparalleled. I shall continue to refine more potions, aiming to secure a significant profit first. Gigu Ridge is a perilous area, teeming with monsters, with one lurking every few paces. Under the influence of my herbal insight, a vibrant blue that has appeared nearby on the map, but I must eliminate the surrounding creatures before I can access the rabbit burrow. Otherwise, the 2 skeletal archers beside me could easily turn me into a pincushion, their attack power far surpassing that of the goblins' blow darts. Time swiftly passed, and over an hour later, I had explored numerous ridges of Gigu Ridge, uncovering nearly 20 rabbit burrows. Bathed in a golden light, I finally reached level 34. With the addition of my points, my combat power surged to 541, claiming the title of the strongest in Julu City. Just as I basked in my accomplishments, a sudden chill gusted from behind, raising my alertness. An assassin lurked in the shadows and had already launched an offensive. In front of me, the dim air rippled, and suddenly, a shadowy figure leapt forth. As I instinctively retreated, a dagger's glimmer sliced through the night sky, igniting a shower of sparks. Indeed, it was the assassin's thrust skill. Bang! 894. Such terrifying attack power, a single thrust could inflict such damage upon my health. The thrust caused a 1-second stun. It was then that I discerned him, a high-level assassin clad in glimmering dark iron armor, wielding twin daggers, his cold gaze peering from beneath his cloak. Shan Yu Fu Su, assassin, level 32 team, none. He gripped his daggers and slowly retreated, his eyes fixed upon me. He spoke calmly. What night is this? Leave me some moonlight sand. Consider this a warning. Do not compel me to take action. With that, his figure gradually faded, exiting the battle and re-entering stealth mode. In that fleeting moment, as I broke free from the stun of the thrust, I decisively charged forward. A mounted charge surged towards the rippling void. And with a resounding impact, I accurately struck Shan Yu Fu Su, forcefully ejecting him from his concealment, leaving him stunned upon the ground, his eyes wide with shock. 624. The damage dealt during the charge is sufficient to attest to the exceptional quality of Shan Yu Fu Su's equipment, which can withstand my formidable attack power. However, my advantage is undeniably greater, as my health stands at an impressive 4,400, a figure that no assassin could possibly attain. The ethereal white energy swirls around the Star Rain sword, and with a single strike, it would prove to be lethally decisive. Yet, instead of unleashing that blow, I took a few steps back and remarked, "Did you refrain from delivering a backstab after your earlier assault because you deem me unworthy of being your adversary?" Emerging from the daze of the charge, Shan Yu Fu Su awakened, his dual daggers glinting with a cold light. His body sank slightly, eyes reflecting tranquility as he replied, "There is no enmity between us. I fear I might eliminate you in an instant, for leveling up requires considerable time. Your blades, why not unleash them?" I chuckled softly in response. "I too fear I might eliminate you." How intriguing. That previous encounter was merely a test. With a gradual sway of his dual daggers, Shan Yu Fu Su traced icy arcs in the night sky and declared with a smile, "In that case, let us engage in earnest. I wish to discover if there truly exists a warrior in Julu City whom I cannot vanquish." How audacious. Yet, this individual possesses the audacity to back it up. Shan Yu Fu Su, the foremost assassin of Julu City, boasts an impressive level of 32, and he operates as a solitary wanderer without a party. More significantly, this ID surged to prominence in the national server assassin rankings a year ago, ascending to the ranks of the top 3 assassins. In the arena, he is nearly a king-level player, undeniably formidable, though he is yet to engage with me directly. Chapter 41. The Master of Calculation. I could distinctly perceive the excitement and fervor in the eyes of Shan Yofu-Su. And how could I not share that sentiment? As a genuine gaming virtuoso encountering another formidable contender, the urge to vanquish my opponent surged within me. Defeating a worthy adversary is a profound challenge to oneself, particularly when faced with a renowned expert like Shan Yofu-Su. He was in an ascendant phase, his prowess continually evolving. Ranking among the top 3 assassins in the national server, and now having entered the era of Tianxing, he was undoubtedly poised to claim the title of the national server's premier assassin. What a night this is! Shan Yofu-Su remarked with a faint smile. I have watched the video clips of your encounters with the Flame Mouse. Your maneuvers and strategies bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know. Have you perhaps altered your appearance? Who do you mean? The one known as North Star Knight, Baichen Muxing. The last knight of the national server. He lowered his center of gravity, resembling a beast poised to pounce, his form gradually vanishing amidst the rippling air as he deftly maneuvered. The wind carried his concluding words, regardless of whether you are he. Let us settle this after the match. Only one of us shall emerge from Gigigang today, should you triumph. All the resources here will belong to you. Very well. Gripping the starry rain sword, I urged my steed, the wild donkey, to swiftly dart a few meters to the side. The sword sliced through the night sky with a sharp hiss, tracing an arc, yet it failed to strike my adversary. He was not present in that location. Confronting a top-tier assassin in the national server proved to be a formidable challenge. Shan Yofu-Su was reputed to possess the most comprehensive skills among assassins, thriving in the chaos of outdoor combat, employing a myriad of PK tactics. After several probing attempts, I could not coax him out of his stealth state, leaving me at a loss. In the next moment, I ceased my tentative assaults, adopting a strategy of stillness. I stood quietly, attuning my ears to the sounds around me. Yet, the terrain was decidedly unfavorable. Had there been fallen leaves or grass underfoot, I could have easily discerned my opponent's position. Alas, this was a rugged, stony ground, where an assassin's passage would leave no trace. With Shan Yofu-Su's ability, he could maneuver without a whisper. This strike was inevitable. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden warmth surged before me, the brilliance of the strike erupted, and before I could react, I was rendered dizzy. Shan Yofu-Su's frigid gaze flickered momentarily before he appeared behind me, his dagger poised. A searing pain erupted along my spine as the backstab unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying damage. 2148. The backstab, under the effects of the strike, amplified my vulnerability with a 30 critical hit chance and an additional 30 critical damage. Such formidable damage was hardly surprising, particularly as it was immediately compounded by a regular attack, causing my health to plummet to below 10. This was utterly fearsome. Shan Yofu-Su's damage output was extraordinary. Yet, the instant the dizzying effect dissipated, I deftly commanded the wild donkey to execute a sudden maneuver. Hiss. Miss. The mountain's guardian, Fusu, appeared to possess a slight understanding of my attributes as he deftly evaded my mount's skill with a swift slide, just as the blade of my dagger surged with a blinding brilliance. Maneuvering my steed, I lunged forward impulsively for 3 steps, narrowly escaping a fatal blow with a flicker of the word miss appearing behind me. Should I fall victim to blindness once more? A top-tier assassin delivering 2 consecutive energy strikes would spell doom, even for a deity. Fusu's eyes widened in surprise. As I surged ahead, he activated the ghost dance, closing in with dual daggers, showing no intent to allow me any distance. After all, the charge distance on horseback spans 540 yards, and to stun him, I would need to create a 5-yard gap. Otherwise, my skills would remain unusable. Fusu had keenly perceived this, thus he adhered closely to me. His operations and awareness were undeniably at the pinnacle of the national server standards. Suddenly, the glory shield was activated, and I downed a healing potion alongside a blood coagulation pill. After regaining some vitality, I unleashed a sword strike that shattered the air, the brilliance of the Star Rain sword illuminating the battlefield with a powerful downward slash. Fusu, in mid-flight, crossed his daggers before him, shrinking his form into a defensive stance. The impact. 148. My sword descended upon his defense, inflicting minimal damage, but after withstanding my heavy blow, Fusu immediately unfurled his form, launching a series of 3 cross-slashing attacks. Raising my shield, I swiftly executed a defensive maneuver atop my mount, feeling an exhilarating sense of unity. All three of Fusu's dagger strikes collided with my shield. A flurry of damage numbers erupting. 324. 116. The assassin's assaults were rapid, approaching the fifth strike in an instant, should my defense falter and lead to a stun. Defeat would be inevitable. Thus, I deftly thrust my sword at an angle, dealing 812 points of damage to Fusu, who reciprocated with accelerated strikes, leading to a swift exchange of health. In the blink of an eye, my health dipped perilously low, while Fusu retained 57, guiding my wild donkey with precision. I maneuvered laterally, raising my long sword as I unleashed a powerful slash combined with a regular attack. Despite my movement, Fusu's reactions were astonishingly swift. He planted his foot firmly and assumed a defensive posture. The sound of 3 strikes echoed, as my attacks felt akin to striking diamond. However, in this exchange of attrition, defeat was destined for Fusu, as my recovery was swifter, my defense superior, and my attack power not necessarily inferior. As long as I avoided his crippling strikes, blindness, and backstabs, victory was within reach. Yet, Fusu persistently danced around me, reluctant to utilize his devastating throat-cutting skill, fully aware that I too possessed a formidable ultimate technique. Should I employ my ultimate blade, it would signify the decisive moment in our contest. Amidst our mutual bloodletting, my health bar lingered at a precarious 20. Yet, through deft maneuvering and steadfast defense, I managed to suppress the onslaught from Shan Fusu, whose health steadily dwindled to a mere 34. It was at this juncture that a spark of realization ignited within me. The moment had arrived. Just then, Shan Fusu initiated his attack, his dagger slicing through a blaze of light, as his throat-cutting skill lunged toward my neck like a bolt of lightning. Here it came. In that instant, I unleashed a basic attack, anticipating his move, and with a pair of sharp hisses, crimson light erupted forth, accompanied by a flurry of substantial damage numbers. 780, 1,200, 1,587. A soft grunt escaped Shan Fusu as his body gradually succumbed to weakness, falling to his knees, transforming into a shimmering white light that retreated back to the city. In the process, he dropped his primary dagger, which I picked up to discover it was a level 30 silver dagger. No wonder its attack power was so formidable. A single backstab critical hit had stripped away half of my health. Ding! A message arrived from the stranger. Shan Fusu, you have triumphed. That dagger is yours. And the Ghost Bone Ridge belongs to you as well. However, I have a question that I hope you can elucidate. I furrowed my brow and replied, What question? He inquired, How did you determine that my final strike could slay me? I responded, Calculation. That seems improbable, he replied, sounding perplexed. The damage fluctuates greatly. It is difficult to compute. I just checked, and the damage was precisely enough to kill me. It must have been a coincidence, right? Not at all. After a moment of contemplation, I continued, Before we engaged in combat, I charged at you once, inflicting 624 points of damage. Since the charge deals 80 of basic attack damage, my normal strike would be approximately 780 damage. My skill, Blade of the Elements, is already level 3, and through numerous tests, it yields about double the damage of a basic attack. Therefore, combining the basic attack with Blade of the Elements results in roughly 2,340 damage output. After my charge was successful, you lost 20 of your health, leading me to deduce your total health was around 3,100. If I am not mistaken, you must have also concocted a level 3 potion. So factoring in the 1,200 health from your temporary potion, I struck when you were at 1,140 health. Under these circumstances, even with your temporary potion, you would likely be eliminated instantly. That 1,140 health corresponds precisely to 36 of your total health, while the throat-cutting attack has a range of 1 yard, whereas a longsword attack extends to 2 yards. Given that we struck simultaneously, the one to fall would undoubtedly be you, with my victory probability exceeding 80. Shan Fusu remained silent for a considerable time before finally sending a message. Impressive. You must be Ding Muqin. Why such certainty? I inquired. Among the top-tier knights in the national server, the style of Guguzi is bold and unrestrained, lacking your meticulousness. Liwen Shadow does not possess your acute situational calculation ability, and Lei Yin and Juju do not exhibit the same level of flawless execution and positioning as you do. Only Ding Muqin is capable of such feats. It is you, isn't it? I chuckled softly and replied, Why not make another trip to Ghost Bone Ridge? Here, take back this dagger. Furthermore, I have set aside 100 portions of moonlit sand for you to collect. Unfortunately, as the pillar of the Chosen One studio, I must rely on these resources for income. Some resources, even for friends, cannot be relinquished. Really? He appeared remarkably composed. Indeed. Well, wait for me, as that dagger is crucial for my current leveling up. All right, I shall wait. I continued leveling up while gathering moonlit sand. A few minutes later, the figure of Shan Yu Fusu reappeared at Ghost Bone Ridge, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he smiled and said, "Ding Mukin, a defeated foe." I apologize for the spectacle. I directly returned the dagger to him, stating, "How about we have a friendly duel? It would be nice to forge a friendship. You are not like other players who, upon encountering competition in the wild, would wish to eliminate all rivals. You are different from them." I glanced at him and remarked, "Fusu, I am aware that you are one of the top assassins in the national server and a lone wolf at that. However, I would like to boldly suggest that you consider joining our Chosen Ones. We could earn money together and engage in battles as a team. What do you think?" I regret that I am unable to comply. Shan Yu Fusu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Someone like me is best suited to roam alone, carefree and unencumbered. Moreover, my father's health is not well, and as the saying goes, while parents are alive, one must not venture far. Therefore, I cannot join any studio. I hope you can understand, but I will certainly assist the Chosen Ones whenever possible in the future. Very well, I shall not impose. I pointed towards the south and said, "I have left 3 locations with moonlit sand over there, roughly around 100 portions. They are yours." "Thank you." He smiled, then added me to his friends list. Chapter 42. A significant deal. I had successfully crafted nearly 200 blood coagulation pills and spirit transformation pills, each comprising half of the total. At this stage, players were experiencing substantial depletion of health points and an even greater consumption of mana, especially for professions relying on mana such as sorcerers, talisman masters, and wandering healers. It could be said that once their mana was exhausted, they either became ineffective or faced imminent demise. Thus, the Spirit Transformation Pill, which instantaneously restored 1,500 mana, was undoubtedly a superlative elixir in the entire city of Jiulu. Apart from myself and Shan Yu Fusu, players ranked among the top 10 in terms of levels, there were hardly any others capable of concocting third-level potions. This interval was our most precious time for leveling up. In the distance, the figure of Shan Yu Fusu flickered in and out of view near the Ghost Bone Ridge, while I retrieved a return scroll, shattered it, and returned to the city to contemplate how to profit from this venture. Upon arriving in the bustling central square of Jiulu, I was greeted by a lively scene where nearly all the players had set up stalls. It was a dense crowd, with these players opting for personal stalls over the auction house, primarily for convenience. They sold essential items, allowing players venturing out for leveling to easily procure what they needed without detouring to the auction house. The auction house was overcrowded, teeming with players. After struggling to approach an NPC auctioneer, I promptly submitted 1 blood coagulation pill and 1 spirit transformation pill, pricing them at 20 G, roughly equivalent to 20 renminbi, to see if there were any buyers. Almost instantaneously, the spirit transformation pill was purchased, while the blood coagulation pill took nearly half a minute to find a buyer. Glancing at the auction list, I noticed that high-level potions were prominently displayed at the top, all being second-level quick-effect potions. Thus, my third-level potion should also be prioritized. Making things easier, I submitted 2 more pills, setting the Spirit Transformation Pill at 40 G and the Blood Coagulation Pill at 30 G. I had to be ruthless and cunning, otherwise, how could I earn enough to pay everyone? Shortly after my submission, both items were quickly sold again. At that moment, a gaze pierced through the crowd. Belonging to a level 33 knight clad in gleaming steel armor, wielding a great sword on his back, he navigated through the throng and approached me with a slight smile, saying, "Friend, may we discuss a matter?" I regarded him briefly. His name shimmered vibrantly, indicating he was among the ranked players. Decisive, Knight, level 33 affiliated team, Scarlet Moon Knights. It turned out he was a core member of the Scarlet Moon Knights. Known as Decisive, one of the top knights in the entire realm and the vice president of the guild, holding considerable stature. However, it was clear that Decisive did not recognize me, mistaking me merely for the player daring enough to challenge the Flame Mouse. "Is there something you require?" I inquired. He cleared his throat, scratching his nose, and replied with a smile, "I noticed you listed a third-level potion for sale, so I came to find you. If possible, could we discuss a collaboration in a quieter setting? Of course, let's head to the Grand Hall." "Excellent." I swiftly mounted the wild donkey, racing to the entrance of the great sage hall, while Guizhou, despite being a knight himself, had no steed and could only pursue on foot, his face adorned with a hint of frustration. I never imagined that someone in Jilu City could concoct a level 3 instant recovery potion so swiftly. Truly impressive, indeed. No wonder he is a source of concern for both the dynasty and the defiant factions. I chuckled lightly. Let us get straight to the point. The Scarlet Moon Knight Order wishes to purchase potions? Indeed, Guizhou replied, appearing to be in his late 20s, his countenance handsome. With an open-handed smile, he continued. Let us be direct then. How many level 3 potions do you possess? I'll take them all. At a price 1.5 times that of your previous consignment. The Scarlet Moon Knight Order. I hesitated for a moment before grinning. Are you harboring ambitions for a silver-tier boss first kill? Who wouldn't? Guizhou replied with an awkward smile. As the largest guild in Jilu City, it would be quite embarrassing if we failed to secure even a silver first kill. Thus, he implored, if you wouldn't mind, could you sell us the level 3 potions? Certainly. Are you not concerned that the Scarlet Moon Knight Order might seize the first kill from you? He asked, surprised. I smiled. Not at all. First kills often hinge more on luck. I have 80 blood-condensing pills and 80 spirit transformation pills. If you wish, I shall sell them all to you. In truth, I had reserved quite a few for the Chosen One team, as they were in demand. Guizhou responded, all right. Let us trade the healing potions at 50 gold each and the mana potions at 60 gold each. How does that sound? Sounds good. When shall we proceed with the transaction? Please hold on for a moment. I lack sufficient gold on my person. I will have someone bring it. Very well. In less than a minute, a female knight appeared in the bustling square of Jilu City, clad in gleaming white armor and wielding a slender sword. She was strikingly beautiful and of high level, her ID reading Sword Rain, another elite knight from the Scarlet Moon Knight Order. As she approached, she cast a lingering glance at me and remarked with a smile, is this the infamous Jinsi Hishi, the one whom the dynasty is frantically pursuing? I chuckled. You flatter me. Sword Rain laughed softly, promptly transferring the gold to Guizhou while whispering, the boss has instructed us not to be extravagant. The guild's budget must be managed prudently, understand? Understood. Guizhou nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Rest assured. The guild funds I spend are wisely invested. Jilu City has only recently opened, and the coordinates for the Moonlit Sand may be limited to a single location. The yield of level 3 potions will certainly be scarce. By acquiring this batch, we will maintain our advantage for at least 3 days, by which time the silver first kill will surely be ours. Very well, proceed with the transaction. All right. Guizhou immediately initiated the trade, presenting 800 gold coins, while I stacked the potions for exchange. With a chime, the transaction was completed, and my inventory swelled with over 10,000 gold coins, a sum I had never possessed before. Farewell, my friend. Decisively clutching the medicine, her face radiated excitement as she turned to leave. Jianyu cast a glance at me and said, what a night this is. Beyond delivering gold coins, I have another matter to discuss with you. Would you be inclined to join the Chosen Ones in becoming part of the Scarlet Moon Knights, together forging the strongest presence in Jilu City? No, I replied, shaking my head with a smile. We, the Chosen Ones, are merely a group of small-scale merchants trading for gold, with no intention of vying for supremacy in Jilu City, let alone conquering it. Very well then, I shan't impose. Shall we add each other as friends? She inquired with a smile. Yes, I nodded. You are a beauty. It is only fitting that I take the initiative to add you. Jianyu chuckled, her graceful form quivering slightly. Indeed, she was a captivating figure. Her enchanting gaze lingering on me as she remarked, in this game, as you know, relationships ebb and flow, pause and resume. Who knows? Perhaps one day our paths may intertwine. Ah? I responded, taken aback. Her face flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she clarified, that was not my intention. I meant, the Scarlet Moon Knights and the Chosen Ones may unite as 2 forces. Please do not misunderstand. No misunderstandings here. I waved my hand dismissively. I must return to my tasks. Farewell, beautiful Jianyu. Until we meet again, she replied, standing by the Grand Hall's pillar. Her mesmerizing eyes sparkled as she smiled serenely before stepping into the throng of the plaza. After exchanging some gold, I exited the city. Outside Jilu City, the Butterfly Grove was alive with fluttering colors, where many players were leveling up amidst the fragrant blooms and melodious birdsong. Laughter and camaraderie among players filled the air, suggesting that the friendships forged in this game were anything but superficial. Shortly after I entered the Butterfly Grove, a notification chimed, revealing a voice message from Lin Che, his voice trembling with fury. "Shingu, we are being ambushed." "What?" I quickened my pace, urging my wild donkey to gallop, inquiring, "Xiaoche, who is it?" "The dynasty's dominance. Lu Chang has brought at least 50 men into the ancient forest. They must have discovered our location. We are completely surrounded and unable to escape. Sister Shiran has already fallen. Her staff was taken by Lu Chang. I won't last much longer. Do not come here. The ancient forest is perilous." Before he could finish, the system indicated Lin Che had gone offline. Moments later, he logged back in, suggesting he had just been defeated, and his name had dropped from the top 10 on the leaderboard. Simultaneously, the names of Wang Jinhai and Zhang Wei faded from my team list, both having been slain. When Su Shiran's avatar re-emerged with a glow, she had already respawned in Jiulu City. An unspoken tension enveloped us, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. What a festering blight. Su Shiran's avatar furrowed its brow, visibly displeased as she said, "Ding team, do not venture into the ancient forest. It is swarming with their forces. Going alone would be tantamount to walking to your doom." Unwilling to concede, I insisted, "I must at least go and see for myself." Upon my arrival at the ancient forest, I found myself surrounded solely by the recently spawned lost battle spirits, with no sign of the dynasty's hegemony. Soon, a system notification resonated through the skies of Jiulu City. "Ding. System announcement. A player has called out to you. How does it feel to be annihilated? Chosen group. This is the fate that awaits those who defy our dynasty. If you dare to venture out of the city, I assure you, for every step you take, I shall slay you until you no longer dare to leave the novice village. TSK, you wandering healer is truly a gem. Your alluring figure is simply irresistible. Moreover, even the staff dropped is extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. A single system shout costs 5,000 renminbi. Lu Chang certainly spares no expense. Yet, this provoked an unprecedented fury within me, igniting a sense of humiliation I had never encountered before. Xiaoche, take Shiran, Zhang Wei, and Dahai to find another map for leveling, preferably one that is more concealed. I shall handle the ensuing matters, I conveyed in the party channel. Chingu, do you wish to act alone? Lin Che, who knows me best, inquired. Indeed. Su Shiran interjected. No, it's too perilous to go alone. Return and join us in leveling up. Absolutely not. My resolve was unyielding as I stated. Since the novice area, Lu Chang has been relentless. The one who took my life today shall not escape unscathed. Shiran, you, and the others need not concern yourselves with the forthcoming events. I will ensure that Lu Chang and the dynasty come to regret their actions. I abruptly exited the party, opting to pursue my path alone, and thus, my journey commenced. Chapter 43. Perfect coordination. The wild donkey charged forth from the ancient forest, leading me to discover 3 players from the Dynasty Dominance faction training just outside the woods, battling level 32 wild boars. Among them were a wandering healer, a swordsman, and a sorcerer, a flawless trio for leveling up. Each of them was at level 29, a balanced state of strength. With a fierce determination, I initiated a charge, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, and collided heavily with the sorcerer, inflicting an impressive 942 points of damage. Raising my sword, I unleashed another strike, dealing an astounding 1,300 damage, which immediately dispatched him. My current attack power rendered mages as vulnerable as chopping vegetables. What day is it today? The swordsman abruptly turned, his face a mask of rage laced with fear. In an instant, I pivoted and delivered a powerful blow, the radiant arc cleaving through the wandering healer's shoulder. A chilling light emitted from the strike, producing a tearing effect. The healer, taken aback, fell to the ground alongside the sorcerer before she could fully comprehend the situation. Upon turning back, I found the swordsman had activated a rapid counterattack, unleashing a flurry of skills. I lowered my body, shifted my weight, and raised my shield to absorb the barrage of skills. Then, with a swift motion, I executed a series of attacks with my blade, resulting in damage numbers that soared: 990, 1,787, 1,302. White light erupted from the impact. Even a heavily armored class could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. The swordsman collapsed. Bewilderment etched across his face, likely shocked that he was dispatched in an instant, given that a level 29 swordsman typically boasted nearly 3,000 health points. With equipment enhancements possibly pushing it close to 4,000, this formidable meat shield was felled as easily as one would chop vegetables. The root of this devastation lay in the sheer power of the skill blade shatter, which disregarded defense, transforming it into a nightmare for players clad in heavy armor. After surveying the battlefield and collecting some health potions, I noticed my name had turned red. However, this was of little concern. I had no intention of continuing to level up today. Instead, I aimed to serve as a formidable opponent. If Dynasty Dominance sought to eliminate the chosen faction in Giant Deer City, I would turn the tables, ensuring they could not level up either. After all, while Liu Chang's faction was numerous, it was impractical for dozens to train in unison. Each training area had scattered monsters, requiring them to form small groups for effective leveling. Otherwise, their efficiency would plummet to unacceptable levels. With this in mind, I saw a prime opportunity to strike at them individually. Ding! A message arrived from Shan Yufu Su. What's wrong? Have you been targeted by Dynasty Dominance? I frowned slightly and replied, I'll handle this matter myself. You needn't concern yourself with it. Shan Yufu Su chuckled. The conflict between the two factions is not something I, as a lone player, intended to involve myself in. However, I can assist you with a small favor. What favor? I inquired. Information. Information? I responded, somewhat perplexed. Shan Yufu Su continued. I possess an item that allows me to pinpoint a player's coordinates for a limited duration. With my stealth abilities, tracking someone is a breeze. Should you require such a service, I can provide you with the whereabouts of the president of the Dynasty Dominance Guild at any time. A flicker of intrigue crossed my mind. Really? Of course. I glanced up at the desolate wilderness. An expanse so vast that no one could ascertain the whereabouts of the Dynasty Dominance members. I certainly couldn't afford to offer a hefty bounty for coordinates like Liu Chang. However, with the assistance of my free-spirited companion Shan Yufu Su, I could truly execute my plans. All right, I will pay you 100 G for each set of coordinates you provide, I stated. Shan Yufu Su paused for a moment and replied, no need for payment. You also earn in the game. I do not wish to waste your time for free. After another pause, he added, if you insist. I can track them for you within 24 hours, charging a modest fee akin to a housekeeper's service. 200 G will suffice. Okay. We can commence tracking. Wait. I will confirm the coordinates before informing you. Understood. I continued to roam the wilderness, and before long, I received a notification from Shan Yufu Su, Foggy Forest. Coordinates 1204, 876. There are 5 players in the party, 1 knight, 2 sorcerers, a wandering healer, and a talisman master. They possess considerable control. And there are at least 5 leveling parties from Dynasty Dominance nearby. Are you certain you can handle this alone? Yes, thank you. I immediately locked onto the coordinates and urged my steed forward, reaching the foggy forest in less than 3 minutes. I quickly turned towards the thicket, crouching low to maneuver around 2 leveling parties. As I advanced, the flicker of sorcery ignited the air, and the impact of their strikes reverberated. Indeed, Liu Chang, unable to contain his tears, indulged you too much. Lowering my gaze, I observed the core players of Dynasty Dominance, who were seemingly in disarray, tossed about by the forest giant. At a distance of 100 yards, I furrowed my brow. Although I could not see Shan Yufu Su, he was undoubtedly nearby, likely spectating my encounter with this group. That fellow. Zhao Mingxin, use your binding vines, quickly. Liu Chang, with only half of his health remaining, retreated while shouting. Maintain control and transitions. As soon as Zhao Mingxin's binding vines drop, follow up with immobilization spells. Shao Qian, heal me. The male sorcerer cast the binding vines with a grin. Now we have the foggy forest. The chosen group hasn't explored this map yet. Indeed, we can widen the gap between us here. Liu Chang said with a triumphant smile, this is the rhythm of our Dynasty Dominance. Once we trample the chosen group here, we can keep them underfoot for a month, leaving them with no chance of recovery. However, the wandering celestial healer Wang Qian furrowed her brow and remarked, but just now, when we annihilated their team, the strongest among them, Jinsi Hushi, was not present. If he had been, we likely would not have prevailed so easily. As they had no frontline defense left, Liu Chang raised an eyebrow and retorted, it matters not whether Jinsi Hushi is here. He would still be unable to escape from Jiulu City. What does he possess? Nearly a low-tier mount? Once the mount system is implemented, his advantage will vanish, and he will have nothing to contend with us. I lay in wait silently until Liu Chang and his companions summoned another forest giant ape, exhausting their control skills. I then surged forth from the underbrush. My wild donkey galloped with remarkable speed. At a distance of 40 yards, I charged forward. With a powerful impact, the Talisman Master was left dazed, and with a single sword strike, I dispatched her. I then turned to provoke the Spirit Mage, who was positioned rather poorly. The Star Rain Sword erupted in a brilliant blaze, and in the Spirit Mage's panic, I executed a heavy slash that eliminated her. Simultaneously, I consumed a chi-boosting elixir, instantly replenishing my energy, and unleashed my attacks upon the provoked Spirit Mage, swiftly dispatching her as well. That wandering celestial healer, referred to as Xiao Qian, wore an astonished expression, having had no opportunity to heal. Her 3 teammates were obliterated in an instant, and she was next. As I urged my wild donkey to strike down from above, Lu Chang was nearly driven to madness. With his glory shield activated, he bellowed, "Jinsi Hushi, you scoundrel! Prepare to be provoked." I swiftly urged my mount forward, creating distance between Lu Chang and myself, while simultaneously unleashing a rapid strike that eliminated the wandering celestial healer. With the glory shield engaged, I directed my steed towards Lu Chang. Bam! I collided with him, leaving him stunned. He had no chance to execute his provocation. My skills were still on cooldown, and my energy was slowly regenerating. In an instant, I had felled so many foes, nearly exhausting my resources. Yet I continued to engage Lu Chang in direct combat. Relying solely on my battle prowess and the advantage of my equipment, I was more than capable of overwhelming him. How audacious of you to confront me alone, I thought, as my 3 primary offensive skills struck against my shield, absorbing over 70% of the damage with my defensive abilities. Lu Chang's expression was one of utter despair, for his ambitions did not align with his actual strength. He sought to seize the moment and eliminate me with a flurry of skills, yet no such opportunity arose. Ultimately, when my cooldown concluded, I struck him down in a single blow. With a thud, Lu Chang fell, leaving behind a scattering of potions and loot, among which was a staff, the healing staff crafted from mysterious iron by Su Shiran. I swiftly gathered everything into my inventory. In the distance, a dark throng of Dynasty Dominance members approached, but I did not linger. I turned and fled on my wild donkey, capitalizing on my speed. Quite impressive. Your skill in combat flows like water, remarked Shanyu Fusua in a message. I chuckled and inquired, Fusua, do your exploration tools have a cooldown? Indeed, a 10-minute cooldown, came the reply. To ensure that you have become obedient has already departed from Jiulu City, the quest for exploration continues. Today, I aim to vanquish him 10 times. Is that a bit too harsh? Do you truly intend to achieve 10? Very well, I shall accompany you in this endeavor, yet should he suffer numerous defeats, he may well rally his companions, and you must devise a strategy to counter this. Fear not, for I shall not grant him the opportunity to summon allies. I shall resume my observations. Approximately 3 minutes later, I returned to the Misty Forest, unleashing a series of swift assaults that eliminated the dozens of individuals from the Dynasty's hegemony lingering there. My name has become notorious, crimson with infamy, reigning atop the Red Name leaderboard in Jiulu City as the foremost villain of this era. Ding! The message from Shanyu Fusua arrived. You have become obedient has exited the city, located at the northern map of the Poisonous Bee Forest, 1341, 1432. I am tailing him now. You may come immediately. He is accompanied by only 4 individuals, awaiting what seems to be the gathering of more allies to confront you in the Misty Forest. I am on my way. The wild donkey galloped forth, and as I emerged from the depths of the jungle, I beheld in the distance on the hillside, Lu Chang along with 4 others anxiously awaiting. Previously, Lu Chang was at level 31. Now he has descended to level 30, yet soon he shall be at level 29. Chapter 44. A Vengeful Return to level 24. As I activated the glorious shield armor, I charged forth from the thicket, making my way directly towards Lu Chang and his companions. Not far behind me, from the shadows, came a sigh reminiscent of the mountains. Goodness, is this fellow attempting a forceful advance? He is approaching. Lu Chang and the others immediately braced themselves, eyes wide with trepidation, as they regarded my advance towards the hill as though they had encountered a specter. Even Lu Chang's voice trembled as he instructed, Spirit sorcerers, prepare the spirit vines. Wang Shi, ready your immobilizing spell. I shall provoke him at any moment. We must eliminate him instantly. Tonight, what a night. He carries nearly 30 points of sin. Should he fall, his entire arsenal will undoubtedly be laid bare. His words resonated loudly, not only for the benefit of his comrades but also as a taunt directed at me. Nevertheless, I was determined to force the issue. With a swift charge, I surged forward like a gale, colliding directly with the Talisman Master. Raising my sword, a beam of white light erupted forth. She held the immobilizing spell in her grasp, yet had no opportunity to release it. Ahead, two spirit sorcerers extended their palms, ethereal wisps of spirit vines swirling between their fingers, a sight to behold, as they prepared to unleash their binding abilities. However, this was not a locking skill. The spirit vines required predictive positioning, allowing for evasion through strategic movement. The brilliance of the Star Rain sword dazzled as I urged my wild steed onward, executing a series of serpentine S-shaped maneuvers. Consequently, the two spirit vines trailed behind, blooming in their attempts, for indeed, in the presence of true masters, such non-locking skills had little chance of hitting their target. What an extraordinary display of agility. One male spirit sorcerer, taken aback, did not retreat, but began conjuring a fireball. Before the fireball could coalesce, I closed the distance, executing a rapid two-hit combo in a mere 0.17 seconds, a feat that, while slightly inferior to the peak reflexes of Lu Chun, remained formidable. In any case, a non-elite wandering healer would stand no chance of interrupting my quick succession of strikes, and even the elite would find it a slim possibility. At this moment, a successful provocation compelled my body to lunge toward Lu Chang, unleashing a basic attack. Lu Chang swiftly retaliated with a flurry of skills, exclaiming, "Die." He did not employ a basic attack to initiate. Perhaps he was unfamiliar with the instantaneous execution of such maneuvers. Instead, he unleashed a powerful trio of skills: heavy slash, break, and the three blades assault. In that instant, I could do nothing to defend myself, enduring the full brunt of his onslaught. Pain erupted in my chest as a series of alarming damage figures flared up. 845, 922, 1391. Coupled with the spells of another spirit sorcerer, my health plummeted dangerously low. Luckily, I had activated the glorious shield armor beforehand. Without it, I would have faced a high likelihood of being eliminated. Indeed, this was no solitary endeavor. Amidst the concentrated firepower of many, even the greatest equipment advantage could not guarantee survival. At the very moment the provocation concluded, I retaliated against the opposing spellcaster with a counter-provocation, simultaneously raising my hand to consume a blood-coagulating pill, which restored a substantial 1,200 health points. With a cooldown of merely 5 seconds on the potion, I could imbibe another after that brief interlude. Thus, I engaged in a methodical assault. As I executed a double strike that swiftly eliminated the spellcaster, my form contracted sharply, and the shield was struck 3 times in rapid succession. Lu Chang's attacks were all thwarted, and under the weight of the onslaught, I staggered backward before turning to charge at the wandering healer, MM. Another double strike ensued, dispatching her as well. I then dashed forward, covering a considerable distance to create space from Lu Chang, allowing me 5 seconds to consume another health potion, restoring my vitality to over 2,000. Lu Chang, steeped in despair, found himself devoid of speed advantages and healing resources, leaving him with no choice but to concede defeat. Though reluctant, he clenched his teeth and fled, but without a mount. Could he truly escape? I closed the gap, unleashed a skill set, and struck him down. With the frequency of my deaths rising sharply, the drop rate of equipment increased as well. Thus, upon Lu Chang's return to level 29, he inadvertently relinquished a shimmering silver shield. As I picked it up and examined it, my spirit soared. Guardian shield, silver equipment, defense, 100, spell resistance, 15, block, 2, stamina, 18, strength, 16, required level, 30. To my astonishment, it was a level 30 silver shield, a prized possession I did not even own, likely costing several thousand coins. Lu Chang, it seems, was indeed willing to spend. I promptly replaced my square shield, experiencing a significant boost in attributes. What knight is it? Knight. Level, 34, attack, 312534, 17. Defense, 449, 12. Health, 4528, true chi, 100 luck, 4 extraordinary achievements, 5 reputation, 35 combat power, 1596. A profound sense of happiness enveloped me. The thrill of acquiring exceptional equipment from a sworn enemy was exhilarating. With my current attributes, I was a robust force, boasting formidable attack power, a veritable mobile tank of overwhelming firepower. Don't get too carried away. A message from Shan Yu Fusu arrived. A team from the Dynasty of Supremacy has appeared 300 yards to the southwest, comprising 9 members, all averaging level 29. What will you do? Kill them. Impressive. However, rather than charging in recklessly, I chose to employ stealth. I cloaked myself beneath a dense canopy of foliage, completely obscuring my presence on the map. Then, I launched a surprise attack, swiftly eliminating 3 slightly lagging members in one charge, and thanks to my mount speed, I escaped unscathed. After my skills regained their potency, I returned and dispatched 6 more foes. It is worth noting that my level was considerably higher at 34, while their talismanist was merely level 27, causing them to miss their immobilization spells. Such is the nature of disparity in levels. Naturally, the higher one climbs, the more elusive one becomes. Furthermore, as I accumulated more silver equipment, my spell resistance increased, thereby enhancing my resilience against stuns. At this moment, the name became even more notorious. Ding. A message arrived from Shan Yu Fusua. Your evil value is approaching 50 now. Should you perish in battle, you will undoubtedly face exposure, and perhaps even a donkey might be revealed. Do you truly wish to continue? I replied with determination. The Dominion of Empires relentlessly pursues our chosen group like a rabid dog. Since patience yields no results, I shall instill fear in them. Even if it means exposing my gear, I will ensure that Lu Chang reaches level 20 and is forced back to the novice village. How audacious. After a moment of silence, he responded, Could you spare a little for me? I'm feeling a bit restless. No, I cannot involve you in this. I shall handle it myself. Very well, I shall remain as an observer. Should they send an assassin to ambush you, I will assist you as best I can. Okay. Thus, for a full 3 hours, we engaged in relentless pursuit. In the Venomous Bee Forest, I eliminated Lu Chang once, then again in the Greedy Wolf Forest, and ambushed him twice in the Butterfly Forest. I effectively forced Lu Chang to forsake his habitual exit through the East Gate, opting instead for the South Gate. Yet, he was slain once more in the Butterfly Forest just beyond the South Gate, causing him to plummet to level 24 in less than half a day, dropping from the top 100 ranks to obscurity. Ding! A system notification echoed in the air, accompanied by the taunting voice of player Firemouse. Ha ha ha, Chang'e. You truly are impressive. In less than half a day, you've been reduced from level 31 to 24 by Jin Shihishi. Did you not proclaim you would make Jin Shihishi cower in Giant Deer City? Why do you now hesitate to venture out in the square? Everyone, come see how our Chang'e has been cornered by Jin Shihishi at the West City Gate and dares not leave Giant Deer City. Curse it. The spectators are relishing the chaos. Firemouse, an enemy of our chosen group, has failed to become an ally with Lu Chang, instead opting to mock him, embodying the essence of mutual harm. Ding. Sushiran sent a voice message. Hey, you invincible big brother, what is your current evil value? 114 points. What advice do you have, beautiful? I chuckled while hiding beneath a tree. Sushiran was speechless. No advice. Merely informing you that you should find a good place to level up and cleanse your evil value. Honestly, with over 100 points, it will take quite a while. You'll likely need to grind for several consecutive days. No rush, I said. This time, I am determined to truly inflict pain on Lu Chang and see how he dares to oppose our chosen group. Be cautious. Yes, rest assured. What would you like for a late-night snack? She asked softly with a smile. Crawfish and beer, all right. Let me know when you want to order, and I will log off to place the order. Good. I pondered for a moment and said, let us not rush into food just yet. Have Zhang Wei come out to find me. My pack is filled with gear dropped by the people of the Dominion, plenty of it. Let him carry it back to the city. The valuable items can be sold to players, and the less valuable ones to the equipment merchants, allowing us to earn quite a bit. Very well. Not long after, Zhang Wei arrived, wielding an iron rod and adorned in battle armor, exuding the formidable presence of a seasoned warrior monk. With a fierce countenance, he gazed down at me, crouched amidst the grass, and said, Dichinzi, are you up to mischief? Be gone. I glared at him. He burst into hearty laughter, saying, Come now, hand over your gear, and do take my equipment as well. Have it repaired and returned to me. Be cautious on your way, and let Xiao Che and Shiran escort you out of the city. Understood, I replied. Before long, Zhang Wei returned, presenting my equipment, which appeared as good as new, enabling me to traverse the wilderness for an extended period. Moreover, I had the ability to brew potions, ensuring my self-sufficiency. As long as my gear remained durable, I could continue my relentless pursuit of foes. Just minutes after Zhang Wei departed, I received a message from Shan Fu Su. I've transformed and ventured out of the city for you. My current coordinates are at the Butterfly Grove outside the North Gate. Coordinates 182, 991. There aren't many people, roughly 10 in total. But their levels are quite low, none surpassing level 28, making it relatively safe for you to engage. I'll be there shortly, I replied. But don't rush into action just yet. What is the matter? Shan Fu Su smiled slightly. Though the members of the dynasty dominance may be laughably naive, they are not foolish. To have been reduced to this state yet still venture out implies they possess some form of support. Once you near the coordinates, do not be hasty to reveal yourself. I suspect a more formidable opponent may arrive. I will assist you in neutralizing this threat. Otherwise, I fear my impatience will get the better of me today. Very well. At the Butterfly Grove, I rode a wild donkey, stealthily navigating through the dense underbrush. Approaching the coordinates, I indeed spotted Liu Chang and his companions, engaged in jovial conversation, which sent a shiver down my spine. My instincts warned me that this was a trap. However, I could not discern the individuals who had laid the ambush, nor could I see Shan Fu Su. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the chaos, gliding across the grass, a dagger shimmering in hand, colliding fiercely with another blade, sending sparks flying. The assassin revealed themselves. Fei Hun, assassin, level 31 affiliated studio, Fei Hun Studio. Ranked third on the assassin leaderboard in Jilu City. This individual had been lying in wait for me, evidently the leader of their studio, managing to remain undetected even by me. Then, another figure emerged from the void. It was Shan Fu Su, dual daggers lowered, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fei Hun, I have long wished to spar with you. Fei Hun frowned, a mocking grin on his lips. My target is not you, Shan Fu Su. Why do you intrude? Shan Fu Su, gripping his daggers, strode forward with determination. At the very least, dealing with you will be more than sufficient. Chapter 45, Summation with a Simultaneous Stomp. The two combatants unleashed the ghost dance, their speed surging to astonishing heights. In the realm of elite assassins, every confrontation is a matter of mere fractions. The ultimate victory hinges upon the minutiae. The moment the ghost dance was activated, both rushed toward their adversary, only to freeze as they approached a distance of 3 paces. This marked the range for their piercing strikes. In a swift motion, Shan Fu Su propelled himself forward, his form appearing to collide with an invisible barrier, performing a twirl that allowed him to encircle Fei Hun with a graceful arc. Fei Hun's pupils dilated in alarm. Sensing the imminent peril, should Shan Fu Su find the right angle for his strike, he would be dispatched within the blink of an eye, as Shan Fu Su would grant him no respite. Thus, in the very moment Shan Fu Su made his move, Fei Hun instinctively retreated, simultaneously brandishing his dagger, igniting a flicker of flame. To their astonishment, both assassins landed their strikes simultaneously, plunging into a brief moment of disorientation, while leaves swirled around them in a spiraling vortex, showcasing their breathtaking maneuvers. A wisp of poison ignited from the dagger, and as the dizziness subsided, Fei Hun seized the initiative, launching a blinding attack at Shan Fu Su. This was another ace up the sleeve of early-stage assassins, yet the initial wind-up was slightly prolonged, rendering it susceptible to evasion. The typical sequence for most assassins comprised piercing strikes, backstabs, basic attacks, blinding maneuvers, charging energy, and further backstabs. A complete cycle could incapacitate even a similarly ranked armored warrior. However, all of this depended on the success of the piercing strike. As the blinding attack whiffed past, Shan Fu Su executed a swift pirouette, accelerating instantly, gliding sideways with an elegant motion as a large miss notification appeared behind him. Simultaneously, he brandished his twin daggers, countering Fei Hun with resounding slashes that sliced through the air with a crisp clarity, swiftly closing in on Fei Hun. With a crouch, Fei Hun adopted a defensive stance just in time to absorb Shan Fu Su's onslaught. After enduring for successive strikes, he realized that continued defense would lead him to the brink of collapse from disorientation. Consequently, he relinquished his guard, transforming his daggers into blazing lights as he charged at his opponent. However, he was caught off guard as Shan Fu Su's attack arrived half a second earlier, the daggers glinting ominously as they delivered a lethal throat slash. In a flash, Fei Hun executed a series of rapid footfalls, his upper body arching backward to evade the deadly strike, resulting in a significant miss. Indeed, the prowess of an assassin ranked among the elite of Jilu City was well-deserved. Yet he was still a step behind. In the moment of his retreat, Shan Fu Su anticipated his movement, lunging forward as the toxin in his left dagger ignited, slicing past Fian's eyes, plunging him into darkness. Panic-stricken, Fian hastily retreated. Shan Yufusua, like a shadow, did not rush to attack but patiently awaited the restoration of his energy. Nearly a second later, he made his move, successfully executing a piercing strike before elegantly gliding behind his opponent. His dagger, shimmering with cold brilliance, pierced Fian's body, causing two staggering damage numbers to erupt, 1392, 2028. It must be said that due to the explosive attributes of the dagger, the combat prowess of the player known as Shan Yufu has reached a terrifying level at this stage. His combination of stabbing and backstabbing skills overwhelmed even my defenses, let alone those of a leather-armored assassin. In merely 2 strikes, Fei Hun was unable to even drink a healing potion before collapsing into a wisp of white light, while Shan Yufu remained at full health. Throughout the entire duel, he effortlessly eliminated a top-tier assassin like Fei Hun without losing a single point of health, as all of Fei Hun's attacks were deftly evaded through agile movement. Shan Yufu, what do you mean by this? In the distance, Lu Chang's eyes blazed with fury as he exclaimed, Fei Hun was not targeting you. What is the meaning of your actions? Do I need a reason to kill him? Shan Yufu lazily picked up some potions from the ground, a smirk playing on his lips as he pointed his dagger at Lu Chang. I have no interest in the vendetta between your dynasty and Jin Shihishi, but do not obstruct my path. Otherwise, do not be surprised if I bring you down to level 24, or even pursue you to the novice village and reduce you to level 0. Lu Chang was left speechless, knowing all too well the weight of Shan Yufu's words. The warning from a top assassin was indeed menacing. Provoking him could very well result in Lu Chang being unable to escape the safe zone. Furthermore, having just witnessed the effortless defeat of a skilled player like Fei Hun, he recognized that at level 24, he was hardly a match. At that moment, the Talisman Master, lowered her head and spoke up, Shan Yufu. We have no quarrel with you. The dynasty's conflicts are solely directed at Jin Shihishi and do not concern you. Let us each follow our own paths. It is best that way. Shan Yufu, dagger in hand, strode away, gradually vanishing into the gentle breeze, leaving Lu Chang and his companion shivering with trepidation. To have such a formidable assassin fixated upon them would surely make their days ahead quite perilous. Observing the direction in which Shan Yufu had disappeared, the spirit sorceress, who had been spoiled by you, grasped her staff and seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, her brow furrowed. Changgu, it appears that Jin Shihishi dares not approach. He must have realized that we are laying a trap. We should leave. Fei Hun has already fallen, and it is too dangerous for us to remain here. Lu Chang replied with indignation, summon everyone to gather. This time, we will risk our leveling efficiency. We shall all train together. I refuse to believe that Jin Shihishi will dare challenge a formation of dozens. Just then, I urged my wild donkey to charge out from the thicket, racing forward with incredible speed. The Starfall sword, imbued with a fierce glow, swept past and directly took down the spirit sorceress, reducing her to level 1. I swiftly turned to face the archer, Yin Yuxiani, while the Talisman Master hastily cast a binding spell upon me, but it resulted in a mere miss, as the level disparity was far too great to stun me. Half a minute later, 5 players lay defeated, and Lu Chang was sent back to level 23. Amidst a plethora of potions, my name appeared in a shade more crimson than black, and I found myself beset by a torrent of thoughts. If I so desired, I could indeed rally a formidable squad to contend with the dynasty's dominance, given the advantage of my level. The number of sorcerers and talisman masters capable of stunning me had dwindled, and the attacks from the remaining players scarcely inflicted any pain. A few minutes later, a system notification resonated in the air, echoing with a melodious chime. Ding. System announcement. A player has called out to you. What evening is this? Have you had your fill? Is it truly enjoyable to bully others under the guise of your level advantage? You may have slain me, but to slay women as well? Let this be the end. Consider our grievances settled today, and let us maintain our separate paths henceforth. Should you provoke me again, I shall retaliate with all my might. And you may not withstand it. What say you? I refrained from responding, as silence could be interpreted as acquiescence. Though it required a sum of 5,000 renminbi to formally reply, it appeared that matters had reached their conclusion. Not far off, the figure of Shan Yufu emerged, a smile gracing his lips. Will you continue this onslaught? No, I shook my head, replying, the dynasty has effectively surrendered. Further combat would be devoid of purpose. Thank you, Fusu. Here is your remuneration for your assistance." With that, I opened the trading panel and bestowed upon him 200 gold. He graciously accepted, smiling, "Then I shall not refuse. Should you require any aid or collaboration in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Very well, I shan't disturb your leveling." He turned and vanished into the depths of the butterfly grove, an elegant silhouette fading from view. I gazed at my conspicuously crimson name, feeling a twinge of resignation. My next objective was to amass sin points. I ought to seek a fruitful map to solo for a while. Ding. A message from Su Shiran appeared. "Ding team. Please check the forum for Julu City. If all is well, prepare to log off for a late-night snack. I'm off to indulge in some crayfish." "Sure, go ahead." As I ventured deeper into the northern expanse of Julu City, I opened the official forum and was met with a flurry of activity. Several posts were pinned prominently. One entitled "What Evening Is This?" detailing a player's rampage, claiming over 100 kills within a short span, reducing the leader of the dynasty from level 31 to 24. The responses were numerous, with many expressing their approval and delight at the slaying, indicating that many were growing weary of the dynasty's oppressive demeanor. Indeed, from the novice village to Julu City, the dynasty had leveraged its numbers and wealth to bully others, frequently monopolizing maps such as the 10-Mile Pond and the Poison Bee Forest, and had long since earned a notorious reputation in Julu City. Beneath this post lay another rapidly gaining traction. Ceasefire. The dynasty formally agrees to a truce with the chosen group to recuperate and re-emerge another day in the realm. Post by, "I will change for you content. What a night it is. You certainly have your tricks, but I, Lu Chong, have taken note of this account. Let us cease hostilities, for should you persist, I shall not pursue you, but rather seek out the enchanting Ding from your chosen faction. I, Lu Chong, have never harmed a woman and wish not to shatter my own principles because of you." I furrowed my brow. As it seemed, he spoke as if he had not fallen to Su Shiran in the ancient forest. Lu Chong's audacity is truly as formidable as the walls of a fortress. However, the responses from others were unabashed and scathing. First floor, player, "Fire Mouse, keep it up. Brother Chong, we have yet to see enough of this spectacle." Second floor, player, "Guffey, it is quite embarrassing for a small guild to be decimated by a single player. Yet here you are, Lu Chong, speaking with such lofty airs. Truly, the legendary king of show-offs reigns supreme in the realm of pretense." Third floor, player, "Prosperity, I must ask. Who exactly is this Jinsi Hishi? How has such a super knight suddenly emerged in the national server? I have watched the footage of him annihilating the dynasty's supremacy in the Poison Bee Forest. His awareness and skill are exceptional, undeniably at a kingly level. Aside from the Northern Star Knight Ding Mukun and the Ancient Sword Knight Kaguzi, are there any other king-level knight players in the national server?" Fourth floor, player, "Baiming Shuihim, LS, our brother Gue has plummeted to the Master League last season." Fifth floor, player, "Lin Lin Zhong Zhong, that is how one should kill. The dynasty's arrogance led to their downfall, and they deserve it." Sixth floor, player, "Sword Rain, the dynasty seeks peace, yet Jinsi Hishi remains silent. Could it be disdain for the king of show-offs? He, eagerly awaiting the grand performance. Sword Rain has joined the fray, yet she is mistaken. My silence is not born of disdain, but rather from the lack of funds to unleash a 5,000-character system announcement. Moreover, I was taken aback to see Baiming Shui among the comments. Her concluding remark adorned with a bewitching smile emoticon. What could that imply? Has she deduced the identity of this Jinsi Hishi? Never mind. I shall log off now for some beer and crawfish. Chapter 46. The cost of a red name. Removing my helmet, I exhaled deeply. A prolonged online session had left my head feeling somewhat dizzy. Beside me, Su Shiran, clad in a tantalizing short skirt, sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at me with a playful smile. "Are you tired?" she inquired. "Not too bad, just a bit of a headache," I replied. She stood up, her delicate fingers, akin to green onions, gently kneading my acupoints. Instantly, a fragrant aroma enveloped me, and my eyes were drawn to her alluring form, elegantly wrapped in a white strapless top, exuding a bouncy allure that was intoxicating. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, I awkwardly interjected, "All right, Shiran, I just need a little rest. You've been online for quite a while too. Don't overexert yourself." Su Shiran tenderly settled across from me, her hand brushing the military cot as she pouted slightly. "These beds are too hard and uncomfortable, so I took the liberty of purchasing a few single beds to place in the lounge, allowing everyone to be more comfortable while they log in. Each bed costs 2,000 What do you think? That sounds reasonable. 2,000 is not excessive, especially since our studio currently has ample funds. Glancing at my phone, I saw that my Alipay had credited me with 10,000, and I chuckled. I've made 10,000 just from selling medicine today. Su Shiran's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, that's quite a sum. By this calculation, our studio's net profit today exceeds 40,000. How could it be so much? I asked, astonished. Have you forgotten about the equipment? She smiled softly. You've acquired at least 50 pieces of equipment from the Dynasty Dominance, many of which can be sold for several hundred or even over 1,000. Plus, with Zhang Wei mining and Wang Jihai forging some swords and staves, we've had quite the windfall today. That's good to hear. I sighed in relief. This month, I'll try to distribute a bit more salary to everyone, giving them something to look forward to. Understood. Do you want to take a shower? No. I'll wait. I shook my head. I'll shower after eating the crayfish. Tonight, I might be grinding monsters all night to reduce my evil value. I can't keep carrying a red name. It's too dangerous. I'll accompany you. That's unnecessary. If I get targeted while leveling in the wild, it could endanger you as well. I prefer to go solo. I can move quickly, and few can keep up with me, making it relatively safer. Very well, she said, pursing her red lips with a smile. Then I'll continue helping Zhang Wei boost his mining skills. What level can Dahai forge weapons to now? Swords at level 24, axes and staves at level 26. Su Shiran perked up, adding, Lin Che's learning of the identification skill is proving useful, significantly increasing the chances of producing high-quality items. Although crafting these weapons is intricate, as long as we have the blueprints and the cost of materials, we can generally earn around 25 profit on each piece. It's quite promising. Indeed, maintaining our forging, mining, and identification levels will ensure continuous profit. Exactly. ISNT the ethos of our studio to avoid PKs, sleep less, and diligently level up with integrity. Yet today, someone has once again committed mass slaughter, rising to the top of the red name leaderboard. A flush of embarrassment crept across my face. There was no way to contain the surge of intensity once it was unleashed. Su Shiran let out a delightful laugh, exuding charm and grace. 10 minutes later, the crayfish arrived. Zhang Wei, Lin Che, and Dahai approached together, and a lively group gathered around the table, indulging in beer and crayfish, engaged in spirited discussions. The hall was soon filled with the delectable aroma of the seafood. I noticed someone online referring to you becoming obedient in some context. What was that about? While peeling the crayfish, Su Shiran inquired. Is it about the Bully King? Lin Che replied with a slight smile. Sister Shiran, you know what I mean. I don't understand. Could he be the type who is focused and obsessed with that sort of thing? Su Shiran appeared completely bewildered. Focused on what? Wang Jihai seemed to have an epiphany, unable to suppress a chuckle. Captain, it seems your thoughts have wandered off course. Su Shiran's face turned crimson. I said nothing. Lin Che coughed and said, I just looked into the information about Dynasty Dominance and Lu Chong. It's quite comprehensive. Lu Chong was quite renowned in the Suzhou area during the Tianzong era, known for his various flamboyant antics. He is a unique figure in the realm of showmanship. It is said that he never ventures out of the city alone. He must always accompany at least 2 players as escorts to maintain his aura. Moreover, he has many extravagant ways of showing off. Once, while battling a boss, he confidently predicted the boss's demise after executing a fiery sword strike, and then turned to leave, his hairstyle untouched. However, he did not anticipate the boss recovering and nearly got beaten to death. He is a peculiar individual willing to risk his life for the sake of bravado, hence earning the moniker Bully King. Wang Jinhai chuckled. I also know that the Bully King has a catchphrase. What do you have to play with me? Su Shiran laughed heartily. I too stifled a laugh and remarked, so? This encounter with our chosen group can be seen as the Bully King stepping on a thorn. Indeed. Lin Che nodded, adding. The core players of Dynasty Dominance are primarily friends of the Bully King. Among them, the one known as Spoiling You is Zhao Mingxin, a collaborator at the Dynasty Dominance Internet CAF and also hailing from Meishi Village. Their main talisman master, a beautiful girl named Wang Shi, often plays at the CAF, which is how she became acquainted with the Bully King. Wang Shi's sister, Wang Qian, known as Wandering Divine Doctor, is the Bully King's girlfriend. Additionally, there's a mischievous character named Zhang Liang, who once assaulted Dahai. He is one of the moderators at Dynasty Dominance. In essence, they operate as a family business. A motley crew, indeed. I remarked with a hint of discontent. Lin Che laughed. Haha, for you, they truly are a ragtag bunch. Sushiran handed me a piece of peeled crayfish meat, urging, stop talking so much and eat. I opened my mouth to take a bite. Lin Che immediately interjected. Sister Shiran, I want some too. Sushiran shot him a glance. You have hands and feet. Serve yourself. Wang Jinhai grinned. We all need to. I chuckled. Have you truly mistaken Shiran for a nurse tending to you all? Enough chatter, let us have a drink. As our beer cans clinked, lobster bisques splattered everywhere. Sushiran continued. Today, Team Ding managed to force Lu Chong into a truce. This is advantageous, as it grants us ample time to focus on leveling up and enhancing our secondary profession skills. Indeed, secondary professions hold significant importance, I nodded. In the early stages, we can earn gold and sustain ourselves, but as the game progresses, the various virtual markets will stabilize and the profits will dwindle. We must seize every opportunity to accumulate wealth in the initial phase. Absolutely, let us push forward. We cheered, our beer cans colliding once more, inadvertently striking Zhang Wei's finger, causing him to wince in pain. After finishing our late-night snack and taking a shower, I logged back in to embark on my journey of accumulating sin points. My character materialized in the wilderness, devoid of any presence. I organized my inventory, discarding unnecessary items. And equipped with the Starry Rain sword, I urged my wild donkey into the night. Ahead lay a desolate forest, inhabited by level 34 monsters, matching my own level, unprofitable for grinding, so I pressed on. Before long, a herd of wild buffalo appeared, level 36 creatures, also lacking in rewards. As I ventured further, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air, a streak of rainbow light striking my chest with a thunderous bang, followed by an excruciating pain that nearly dislodged me from my donkey. Glancing down, I found a crimson arrow lodged in my chest, inscribed with the words Divine Feather Camp. This arrow had obliterated 3,600 of my health points. A critical hit would suffice to eliminate me in an instant. What a terrifying attack. Who could it be? Instinctively, I turned the donkey and galloped westward. Behind me emerged a shadowy figure, bearing a war bow, its form akin to a nimble monkey as it pursued me through the thicket. It was an NPC, a level 40 elite, who bellowed as he ran. Divine Feather Camp Archer here, demon. You shall not escape. I hastily consumed a blood-condensing pill, recovering 1,200 health points, yet the danger lingered. Not daring to look back, I charged at a wild boar, creating some distance. However, a glance over my shoulder revealed that the NPC was still in pursuit, knocking an arrow as another blood-red bolt whistled through the air, shattering the trees and carrying a tremendous force. I sprinted with fervor, suddenly yanking the reins to swiftly dodge the arrow, a large mist flashing above me, sending chills down my spine. Veering northward, I continued my frantic flight, the NPC archer relentlessly chasing me. After a relentless quarter hour of running, I finally reached a higher-level map, where the soldiers of the Divine Feather Camp ceased their pursuit and retreated. Oh my! I wiped the sweat from my brow, my heart nearly ceasing from fright. Such is the price of infamy. In the eyes of the NPCs, I am now a notorious criminal sought by the system. I must distance myself from their presence for my own safety. It is imperative to avoid areas densely populated with NPCs, such as camps or fortresses on various maps. Merely encountering a lone archer has left me in such a state of disarray. Should I face the regular cavalry of the Great Elk City, I would likely be trampled into oblivion. The thought is utterly terrifying. I must flee, heading northward. Moments later, a dense, dark forest loomed ahead, flanked by towering mountains. A fierce wind swept through, howling and causing the towering trees to sway violently, their leaves dancing chaotically. As the wild donkey ventured into this new territory, a warning echoed in my ears. Ding! Please be advised, you have entered the perilous map of Gale Forest. Within the confines of the woods, the wind was not particularly strong, yet shadowy figures, no taller than half a meter, flitted about with alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be rabbits, shrouded in a sinister aura. Their ears stood tall, reaching a full meter, and their corpulent bodies bore eyes glowing a menacing crimson, clearly tainted by the essence of dark spirits. Upon spotting me, they immediately emitted a fierce and menacing cry. Chapter 47, SS Class System, Breaking Barriers. Corrupted Big-Eared Rabbit, Silver Class Monster, Level, 39 Attack, 440620 Defense, 220 Health, 10,000 Skills, Stampede, Bite, Description, once adorable creatures of the jungle. These big-eared rabbits have transformed into ferocious beasts tainted by the essence of malevolence. They now launch relentless assaults on humanity, frequently raiding nearby villages, devouring livestock, and slaughtering hunters. At times, they even band together to confront local patrols. The populace has grown to harbor a deep-seated hatred for these rabbits, derogatorily nicknamed big-eared thieves. The level 39 monster exceeds my own by 5 levels, making it an ideal target for training. Moreover, its attack power is not overwhelmingly formidable, with my defense at 449. I am confident in my ability to withstand its onslaught. With determination, I charged forth. Upon immobilizing one of the big-eared rabbits, I unleashed a series of skills before entering a defensive stance to await my cooldown. The rabbit's frantic attacks proved futile against my defense, inflicting less than 1,000 damage over several seconds, well within my tolerance. Once my energy was fully replenished, I executed another set of skills, swiftly dispatching the rabbit with ease. The health potions consumed were substantial, yet my inventory brimmed with over 1,000 health potions generously bestowed upon me by the dynasty's might, allowing me to consume them freely. After slaying 3 big-eared rabbits, a flicker of experience illuminated my progress, granting me a 1 increase. At this rate, I would need to eliminate 300 of these creatures to level up. My training efficiency averaged about 2 rabbits per minute, suggesting it would take nearly 3 hours to reach level 35. The pace of advancement would inevitably slow, yet perhaps my current speed was commendable. With a thud, another big-eared rabbit fell. Behind it, a small tree emitted a faint glow, revealed by my herbal insight to be a level 4 medicinal plant, the wubai. My herbalism skill has reached level 4, enabling me to harvest it. Excellent. It seems I am now able to collect level 4 herbs, and I can already scent the alluring, nefarious coppery aroma. As time trickled by, I continued to hunt big-eared rabbits for nearly 2 hours. Checking the notoriety list, I remained firmly in first place, with my crime value diminished by nearly 10 points. This swift accumulation of experience was likely due to the higher level of the monsters. At this rate, a continuous 24-hour session would suffice to erase my notoriety, estimating a total of 2 days required. My inventory burgeoned with wubai, and by nearly midnight, I had nearly cleared the big-eared rabbits from Gale Forest. The remaining monsters had respawned, and my inventory also held over a dozen pieces of equipment, mostly white gear, with a few bronze items, none particularly valuable. However, I had collected over 100 gold coins, making my earnings from combat quite satisfactory. Exiting Gale Forest, the gales began to subside. Ahead lay uncharted territory, and venturing forth under my current notoriety posed considerable danger. Thus, I decided to abandon such reckless ambitions. Another large-eared rabbit lunged at me, and I immediately stepped forward, brandishing my sword with wild abandon, delivering a powerful strike. Simultaneously, I began to summon the elven officer to inquire about the refresh points for level 4 potion recipes. However, the instant I conjured her, my sword, which had just finished its heavy swing, seemed to be propelled by some unseen force, accelerating dramatically as it swiftly cleaved through the large-eared rabbit. Master, do you require something from Lingo? The beautiful elven officer materialized before me. I furrowed my brow, an unsettling feeling stirring within me, as if I had stumbled upon a revelation in that fleeting moment. I retracted the elven officer and then executed another strike mid-air. Just as I unleashed my sword, I summoned the elven officer once more, and with a swift cut, I completed a basic attack in one fluid motion. Is this the cancellation of skill recovery time? After several attempts, it became evident. At the moment I summoned the elven officer, the recovery time vanished entirely. The terms recovery time and initiation time essentially refer to the preparatory stance and the sheathing of the sword. In other words, the knight's basic attack is not particularly swift, taking approximately 1.5 seconds to strike, during which the 0.75 seconds before and after the attack render one incapable of action. However, by executing a skill at the precise moment of contact with the target, one can cancel that 0.75 seconds of recovery time. This is the cleverness behind my ability to execute a rapid double strike with basic attacks. After each skill, one must perform a basic attack, which incurs 0.75 seconds of recovery time, coinciding with the initiation time of the basic attack. It appears that summoning the elven officer can eliminate this 0.75 seconds, enabling me to unleash a triad of basic attacks in a mere instant. I was suddenly filled with fervor, It is well known that the new defense system mechanism introduced by Tianqing allows players to significantly reduce damage taken through defense. However, if one is struck by the same target 5 consecutive times, the defense will shatter, leading to a state of dizziness and an increase in damage taken, a perilous predicament. Currently, most players have become astute. They immediately cancel their defense when attacked in succession to mitigate damage. But what if 5 attacks were unleashed within 1 second, or even 0.5 seconds? Surely, with over 99% of players' reactions and operations, there would be no time to cancel their defense, resulting in inevitable defense shattering and a grim fate of waiting to perish. The notion of delivering 5 strikes within 0.5 seconds is utterly staggering. If such a feat were achievable, it would indeed signify reaching the pinnacle of a life of exploits. My heart swelled with joy, for my earlier attempts had illuminated a glimmer of hope. With further practice, I could master the control of skill recovery time to within 0.1 seconds. Consequently, I could potentially unleash a quintuple strike of basic attack, heavy strike, basic attack, and break strike within 0.5 seconds, and then eliminate foes with a flurry of blades as their defenses collapsed. This would constitute a flawless tactical operation. Once I master this technique, no one would dare to defend against me, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, without defense, how many could endure my formidable assault? The very thought invigorated my spirit. Continuing forward, I commenced my endeavors in slaying the level 39 badgers in the wilderness, employing them as targets for practice. Subsequently, I designated the summoning of the spirit officer as a shortcut, enabling instantaneous summoning and recall. After numerous attempts over the span of an hour, I made modest progress. Having ascended to level 35, I was nearing the ability to execute 5 attacks within a mere 0.8 seconds. Yet, my poor spirit officer endured the brunt of my training, her tearful eyes gazing upon me as she lamented, "Master, what wrongs has Linger committed to deserve such torment?" I reassured her, "This is merely a tactical study. I do not intend to cause you distress, Linger. You are aiding me. Is that truly the case?" she inquired, her tears giving way to a smile. "If so, Linger is willing." I persisted in slaying badgers, honing my half-second 5-sword technique. Gradually, my proficiency blossomed, as if a mark had been etched upon my heart, fully memorizing the entire set of skills and attacks. The sequence of normal attacks, heavy slashes, summoning, and recalling the spirit officer became increasingly fluid, transforming a combination that typically required 3 seconds into one that could be executed in approximately 0.6 seconds. Initially, I could visibly discern Lingo appearing on my shoulder, yet by the end, her presence was but a fleeting azure glow, nearly imperceptible. Now, this strategy was ready for practical application. However, 0.6 seconds remained somewhat prolonged, effective against moderately skilled players, yet against top-tier opponents, such as masters or those at the pinnacle of ranks, it might prove ineffective. In that brief interval, they could easily dispel their defensive stances. Thus, I needed to shorten it to 0.5 seconds to secure an unexpected victory. Nevertheless, armed with this tactical framework, my efficiency in monster slaying skyrocketed, unleashing 5 strikes within 0.7 seconds before swiftly entering a defensive stance, leaving the badgers bewildered and utterly overwhelmed. As I continued to level up, practicing my tactics, the hours passed, and by nearly 5 in the morning, through relentless repetition, I began to execute the skills with remarkable speed. Finally, upon nearing the 0.5 second mark, a delightful chime resonated in my ears, accompanied by the system's notification. "Congratulations, you have encountered a mysterious power. Please bestow upon it a name." A mysterious power? It dawned upon me that this referred to my half-second 5-sword combo technique. Indeed, the system had established a limit to player actions. Upon touching certain thresholds, hidden rules would be activated, inevitably leading to rewards. The mere thought of a reward ignited a fervor within me. Yet, I was tasked with naming this technique. What should I call it? Names of grandeur and might flitted through my mind. Yet ultimately, I inscribed the words "breaking the barrier" into the input field. Just as a supersonic jet experiences a phenomenon of barrier breaking at the moment of achieving supersonic speed, producing a dazzling sonic boom, so too does my half-second 5-sword technique embody a form of extraordinary instantaneous burst strategy. This nomenclature felt most fitting. In a fleeting moment, a sword with a shadowy attack pattern appeared in the skill bar, shimmering with the name of the breakthrough technique, a passive skill that could only be honed through relentless practice. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Breakthrough Tactical System. According to system evaluation, this tactical system is classified as SS grade. As the first player to create an SS grade tactical system, you have earned the following rewards: Extraordinary Achievement Level 4, Luck 7. Level 2, Reputation 200, and an additional reward of War Tornado, SS grade skill book. In an instant, I found myself nearly petrified. Could it be that a tactical system I stumbled upon could yield such astonishing rewards? Moreover, the War Tornado skill book. It seemed to be the precious treasure I had missed in the system's additional rewards, and now it was being bestowed upon me directly. What a remarkable twist of fate. My mind was a blank canvas, overwhelmed by an intoxicating sense of joy. Ding! The system notification continued. The breakthrough system you have comprehended has reached system evaluation. Should this announcement be made public with your ID? Do not disclose. Understood. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player for successfully comprehending the SS grade tactical system breakthrough. Special rewards include Extraordinary Achievement Level 4, Luck 7, Level 2, Reputation 200. At this moment, the entire player base of the Chinese server erupted in excitement. Chapter 48. Force Team Formation. Upon unwrapping the parcel, I discovered a resplendent skill book, radiating a golden glow and exuding an indescribable brilliance. As I reached out to touch it, a subtle chill coursed through my fingers. The surface of the book appeared to swirl with ethereal clouds, conjuring a vision of an army charging forth, filled with the essence of carnage. As I fully grasped it, a line of text emerged: War Whirlwind, SS Class Skill Book Passive Skill. When attacking a target, there is a 10 chance to unleash a War Whirlwind that sweeps through the area in front, inflicting 150 damage. Suitable for classes: Knight, Swordsman, Ranger. Required level to learn, 35. Bound player, Jinsei Hashi. To my astonishment, it was a skill book bound to me, rendering it non-tradable. I raised my hand and silently chanted to learn it. Instantly, the War Whirlwind transformed into a stream of golden light that seeped into my palm. A powerful aura of slaughter surged within me, as if I had emerged from a baptism of war, leaving me breathless with exhilaration. In my skill bar, a new entry appeared: War Whirlwind, adorned with a golden emblem. Though classified as a passive skill, it rivaled the prowess of barrier-breaking abilities, belonging to the realm of S-class skills. At this stage, the majority of skills available to players were generic, such as Heavy Slash and Break Strike, both categorized as C-class, while blade techniques were deemed B-class. Thus far, A-class skills remained elusive, let alone such illustrious S-class skills. With both the barrier-breaking ability and the War Whirlwind at my disposal, I felt poised to eclipse my rivals in skill. As a passive skill, it was time to put it to the test. I urged my trusty steed forward, targeting a badger to initiate a charge. Suddenly, I unleashed a sequence of 5 strikes from the barrier-breaking ability. On the 4th strike, my arms felt a sudden warmth, and an indigo whirlwind erupted forth, sweeping over the badger and generating a tempest that spanned nearly 10 yards, dealing a staggering 1,500 damage. I was utterly astonished. This skill was remarkable, a true leveling godsend. Once my equipment improved sufficiently, I could charge into a throng of monsters with great confidence. Filled with elation, I triggered the 2nd War Whirlwind, dispatching the badger with ease. Eagerly, I opened the level rankings for the Great Deer City, only to find that I had reclaimed the top position. I was rewarded with 2 levels, ascending directly to level 37, surpassing the previous leader, Scarlet Moon. 1. Jinsei Hashi. Level 37, Knight 2. Scarlet Moon, level 36, Sorceress 3. Tiramisu, level 36, Sorceress 4. Resolute, level 34, Knight 5. Thunderflame, level 34, Knight 6. White-clad Gentleman, level 33. Swordsman 7. Sword Rain, level 33, Knight 8. Mountain Fusu, level 33, Assassin 9. Autumn Watercold, level 32, Talismancer 10. Fire Mouse, level 32. Sorceress. The top 10 positions were now dominated by sorceresses and knights, establishing a clear division of power. It appeared that Lin Che had also been diligently leveling up during this time, possibly through solo endeavors, as he had managed to regain his standing. Fire Mouse had re-entered the top 10, embodying a spirit of determination and resilience. The chosen group aspires to thrive upon this vast land. Yet it seems considerable effort is still required. Taking a deep breath, I press onward in search of new training grounds. I have now reached level 37. My strength has significantly increased, and the monsters at level 39 no longer suffice to challenge me. Moreover, the Yubuli trees in the Gale Forest have been fully harvested. It is high time to change the scenery. After traversing several maps, I found either the monsters' levels were unsatisfactory or their thick hides and low drop rates rendered them unsuitable for training. It was not until I arrived at the Wild Donkey Charge and spotted a golden sea of forest from a distance that I discovered my new objective. This woodland is primarily composed of pine trees, their golden leaves carpeting the ground, resembling a shimmering forest of gold. Treading upon the golden foliage, I ventured deeper into the woods. Not long after, my Herbal Insight passive ability activated once more, indicating the presence of herbs. However, after circling a tree for quite some time, I found no suitable herbs to collect, leaving me perplexed. Could it be that Herbal Insight had faltered? Unlikely, as it is a skill of the apothecary. Finally, when I looked up, I noticed a nearly transparent golden shell perched upon the tree trunk. It was a cicada shell, a remnant of the golden cicada's transformation. However, this fist-sized shell was no ordinary cicada shell. It was a medicinal item in the game. I promptly collected it and obtained 3 pieces of level 4 medicinal cicada shells. This map, named Pinewood Sea, is indeed bountiful, as it has provided me with ample cicada shells. A short distance ahead, amidst the sounds of flapping wings, the first monster of Pinewood Sea emerged, a colossal demon cicada. Its massive wings glistened, its body radiant gold, adorned with a pattern of black and gold on its abdomen, and armed with spiny appendages at its tail, exuding an aura of menace. Demon Cicada, silver level monster, level 40 attack, 450 to 650 defense, 200 health, 11,000 skills. Evil Stab, Venom Spray description, a demonized flying cicada that not only produces a piercing and disturbing shriek, but can also spray a white toxic sludge. At last, I had encountered a level 40 monster, perfectly suited for my current training. Attack. With a swift motion, I charged forward, stunning the demon cicada in an instant. In a mere 0.6 seconds, a cascade of radiant light erupted, forcing the demon cicada to retreat under a flurry of blows. 5 damage numbers surged forth, simultaneously unleashing a whirlwind of war that diminished the cicada's health by nearly half. As I consumed a chi-gathering elixir, I followed up with a swift strike, my arms igniting with vigor, unleashing another whirlwind that swiftly dispatched the demon cicada. I stood in awe, astonished at how such an event transpired in the blink of an eye. A formidable level 40 monster was utterly vanquished within the duration of my charge's stun effect, draining its 11,000 health entirely. Such terrifying output would be hard for anyone to believe, I'm sure. With a sense of disbelief, I gathered the silver coins dropped by the demon cicada and set out to seek the next monster and another cicada shell. The Pinewood Sea map is vast, spanning the entire valley. Even after more than an hour of exploration, I found myself still not having traversed half of it. Just then, 2 indistinct green dots appeared on the mini-map ahead, figures of other players. To my surprise, there were indeed others present. I hastily dismissed my wild donkey mount and crouched low, slipping into the dense vines nearby. As long as I concealed myself directly above, the players would not be able to see my dot on the mini-map. I advanced cautiously, mindful of my status as a red name. Should the players catch sight of me, they might be tempted to engage, necessitating extreme caution. After stealthily covering nearly 100 yards, I finally reached the base of a golden pine giant tree, where 3 individuals stood. Among them, 2 were renowned figures on the leaderboard: Scarlet Moon, Spirit Mage, level 36 team; Scarlet Moon Knights, Thunderflame, Knight, level 34 team; Scarlet Moon Knights, Summer Rain, Wandering Healer, level 32 team. Scarlet Moon Knights at last. I beheld the legendary beauty and leader of the Scarlet Moon Knights, Scarlet Moon herself, adorned in a flowing crimson robe, the garment parted at the sides, revealing her long, graceful legs, a sight to behold. Looking up, her form was accentuated by the fitted robe, showcasing her flat abdomen and curvaceous silhouette, at least a C-cup, which was utterly breathtaking. Coupled with her ethereal beauty, it was no wonder she commanded a legion of elite knights. Thunderflame, clad in armor and wielding a shield, appeared to be no more than 22, his face reflecting determination. Beside them was Summer Rain, their charming wandering healer, a delicate young lady with a staff, exuding a gentle demeanor as she stood next to Scarlet Moon. However, my heart nearly stopped when I caught sight of what lay behind them. a boss that resembled a small helicopter, ominously named the Golden Cicada, level 40, and most importantly, a silver tier boss. My goodness, was the first kill of a silver tier boss about to happen here? A wave of anxiety surged within me as if a legion of wild horses had trampled over my heart. If the Scarlet Moon Knights defeated this boss, our chosen group would lose the chance for the first kill. All the extraordinary achievements and rewards for luck would evaporate into thin air. After all the hard work and effort, leveling up to such heights, was it not for the glory of securing that first kill? Though my heart was filled with reluctance. It was evident that the Scarlet Moon Knights had arrived first. Yet, they hesitated to engage, and the reason was clear: they were understaffed. 3 individuals were insufficient to tackle a level 40 silver tier boss, especially with Thunderflame being only level 34. The level disparity posed a significant risk of being overwhelmed. And even with a wandering healer, the lack of damage output aside from Scarlet Moon made defeating the boss an arduous task fraught with uncertainty. I had to take action. I needed to forcibly join their group. I possess a clear objective in my heart. Yet I must devise a strategy to persuade Fei Yue to invite me into her team for the purpose of confronting the formidable boss and vying for the lucrative first kill. Although this may seem rather cunning, it is a necessary course of action. In the realm of gaming, one must engage in a battle of wits, where leniency is not an option. The fact that I have refrained from launching a direct ambush against them is already an act of chivalry on my part. Were it someone like the Fire Mouse or Liu Chong, they would have seized any opportunity to strike without hesitation. With my capabilities, it would not be difficult to stealthily charge and eliminate Fei Yue in a matter of seconds. Dispatching the remaining 2 would also pose little challenge. My heart raced with anticipation, as I needed to create the illusion that I was the first to spot the boss. Otherwise, my credibility would be severely undermined, rendering my actions utterly shameless. After much contemplation, I finally devised a plan. I stealthily crawled beneath the vines, spending several minutes to position myself on the opposite side of Fei Yue's party. Summoning a wild donkey, I charged toward the boss, my sword gleaming as I struck once before pivoting and racing back toward Fei Yue and her companions. I wore a mask of panic, my eyes wide with concern, exclaiming, "My heavens! What are you all doing here? Run! The boss is approaching from behind. Please be careful and don't get eliminated." Upon turning to see me, Fei Yue's gaze followed to the boss behind me, and then to my ID. Her lips pressed tightly together in a mix of indignation and fury as she urged, "Run. If we create enough distance, the boss will cease its pursuit." Indeed, after sprinting nearly 200 yards, the boss abandoned its chase and returned. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket nearby. Could it be a wild boar? Instantly alert, I was proven right when, with a crash, a wild boar's carcass was hurled from the golden vines. Following that, an exquisite figure emerged from the woodland, causing my heart to tremble as if struck by a bolt of lightning. It was another stunning sorceress, clad in a fiery red robe that accentuated her graceful figure, wielding a staff entwined with flames. Her long, raven hair cascaded down her delicate shoulders, while her ample bosom and curvaceous hips were nothing short of captivating. Just a single glance left me entranced. Above her head danced an elegant ID. Tiramisu, sorceress, level 36, team, Tamen. Indeed, it was she, Tang Yun, whose beauty mirrored that of the real world, unchanged and reminiscent of a beautiful sprite lost in the depths of the jungle. Adorning her cascading hair was a charming pancake bear hairpin, with a delicate dragon horn protruding amidst her locks. Her stunning eyes initially widened in surprise upon seeing me before shifting to Fei Yue and her companions. She then pointed at the fallen wild boar and declared, "You just killed my pet with your battle bow." Alas, an even more audacious instigator had appeared. Chapter 49, Tang Yunai. Lei Yin looked utterly bewildered. Indeed, there was a war bow behind him as a backup weapon, but soon his expression turned to one of tragic resignation. This is clearly a level 39 wild boar. How can you claim it as your pet? Moreover, the pet system has not been activated. I don't care. It is my pet, and its name is Xiaohei, insisted Tang Yun. A dark line appeared on Fei Yu's forehead as she cleared her throat and remarked, "Let us set aside the fact that the pet system is not yet operational. Even if it were, this wild boar does not display a master ID. Tiramisu beauty. You are being unreasonable." With her back to me, Tang Yun, graceful and delicate, replied, "A true pet needs only love and the willingness to share time together. It should not be confined by contracts. I have known Xiaohei for just over an hour, and it has been following me closely. I feel It is dependent on me and must have recognized me as its master. The bond between us transcends the limitations of a system contract. Fei Yu's expression darkened. So it was you who was fleeing from the wild boar herd on the mountain earlier. Tang Yin smiled gently. Indeed. Despair washed over Lei Yan's face as he exclaimed, but I truly did not harm your pet. Moreover, using your pet as an excuse to join our party is more disgraceful than anything else. You cannot do this. Boss, you must intervene. Fei Yu furrowed her brows. Very well. We are all reasonable individuals. Let us be frank. Tiramisu Beauty, your wild boar is truly beyond compensation. Tang Yun raised her hand, and flames danced around, sending the boar's carcass flying. With a sweet smile, she said, It's all right, it has found peace. All I ask is your agreement to let me join the party. Fei Yu's lips twitched slightly as she turned to me. Jin Shihishi. What is your take on this? I cleared my throat. To be gathered together is a matter of fate. The rewards for a first kill are granted not only to the slayer, but also to the party members. Since there are only 3 members of the Fei Yu Knights here, why not collaborate to defeat this boss? We must act swiftly, otherwise someone else may seize the first kill. Fei Yu nodded. That makes sense. I have a spirit mage, a knight, and a healer here. You two should join the party. Tiramisu's fire magic output is already the best in the industry, while Jin Shihishi's high level grants immunity to the boss's damage. You will serve as the primary tank, and Lei Yin will be the secondary tank. Let us work together to secure this first kill. As for who delivers the final blow, let fate decide. What do you think? Sounds good, I agreed. Tiramisu, wielding her staff, was swept by a gentle breeze, causing her skirt to flutter and revealing her long, smooth legs, captivating all who beheld her. She blinked and said, All right, let us leave the first kill to fate. It's only fair. Meanwhile, the wandering healer of the Fei Yu Knights, Xiaoyu, stood there in astonishment. I approached her, having been drawn into the party, and inquired, Xiaoyu, why are you not speaking? She nodded thoughtfully, expressing her belief that our collective quality had remarkably improved. Instead of resorting to direct conflict during our initial encounter, we had all become more civilized. Leader, she mused, has our aspiration to establish the premier knight guild in the national server of the Scarlet Moon Knights transformed? Scarlet Moon was rendered speechless, primarily due to the unfavorable odds we faced. The enchanting Tiramisu possessed a hidden race of half-dragon, granting her a natural magical damage increase of 30, coupled with the soul staff, which significantly amplified her fire damage. She was hailed as the mightiest damage dealer in the city of Julu. As for the formidable Jinx, who occupied the top spot on the notorious red name list, there was no need for further elaboration. Tang Yun chuckled lightly. President Scarlet Moon, your magnanimity is truly admirable. I, a mere girl, cannot help but feel inferior. Do refrain from using wild boars as pets next time. I interjected, having drawn my Starfall sword. All right, shall we prepare to engage the monsters? Tiramisu will initiate. I will charge in to intercept and secure aggro. Heavenly Wanderer, please ensure my health is well maintained. Everyone nodded in unison. As Tang Yun prepared to initiate the encounter, all eyes were upon her, eager to witness the prowess of the girl who had been vying with Scarlet Moon for the title of the highest level in Julu. With a delicate step upon the ground, a burst of flames erupted, ascending in a brilliant conflagration around her fair left arm, swirling ceaselessly with a faint echo of dragon roars. In an instant, the flames coalesced between her porcelain fingers, taking the form of a fiery dragon. The casting bar was lengthy, accompanied by a melodic incantation as Tang Yun's voice rang out, sweet and clear, awaken, flame of annihilation. Boom. Combat alert. Your teammate Tiramisu has used the skill Dragon Dance against Golden Magic Cicada, inflicting 3,024 points of damage. What the? My mind raced with astonishment. What a formidable skill this was. Scarlet Moon's expression darkened noticeably. An A-level spell with a 2.5-second casting time, the damage is indeed unrivaled. Seizing the moment, I activated my charge skill just as the Golden Magic Cicada lunged toward Tang Yun, intercepting it mid-stride. With only a 3-level difference between the boss and myself, the success rate of my skill was nearly 100. The instant I made contact, I unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, deliberately avoiding the display of my barrier-breaking technique, opting to conceal my trump card. Revealing my mastery of the barrier-breaking system would certainly give away my identity. However, with a double strike and a taunt, I successfully drew aggro. Behind me, Scarlet Moon and Tang Yun unleashed their assaults, flames and frost swirling in a chaotic dance, striking the boss with palpable force. This was my first experience in the realm of Tianshang, where we dispatched monsters with such swiftness. The silver level boss, boasting a health pool of 100,000, had already been reduced to half in a mere 30 seconds. The golden magic cicada spewed venom continuously, while summer rain swiftly healed. And with a level 3 health potion in hand, I felt relatively secure. As the boss's health dwindled to around 5,000, we all ceased our attacks. Quite the strategic maneuver. Tang Yun once again chanted the incantation, Awaken, Flame of Annihilation. The Scarlet Moon unleashed a series of fiery explosions, launching a barrage of fireballs. Even Lei Yan, after a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful combination of skills, Shattering Strike, Heavy Slash, and the Three-Blade Assault. At that moment, a fervor ignited within me, urging me to proclaim that the time to exhibit my skills had arrived. Shatter. Under the cover of frost and flames, I unleashed a 5-hit combo of Shattering Strikes, followed by an additional Blade Assault, bringing my total to 6 strikes. The damage numbers erupted chaotically, and whether I could claim the boss would depend on fate. The golden magic cicada let out a cry before collapsing. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in the sky. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Jin Shihi for successfully defeating the golden magic cicada, achieving the first kill of the silver level boss. Rewards. Extraordinary Achievement 3, Luck 2. 1,000 gold coins, 50 reputation points. Team members receive Extraordinary Achievement 2, Luck 1, 500 gold coins, 20 reputation points. Success. I had claimed it. Elation coursed through me, but I remained vigilant. After all, Lei Yan was still nearby. A sudden assault combined with the Scarlet Moon's attack could easily eliminate me. The golden magic cicada dropped several items, but I glanced at them briefly before turning away, stating, The spoils are yours. I only require the extraordinary achievement and luck points. Scarlet Moon and Lei Yan paid me no heed, likely still lost in their sorrow. As I galloped away for nearly 1,000 paces, almost departing from the Pinewood Sea, a figure pursued me from behind, trailed by a few monsters nipping at her heels. It was Tang Yun, panting heavily. Once she had distanced herself from the creatures, she approached, her health nearly depleted, her exquisite face flushed with color. Jin Shihi, she called from a distance. I urged my donkey to turn around, inquiring, Is there something you need? Her beautiful eyes gazed at me, as if she wished to express something but hesitated. After a moment, she finally spoke. Could you assist me with a task? I came to this map specifically for that, but I cannot complete it alone and require a companion. I hesitated, aware that I was currently a red name player, drawing attention wherever I went. It's not too difficult, she added. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Tang Yun's hair to sway gracefully, revealing her delicate dragon horn, a symbol of her half-dragon heritage. Yet, rather than detracting from her beauty, it added a touch of wild charm. While the bear-shaped trinkets adorning her hair lent an air of playfulness and cuteness. I shrugged, smiling. You know I'm with the Chosen One Group Studio. I know. She replied with a slight smile. The task rewards 800 gold coins, and if you're willing to help, it can be completed in about an hour. All right, I thought. Considering that 800 renminbi for an hour's work was quite lucrative. Then let us join forces. Tang Yun assembled a team, beckoning me to join with a gentle wave of her hand, smiling as she said, Follow me. The task map was not far. Located to the north of the Pinewood Sea, amidst an unbroken chain of dark mountains. Leading the way, Tang Yun unleashed fireballs, each capable of dealing a staggering 3,000 damage with a mere double strike of fire explosion. The sheer ferocity was astounding. A critical spell could yield over 5,000 damage in a single second, an overwhelming force. I endeavored to remain inconspicuous, riding alongside her on a donkey, ready to charge and eliminate any approaching monsters. After dispatching a dozen wild monkeys, Tang Yun turned to me, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she remarked, You make for a competent melee guardian. I was momentarily taken aback by her words. My gaze fell upon her hair ornament, prompting me to inquire, Tiramisu, is this muffin bear merely an accessory or one of the attribute-enhancing gear? It has no attributes, she replied with a smile. I entered the game relatively early, as one of the top 10 players from the novice village, and the system rewarded me with this hair ornament. I found it aesthetically pleasing, so I've kept it. I cast another glance at the staff in her hand, unmistakably the soul staff, the very one that the wandering healer, Little Muse, had exchanged with me. However, I refrained from probing further, as revealing too much might lead her to deduce my identity. Chapter 50. The Golden Treasure Chest in the Blackrock Mountains. A terrain cloaked in dark stones and dense vines lay the site of Tang Yun's mission. We paused before a cavern, its mouth a gaping abyss. Here it is. She wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, surrounded by swirling fire sprites, and said, "Within this cave lies a golden treasure chest. I spent an entire day to acquire a golden key. It is said that the rewards from opening this chest could reach the highest tier of golden artifacts. If I am not mistaken at this stage, no one possesses a golden artifact yet. What do you need me to do?" I inquired. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she replied with a smile. "There exists a creature within the cave known as the Wolf Archer, a level 40 monster with formidable attack power. There are more than 10 of these Wolf Archers guarding the treasure chest. When I first ventured here, I was nearly overwhelmed by their concentrated attacks. But with you by my side, I need not worry. You will draw their aggro, and I will have 10 seconds to open the treasure chest." Taking a deep breath, I chuckled. "Now I understand your intentions. This isn't merely a task, but rather a means for you to enlist my aid in unlocking the treasure chest. Then, shall we collaborate?" she asked, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Certainly, albeit under a different arrangement," I proposed. "Go on," she urged. "I shall forfeit the hourly reward of 800 G. But I wish to share whatever is found within the chest. If the equipment is suitable for me, it must be granted to me. If not, you may keep it without dispute. So, that means armor, swords, spears, and accessories that enhance strength and stamina will belong to you, correct?" She bit her crimson lip, her expression one of apparent distress, as if bearing a significant burden. This stunning beauty, it turns out, was just as much a mercenary as I. "Indeed. Very well, then. We shall collaborate," she said, her teeth clenched in determination. "However, you must charge into the cave first. Once you have drawn the monster's ire, I shall proceed to unlock the chest." "Understood. Let us act now." "Be careful not to be overwhelmed," she cautioned. I slightly bent forward and urged my trusty steed into the pitch-black cave, with Tang Yun following closely behind, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. As we entered the cavern, she raised her staff, and a brilliant flame erupted, resembling a flower woven from fire. I couldn't help but marvel and asked, "You chose the fire magic, didn't you?" "Yes." Bathed in the glow of the flames, Tang Yun's charming visage appeared even more rosy and delightful. Her lively eyes blinking as she declared, "The strongest firepower is the ultimate path, and fire magic shall reign supreme." I confidently touched my nose, yet refrained from voicing any objections. With my sword held high, I advanced into the depths of the cavern, raising my shield protectively against my chest. Step by step, I delved deeper into the labyrinthine cave. After nearly 10 minutes of winding passageways, a glimmer of golden light appeared ahead. Upon rounding a stone wall, a resplendent golden chest materialized at the cave's end, surrounded by a daunting array of 13 wolf archers, more than Tang Yun had mentioned. These wolf archers would prove to be formidable adversaries. "How long will it take to unlock the chest?" I inquired. 7 seconds, Tang Yun replied, her beautiful eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at the golden treasure, nearly salivating. "Considering the time it takes for me to reach you, you'll need to endure approximately 9 seconds. What is the attack speed of the wolf archers?" I asked again, for my life depended on understanding their capabilities. Fortunately, Tang Yun was evidently an expert, possessing profound insight into the game. "They strike everyone. 2 seconds with pure physical attacks, almost devoid of skills, relying solely on their basic attacks to eliminate targets," she elucidated. "Understood. I shall prepare to engage. Stay close behind me." "All right." With a steadying breath, I maneuvered forward, approaching the golden chest. As I neared within 10 yards, the wolf archers revealed expressions of fury, simultaneously drawing their bows and roaring, "Damn thief! How dare you attempt to steal our treasure? Eliminate him." The combined ire of all 13 archers was directed squarely at me. At the moment their arrows were loosed, I swiftly crouched, entering a defensive stance. Sparks erupted upon my shield as arrows rained down. My defenses were substantial, absorbing approximately 300 health points from their basic attacks, averaging around 75 damage. Coupled with a significant force deduction of 1 health point, I withstood their assault, losing less than 600 health. Hastily, I consumed a healing potion and clutched a blood-replenishing elixir, poised for use. Beside me, a graceful figure darted forth. Tang Yun knelt before the chest, producing a golden key to unlock it. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with focus and determination, completely oblivious to her alluring posture. The curves of her rounded form were accentuated beneath her flowing robe, and her fair legs were partially exposed, captivating my gaze. As the wolf archers unleashed their fourth volley, I inhaled deeply, timing my defensive stance to expire just after a second. I tilted my head back and downed a bottle of the blood-replenishing elixir, restoring 1,200 health points. Hey, Tiramisu, are you almost done? I can barely hold on. Almost there, just hang on a little longer. Please hurry. I know. In that instant, I activated my glory shield, significantly reducing damage taken, though my situation remained precarious. I continued to sip healing potions, barely enduring for 3 seconds until my defensive skills cooldown concluded. I raised my shield once more, entering a defensive stance as my health fluctuated around the 25 mark, leaving my heart racing in my throat. At that moment, with a resounding click, the treasure chest lid sprang open, revealing several pieces of equipment. Instantly, delight filled Tang Yun's enchanting eyes as she eagerly scooped up the gear and tossed it into her bag, exclaiming, "What a night this is! Time to make our escape." I hastily retreated, cautious not to stray too far. Once the 5-second cooldown expired, I quickly downed another blood coagulation pill, finally feeling secure. As I dashed out of the cave, arrows still lodged in my shield, face, and breastplate, Tang Yun couldn't help but chuckle at my disheveled state. The legendary Jinxa Huxi of Giant Deer City, the most ruthless and domineering, reduced to such a pitiful sight, almost looking like a porcupine. She teased, laughing. I shot her a glare and said, "What about the loot? Let us share the channel." All right. The attributes of the equipment were shared in the party channel, the standout being a level 37 golden necklace that enhanced spell damage by 8. Next came a level 37 silver battle axe and a silver helmet of the same level. Indeed, we had struck equipment gold. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with joy. "This is amazing. We really found a golden item, and it's mine. How wonderful." "That. The silver helmet is armor, and I can use it," I interjected. "Yes." She retrieved the helmet from her bag and gently offered it to me with a smile. "You've worked hard." Accepting the helmet, I brushed my hand over it, astonished by its exceptional attributes. Green rock helmet, silver, type, armor defense, 85 magic resistance, 14 strength, 20 stamina, 19 additional. Increases the user's health by 500 points required level. 37, what a remarkable piece. The 500-point health boost elevated this item beyond the standard of silver gear, making it comparable to golden items without exaggeration. I equipped it immediately, and my stamina and combat power surged significantly. Jinxa Huxi, Knight, level 37 attack, 335, 572, 17, defense, 491, 12, health, 55, 56 true chi, 100, 100 luck, 11 extraordinary achievements, 9 reputation, 235 combat power, 1756 at last. My health surpassed 5,500 points. The gear's health boost alone could obliterate many players who invested half their points in health. Coupled with such formidable defense and attack power, I could dominate the melee players in Giant Deer City. As I accumulated more silver gear, my magic resistance climbed to an impressive 41, rendering the attacks of magic and talisman users significantly less painful, except for Tang Yun, whose overwhelming spells could still decimate me in an instant. "Jinxa Huxi." Tang Yun suddenly called out to me softly. "What is it?" I inquired. "Take a look at the Giant Deer City forum. We are about to encounter someone important, and it seems they are coming for you." Oh. Upon opening the forum of Julu City, I discovered a particularly fervent pinned post, published merely an hour ago, which had already garnered 5,000 replies. The poster's name gleamed in gold, a mark of the highest honor as a member of the CGL Hall of Fame. However, with the advent of the Tianqing era, many prominent figures had retired, prompting the establishment of the CSL Hall of Fame, wherein only those elite members of the older generation who entered Tianqing would be automatically inducted. The post-titled challenge announced the emergence of a knight named Jinxi Huxi, known as Li Fenjing, who sought an audience. The discussion beneath the post was vibrant, as Li Fenjing was once one of the 4 divine spirits of the Candle Dragon, having fought valiantly under the banner of Zhuang, achieving countless victories. Following the launch of Tianqing, Baikongan and Pia Union, 2 of the 4 divine spirits, remained stationed in the Tianzong server to oversee the national server, while Shun Zhuwu and Li Fenjing followed Zhu Ying to conquer the world of Tianqing. The trio was revered as the 3 great thrones of the Candle Dragon, a title of utmost prestige. In 2025, Li Changfeng represented Gu Jian and triumphantly returned with the League Gold Cup, achieving the pinnacle of glory. The subsequent year, 2026, saw a reformation of the league into the current premier Golden League of the national server. During the 2026 Golden League, Lu Chun faced a grave health crisis, and Li Changfeng accompanied him to Canada for treatment. In the absence of Gu Jian's imposing presence, Zhu Ying led the Candle Dragon to ascend the heights of the Golden League. It was during that league that I, commanding the Silver Fox, encountered Gu Jian and triumphed over Baiming Shui in a 1v1 match, yet ultimately succumbed with a score of 2-3 to the Gu Jian, led by Guguzi. Now, Lu Chun has unequivocally stated his decision not to participate in Tianxing, and Lin Yisan, accompanying him, has also refrained from entering. Consequently, the veteran Zhu Ying has assumed the mantle of leadership, vying for the highest honor against the younger generation's elite. Li Fenjing, being the mightiest knight under Zhu Ying's command, harbors lingering feelings regarding my accomplishments. After all, I am the sole knight to have defeated the foremost archer, Baiming Shui, in the Golden League. While Li Fenjing's record against Baiming Shui stands at a disappointing 0, the secondary stronghold of the Candle Dragon is Langia City. And Li Fenjing's arduous journey to challenge me is but a quest to validate his standing within the knightly profession of the national server. Chapter 51. High Assault, 802. The Gale Shadow, known as the King's Sharpening Stone. Tang Yun gazed deeply into my eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Back in the day, the defeat of the Gale Shadow led to your rise to fame. If you aspire to become a king, perhaps you should meet him." King? A ripple stirred within me. Yet I swiftly waved her off with a smile, replying, "I have no desire to become a king, nor to be the target of all. If the Gale Shadow wishes to confront me, he is welcome. However, I shall not engage. The map of Julu City is vast, and as long as I remain hidden, I am curious to see how the Gale Shadow intends to find me." Tang Yun couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter sweet as honey. To think that someone who once caused the main forces of a dynasty to retreat 10 levels would shy away now. I shook my head, clarifying, "It is not retreat. Rather, I question whether this mountain is indeed the highest. There are no evergreen trees in this world. The Gale Shadow's desire to challenge me is his concern, but whether I accept is mine alone. I refuse to let external pressures disrupt my plans." "And what might your plans entail?" she inquired, intrigued. "To focus on leveling up and acquiring gear, ultimately becoming a wealthy individual." "Oh, that is also my plan." I nearly chuckled, unable to suppress my thoughts on the irony of someone driving a Porsche speaking such words, which felt like a harsh critique of us proletarians. Yet, upon meeting her gentle gaze, I found my words melting away, leaving me hesitant to retort. Tang Yun's enchanting eyes seemed to speak volumes as she continued to observe me, saying, "Had you decided to engage in the challenge, I would have accompanied you to ensure the Gale Shadow did not cheat. But if you choose not to fight, then so be it. What are your plans next?" I asked. "To explore the map. And you?" "To search for medicinal herbs." "Oh, what kind of herbs?" "Celestial vine. A level 4 herb. Celestial vine." Tang Yun bit her lip, pondering for a moment before stating, "I believe I have encountered this herb before." "Oh, where?" I exclaimed with delight. "In the northwestern region of the Black Rock Mountains, it takes about 10 minutes to traverse 2 maps, one of which is called Fairy Footprints. However, the monsters there are quite formidable, and my level reduction is too great to contend with. But you should be nearing level 38. Perhaps you could give it a try." "All right, thank you." I turned to depart, and after a few strides, I suddenly halted, a sense of unease creeping over me. I pivoted back to find Tang Yun standing gracefully in the woods, her smile radiant. "What's wrong? May I add you as a friend?" I felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, Tiramisu's popularity in Julu City was immense, with daily posts on the forum showcasing her in-game photos, earning her the title of Tiramisu Goddess, known for both her prowess and beauty. Asking for a friend request from such a girl felt rather abrupt. To my surprise, Tang Yun giggled, saying, "I thought you wouldn't bring it up," making me do the asking. I was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Could it be? Without further contemplation, I promptly submitted a friend request. In the next moment, a new entry appeared in my friends list, Tiramisu. Her avatar adorned with delicate dragon horns and a charming bear accessory nestled among her flowing tresses, radiated an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a sprite emerging from the depths of a lush forest. "All right, off you go, but do be careful," I advised. She tossed her hair back, her staff resting firmly against the ground, exuding an aura of confidence and charm as she smiled. If anyone dares to bully you, invoke my name, though it may prove futile. I chuckled heartily. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. My services are reasonably priced. Understood. Departing from the Pinewood Sea, I ventured towards the enchanted forest. 10 minutes later, a dazzling grove shimmering with silver light unfolded before my eyes. Precisely as described by Tang Yun, the trees resembled exquisite jade, glowing with a resplendent radiance, their leaves almost translucent, each resembling a precious gem. This enchanting woodland enveloped me in an otherworldly ambience, evoking a sense of stepping into a realm of magic. However, such beauty was accompanied by formidable creatures. The moment I set foot in the enchanted forest, I beheld a resplendent warhorse, entirely cloaked in white jade, traversing the glade. It bore a singular horn, flickering with electric light, exuding an air of sanctity yet imbued with a palpable malevolence, as if it were a holy relic tainted by dark energies. Upon examining its attributes, I was astounded. Corrupted unicorn, silver grade monster, level 42 attack, 550 to 700 defense, 350 health, 12,000 skills, charge, shock, description. The corrupted unicorn is merely a descendant of an ancient holy beast. Its lineage diluted over millennia to the point of being unrecognizable as a sacred creature. These impure unicorns, having been tainted by the essence of the underworld, serve as puppets of the infernal legions on human lands. With an attack potential of up to 700 points, it is not invincible. Attack. With a swift charge, I collided with the nearest unicorn, stunning it. As the Starfall sword was raised, the ethereal blue light of the elven officer flickered, unleashing a series of 6 devastating strikes. A flurry of numbers erupted, affirming my formidable attack power. 897, 1021, 904, 1128, 887, 1742, 1264. The blade strikes triggered the effect of War Whirlwind, resulting in an impressive output of nearly 8,000 points of damage within a mere 0.6 seconds, an output far surpassing that expected from a knight. A revelation that might indeed be quite startling. At that moment, the unicorn let out a furious roar, crashing into my defensive skill. Bang! For 101. In an instant, the air crackled with the essence of lightning as a jolt of electricity struck my guardian shield, sending a tingling sensation coursing through my body. I immediately lost 1,400 health points. This unicorn, astonishingly, was proficient in both magical and martial arts, making the encounter quite exhilarating. After successfully defending against several physical attacks, the moment my heavy strike and shatter skill cooled down, I unleashed a devastating 5-hit combo that obliterated the unicorn in a flash. The entire battle against the unicorn lasted a mere 5 seconds, and the sheer damage output was nothing short of exhilarating. Of course, each execution of the shattering combo was exhausting. It required intense focus to deliver such rapid attacks. Everyone tires eventually, yet there was no alternative. In the early stages, when my attributes fell short against the monsters, I had to rely on skillful maneuvers to mitigate losses and enhance efficiency, accepting the fatigue as part of the process. Several minutes later, after vanquishing a corrupted unicorn, I heard a delightful sound as it dropped an item. A silver glow radiated from the spoils, revealing a piece of silver armor. The unicorn cloak, silver grade. Type, armor defense, 90 spirit resistance, 14 strength, 21 endurance, 20 bonus. Increases the user's attack power by 6 required level, 38 set bonus, 0 for another exceptional item. And it even boasted set effects. Conveniently, I had just reached level 38 after defeating a golden magic cicada, which had granted me ample experience. Without hesitation, I donned the unicorn cloak and examined the detailed set attributes. 2-piece bonus, 8 attack power, 4-piece bonus, 12 defense. A chance to reflect 10 of lightning damage when attacked. These set attributes were quite impressive. It seemed prudent to spend more time in the fairy trail, aiming to defeat as many unicorns as possible to collect this exquisite gear, as its value would skyrocket in just a few days. As I continued onward, my herbal insight skills suddenly shimmered, indicating the presence of herbs. I scanned the surroundings carefully and, at last, discovered an inconspicuous vine on a jade tree. The vine emanated a faint ethereal aura. As I approached, it seemed to rejoice, welcoming its new master. I promptly began harvesting, and soon, A segment of the vine transformed into 6 portions of celestial vine, appearing in my inventory. Excellent. I could now concoct 4th-tier potions. The city of Giant Deer would soon enter the era of 4th-tier medicines under my guidance. I decided to brew one for emergency use, utilizing 2 alchemy furnaces. 3 portions of black cypress, 3 portions of cicada skin, and 1 portion of celestial vine. I placed all the ingredients into the alchemy interface. The moment I pressed confirm, the herbs began to shatter, and the essence hidden within coalesced into radiant spirit light. With a resonant hum, 2 pills materialized. Celestial Blood Pill, 4th-tier potion, instantly restores 1,800 health points to the user with a cooldown of 5 seconds, usable at level 30, restoring 1,800 points of vitality in a single instance. I couldn't help but smile with delight. Compared to a level 3 potion, this Celestial Blood Elixir could truly be deemed a miraculous remedy. Even as a tank class, 3 of these elixirs would fully replenish my health. For classes like the Talismancer or Mage, a single Celestial Blood Elixir would likely suffice to restore nearly all their vitality. This potion is indeed extraordinary and holds immense potential. After consecutively refining several Celestial Blood Elixirs, I proceeded to concoct a few Celestial Spirit Elixirs for mana recovery, instantly replenishing 2,000 points of mana. These elixirs serve as essential sustenance for Spirit Masters, Talismancers, and Wandering Celestial Healers. I plan to accumulate more, as this batch of potions must be sold at a premium price, ensuring a substantial profit. Continuing to defeat monsters, I ventured deeper into the Celestial Traces Forest, a place brimming with experience points and the opportunity to harvest celestial vines, alongside the potential for acquiring pieces of the unicorn set, truly a sacred ground. I resolved to remain here for the day, refusing to leave under any circumstances. An hour later, with a soft thud accompanied by a silvery glow, another piece of the unicorn set materialized. Unicorn bracers, silver item. Type, armor, defense, 90, magic resistance, 15, strength, 22, vitality, 20, required level, 38. Equipping it immediately. My attack power bonus surged to 31. With my base attack power of 359,612, my actual attack power now stands at an astonishing 470,802. An alarming 802. This surpasses even that of a boss. In other words, any player attempting to PK me at this stage would likely meet a swift and devastating defeat. Perhaps this is the reason I, with my notorious Crimson name, can so brazenly dominate outside the city of Giant Deer. Overwhelmed with joy, I took a moment to compose myself and glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the morning. Regardless, I decided to continue grinding until dawn, aiming to reach level 39 before logging off to rest. Upon my return, the unicorns would have respawned, allowing for yet another fruitful endeavor. Chapter 52. Comrade Ding Xiuqi. At 5 o'clock in the morning, as the dawn broke, yet another unicorn set piece emerged. This time, however, it was somewhat different. For the item that materialized was a silver ring. Ring of the Unicorn, silver artifact, strength, 23 agility, 20 special effect, critical hit rate, 3 bonus. Increases the user's attack power by 4 required level. 38. Gazing upon the attributes of the Ring of the Unicorn, I felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through my body, my arms growing weak, and I was on the verge of fainting from sheer joy. This ring undoubtedly qualifies as a divine artifact at this stage, not only augmenting attack power by 4, but also enhancing critical hit rate by 3. Although the enhancements pertain to strength and agility, to a certain degree, influences attack speed, representing a significant increase in power. Naturally, the most formidable attribute remains that special effect, a critical hit rate of 3. It is well known that in Tianxia, the majority of players lack a base critical hit rate. Thus, every player inherently begins with a 0 critical rate. In the early stages, only assassins can occasionally inflict critical damage through backstabbing, while other players must rely solely on equipment to achieve the coveted 200 critical damage. The only items capable of enhancing critical hit rate are accessories, specifically 2 rings and a necklace. This scarcity further underscores the value of this attribute. As I donned the unicorn ring, my combat prowess surged dramatically. Tonight. What a night. Night, level, 38 attack, 372635, 31. Critical hit, 3 defense, 562, 10, health, 6208 true chi, 100 luck, 11 extraordinary achievements, 9 reputation, 235 combat power, 2054. My attribute panel now boasted an additional critical hit attribute, causing my combat power to skyrocket by over 200, surpassing the 2,000 mark. I continued to lead the power rankings in Jilu City. A fleeting glance at the power leaderboard revealed my substantial lead. 1. Tonight. What a night. Combat power, 2054, night. 2. Tiramisu, combat power, 1900, spellcaster, 3. Crimson Moon, combat power, 1740, spellcaster, 4. Young Master in White, combat power, 1709, swordsman, 5. Mountain has Fusu, combat power, 1650, assassin, 6. For you. I'll be good, combat power, 1622, knight, 7. Resolute, combat power, 1601, knight, 8. Autumn Water Cold, combat power, 1558, talisman master, 9. Unrepentant Dragon, combat power, 1550, monk, 10. Fire Mouse, combat power, 1490, spellcaster. Most of the top 10 were familiar faces. Tang Yun had obtained a golden weapon, and her combat power would soon soar. Crimson Moon was backed by a formidable knightly order, ensuring she had no shortage of equipment. The lad, Mountain has Fusu, likely had acquired a fair share of exceptional gear. Otherwise, his combat power would not be so elevated. As for Lu Chong, who had always relied on purchasing his way to the top, he finally slipped out of the top 5. This clearly demonstrated that as the game progressed, one could no longer rely solely on wealth for advancement, as many items were not for sale but reserved for personal use. Additionally, Lin Shay had also made it into the top 10 of the power rankings, which was gratifying. Even in my absence, Lin Shay had honed his skills sufficiently to take on significant responsibilities, capable of protecting Su Shiran, Zhang Wei, and Wang Jinhai. His innate talent and strong comprehension of the game had already begun to shine during the Tianzong era, and now his progress was accelerating rapidly, likely approaching a peak state. At least in Jilu City, if 5 or 6 individuals were to chase Lin Shay, they would only find themselves outmaneuvered and bested. As for the individual known as Unrepentant Dragon, I did not recognize him, but given his high combat power and ranking within the top 20 of Jilu City, he could certainly be considered the foremost monk of the realm. Such a player would inevitably come into my field of vision. The 10th-ranked Fire Mouse had been silent for a while, perhaps plotting a significant move. I resumed my level grinding. The Enchanted Forest was a golden map, and due to her level, Tang Yin had forsaken it, leaving the opportunity for me. In just 5 hours, I had discovered 3 silver items. I was only 1 piece away from completing a 4/4 set bonus. Such drop rates were unheard of in previous maps. For me, this location was not merely the Enchanted Forest, but rather a treasure trove. Ding. A call request from Ding Team's follower. Upon confirmation, a beautiful visage of Su Shiran appeared in the upper right corner of the interface. She seemed somewhat fatigued and remarked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "I'm on the verge of developing dark circles." I chuckled. "I can't see you clearly. Lean forward so I can take a better look." She indeed stretched her long, fair neck, but quickly realized she had been tricked, laughingly exclaiming, "Hey, you're pulling my leg. You can't see my avatar better just by elongating my neck." "The focus is already fixed," I replied with a smile. "I'd like to practice a bit longer. You should get some rest, Shiran. No need to wait for me." "Really? Then I'll go to sleep now." "All right, sleep well." As Su Shiran's avatar gradually dimmed, I heard the subtle rustling sounds around me. It seemed she had arisen to retire for the night. This was beneficial, allowing me to continue leveling up undistracted, for I harbored more than one dream. My primary aspiration was to assemble the complete 4/4 unicorn set, while my second, somewhat ambitious dream was to obtain another unicorn ring. This ring was exceptionally potent. Should I acquire another, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price, qualifying for public auction. Not only could it cover salaries, but it would also allow for indulging in delicacies like shark fin soup. Though, of course, we must protect nature and refrain from consuming shark fins. The yellow-spotted fish is a fine alternative with a delightful taste as well. Alas, fate proved unkind. By 7 in the morning, I had reached level 39. Yet no additional unicorn equipment had dropped. It seemed my luck from the previous night had waned. The unicorns had all been vanquished, and I would have to wait for their gradual respawn, which typically took about 35 hours. Logging off to rest, I found a secure spot to do so. Removing my helmet, I exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exhausted. I had been online for nearly 20 continuous hours. The relentless use of the rapid strike technique had left my head aching and my body weary. As I slowly propped myself up, I noticed Su Shiran lying on the bed beside me, covered by a thin blanket. She had claimed she was going to sleep, yet here she was, resting right next to me. A sense of warmth filled my heart. Indeed, the camaraderie within the studio was gradually blossoming, yet Su Shiran maintained a profound reliance on me. Whenever I was in the lobby, she would almost always accompany me. Her sleeping face was remarkably serene, her breathing steady. Even while lying down, her figure was undeniably striking. Her bosom stood proudly, with a curvaceous silhouette that rose and fell with her breaths, provoking a flurry of thoughts. I was momentarily rendered speechless. Among the girls I had encountered, two stood out for their exceptional beauty, Tang Yun and Su Shiran. Each possessed distinctive traits, Tang Yun's legs and Su Shiran's chest, both of which embodied a breathtaking allure. I hastily shook my head, chastising myself for such inappropriate thoughts. Shiran, return to your room to sleep. Don't catch a chill out here. I gently shook her delicate arm. Su Shiran, still in a daze, squinted her beautiful eyes at me and murmured, I feel so exhausted. I don't wish to move. I replied, what can we do? Sleeping outside is not a solution. She continued to close her eyes, lazily extending her arms. You should carry me back to my room. My mind went blank, and instinctively, I reached out to grasp her delicate legs, gently lifting her in a princess carry from the bed. Su Shiran let out a soft sound, opening her sleepy eyes to offer me a faint smile. Am I heavy? Not at all. My thoughts were in disarray as my gaze fell upon her bosom, instantly causing the two proud mounds to shift under pressure yet retain their elastic form. Suddenly, my vision darkened, and I nearly lost control, hastily taking a few steps, kicking open Su Shiran's door and tossing her onto the bed before fleeing like a startled rabbit. Good night, Shiran. She chuckled, good night. Upon returning to my own room, I gasped for breath, my body tense against the wall for what felt like an eternity before I finally exhaled. Rubbing my chest, I thought, goodness, that was quite overwhelming. Just then, my phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, I couldn't help but laugh. It was saved under the name Comrade Ding Xiuqi, my affectionate moniker for my father. I promptly answered, and his rough voice came through. Son, are you awake? Not yet, I replied, feeling a bit awkward. Dad, what's up? Calling so early? You're not working this afternoon. Come home for lunch. This afternoon? I hesitated. You must come back. I've prepared your favorite braised pork. Aren't you gaming with Lin Che recently? Bring him along for lunch. Wait, Dad, I've started a game studio now. And there are 3 others playing with me. 5 of us in total. What should I do? Bring them all home. The more, the merrier. All right then. I'll head back for lunch. Okay, I'll get ready. After hanging up, I took a shower and sent a message in the group chat of the studio, asking them not to order takeout and instead come to my home for lunch. Then, I slipped into a heavy slumber. I awoke to the sound of my alarm, feeling much more refreshed after 4 hours of sleep, just about enough. I quickly got up, washed up, and could hear Su Shiran and Lin Che's voices outside. Are we going to Ding's house for lunch? Su Shiran's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Che replied, yes. Chen Ji's dad is an excellent cook. When he was younger, he worked in the military kitchen as a 5-star chef, and he's particularly good at braised pork. I've been eating it since childhood, which is why I've grown so strong. Shiran, you must try it. Yes, I want to be strong too. I interjected, stepping out. I glanced at Su Shiran and said, Shiran, you're already quite strong. Su Shiran smiled brightly as she approached. Did you sleep well? Let's make do and prepare to set off. We shouldn't keep Dad waiting for too long. Indeed. Chapter 53. A visit home stepping outside. The sweltering summer heat enveloped us like a relentless tide. Lin Che glanced at his phone, a frown creasing his brow as he remarked, it's impossible to hail a taxi during meal times. What should we do? I pointed to the distance, suggesting, there's a bus station a mile away that offers a direct route. Shall we wait for it? Su Shiran raised her delicate hand to shield her eyes from the sun, squinting into the horizon. This place is rather remote. Indeed, there are hardly any vehicles during meal times. If it comes to it, we might as well take the bus. All right, let us go. Shortly thereafter, the 5 of us boarded the bus, swaying gently as we departed from the vicinity of Taihu Lake, heading straight for the heart of Chili District. Fortunately, it was an air-conditioned vehicle. Otherwise, we would have surely succumbed to the scorching sun. Lin Che's thoughts began to wander. Once the studio starts making money, We ought to acquire a car for more convenient travel. I nodded in agreement. Sushiran glanced at me and remarked, let us discuss that once we have the funds. First, we must ensure the salaries are distributed, then settle the debt of 150,000 owed to Wang Jinhai before we entertain the idea of a vehicle. Wang Jinhai appeared somewhat touched, saying, the team leader is considerate, recalling my debt of 150,000. That's my dowry. Do you truly believe you can marry with just 150,000 in this day and age? Lin Che chuckled. Especially in a city like Suzhou. You're overthinking it, Deng Hai. Wang Jinhai, feeling slightly dejected, rubbed his nose. 20 minutes later, the bus finally came to a gentle halt in front of the Chili District Public Security Bureau. I immediately stood, announcing, We've arrived. Let us go. Sushiran followed me off the bus, gazing at the police station in astonishment. Do you live at the police station? No. I shook my head. Smiling as I explained, I reside in the family compound behind it. My father served as a cook in the army during his youth and after his discharge. He worked as a criminal investigator for several decades. Upon retirement, he utilized his culinary skills as a chef at a nearby restaurant. Due to certain circumstances, we now live in the quarters provided by the Bureau. Oh. Sushiran listened, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Lin Che lowered his voice, chuckling. Sister Shiran, Uncle Ding was once a criminal investigator who cracked a significant drug case, earning first-class merit for it. He sustained injuries during that incident. And given his unique status, he resides in the Bureau's backyard. Oh. This time, Sushiran appeared to grasp the situation a bit better. She widened her bright, watery eyes, looking at me as she quietly inquired, Ding team, Lin Che, both of you have records as criminal investigators for 2 years. Why did you leave your positions? It's a long story. Perhaps we can discuss it another time. I smiled. Sensing my reluctance to delve deeper, Sushiran returned a smile, refraining from pressing further. As we approached the compound under the blazing sun, we encountered a sentry at the entrance. After presenting our credentials and registering, we were permitted to enter. The tantalizing aroma wafting from a second-floor apartment enveloped us. It was unmistakably the scent of my father's renowned braised pork, a taste I had cherished since childhood. Forever etched in my memory. It was simply irresistible, a dish I could indulge in for a lifetime without growing weary. A gentle knock echoed at the door, and it swiftly swung open to reveal my father, his hair a cascade of silver, exuding vitality as he gradually removed his apron. Upon spotting Lin Che and me, he chuckled heartily. Ah, my dear son and little Che, what a delightful surprise. Where are the others? In a flash, Sushiran appeared behind me. Adorned in an elegant light yellow dress that accentuated her youthful charm, captivating all with her presence. Hello, Uncle Ding. I am Sushiran, a friend of Ding Myukin. She greeted with a bright smile. My father paused momentarily, then exchanged an understanding glance with me and replied, Wonderful, come in, come in. Shortly after, Zhang Wei entered, exclaiming, Uncle, is that not little Wei? Come in, come in. My father responded warmly. Wang Jinhai, slightly awkward, stepped forward and said, Hello, Uncle, I am Wang Jinhai, a brother of Ding Myukin. Splendid. Come in, dinner is nearly ready. We all gathered around a table brimming with nearly 10 sumptuous dishes, the aroma tantalizing our senses. As I rose to assist my father with the rice, I noticed his cheerful demeanor as he leaned in and whispered, Son, what is your relationship with Sushiran? Speak honestly. Nothing particularly special, just friends, I replied, bewildered. Is that so? My father's eyes sharpened, scrutinizing me as if I were a suspect. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, I stammered, at least. As of now, there is nothing particularly special. Then you must put in some effort. He encouraged with a smile. I rolled my eyes. Just don't set me up on any blind dates, or I'll have to sever ties. That won't be necessary. My father assured me. My son will undoubtedly find his partner through his own merits. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. As I turned around, I noticed a group of my rather unrefined friends already indulging in the feast. Even Sushiran had abandoned her elegance, her eyes sparkling with delight after tasting the braised pork, while Lin Che, Zhang Wei, and Dahai devoured their food as if they had not eaten in ages, barely pausing to speak. My father's culinary skills were renowned, his dishes worthy of establishing a restaurant brand, and in his retirement, he seemed to thrive even more. After devouring 2 bowls of rice, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I patted my belly and glanced toward the kitchen, murmuring, Dad, your right hand is not as capable. Do take it easy now that you are retired. There's no need to overexert yourself. I will handle the financial matters from here on. Rest assured, I use my left hand for the stirring. My right hand doesn't bear much strain. That's good to hear. By the way, my father said, retrieving a set of car keys from a drawer, tossing them to me. You can use this car for yourself. I bought a tricycle sufficient for grocery shopping. The workplace is not far, and I can enjoy a drink now and then. Driving is too bothersome. It was a Passat I had purchased for him a year ago for convenience. Are you sure you don't need it? Have you ever seen a chef driving such a fine vehicle to work? Father glanced at everyone and remarked, moreover, you now have so many friends around you who also need a vehicle, so you might as well take it away. Otherwise, it will just gather dust here. All right then. I conceded. The studio indeed required a car, and since father had no use for it, I would take it. After some casual conversation. When the topic of our game studio arose, father listened with great interest, nodding occasionally, which surprised Sushiran. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Uncle. Other parents would be furious if they heard their children were obsessed with games, yet you seem to have no objections at all. Father, having enjoyed a couple of drinks, his face glowing, chuckled, because I trust my son, he will not disappoint me. Even in gaming, he excels. Furthermore, every profession can lead to success. I am not like those parents who, out of selfishness and a desire for a better life, force their children into paths they do not wish to pursue. Sushiran smiled softly. Uncle Ding, you are truly wonderful. Father then suggested, Shiran, in the future, do bring Ding Muchan home more often when you have the chance. Otherwise, I will be left wondering what to do with myself. I could cook for you both and keep myself busy. Sure, she agreed with a nod, while Lin Che and Wang Jihai chuckled. I too sensed something was amiss, but soon found myself distracted, almost forgetting what father had just said. After finishing our meal and bidding farewell to father, we went downstairs to retrieve the car. It was apparent that father had just washed the black Passat, which was not even a year old, making it shine like a new vehicle. I took the wheel, while Lin Che attempted to sit in the passenger seat, only to be ousted by Sushiran, who claimed her victory as she settled in, proudly declaring to Lin Che, from now on, this is my exclusive seat, so don't even think about taking it. Lin Che, somewhat begrudgingly, replied, all right, Shiran, since you're older, you get to decide. Something still felt off, but I brushed it aside and drove back to the studio to continue working and earning. By the time we arrived at the studio, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As soon as we entered the lobby, Sushiran flopped onto the sofa, rubbing her flat stomach. I'm so stuffed. So stuffed. Are we still going for braised pork? I inquired with a laugh. Of course, we are, she responded with a light chuckle. I sighed. I'll be continuing my grind this afternoon, and by the way, I have quite a few level 4 potions in my package. Should someone take them back to town to sell? Not in a hurry, Lin Che replied. Players are still hovering around level 30 these days. Let us wait until tomorrow. Once players exceed level 30, there will be a surge, and selling level 4 potions then will undoubtedly create a sensation, selling like hotcakes. Brother Chun, do try to refine a few more to ensure we can make enough to last us for half a year. All right then. Thankfully I brought enough alchemy supplies. After drinking some water, I logged in. Zoom. In the enchanted forest, a malevolent unicorn materialized just a step away. Within 5 seconds, it was vanquished. Perhaps a stroke of fortune. With a resounding crack, the first unicorn of the afternoon yielded a gleaming piece of equipment, the silver-plated leggings silver grade. Type, armor defense, 95 magic resistance, 14 strength, 22 stamina, 20 required level, 30 with the complete set of 4 pieces. I swiftly donned the armor, resulting in an explosive enhancement of my attributes, particularly in defense. My panel data soared to 592.22, translating to an actual defense of 722. It can be said that players capable of exceeding 700 points in attack power are exceedingly rare, and those who could genuinely breach my defenses are few and far between. The Unicorn Silver Grade 4-piece set would undoubtedly serve as my formidable trump card in dominating the Great Deer City during the early stages of the game. Glancing at my equipment, I noted that while most players possessed no silver grade items, I boasted an astonishing 8 pieces. This was indeed a remarkable feat and a significant factor in my commanding lead on the power rankings. I continued to level up and gather herbs. However, having reached level 39, the efficacy of defeating higher-level monsters diminished considerably, yielding only 10 experience in an hour. To attain level 40, I would need to grind late into the night. Yet, I was filled with anticipation, for upon reaching level 40, I would unlock 3 universal skills that would greatly enhance my capabilities. The first player to achieve level 40 would enjoy a distinct period of advantage, which must be seized to decisively defeat any opponents in my path. Chapter 54. The Dual Unicorn Rings. As time passed incrementally, by 10 o'clock in the evening, my experience points reached 70 of level 39. I had traversed the enchanted forest repeatedly, encountering the unicorns to the point where they no longer regarded me with the same haughty demeanor as before. Instead, they appeared as if they had seen a ghost. The herbal resources seemed to refresh every 12 hours, and the celestial vines gradually emerged, allowing for another round of gathering. It was not until after midnight that I had harvested all the celestial vines. After concocting 200 potions, I found myself devoid of chitin, necessitating another trip to the Pinewood Sea. Alas, I lamented the fact that I had failed to procure another unicorn ring. Had I succeeded, it would have led to considerable fortune. Just as I intended to leave the enchanted forest, I suddenly stumbled upon a concealed clearing teeming with a herd of unicorns, approximately 30 to 40 of them, a sight I had overlooked in my previous explorations. Since I had discovered them, I could not let the opportunity slip away. Armed with my sword, I charged forth and commenced the hunt. To my astonishment, after slaying fewer than 10 unicorns, a sudden flash of silver light illuminated the area. A brilliant silver ring fell into the underbrush as the magical unicorn collapsed. Had I struck gold? My heart raced as if struck by lightning, and I hastily dismounted, scouring the grass until, at last, I beheld a ring nestled among the roots. As I brushed my fingers across it, its attributes revealed themselves, causing my heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. Another unicorn ring. The second unicorn ring had materialized. Gripping the ring tightly, I was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, I had contemplated selling a second unicorn ring for a substantial sum, perhaps over 10,000 RMB. However, upon acquiring it, my intentions shifted dramatically. If I donned both unicorn rings, my critical hit rate would soar to 6, a remarkably high figure, coupled with a 4 increase in attack power. Instead of parting with such a treasure, I resolved to keep it for myself. With such rings in my possession, I was destined to vanquish even more formidable foes, and the snowball effect of my power would become increasingly pronounced. Thus, I replaced the wild starlight ring with the 2 gleaming unicorn rings. The attributes on my panel transformed, elevating my attack power to 35 and my critical hit rate to 6. An inexhaustible surge of strength coursed through my hands, and I felt akin to a martial artist on the verge of a breakthrough, harboring a reckless impulse that a single punch could shatter the heavens and obliterate the gods. Of course, I understood the folly of such thoughts. A punch thrown toward the sky would yield no more than a fleeting breeze. After dispatching the remaining unicorns, I proceeded toward the Pinewood Sea. As anticipated, I encountered players from the Scarlet Moon Knights, including top-tier members like Lei Yin, Zhu Zhu, and Jian Yu, who were rapidly leveling by slaying magic cicadas. However, I merely cast a glance from a distance before redirecting my steed toward another path, where I continued to hunt magic cicadas and gather their chitin. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning, a cascade of golden light enveloped me, and I achieved level 40 at last. Unbeknownst to me, my name had gradually dimmed, transforming into a pristine white, shedding its previous crimson hue. After a relentless day and night of grinding, the change was indeed realized, largely due to the efforts of the enchanted unicorn, whose elevated monster level magnified the effects of my notoriety. Engaged in alchemical pursuits, I soon amassed a staggering 500 bottles of elixir, each instantaneously restoring 1,800 health, an ultimate remedy in this phase. Contemplating my resources, I decided to reserve 100 bottles for my comrades in the studio, allocating 20 bottles each for emergencies, as the standard Tier 3 potion sufficed for everyday use. The remaining 400 bottles would be put up for sale. Crushing a town return scroll, I teleported back to the familiar Giant Deer City. Upon checking the gold exchange rate, I was pleasantly surprised to find it unwavering at 1, suggesting the system was autonomously regulating itself. As players consumed resources through equipment repairs, skill acquisitions, and potion usage, the demand for gold surged, stabilizing the price, which may well remain at this ratio for an extended period. Approaching the auction house, I perused the list of available potions. Indeed, only Tier 3 potions were present. There were no Tier 4 options. A total of 14 sets of Tier 3 potions were for sale, for sets belonging to a player named Mountain with Few Su, while the remaining 10 sets were offered by others, elite figures in the alchemical community of Giant Deer City, with me at the forefront. Noticing the set price for Tier 3 potions was 30 gold, with the sales history mirroring this figure, I surmised that my Tier 4 potions would command a higher price. After all, Tier 3 potions restored 1200 health, whereas my elixirs boasted an impressive 1800 health recovery, and factoring in the 5-second cooldown for potions, the value disparity was unmistakable. Ultimately, I decided to set the price for my Tier 4 potions at 100 gold each, an urgent burst of 1800 health restoration, ideal for boss fights and player versus player encounters. This pricing would appeal to higher-end players and those willing to spend, as such top-tier potions were not accessible to all. Thus, I listed my potions in groups of 10, each group priced at 1,000 gold, and I posted a total of 40 groups. After a day of diligent effort, my rewards were finally realized. Suddenly, a message pinged in from the Scarlet Moon Knight Sword Rain. What a coincidence! How did you acquire these Tier 4 potions? Could we engage in a private transaction? No. I replied curtly, this is a small-scale business. I do not entertain bulk purchases. If the Scarlet Moon Knights wish to buy, they should procure directly from the auction house. I understood that the auction house imposed a transaction fee, as they had likely overlooked the system's refreshed fee schedule, which deducted 5 from sales. She seemed somewhat anxious. Glancing up, I noticed that the system had indeed begun charging auction fees. I inquired, so, how many sets do you desire? 10 sets, 100 in total. Very well, I shall withdraw 10 sets for you. Come over for the transaction. In a swift manner, I procured 100 immortal blood pills within a mere 3 minutes. From the distance, a graceful figure approached. It was Sword Rain. She embodied a gentle disposition, clad in armor that exuded a striking elegance. With a cheerful smile, she beckoned, come, let us transact. As the trading panel materialized, I submitted the 100 pills, while Sword Rain promptly offered 10,000 gold coins. The sight of such an abundance of gold stirred a thrill within me. Well then, farewell, she said hurriedly as she departed. I smiled, and at that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. Hey, what are you daydreaming about here? Turning around, I beheld the enchanting wandering healer, Su Shiran, her figure graceful as she wielded her staff. Shiran, you're still awake? I inquired. Yes, I just returned to the city for some supplies, she replied. Glancing at the auction house, unable to suppress a smile. It seems our studio is destined for prosperity. Indeed, I affirmed confidently. I have effectively captured over half of the high-end, fast-acting potion market. As I spoke, a series of notification chimes echoed in my ears. The items I had consigned were being purchased. Among them, the Flame Mouse acquired 50, while the wandering healer from the Dynasty of Supremacy, Wang Qian, purchased 70. In less than 10 minutes, everything sold out. However, the system deducted a 5% transaction fee, costing me several hundred gold coins. Selling gold would incur another 5% fee, and I finally comprehended why the Yueheng Company was so affluent. Such practices are quite insidious. While others sold gold at a 1-to-1 ratio, I offered a slight discount, selling 100 gold coins for 95, allowing for a rapid sellout. Remarkably, in less than 20 minutes, everything was gone, and the sound of payments arriving through Alipay resonated on my phone. It's time to learn my level 40 skills, I declared, and Su Shiran accompanied me as we strolled upon the azure and white cobblestones of Giant Deer City, embodying a striking contrast, one resolute, the other delicate, evoking a semblance of a couple, who primarily bought the potions. Su Shiran inquired. The Scarlet Moon Knights, Dynasty of Supremacy, and a few others I do not recognize, I explained. She pondered, then stated, the Scarlet Moon Knights have been quite active lately. After securing the first kill of a silver tier boss with your assistance, they have since taken down 3 more silver tier bosses, rapidly elevating their levels and equipment with the experience gained. Their ambitions are quite pronounced. Otherwise, they would not invest so heavily in potions. I furrowed my brow, questioning. Does the Scarlet Moon Knights aspire to dominate Giant Deer City? That is certainly a possibility. At the very least, they likely harbor ambitions to ascend to the pinnacle of the guild rankings in Giant Deer City. Let them be, I remarked, waving my hand dismissively with a smile. Our chosen group's objective is to generate wealth. We have no intention of competing with the Scarlet Moon Knights for supremacy. If they wish to claim the top spot, let them. We shall welcome their success. Agreed. In the night training hall of Giant Deer City, the Knight Mentor, Rolla, stood proudly beside his warhorse, adorned in gleaming armor and wielding a shimmering blade. Surrounding him were dozens of knight players undergoing their class advancement. Upon noticing my arrival, he seemed to sense something, exclaiming, "The mightiest knight of Giant Deer City, you have finally arrived." It appeared that my level ranked first in the city, and even the NPC acknowledged this affinity. "Master, I wish to learn more formidable skills." "Very well, as you desire." With a wave of his hand, 3 rows of skills materialized before me, all belonging to the knight's level 40 repertoire, capable of significantly enhancing a knight's prowess. Stab LV1. B rank within 1. 5 seconds. Launch 5 frost-penetrating attacks against enemies in a straight line up to 10 yards ahead, inflicting a total of 250 attack damage. Learning level 40. Learning cost 20G. Charge LV1. B rank increases movement speed by 40 and attack speed by 25 for 12 seconds. Learning level 40. Learning cost 20G. Wind of Revival LV1. B rank stimulates the bloodline with a storm of life, restoring 2.5 of health per second for 20 seconds. Learning level 40. Learning cost 20G. The learning costs were surprisingly steep, each requiring 20G, which could be burdensome for ordinary players. However, I was not short on funds and promptly acquired all of them. In the next moment, 3 new level 1 skills appeared in my skill bar. Chapter 55. The challenge from the life and death platform. The 3 skills at hand are exceedingly practical. The skill Piercing Strike possesses a certain area of effect capability, inflicting damage on targets in a line with 5 successive strikes, culminating in a remarkable 250 damage output. This is particularly impressive for a knight like myself, who has invested all points into strength. It is akin to a divine artifact for monster hunting, especially when drawing in a horde of foes, where the effects of Piercing Strike become astonishingly pronounced. Dash is an acceleration skill that finally grants the knight a boost in movement and attack speed upon reaching level 40. There are 2 methods of employing this skill. One can either activate Dash to flee from danger or charge into the fray and wreak havoc. Under the dual acceleration, as long as one is not immobilized, one becomes virtually invincible. As for Wind of Revival, this skill is the one I value the most. It restores 2.5 of health per second for a duration of 20 seconds, which equates to a total recovery of 50 health within that time frame. As my total health increases, this skill will serve as a means of rejuvenation for the knight class, akin to a withered tree springing back to life. Based on my current total of 6,888 health points, it translates to a recovery of 172 health points per second, which is indeed considerable. How powerful are the skills? Sushiron inquired with a smile. "I shall give it a try. You can observe," I replied. With that, I led her straight to the training area beside the wooden dummy zone, a place where players practice their skills. However, it was deserted at the moment, as everyone had ventured out to slay monsters and hone their abilities. Who would expend mana here for practice? Approaching a wooden dummy, I drew my Starfall sword and unleashed the skill Piercing Strike. A surge of immense power coursed through my arms, transforming me into an ancient glacier. As the frost energy infused my sword, in an instant it morphed into a flurry of swirling ice, filling me with an exhilarating anticipation. After a brief casting time of 0.5 seconds, the Starfall sword erupted, striking forth a series of ice sword phantoms stretching 10 meters long, each impact resonating against the wooden dummy, revealing damage figures: 831, 904, 1804, 1842, 882. Enormous numbers flashed, and to my astonishment, I achieved 2 consecutive critical hits. Sushiron watched with her mouth agape, unable to contain her surprise. What terrifying explosive power! What is your critical hit rate? How could you achieve 2 critical hits in succession? I selected my equipment settings and made them public, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Instantly, Sushiron was taken aback. It's simply outrageous. 2 identical unicorn rings. 6 critical hit rate. No wonder the critical hits are so frequent. I chuckled and replied, "It's merely a stroke of luck. Typically, I would be fortunate to see a critical hit once in 10 attacks. To truly gain a critical hit advantage, one would need to stack the rate to over 20, and then it would indeed be fearsome." Sushiron smiled gently. "I suppose that will only happen in the later stages of the game, once the ghostly, sacred, and celestial equipment appears. Each piece could add a 10 critical hit chance. And with dual rings and a necklace, a complete set could yield a critical rate of around 30. Indeed, that would render one truly invincible." I felt a twinge of envy, envisioning myself adorned in resplendent celestial gear, wielding a radiant golden sword, charging into the fray atop a divine beast, leaving countless admirers starry-eyed. Ah, the pinnacle of life. Hey, what are you thinking about? Sushiran snapped me back to reality, playfully chiding, it's time to log off and sleep. I told you not to stay up late, yet here you are. It's not good for you. You need to wake up early for the studio meeting tomorrow. All right, I'll log off and get some rest. Before long, Sushiran logged off, her figure gradually fading away. Just then, I heard a sudden chime. The system notification read, Player, Li Fengying, has challenged you to a life and death duel on the life and death platform. Please respond within 10 minutes. Above me, a crimson paper floated, boldly emblazoned with the words challenge, originating from Li Fengying, accompanied by a resounding system alert. Ding. System announcement. Attention players. Player, Li Fengying, has initiated a life and death duel with player, Jinsei Hishi. If the challenge player accepts, a duel on the life and death platform will commence within 10 minutes. A life and death duel? I couldn't help but frown. Li Fengying was rather presumptuous, wasn't he? The life and death platform serves as a venue for public duels, distinct from outdoor PKs. Entry is restricted solely to the parties involved. Once combat begins, it is a fight to the finish, with a drop rate twice the usual. A saying circulates in the forums. A gentleman does not let enmity linger overnight, reflecting the nature of this decisive battle format. Typically, only those harboring deep-seated grudges ascend to the life and death platform. However, even the likes of the Fire Mouse and Liu Chong have never challenged me to such a duel. Li Fengying, one of the 3 great thrones of the Candle Dragon and a top 10 figure in the CSL Hall of Fame, lowered himself to challenge me. Was this merely an attempt to prove himself? The challenge player has 2 choices, to ascend a life and death platform and accept the duel, or to decline, allowing the challenge to lapse after 10 minutes. However, refusing results in a loss of 1 reputation point. I am indifferent to reputation as I possess hundreds of points. Losing 1 is but a trifling matter. Yet, Li Fengying's audacity was quite distasteful. Ding. System announcement. Player Li Fengying speaks Jinsei Hishi. I have traveled all the way from Langya City, spending over 5 hours to get here. Are you truly afraid to accept the challenge? Outside, Sushiran tapped my helmet and leaned in close, her breath warm against my ear. Log off, eat something, and get some rest. Don't push yourself. Your health is important. Speechless, I decided to log off. Once again, it is said that the challenge posed by Liwen Shadow is his affair. Whether to accept it rests solely upon my shoulders. Liwen Shadow seeks to establish himself as the premier knight of the national server, a pursuit that belongs entirely to him. The strong strive to empower themselves. I have no need to validate anything. Moreover, my decision to engage is not merely a personal matter. It concerns the chosen ones. I cannot drag my comrades into conflict with Zhu Long summoning the Elven Maiden. I logged off. Upon removing my helmet, a sigh of relief escaped my lips. Beside me, Sushiran remarked, shall I prepare some instant noodles for us to share? Sure, that sounds delightful. In no time, we sat facing each other, enjoying our noodles, each adding an egg, enhancing the flavor. What held you up earlier? She inquired. Someone has issued a life or death challenge against me, I replied. Oh, who would dare? She asked. Her curiosity piqued. Liwen Shadow, the person from Yulong? Sushiran exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape. Isn't it a bit presumptuous for someone from Yulong, who has already claimed a championship in the Golden League, to be so arrogant? What is Liwen Shadow, after all? He is merely someone who has been bested by Lu Qin and Li Chifeng. How dare he come to Argilu City and put on such airs? Perhaps he has learned of Li Changfeng and Bai Ming Shui's presence in Yunzhong City, as well as the purple robe marquis of Shui Yinsong in Beiyuan City, and believes he can bully us since we lack any king-level players? Humph, we should be cautious and let Tiramisu take him down. It matters not. Let us disregard him and finish our meals, then shower and retire for the night. Indeed, as we chatted, I suddenly noticed her cheeks flush with color. I too paused, realizing my words might have implied something else, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I meant that we would shower and sleep separately after eating, not together. No need to explain. I understand, she replied, casting me a knowing smile reminiscent of a seasoned driver. My heart raced. Shiran, are you hinting at something more? Not at all. If I were to drive, it would be a kindergarten bus. You are the one reading too much into this. Let us focus on our meal. No more talking. All right. I drifted into a deep slumber until dawn. Awakening just past 8 in the morning, I felt completely refreshed. After freshening up, I stepped out of my room to find Sushiran had prepared breakfast, milk paired with oat bread. After partaking in some, we settled on the sofa to commence our routine meeting. Before Su Shiran lay a laptop, open to a spreadsheet, alongside a finely crafted notebook inscribed with elegant handwriting. Recording the studio's finances. Yesterday, our total income was 4248, Lin Che said, rubbing his temples as he reclined on the sofa. The initial investment in forging was substantial. We spent 3,000 on materials, leaving us with a net profit of 1248. Shiran, please take note. I will transfer this amount to you via Alipay. Su Shiran's phone chimed, and she nodded, received. I glanced at my own Alipay account, furrowing my brow as if I had misread the figures. Rubbing my eyes, I exclaimed, yesterday, I earned 46,624. The costs for herb gathering and potion crafting were minimal, so it's essentially all pure profit, and I will transfer that to you as well. Just a moment. Su Shiran cast a fleeting glance in my direction and remarked, you have earned a considerable sum on your own. There is no need to surrender everything to the studio. Just 50% will suffice. Isn't that rather inappropriate? I inquired. Why would it be? She replied, pursing her crimson lips. You have navigated the maps and gathered herbs through your own skill. We have not contributed significantly. Let us adhere to the established norms. And you may transfer half to me. I persisted in my stance. Su Shiran's patience waned, and her enchanting eyes bore into mine. Do not speak to me of loyalty as a woman. I shall ask but this. Do you not require funds for your future bride? Taken aback, I stuttered. The prerequisite is to have a bride, which I do not currently possess. She sighed in resignation, then let it be 70%. Since she had made a concession, I acquiesced to the 70%. After all, this money would eventually be distributed as wages to everyone. I held no deep attachment to it. Money is a transient resource. Once spent, it can be earned anew, and there is no need for lamentation. Once Su Shiran meticulously recorded the transactions, she smiled gently and said, all right, prepare to log in. Let us strive diligently today. Lin Che asked, Brother Chun, have you cleared your red name? Are you joining us? Yes, together, I affirmed with a nod. I will lead the team today. We shall venture into deeper maps and exclusively hunt monsters above level 40. Perhaps we shall encounter the legendary golden level boss. The Scarlet Moon Knights have claimed the silver level first kill. We shall seize the first kill of the golden level boss. But our average level is below 35. Can we truly defeat a golden boss? Dahai voiced his apprehension. With a confident smile, I patted my chest and reassured him, fear not. I am quite formidable now. System notification, at midnight, Chapter 8. Chapter 56. The Swift Kill of Lethal Wind Shadow. First update. With a swift motion, I logged in and appeared within the city. I took a moment to repair my equipment and restocked on level 4 health potions, which gradually restore 900 health points over 10 seconds. Though these potions are commonly utilized by players, their slow recovery rate renders them nearly ineffective in the rapid skirmishes of the wilderness. Yet they still serve a purpose against monsters. Priced at 1 silver coin for 100 potions, they are quite affordable, and I purchased 10 sets, as their continuous consumption indicates a significant demand. Upon reaching the eastern bridge, a gentle breeze caressed my face, while a wild donkey began to doze. Before long, Su Shiran, Lin Che, Dahai, and Zhang Wei arrived, and we formed a party together. Lin Che, the highest leveled among us at level 36, was accompanied by the other 3. All at level 35, categorizing us as top-tier players at this stage. Upon exiting the city, we noticed a throng of people gathered beneath the left wall, seemingly captivated by something. What are they observing? Zhang Wei inquired, astonished. Over there. It appears to be the life and death platform of Giant Deer City. Is someone engaged in a life and death duel? Lin Che remarked with a chuckle. Shall we take a look? Why not? Just a fleeting glance, Su Shiran responded, her curiosity piqued. As we approached, the nature of the life and death platform became clear. It was a wooden stage encased in a barrier approximately 40 by 40 feet in size, guarded by 2 level 50 elite NPCs. At least 1,000 spectators surrounded it, and upon the platform stood an individual clad in resplendent armor, wielding a sharp sword in his right hand and a gleaming golden shield in his left, exuding an air of arrogance. Lethal Wind Shadow, Knight, Level 37 Affiliated Team, Candle Dragon Associated City, Langia City. Could it be that Lethal Wind Shadow had stood guard throughout the night? Beneath his feet lay a scattering of potions and a piece of mysterious iron equipment, yet he paid them no heed, remaining cold and aloof, his gaze defiant. Is there truly no one in Giant Deer City? Is it so difficult to find a worthy opponent? I furrowed my brow, overhearing the murmurs of those around. Lethal Wind Shadow is astonishing, having challenged 31 opponents in a single night, achieving 31 consecutive victories without allowing anyone to deplete his health below 40. All were vanquished. As a former member of the CGL Hall of Fame, who subsequently ascended to the Tianqing CSL Hall of Fame, Lethal Wind Shadow's prowess is undeniable. His ranking in the arena places him among the top 10 in the Fearless Master Group, a formidable competitor indeed. MMP. It is now the era of Tianqing. Even the mightiest Lethal Wind Shadow will eventually experience a decline in strength. Moreover, how could it be that our grand Giant Deer City is subdued by a single Lethal Wind Shadow? None of the top 10 on the power leaderboard have emerged. Where are the likes of Jinsei, Feiyue, and Tiramisu? Surely, the mere presence of any one of them would be enough to challenge Lethal Wind Shadow. Upon the stage, the formidable Lai Wind Shadow cast a disdainful gaze, gripping his long sword, and declared, "In 10 minutes, I shall return to the city." The respawn point of Jilu City is near Shanghai, in the Jiangnan region. I had anticipated encountering a few formidable opponents, such as Lu Chun or Ding Shusheng. Yet I find myself surrounded by a mere throng of novices. In that case, I shall retreat to Arlangia City. I remained silent. Yet my level 40 stood out conspicuously among the crowd. It wasn't long before someone recognized me. A few individuals, eager to stir chaos, shouted towards Lai Wind Shadow. Lai Wind Shadow, the top-ranked player in both combat and level in Jilu City, Jinxie Xie, is right here below the stage. Do you dare to challenge him to a life and death duel? You pathetic fool? Lai Wind Shadow immediately turned his attention towards me. Instantly, the players surrounding us, save for those from the chosen group, parted, leaving just the 5 of us standing alone on the grassy field. How audacious. They truly wish to witness a spectacle. Jinxie Xie, you have evaded me for far too long. Lai Wind Shadow frowned and remarked, "You have reached level 40. Are you truly afraid of me, a mere level 37? I have heard tales of your exploits in Jilu City, single-handedly causing an entire guild to cower within the safety zone. Why is it that you fear me, a solitary opponent, when you are unafraid of dozens or even hundreds?" I raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "I harbor no grievances against you, nor do I know you. Why should I engage in a life-and-death duel? Your eyes betray you." Lai Wind Shadow smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips. "You are frightened, aren't you? Frightened?" I chuckled softly. "I simply do not wish to squander my time." "Is that so?" Lai Wind Shadow sneered. "Rest assured, dispatching you will not consume much of my time." With that, he began conversing with an NPC, casually tossing down a challenge that rang throughout Jilu City skies. Ding. System announcement. Attention players, Lai Wind Shadow has initiated a life and death challenge against Jinxie Xie. Should the challenged player confirm, a duel will commence within 10 minutes. Here we go again. Do they wish for me to lose a level? My brow furrowed as I stood rooted to the spot. Jinxie Xie, are you truly so cowardly? Lai Wind Shadow's lips curled into a mocking smile. In that case, allow me to dedicate a song to you. A rendition of Jay Chou's What Kind of Man. How does that sound? With that, he activated the music playback feature, and indeed, Jay Chou's voice filled the air, evoking a strong desire to muffle his audacity. Is this not an egregious affront? Lin Shay, incensed, exclaimed, Lai Wind Shadow, how disgraceful of you. Though you are a member of the CSL Hall of Fame, albeit the last, you still represent the Chinese region. How can you be so shameless? Lai Wind Shadow remained indifferent. Xiao Shui Han, who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak here? I shall fight you. Lin Shay declared angrily, preparing to charge forward. I raised my hand to stop him, saying, did we not agree upon certain rules? Engage less in player versus player combat and focus more on slaying monsters. This is the true path to rapid advancement. Even if I must ascend, I shall do so on my own accord. With that, I promptly confirmed my choice on the Life and Death Challenge book. In an instant, my form materialized upon the arena of life and death, startling Lai Wind Shadow, as my level surpassed his by 3, alongside the mastery of skills at level 40. Grasping his shield, Lai Wind Shadow's gaze was frigid. So you finally dare to step onto the stage? But what of being level 40? I chuckled, rest assured. I shall not employ any of my level 40 skills. I will still vanquish you. My declaration ignited the atmosphere, with the surrounding players, all hailing from Jilu City, rallying in solidarity. A female player cried out passionately, what night is this? Defeat him. Restore our dignity for Jilu City. Indeed, Let us eliminate Lai Wind Shadow and cast the TMD Candle Dragon from their lofty throne. The crowd erupted with fervor. The system commenced its countdown. A sanguine glow enveloping the arena, steeped in an aura of slaughter. Meanwhile, from another direction, a striking maiden warned loudly, "Be cautious. What night is this?" Lai Wind Shadow Shield is a golden artifact bestowed by the system, augmenting his health by over 1,000. Not only is his defense formidable, but his health nearly reaches 6,000. Is that not impressive? I replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at the beautiful maiden who had issued the warning. She was none other than Jian Yu of the Crimson Moon Knights. 3, 2, 1. Battle commences, life and death. In an instant, the surrounding air surged violently as we entered combat mode. Lai Wind Shadow lunged forward with determination, his sword radiating a fiery crimson light. He unleashed a heavy strike, followed by a rapid double attack. This was a probing strike to assess my defensive attributes. With a loud bray, my shield rose, and I successfully defended against the onslaught with a resounding clang, registering damage values of 224 and 198. Lai Wind Shadow's attack was formidable, capable of breaching my defenses. His equipment possessed significant battle prowess, explaining his audacity to challenge all players of Jiulu City outside its gates. Having failed to break through my defenses, Lai Wind Shadow deftly maneuvered, attempting to flank me from the side and launch a surprise assault, his tactical acumen unmistakable. Indeed, any knight who has reached this level of prowess has undoubtedly endured countless trials. Even if Lai Wind Shadow is deemed one of the notorious pitfalls of the CSL Hall of Fame, his operational skill and awareness are undeniably top tier, especially given the formidable strength of the fearless Master Tier. However, today he is destined to meet his match. With a sudden kick, my mount, the Wild Donkey, executed a preemptive maneuver aimed at Lai Wind Shadow's flank. Startled, Lai Wind Shadow swiftly halted, evading the potentially lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, I pivoted, raising my starry rain sword as its fiery glow ignited, my internal energy surging forth, heralding the commencement of a powerful strike. How naive. The corners of Lai Fengying's mouth lifted slightly, resembling a stoic tortoise, as he raised his golden shield in front of him, his body coiling into a perfectly executed defensive stance. Yet, he could never have anticipated the ensuing events. Amidst the flickering sword light, I unleashed my barrier-breaking prowess, delivering a relentless barrage of 5 strikes within a mere 0.6 seconds, leaving Lai Fengying no opportunity to relinquish his defense. Typically, players require a 0.5 second cooldown to consciously disengage their defenses, let alone Lai Fengying, who was caught utterly off guard by my rapid onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The Starfall sword struck the heavy shield repeatedly, unleashing a flurry of damage numbers. 321, 410, 129, 443, 182. All the spectators were rendered speechless, as the speed of my barrier-breaking tactic was so swift that they could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the pale blue radiance, unable to discern its nature. In the next instant, Lai Fengying was violently knocked back, his arms flailing, the shield losing its defensive capacity, leaving him in a state akin to petrification. Ensnared by a daze. This was the fabled collapse of defense. A cerulean glow danced upon the Starfall sword as it descended straight from above Lai Fengying's head, executing the technique known as All Blades. In an astonishing turn, a staggering damage figure erupted. 326. A critical hit indeed. With a flash, a beam of white light surged forth, and Lai Fengying was unceremoniously returned to Langya City. This damage figure left all present in a state of shock. Surely, they had never witnessed such terrifying numbers since entering the game. The All Blades technique inherently possessed barrier-breaking capabilities and damage amplification effects. With my attack power, a standard strike would typically deal 700 damage. However, at this moment, Lai Fengying was in a state of defense collapse, suffering 300 increased damage. Coupled with the unfortunate twist of fate of receiving a critical hit, it was entirely expected to see 5-digit damage figures emerge. The esteemed third seed of the Candle Dragon, the foremost knight of Langya City, was actually eliminated in an instant. Although it can be argued that even without a critical hit, that strike would have sufficed to vanquish him, the shockwave of a critical hit amplified the terror of the moment. With the instant defeat of Lai Fengying, the golden shield unexpectedly dropped, causing a fleeting tremor in my heart. At that moment, I stood alone upon the stage of life and death, swiftly claiming my prize. Indeed, it was a golden artifact. My fortune had turned. Chapter 57, Unfathomable Wounds, Part 2, Golden Shield Defense, 150 Magic Resistance, 18 Block, for Stamina, 24 Strength, 25 Special Effect, Damage Reduction 4 Additional. Increases user's health by 600 points required level. 37. This is approximately the reliance of Li Fengying, a shield of extraordinary golden quality with dual enhancements. Its attributes are rather outrageous. Not only does it bestow an additional 600 health, but it also reduces damage by 4. It is truly a divine shield for mid-tier tank players. Without hesitation, I replaced my old shield, and in the next moment, my attributes surged dramatically. My health soared to 7,500, and my combat power skyrocketed to 2,375 points, nearly 300 points higher than the second place, Tang Yun. I leaped off the life and death platform and remarked in the team channel, "Let us go. There are too many eyes here." "Indeed, let us depart," Lin Che nodded, safeguarding Su Shiran as she walked behind me. Our group attempted to maintain a low profile, yet it proved impossible. Many players applauded, celebrating the swift defeat of Li Fengying as if we had liberated Giant Deer City from a great menace. It seemed the onlookers had long been displeased with Li Fengying's arrogant demeanor, but their strength had not been sufficient to confront him until now. 10 minutes later, after leading the group far from Giant Deer City and into the central map, Lin Che could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother Chun, how did you inflict such damage just now?" 5 instantaneous strikes that shattered Li Fengying's defenses. "I can't fathom it." I smiled. "Little Che, are you familiar with the concept of breaking barriers? Could it be that the SS-level barrier breaking system is your own comprehension?" Lin Che exclaimed in astonishment. Su Shiran, however, smiled gently and said, "Lin Che, best not to pry. Team Ding, you two should remain silent. Some things are meant to be kept to oneself. As long as we understand it in our hearts, that suffices." Her thoughtfulness was evident, recognizing the potential troubles that could arise from revealing such knowledge. If I disclosed to the world that I had developed the SS-level barrier breaking system, a mystery that had perplexed countless players on the forums, an endless stream of challengers would descend upon me. Training would become a distant thought, consumed by the incessant demands of confrontation. "In truth, it is not a closely guarded secret, merely a technique," I remarked. Su Shiran pressed her lips together and asked, "Do you believe that in our chosen one studio, aside from you, anyone else could master such a technique? Should you then decide whether or not to share it with others?" I paused, reflecting. Indeed, Lin Che, Su Shiran, and Dahai possessed sufficient operational awareness. Yet the barrier-breaking system evidently belonged to the domain of melee specialists. Ranged players could not effectively intertwine their rhythm with basic attacks. The only melee player among us was Zhang Wei, but he struggled even with basic movement mechanics, often becoming disoriented. It was unrealistic to expect him to grasp the nuances of the barrier-breaking technique. Moreover, the skill of summoning the Spirit Maiden and the rhythmic coordination of basic attacks are feats not easily accomplished by the average individual. It can be asserted that over 99% of players lack this capability. Otherwise, the domestic servers would be inundated with numerous champions. Thus, I smiled faintly and remarked, "Let us leave it at that. This technique belongs to the melee category. As for you, Xiao Che and Dahai, I shall refrain from elaborating. Wei Gu, practice your skills further. Once you attain the level of an unyielding master, I will gladly impart all my knowledge to you." Zhang Wei scratched his head and replied, "In that case, I suppose I'll never learn it in this lifetime, haha." Lin Che then said, "Chen Gu, take a look at the main forum. Someone has uploaded your video of the life and death duel." Oh, I quickly accessed the main forum, and indeed, a video post was pinned at the top, titled Incomprehensible Damage. It showcased the Dark Horse from Jiulu City, Jin Shihi Shi, executing a single strike that obliterated one of the 3 great thrones of the Candle Dragon. The Fierce Wind Shadow. Not only was the post pinned, but it was also marked as an excellent post and had garnered over 1 million views within a mere few minutes, with the potential to continue gaining traction. The replies were filled with confusion. First floor, player Ching Song, how did he accomplish that? Second floor, player the first Libai of the domestic server, to be honest. The maneuvering of Fierce Wind Shadow is already exceedingly abnormal. Who exactly is Jin Shihishi? I feel as though he dealt a blow that shattered Fierce Wind Shadow's defenses in less than a second. Third floor, player Lin Lin Zhong. Fierce Wind Shadow has been standing on the life and death platform since last night, challenging the experts of Jiulu City. It seems the retribution has arrived. Jin Shihishi is his nemesis. Fourth floor, player Wang Million. This attack speed is truly unfathomable. To achieve such a rapid defense collapse, one would need at least 4 active attack skills, right? A basic attack combined with 4 skills should suffice. However, as we all know, the Knight skills, Heavy Slash, Break Strike, and All Blades consume a total of 100 points of true energy. It's impossible to have enough energy left for a 4th skill. Furthermore, Jin Shihishi didn't even exhaust all his skills. Why is this so? 5th floor, player Fire-Eyed. Damn. I dare say Jin Shihishi must be hacking. Otherwise, how could he unleash such a barrage of attacks? I urge Yuheng Company to launch a thorough investigation. Let's report him together. If such a person is allowed to cheat, Yuheng's esteemed reputation will be tarnished. Where is the fairness in the game? Everyone was left bewildered, and ultimately, someone asserted that Jin Shihishi was indeed hacking. Su Shiran was also observing this post and couldn't help but smile. Ding team, you might be facing a report. Prepare yourself mentally. Not to worry, I replied, lazily grinning while mounted on a wild donkey. This tactical system is certified by the system itself, an SS-level system for breaking barriers. No matter how many people report me. What can they do? Lin Shay laughed heartily. Indeed, having system certification provides a robust backing. However, Chen Gu, your move is undeniably ruthless. It seems no one can discern the clues. Not necessarily. Though the breakthrough combo is swift, a true master can discern subtle clues if one slows down the video. Much like Lin Tu, the Purple Robe Marquis, Li Chengfeng, and Baiming Shui, who would undoubtedly uncover some anomalies, though whether they can fully comprehend them remains uncertain. Wang Jinhao remarked that the emergence of a tactical system naturally gives rise to another. The talent pool in the national server is vast. And only by following the leader can we truly enjoy the spoils of victory. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. I smiled and said, today, we shall specifically venture into maps above level 40. I estimate that it won't be long before we enter the realm of golden monsters. Striving to claim the first kill of the golden boss ahead of the Scarlet Moon Knights. After traversing nearly 10 maps of level 30 monsters, we finally beheld the Celestial Grove. With great fervor, we swept through the Celestial Grove, collecting a batch of heavenly fairy vines before proceeding toward the deeper area of the grove. Beyond lay a canyon, where a blood-red map spread out before us. Be cautious, I whispered as I unsheathed my sword, leading the way. The canyon was expansive, and at its heart stood a dense cluster of stone fortifications, marked on the map as the Firestone Fortress. Along the narrow paths of the canyon, a throng of monsters stirred. They were humanoid creatures, some mounted on warhorses, wielding battle axes and other weapons. Their levels were certainly formidable, and the spoils would undoubtedly be plentiful. As we stepped into the canyon, the sound of hooves echoed, and soon a cavalry NPC from Giant Deer City galloped toward us. His face was obscured by a helmet, revealing only his solemn eyes. Adventurers from another realm. You should not tread upon this territory. This is a combat zone, far too perilous for you. Come with me to the camp to meet Lord Mammon. With an NPC guiding us, it seemed evident that a quest awaited us, and as the first players to arrive, we obediently followed the scout. About a mile away, a wooden enclosure appeared before us, where warhorses neighed and the banner of the Summer Empire fluttered in the breeze. The perimeter of the camp was fortified with dense deer antler defenses, and every 10 meters stood a wooden arrow tower, creating a formidable site with at least 1,000 soldiers stationed, an auxiliary force of the Imperial Army. Upon entering the camp and following the scout into the main tent, we encountered a level 70 elite NPC clad in armor, wielding a sword and seated upon a chair. He was a middle-aged man, bearing the name of the Deputy General Mammon from Giant Deer City. He regarded us with admiration and spoke with vigor. Young adventurers, your presence here speaks volumes of your bravery. After a brief pause, Mammon continued, however, as you can see, a band of barbarian insurgents has emerged within the borders of Giant Deer City. These wretched savages, who once forged an alliance with our human army to assault the Hell Legion's outpost, have betrayed us, plundering our villages and slaughtering Imperial civilians. By the command of Princess Luo Qingyi, I am stationed here to prevent the barbarian insurgents from penetrating the heart of Giant Deer City. Esteemed ones, what assistance may we offer you? We inquired. We must diminish the strength of the insurgents. After a moment of contemplation, Mammon replied, if you possess sufficient courage, then embark forthwith. Approach the periphery of the insurgent encampment and eliminate 100 sentinels. I shall bestow upon you a generous reward. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your squad has accepted the mission. Suppression Chapter 1. Elimination of Sentinels. Level B. Mission details. Enter the vicinity of the barbarian insurgent camp and slay 100 sentinels to earn a substantial reward. At last, we have acquired a Level B mission. I proclaimed with a smile. Let us set forth and undertake this task. Su Shiran exclaimed, her face aglow with delight. As we departed from the NPC encampment and ventured deeper into the canyon toward the insurgents' position, I perused the mission details, stating, "It seems this is part of a series of tasks. This one is Chapter 1 of the suppression, and surely there will be a Chapter 2 and 3. As long as we proceed methodically, each of you may rise 2 or 3 levels at the very least." Lin Che was brimming with excitement. That is indeed splendid. Furthermore, we could accumulate some prestige points, for tasks of level C and above would reward us with such points. What is the purpose of prestige points? Su Shiran inquired. I was uncertain, but it appeared to be related to titles. In any case, the more, the better. Indeed. Chapter 58. The Value of Teamwork. Third update. Linger, come forth. I summoned the Elven advisor and inquired, what is the purpose of reputation points? This time, she was not at a loss for words. With clarity, she explained, Master. Reputation points allow you to gain greater prestige and faith within the gang. Currently, your reputation is too low to attain anything beyond the title of adventurer. However, as your reputation increases, you will earn titles such as beginner and sage. The higher your title, the more respect you will garner from NPCs. And you will enjoy discounts when purchasing items. Moreover, certain quests remain hidden and can only be activated by players with sufficient reputation. This revelation was profound, and I nodded in understanding. I see. You may return to your rest. Yes, Master. Our conversation had not gone unnoticed by others. Su Shiran, clutching her staff, remarked, It seems we cannot overlook these reputation points. Every detail displayed on the character panel is significant. Indeed, the growth of every expert is fundamentally rooted in their mastery of various details, I replied. Lin Che agreed. Absolutely. Wei Gu, take note. Zhang Wei nodded. I understand. Which is why I am here to accumulate reputation, huh? At that moment, 3 barbaric soldiers emerged from the thicket ahead, all named sentinels, 1 archer and 2 axe wielders. They were clad only in a layer of animal hides, with some ragged pieces of armor evidently scavenged from the corpses of human soldiers. Barbarian Rebel Sentinel, Gold level monster, level, 43 attack, 450 to 800 defense, 375 health, 14,000 skills. None description. These ruthless barbarians have yet to embrace civilization. They survive by consuming raw flesh and harbor a deep hatred for the human race. Some clans have begun to ally and launch attacks against human forces. Young adventurers, exercise caution. These barbarians possess immense strength, capable of snapping your neck with but 2 fingers. The 3 barbarians were gathered around a cauldron of stew, wisps of steam rising. A single bone was conspicuously visible within the pot, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be human. Scattered on the grass nearby were the battle boots, swords, and severed limbs of soldiers from the Summer Empire, drenched in blood. Were these barbarians indeed cannibals? Seeing this, Su Shiran could not help but furrow her brow in disgust, exclaiming, How revolting! Out of sight, out of mind, I replied, gripping my longsword tightly. Prepare for battle. I will charge at the archer and provoke one of the axe wielders. Let the other attack me naturally. Shiran, hold off on healing until we deal with the archer, or else I won't be able to maintain aggro. Understood. Let us slay. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged forth, toppling the iron pot and knocking the archer unconscious with a resounding thud. Following this, he unleashed a rapid succession of 5 strikes. And as his blade descended upon the archer, a tacit understanding prompted him to summon the Elven Maiden. In an instant, he delivered a standard attack, skillfully canceling the wind-up of the strike. After all, if he had the opportunity to strike, he would seize it. In truth, with such enhancements, my barrier-breaking system could achieve the remarkable feat of executing 7 strikes in a mere heartbeat, resulting in an explosive output. After delivering the 7 strikes, the archer was left with but a sliver of health. Lin Che swiftly resolved the matter with a flying talisman, promptly turning his attention to the remaining foes. The barbarian sentinels possessed a staggering attack power of 800 points, coupled with a substantial level advantage that rendered their defenses vulnerable. A single axe strike could inflict damages of 500 to 600. Fortunately, this time, I was accompanied by Su Shiran, making a hard kill feasible. Within half a minute, the three adversaries were vanquished, yielding a generous bounty of experience, particularly for Lin Che and his companions, who were only at levels 35 and 36. Defeating foes 8 levels above them afforded them at least a 50 experience bonus, resulting in an exceptionally rapid leveling pace. At this moment, I stood as the highest level among them, effectively guiding their progression. Indeed, without my presence, this party would struggle against such formidable monsters. As we traversed the mountainous canyon, we systematically eliminated the barbarian rebel outposts. Although the drop rates were disheartening, no silver gear and certainly no gold, our task interface displayed a continuous surge in numbers. Within less than half an hour, the task quota was filled. It was time to return and report. At the Legion camp of Giant Deer City, the officer Ma Ming sat firmly with his sword in hand, exuding an air of unshakable composure. Upon our arrival, he squinted and smiled, addressing us, young adventurers. Have you completed your task? Indeed, we replied. Excellent. May the imperial might of His Majesty illuminate every corner of the continent. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Rebellion Chapter 1, Elimination of the Sentinels. B-Rank quest, earning 80,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 50 reputation points. As golden light showered down, Lin Che and the others leveled up, while I still had a ways to go. No rush, for I had secured my 50 reputation points. Glancing at my total, I had accumulated 285 points, still shy of the 500 required for the next tier of the universal title. If all went according to plan, completing the current set of tasks should facilitate my ascension. Adventurers. The NPC general scrutinized us closely before continuing. Giant Deer City has endured the ravages of war. Yet under the governance of our esteemed princess, it has enjoyed a semblance of peace for several years. However, this is insufficient. You must provide greater contributions to ensure the stability and tranquility of Giant Deer City. Are you willing to continue serving the Empire and quelling the rebellion? We are. We replied eagerly, nodding in agreement. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your party has accepted the quest, Rebellion Chapter 2, Capturing the Forward Bastion, B-Rank quest. Quest details. Infiltrate the barbarian rebel camp and eliminate the rebels stationed in the 5 forward bastions. Upon completion, return to General Ma Ming for a most generous reward. The stars have emerged. A faint smile graced my lips. My mission had been upgraded to a 1-star B-level task, indicating a more substantial reward, perhaps? A fortunate turn of events. Yet I found the task's difficulty rather trivial, lacking any semblance of challenge. 10 minutes later, 5 individuals arrived at the front fortress, where 5 stone bastions loomed before us. These fortifications were divided into 3 tiers, each guarded by no less than 10 barbarian sentinels. To conquer this place, we would need to vanquish them all. We decided to commence with the first bastion, but a large throng of monsters gathered, creating a formidable dilemma. What shall we do? Lin Che furrowed his brow. There are 14 monsters on the first tier, including 3 archers and 11 axe wielders. If we draw their attention, they'll swarm us and reduce us to mere fragments. This task would undoubtedly require a cost to complete. I pondered momentarily before declaring, let us attempt to engage. I will charge in first to slay the monsters. You needn't concern yourselves with me. Xiao Che, you and Dahai focus your fire on the archers to alleviate the burden of one. She ran, refrain from healing. We cannot hold aggro here. Your healing would provoke a rush from the monsters. And what of your recovery? Su Shiran inquired, her brows knitting in concern. Fear not, I waved my hand dismissively. Smiling. These monsters cannot dispatch me swiftly. I have a level 4 healing potion and a level 3 quick remedy at my disposal, not to mention a reviving breeze. My total health currently stands at 560 points, acting as a sturdy bulwark. I believe we have a fair chance. For now, we shall proceed. I cannot afford to be stalled by this task. Shi Ran and Zhang Wei, maintain your distance and act cautiously. Understood, be careful. Prepare. I patted the wild donkey on its forehead, then set my sights on a barbarian axe wielder. With a sharp command, I charged forth, crashing into the axe wielder and rendering it momentarily dazed. In that instant, all 14 barbarian insurgents on this tier surged toward me, a formidable wave of blackened fury. I refrained from immediate retaliation, activating my glory shield armor. I maneuvered slowly along the fortress's edge, ensuring only 2 barbarians could reach me. I aimed to draw the horde into a straight line. Seizing the opportune moment, I unleashed a series of 5 successive strikes against the barbarian, igniting a whirlwind of battle energy. In the air, a flurry of damage numbers soared, most hovering around 1,800. A truly spectacular sight as the health of the barbarian horde plummeted. I swiftly retreated, aligning them into a linear formation. As my energy replenished, an icy force surged into my arms, enveloping the Starfall sword in a swirling frost. I executed a rapid series of thrusts, with a swift succession of 5 icy projectiles. The barbarian horde appeared akin to skewered meat, their movements hindered by the frost. Damage figures soared, with some critical hits surpassing 1,000. Leaving the horde in a state of disarray, their health dwindling to half before they even had a chance to strike me. Lin Che and Wang Jinhai launched a remote assault on an archer, their attacks raining down with fervor, yet it proved somewhat taxing, as they were susceptible to damage and quickly retreated. I, however, had no intention of withdrawing. Clad in exquisite armor, I found my health dwindling to approximately 50% amidst the relentless onslaught of monsters. I promptly activated the Resurgence skill, and healing numbers soared. 189, 189, 189. As the creatures closed in too tightly, I activated the Sprint skill, dramatically enhancing my movement and attack speed. Seizing the opportunity, I executed a devastating combo followed by a series of piercing strikes, triggering the War Whirlwind twice. The activation rate of this skill seemed rather high, not merely the suggested 10%. It must have been influenced by my luck. In the blink of an eye, through my deft maneuvering and counterattacks, the horde of monsters was reduced to a mere shadow of their former selves. Lin Che and Wang Jinhai began to pick them off, while Zhang Wei joined the fray, swinging his iron staff with abandon. Within a minute, the dozen or so creatures lay vanquished, leaving behind a scatter of silver coins and several bronze equipment pieces. As we cleaned the battlefield and collected the spoils, Wang Jinhai could not help but frown. "Boss, you are quite ruthless. I have the distinct impression you could clear this map all by yourself. We are merely a burden." "Not quite," I replied, gesturing to my health bar, which stood at a mere 20%. "Chiron, heal me." You see, the true value of Chiron's support became evident, as it significantly enhanced our leveling efficiency. As for the rest of you, you are indeed somewhat lacking in contribution. Lin Che's expression darkened, while Su Chiron giggled, her charming demeanor causing delightful chaos. Chapter 59, Unsavory Dealings, Part 4. Progressing steadily, we systematically dismantled the stone fortresses. Each fortress required the surrounding monsters to be eradicated, leading to over an hour spent to complete the task. A few of us returned to the NPC camp, our expressions tinged with disappointment due to the abysmally low drop rates. Despite slaying countless foes, we had yet to acquire any spoils. Though we were vanquishing golden tier monsters, I could not shake the feeling that acquiring a golden artifact was utterly implausible. Wang Jinhai wore a look of exasperation. I remarked, "Check the drop rates, and you shall see. The probability of a golden tier monster dropping a golden artifact is 1 in 10,000. Only by defeating 10,000 can one hope to obtain a single piece. I doubt we have even slain 500. Fear not. Perhaps the subsequent tasks will reward you directly with equipment." "Is that so?" "Indeed, just trust me, I believe it." Upon returning to the camp, Ma Ming stood resolutely at the center, his demeanor radiating righteousness. He appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing us, yet a smile illuminated his weathered face. "I did not expect you to return alive. It brings me great solace. Young adventurers, come forth. This is your reward. And may the glory of the Empire be with you." Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the task, Suppressing the Rebellion Chapter 2. Capturing the Forward Fortress, B-level task, and received 120,000 experience points, 20 gold coins, and 80 reputation points. Once again, the rewards were rather mundane, lacking anything extraordinary. However, experience points were welcome. I was now at 40 level 57 and anticipated that completing this series of tasks would elevate me to level 41. After distributing the rewards, Ma Ming began to attend to a more personal matter, ignoring us entirely. "Sir?" I inquired, somewhat astonished. "Are there no further tasks to assign us?" "This general fears for your lives," Ma Ming replied, his eyes reflecting compassion. "Adventurers of your caliber are far too scarce. I must preserve some young flames for the Empire." "There is no need for your concern. We are as vigorous as ever," Su Chiron chirped sweetly. Ma Ming's gaze fixated on the proud contours accentuated by Su Shiran's robe, and he seemed nearly overcome with fervor. Very well, in light of your excellence, I shall grant you even greater rewards. Su Shiran's demeanor darkened. It seemed even NPCs were becoming unreliable these days. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the task, Suppressing the Rebellion Chapter 3, Decapitation. Eliminate the Barbarian Rebel Vanguard Turl. B-level task. Task details. Enter the stronghold of the Barbarian Rebels, locate Vanguard Turl, and slay him. Return to the camp with Turl's head to present to General Ma Ming, and you shall receive bountiful rewards. A 2-star task, a decapitation mission. I furrowed my brow. This task was evidently not as straightforward as it appeared. Defeating a boss would require unwavering unity and cooperation. 10 minutes later, a group of individuals once again arrived before the Firestone Fortress. The passage was densely populated with barbaric soldiers, numbering at least 500. They could only advance inch by inch, spending nearly an hour clearing away a multitude of monsters before finally entering the encampment area of the fortress. A colossal stronghold loomed ahead, but surprisingly, there were few barbarians inside. Only a handful of bashful barbarian women flitted about, adorned in human maiden attire. Their dark hair contrasting sharply with a patch of fiery red chest hair, coupled with their ample bosoms, evoking the image of a colossal burger stuffed with greens. Lin Che stared in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, I've finally seen someone with a chest larger than Sister Shiran's." Smack! Su Shiran delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, her face as cold as frost. "Stop spouting nonsense, or I'll let Captain Ding give you a proper beating." I nodded in agreement, adding, "What are you thinking, Xiao Che? Shiran's skin is leagues ahead of these barbarian women. Besides, their bosoms may protrude, but Shiran's does not." Su Shiran's cheeks flushed as she gently nudged my shoulder, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Hey, you're quite the observer." Taking a deep breath, I replied, "A keen observer is a reflection of my attitude towards life. You once expressed admiration for this trait of mine. After all, details define the classics, and meticulous men are truly rare. Wouldn't you agree?" "That's a flimsy argument." Su Shiran turned her gaze back to the stone fortress. "The fact that these barbarian women serve someone indicates a general is present. If I'm not mistaken, the Vanguard Turii must be inside, preparing to confront the boss. I wonder if it's a golden tier boss." "It shouldn't be." I shook my head. Yueheng Company is notoriously stingy. They wouldn't release a golden tier boss so soon. Moreover, this is a system quest with a mere 2-star difficulty rating. The chances of encountering a golden boss are slim. Regardless, let us slay it. Slay. I rode at the forefront on my wild donkey. Relying on my thick skin and robust physique, the gilded shield raised before me as I cautiously stepped into the stone fortress. A few barbarian maidens screamed in terror, as if they had seen a ghost, their faces drained of color as they huddled together near a stone chair. Seated upon it was a towering barbarian, at least 2.5 meters tall, clad in armor, gripping a battle axe in his hand with a disdainful glare. "Don't panic, my little darlings. I shall deal with these foolish humans at once." Feeling slightly disappointed, I realized he was a level 43 silver tier boss, not a golden one. With no other combat-oriented barbarians present, I charged forward, locking onto the Vanguard Turii. In the fleeting moment of a stun, I unleashed a 5-hit combo, then retreated, drawing the aggro while consuming a focus potion. I raised my sword, releasing a 10-yard frost blade that pierced through the boss's form repeatedly. Seeking death, Turii launched himself into the air, his battle axe descending with the force of a mountain, crashing down onto my defensive skills with a resounding impact. 712. The ferocity of the attack was formidable. Even while defending, I managed to counter with considerable force. Undoubtedly, without any defense, the damage would have exceeded 1,500. While my body endured the immense recoil, I stood my ground resolutely, not yielding an inch. Wielding the Starfall blade, I unleashed a flurry of strikes, conjuring a swirling white vortex of war that swept through the battlefield like an unstoppable gale, sending the barbarian maidens scurrying behind the stone chair in trepidation. Given our current prowess, vanquishing a silver tier boss was mere child's play. When Su Shiran's healing enveloped me, it became evident that I was in a position of great advantage. The boss would struggle to reduce my health below 50%, rendering me quite safe. Approximately 3 minutes later, the Vanguard Turii let out a wretched howl before collapsing. As expected of a silver tier boss, it granted nearly 15% experience and dropped several silver items. Sushiran stepped forward to collect the loot. Her face alight with joy. A pair of cloth knee pads that enhance healing by 10%. I shall keep this one. This silver bracers that boosts attack by 3%. Ding. Would you like it? No. I possess the unicorn set. Give it to Zhang Wei instead. Very well. There is also a silver war axe. Who can wield it? It's a universal weapon, usable by any warrior class, though it lacks specialization bonuses. You may take it. After we return to town, you can sell it. Currently, silver weapons should fetch 1 to 2,000 gold, but their value will diminish in a few days. Agreed. With a single stroke, I severed Turiai's head and returned to present it to Mamoon. Upon seeing the severed head, Mamoon recoiled as if confronted by a specter, exclaiming, "You truly accomplished it. It appears the future of the great Xia Empire is in capable hands. I am greatly heartened. Come, this is your reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Subjugation Chapter 3, Decapitation, Slay the Barbarian Rebel Vanguard Turiai, B rank quest, earning 180,000 experience, 40 gold, and 120 reputation points. Glancing at my reputation, I noted it had reached 485. With just one more advanced quest, I would level up, a prospect that filled me with eager anticipation. Even more so than advancing to level 41. Seeing Mamoon return to his seat, feigning indifference, I was at a loss for words and turned to Sushiran. "Shiran, could you work your charm on him? This rascal refuses to budge." Sushiran bit her lip. "I joined the chosen ones to avoid being manipulated. Yet here you are trying to sway me. If you agree to assist, I promise to use my personal funds to buy you a lovely dress," I pledged. "Wow, really?" she exclaimed, her expression brightening. "Indeed. Deal." Her face radiated excitement, while Lin Che remained at a loss for words, feeling as if they had just engaged in some sordid transaction. At that moment, Sushiran stepped forward, draped in a cream-colored robe that accentuated her alluring figure. Her exquisite visage exuded grace and poise, presenting an ethereal aura that inspired an irresistible urge to draw closer. With a gentle smile directed at the NPC general, she spoke. "Lord Mammon, I have heard of your esteemed reputation while in Julu City. People say you are one of the Empire's finest knights. We have come seeking your guidance. Would you not consider assigning us a task?" Startled, Mammon stumbled from his seat and fell to the ground. His bodyguard hurriedly inquired, "My lord, what is the matter?" "Nothing." "Do not assist me," he replied, his gaze fixated on Sushiran. "Brave adventurer, I promise you this. I shall assign you the most arduous task within the fortress." Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Quelling the Rebellion Chapter 4, Annihilation, Exterminate all barbarians in the Firestone Fortress, B-level quest. Task details. Enter the barbarian rebel stronghold and eliminate all foes, allowing the valiant warriors of Julu City stationed at Firestone Fortress to return home to their families. I was left dumbfounded, having never encountered such a straightforward task. We were to cleanse the entire Firestone Fortress? Moreover, it was classified as a 3-star quest. This was indeed a laborious endeavor. Lin Che remarked, "There are at least 5,000 monsters within Firestone Fortress. We must eradicate them all. It's fine. After all, this is an opportunity to level up. Let us proceed." Agreed. Clearly, if this final chapter remained a beheading task, it would be unreasonable not to encounter a golden level boss. Thus, the miserly system had resorted to a monster-clearing quest. Chapter 60, The Demon General and the Ancient Temple, 5th update, at 10 o'clock in the evening. After nearly 4 hours of relentless advancement, the barbarian insurgents within the Firestone Fortress were utterly annihilated. Yet, astonishingly, no golden artifacts were unearthed, underscoring the rarity of such treasures at this juncture. However, 3 silver artifacts did emerge, allowing Sushiran, Dahai, and Zhang Wei each to exchange their gear. Upon returning to the NPC, we once again submitted our quest. Mammon, with an air of indifference, waved his hand and declared, "The rewards bestowed upon me by the court are now entirely yours." Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Pacification Chapter 4, Eradicate. Annihilate all barbarians in the Firestone Fortress, B-level quest. You have earned a reward of 200,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and 150 reputation points. Along with an additional reward, Treasure Scroll Upper Volume, Golden Level. Almost immediately, another system notification chimed in. Ding. System notification, congratulations. Your reputation has surpassed 500 points, significantly boosting your prestige within the Radiant faction, and you have earned the title of novice. A golden light enveloped me, a gentle warmth wrapping around my being. At last, I reached level 41. Furthermore, I had obtained a treasure scroll, which upon inspection, revealed itself to be a key to a hidden treasure location. At this moment, Sushiron, her cheeks flushed, looked up at us and said, I received the lower volume of the treasure scroll. Did you all receive anything? Lin Che was taken aback. I have the middle volume. Who possesses the upper volume? I have the upper volume, I replied solemnly. Hand them over, so we can assemble a complete treasure scroll and uncover its secrets. Agreed. I sensed that we were on the verge of triggering something extraordinary. When the other two fragments were placed into my hands, they seamlessly coalesced into a complete treasure scroll. Upon selecting to use it, a chime resonated in my ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have activated the treasure scroll. The coordinates of the treasure's location are 2471, 10373. Please carry the scroll to these coordinates to unlock the seal and enter the mysterious map. With the coordinates in hand, I opened the mini-map and remarked, it's just adjacent to us. It would take no more than 5 minutes to reach. However, there is one concern. The map may prove perilous. Shall we proceed? Yes. Fortune favors the bold, Lin Che replied. Sushiron nodded with a smile. Let us head over and assess the situation. If it's too daunting, we can retreat and continue leveling in other areas without wasting time. Indeed, let us be cautious on our journey. As I glanced at everyone's levels, aside from my own at 41, Lin Che was at 38, Sushiron and Wang Jinhai at 37, and Zhang Wei at 36. After traversing the Enchanted Forest and the Firestone Fortress, along with completing 4 consecutive quests, everyone had leveled up by 23 levels. Our team's average level had risen, and venturing into the 42 to 45 level map should pose no significant challenge. Stepping out of the Firestone Fortress and leaving the canyon behind, we entered an unnamed expanse shrouded in mist. Visibility was severely limited, rendering anything beyond a mere 5 steps invisible. We cautiously advanced until we arrived at the coordinates of the treasure map, only to find a disheartening gray haze before us, seemingly devoid of anything substantial, leaving us all bewildered. Could the system be deceiving us? Wang Jinhai furrowed his brow. That seems unlikely, I replied, glancing ahead and comparing the treasure coordinates, equally perplexed. Sushiron suggested, why not confirm the use of the scroll once more? Very well. As I focused my thoughts on the map and reaffirmed the scroll's usage, the mist before us began to dissipate. Amidst the swirling fog, a faint golden light danced, as if a montage was fading away. The jungle before us transformed dramatically, and a beam of white light swept across, revealing a towering azure spire that soared into the clouds. Each of its 7 levels stood at least 10 meters high, with the topmost tier lost among the clouds, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura that radiated an ominous energy. The ancient seals plastered across the tower sent shivers down one's spine. Ding! A system notification echoed in the air. You have unlocked the perilous map, Demon General's Ancient Temple. Excitement surged through Sushiron as she linked her arm with mine, her face alight with joy. Indeed, the Demon General's Ancient Temple, I nodded, but at that moment, another system chime resonated across the skies of Julu City. Ding! System announcement. Attention all players. What time is it? Has opened a new map. Demon General's Ancient Temple, at coordinates 2471, 10373. A millennia-old demon is sealed within the temple. Brave warriors, unite and seek treasure. Good grief, Lin Che said, his expression darkening. This system is downright unscrupulous. They even issued an announcement, as if they fear we might hoard this map for ourselves. Damn it, how infuriating. I couldn't help but smile wryly. There's nothing we can do. In this era of fierce competition, attempting to quietly farm a superior map is nearly impossible. Let us move. Our time is limited. Soon, a multitude of high-level players will flood into the Demon General's Ancient Temple. It should take no more than 15 minutes for them to arrive from the nearest map. So we must push forward. Right, let us hasten our pace. Without delay, I mounted my trusty donkey, leading the way up the stone steps toward the ancient temple. With a gentle push, I opened the long-sealed door, and in that instant, a torrent of demonic energy burst forth, evoking a sensation akin to celestial forces manifesting in the mortal realm. As I stepped into the first level of the Demon General's Ancient Temple, The mini-map automatically transformed into a layout of this floor. A distant, melodic female voice from the system resonated in my ears, centuries ago. A young commander from the Empire of Jiulu City was possessed by a demonic spirit, becoming exceedingly malevolent and igniting a war that ravaged the land for decades. Ultimately, he was captured by the Empire's holy generals and sealed within this ancient temple. The young battle spirit shall never rest. When the seal is broken, the demon will descend upon the mortal realm, commanding legions of the past and bringing forth a new calamity. A chill crept into my heart as I pondered the possibility of a long-dead general returning to lead a spectral army upon the realm of Tianqing. If that were the case, we would be the architects of our own demise. However, it was evident that both players and NPCs were still at a fledgling level. Even with a legion of the undead, what havoc could they truly wreak? As I stepped into a new map, a sinister aura enveloped the surroundings, suffused with a sanguine mist and tendrils of dark fog, a truly terrifying spectacle. Ahead of me stood grotesque creatures, deathly archers clutching ancient bows. They remained motionless, enshrouded in a faint, blood-colored cocoon reminiscent of cicada nymphs. As I approached within 100 yards, they began to stir, their cocoons gradually shedding. Perhaps it was the draft from the ancient temple that roused them. The seals affixed to their forms disintegrated into fine dust. Soon, pairs of blood-red eyes snapped open, fixating upon us, the unwelcome intruders. Longbow Wraith, Gold Tier Monster, Level, 43 Attack, 500 to 850 Defense, 180 Health, 9,000 Skills, Triple Shot, Rapid Fire, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Description: once loyal warriors of a treacherous demon general. These archers were once the finest marksmen of the Empire. After their defeat in a rebellion, their souls lingered on, ultimately sealed within the ancient temple, eternally guarding their master. These longbow wraiths are exceedingly fierce. Caution is imperative, for their arrows can pierce through armor, despite their frail health and low defenses. These longbow wraiths possess an alarmingly potent attack power, capable of inflicting over 1,000 points of damage with a single skill-laden arrow, a terrifying prospect indeed. Shall we strike? Su Shiran inquired. Not so fast, I replied, shaking my head. Since we've arrived, many others will likely follow. In that case, why not lure the monsters to block the entrance? The assault from these longbow wraiths is fearsome. Attracting a dozen or so to obstruct the doorway could ensure that arriving players face certain death, allowing us to proceed undisturbed. You certainly have a knack for strategy, Su Shiran remarked, pursing her lips. Gazing ahead, I spotted a dozen longbow wraiths and promptly activated my glory shield, charging forward to draw their attention. They unleashed their rapid-fire skills, and during the initial onslaught, I hastily adopted a defensive stance. The clanging of blows resounded, leaving my arm, clutching the gilded shield, numb. While my health plummeted by 300 points, such devastating output was unfathomable. Be careful, Lin Che warned. As I retreated, striving to create distance and minimize damage, I urged. You all move forward and circumvent them. Do not concern yourselves with me. Understood. As 4 individuals brushed past me, I advanced towards the entrance with a cadre of over a dozen longbowmen, propelled by the winds of revival. At the moment when I drew their attention to the threshold, I charged forth, summoning the rear archers. I swiftly consumed an elixir restoring 1,800 health, activating my sprinting skill, which resulted in an instantaneous surge in my movement speed. Coupled with the swiftness of my steed, I swiftly distanced myself a full 200 yards from these longbow fiends, causing the focal point of enmity to dissipate. The longbow fiends stood bewildered at the entrance, awaiting new visitors. Wang Jinhai gazed into the distance, a sense of trepidation evident on his face. He rubbed his nose and remarked, "Boss, is our course of action not a tad unscrupulous? The game speaks of righteousness." I gripped the Starry Rain sword and replied, "Even if we take a hypothetical step back, being aware that I am the one who initiated this ancient demon temple map, it is clear that no friends will come to contest resources with me. Only foes will arrive, and their demise matters not." "Indeed," Su Shiran affirmed with a smile. "Captain Ding, your words strike at the heart of the matter. Those who come are primarily adversaries seeking to seize what they can, rendering any notions of benevolence unnecessary. Let us press forward." Agreed. With a charge and a series of thrusts, we advanced through the darkness, navigating the path from the first to the second floor. After 3 missteps and the slaying of nearly 30 longbow fiends, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, an entrance to the second floor. The ethereal glow flickered before me, as if golden artifacts and bundles of currency beckoned invitingly.